So stop here, but just to get a quick recap. What we learned today is
right.
That there's a separate isser to set the carbon outside. There's a separate isser to walk from the carbon outside. Here is the warning.
It's not Zud, it's Riser.
So the punishments are written individually.
Right. And then what you do?
Allah, Abaya has no problem using logic to carry it over from Allah.
We're just talking about this premise for
Abaya will carry over the warning from the case of a designated carbon shasat Rabbas to Shas Isra'Bamos, and according to the last two over here, we have from Rabbi and from
and then that creator will
Rabbi Yochanan
create a video content based on the idea that the community
Rabbi Yochanan's halacha and from Rabbi Yochanan's halacha, all you learn from Xer Shava or from a Hekesh, you bring over the warning from Allah to Shkita. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful day.
leapfrogging onto a giant, I don't know, anything that you can think of. Creating a share, creating the giant, biggest human share possible.
Good morning. Today's daf is Vachim Daf Tokei. We begin by taking our responsibility.
Right there.
The Talmud Torah and the Shiur.
You can put a make
Of the Tevez,
Riser, you've got to be able to explain this a little better. All right, Mr. Aquarius, imagine you have someone who is a streamer and you let the audience choose what they're going to do with their lives. So basically, you could have them travel to New York City or Los Angeles, and you would have the audience vote on it. Or you could have them eat Italian food or Chinese food, and you have the audience vote on it. Does that make sense? There you go.
We had a number of questions that the Gemara asked about the Parliament and the administration.
But it's a good idea, Riser. I'm not. And the fact that if you make it with a cryptocurrency where that's how you vote on it, that's really creative.
Okay, well, burger or hot dog, right? Burger or hot dog?
I'm going to have to go with burgers, definitely. I mean, I do like, I have this debate, sausage or hot dog, I also choose sausage.
Different. It was not about animal being partially in and partially out.
Let me ask you a food, which one is better?
Of this animal from bringing it. Were involved in the process.
Pizza or pasta?
Three of them went out.
Pizza!
Two were left inside. Rob is asking us later, do we follow?
Fair enough, yeah.
People who are
it's hard to live without a pizza. Could you imagine? How long do you think you could go without a pizza?
It's starting to go out. Now, what it is, everybody's going to become
Maybe a week.
Obasser, Behemoth, Linon. We always follow
maybe a week. You know, the cravings start to become way too strong.
Yeah. That's what they
Boy, Rabbi, let's ask another question.
What do you put on your pizza? You're not a pineapple pizza person, are you?
I had pepperoni.
Which are supposed to be burned. It went out.
What about you?
As soon as it goes out, those who are involved in the process become
all kinds of things.
It went out,
I mean, not really.
and it came back inside.
I mean, my favorite is probably prosciutto or arugula.
We say, keep it not
Prosciutto is this, like Italian meat. Yummy.
And we follow. She says something very interesting.
Arugula. It's like some plants.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I love pine stuff.
The clothing and the people who are involved in it. And
What do you have against pineapple pizza, Riser?
Now, it's interesting.
It's just match with my palate.
You know, it was first invented. You know, it was first invented in Canada, right?
Maybe won't be coming anymore. So Rashi seems to understand.
And that's why they call it the Hawaiian.
And therefore,
Yeah, it was some guy in Toronto, or it was a Canadian guy who created the Hawaiian pizza. I'll find the Toronto city right now.
I think they did it as like a troll, and then people thought it wasn't a troll or something. And because it's very controversial.
It is Chatham, Ontario, Canada, in 1962.
Asks us, what is the walls of the Azar like a
I love pineapple. Like I love pineapple, but
when you left,
yeah, I don't think it belongs with cheese and bread.
Doug, it's amazing. I love it.
Where's the mikvah? Where's the Tyra process? How is the person
I like
chocolate on apples too. Or
absolutely, 100%.
But I think
you put chocolate on.
Just about anything. In fact, I one time did this Ask Me Anything. It's actually in the About Rabbi section of this Discord. And it says, what weird food combination do you like? And it's hot fudge and pickles, or I put chocolate covered pickles. And the reason, like, how did you find out you like that? It's a children's book that was written basically in, I believe, like the 80s or the 90s, and it was just like a weird food combination that I remember we tried as little kids, and we all kind of liked it.
I hate pickles, so I can't. I probably hate it. So maybe.
I mean, chocolate's good with like everything.
I love pickles. You don't like pickles?
No, I absolutely despise pickles. I'm a pretty picky eater.
Pickles are good old man. Hey, oh my God, I love pickles.
Do you like, Mr. Aquarius, dill pickles or like sweet pickles? Or both?
I like both. I like dill pickles.
Same
I
here.
like the sliced pickles. I like them on like a salad or a sandwich.
Same here. And I love going to a deli when they give you a pickle alongside. That's like my favorite.
Yeah.
You're going to say that once a person goes out, it becomes tame, and then someone's there, and it stays there.
Where's the best pastrami sandwich, Rabbi?
I like a place called Otzi Kosher, but that's just because it's kosher. In LA, the most famous is probably Cantor's Deli, which is on Fairfax, but it's not kosher, but it's very famous. It's a Jewish deli, but it's not kosher. But it's where a lot of famous Hollywood stars go. Now in New York City, there are two really famous delis. One's Jewish, one's not. The Jewish one's called Katz's Deli, and they have very famous pastrami on rye. And then there's it's called the Carnegie Deli, which is maybe one of the most famous delis in the world. And that one is not a Jewish deli; it's just a regular deli. But they have a very famous pastrami on rye. But I like my local. There's a market that I think serves an excellent pastrami on rye. So that's where I get mine. But there are some other famous ones. Now, anywhere else in the United States, there's something called, sometimes it's called kosher style or New York style, which is not kosher, but it's like Jewish, like a Jewish deli. So you'll see New York style, which is like code for a Jewish deli, or it will have a lot of Jewish delicacies, but it just so happens to not be kosher. So if you ever see that, that's kind of a tip off that it at least might have a Jewish touch if it isn't kosher. And oh, absolutely, a big old pickle.
That would generate this tumah.
Oh, really?
100%. Pickle with everything.
From the tumah, and therefore they don't become tameh. So says the Gemara, if that's the case, that the azara is in insulation against this tumah, so the same would be true if you go back in. Because again, the tumah is dependent on the ox. So
How do we make this
they're outside the azara.
thing
They're outside
go
the
viral?
place. They don't get the insulation of the
Choose
azara. They
your
become tameh. Those are inside the azara.
I'll give you the answer.
Who's the ideal
Inside the azara, their insulators are going to be secure, they're going to be pure, and they can't become tummy even though they're holding on to an axe. Says the Gemara with a riot from here that if you go back inside, you will remove the tumah from yourself.
I'm the ideal candidate. There's no doubt because I stream more than anybody else. But if you were going to choose me, you'd pick some really hot chick.
Explains the reason why those people inside don't become.
I mean, it's just the old adage, sex sells, so why not pick a really attractive person?
Now, if you never leave the camp, you can't come
Especially
back
on the internet.
The reason why those people don't become something has nothing to do
Now,
with
they gotta be willing to do
right now.
some crazy stuff.
For the right price,
That's not the
Obama's
problem. Is that they
no
can't
filter, which is the type of person you need.
yeah, but I mean, for the right
Steve-O type of character.
for the right price, you can get anybody to do anything.
So what was he asking exactly? Where it says, "You go to the keep level, but bid back close." What happened over
I
here is
suppose, yeah.
people were pulling it out with these poles. So again, Rashi explained this. What Rashi explained, that what happened was, look at Rashi, it's about 2/3 of the way down the page. Did I keep the lip about Kosi?
Okay, but how do you make it go viral? You'd have to advertise it a lot because you wouldn't want the same like 5 people always making the decision, you know, for the
inside the azara for some reason.
the person.
People who are outside the azara.
I know I'm not making sense. Like you want a diverse group of answers as opposed to just the same, you know, small group of people to make decisions. But I mean, you hear people do this all the time. Influencers they say, chat, what should I do? Chat, what should I do? So it's just basically a poll.
Anybody that's involved in using this animal, bringing it to its burning is going to become tameh.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference whether they're touching the animal or not. They're outside.
That's why I don't know if the single creator is like unique enough. I don't know. There's already streamers asking their channel to do this. It's just people are religious or like consistent and funded by some transaction fees. There's no like competition.
How is it religious?
Now the more goes on.
Like I just meant in like in a sense that it's like very consistent thing.
Para refers to the paraduma, which is the heifer that was used for purity of someone who comes to Tamei May, someone who comes to contact with the corpse. They need the paraduma to purify them.
How far do you think it'll go if Zoot and Bitcoin and Bomb are involved? I think if Zoot is involved, then Bitcoin and Bomb is less likely.
Oh, it's doomed from the start. If Zoot's involved,
Now looking at it, you pull out one and put it on top of
He's
one.
not like
Or another one up on top of the other.
he's just able to cast votes. It'll be hard to make a vote for something that isn't
It was thrown off of the cliff.
off the rails, but that's what the moderation does.
you know, you said something that I think is an interesting premise, which would be allow people to, like, maybe it would be better if you had like not a whole bunch of people, but just 2 people, and that way you could have people vote on their competition. So like instead of it, you know, like they could be like, who could drink the soda the fastest or the water the fastest, or who could run to the next destination the fastest. Does that make sense? Like you could just have it be one person.
It very much reminds me of a show that is my absolute favorite show in the whole world. Kilkenny versus San Diego up in Toronto, Canada, Ontario. The premise of the show is literally two friends that are rivals, and they do various competitions, like who can piss off more people, who can sell more Bibles, who can be the best soldier, who can create the best play. And one of the guys always cheats ruthlessly, and the other guy usually loses, and then the loser has to do a humiliation, which is usually something extremely vile, like rolling in a hamster ball, dog shit in it, down a giant hill, or something even worse than that. And I think if you have two people that are just going against each other, it opens up a slippery slope, potentially dangerous. I mean, I guess they're on opposite sides of the world. It doesn't, in the moderation, people can make it not something that is bad. But
it stays alive all
I don't know. Maybe it could work if there is
time it's not alive anymore.
good enough ideas being submitted to keep it constantly going, I guess. Or it could be like, if you've ever heard of a show, it's a cooking show, it's called, what's it called? Beef Bobby Filet, and it's about this. The premise of the show is there's this guy, Bobby Filet. He's like
Stop calling him Filet. Quick, stop calling him Bobby Filet. It's Flay, Flay.
Whatever, I've never seen the show, but in that show, I'm sure, as you know, it's like step up and see if you can beat Bobby Filet at cooking a meal, and then usually like 8 times, at least out of 10, Bobby Filet wins the go, and it's like, can you dethrone Bobby Filet? So potentially it can be like that, and you have like a main creator that is like the GOAT creator, let's say, and then other people, creators, still get an influx of people trying to take them down, see if they can win the vote. Was their video better than Obama? Did they win the competition? Now that is an interesting hybrid marriage between these two universes.
Okay. So, could you do one where you had Zoot go against Bitcoin Obama?
Which would be like a dead body.
Absolutely.
It
It could be Zoot, it could be any single creator versus Bitcoin Obama, it could be Bitcoin Obama versus any creator. In some distribution style competition, digitally across the world, doing God knows what.
To the level of being an avatar. So what the Gemara is saying over here is,
anyone could, I guess, be voted on or apply to be voted on, can
at this point the Gemara
go up
has to become
against
it
Bitcoin
has to
Obama.
have, or to part its tuma, it has to have extra means to get
It's going to be on YouTube, not on all. Would you multi-stream it?
I guess you can call them biblical liquids. Yad Shachadam.
I don't think that it would be like a live stream, although it could be, but it's like they cast an idea and then they have to film themselves fulfilling that idea. So
Doug, how is
whatever
it?
it is,
How aren't you
I
gonna?
guess it could.
How aren't you gonna make this live?
7 biblical liquids, and all of those have the ability to repair something.
Like that's what people want.
To be like a, it doesn't need to be synchronistically happening. It's not like a race from point A to point B. I mean, it could be that, but it could, if it's first to do something, then they'll have to submit the video, I guess, and prove that they did it for everyone else.
Now that's a really good idea. Basically, Amazing Race, but unedited. So at any given time, you could see teams racing against each other anywhere in the world, and it wouldn't be cut down to like an hour-long show.
Or to make it be without
Yeah, I agree that like you could live stream that on
all these things are in the same
because
category.
you'd be able to actually like tune in to whoever the hell, Jake Paul or someone that's trying to take down Obama, and who can like construct the biggest trampoline of non-trampoline materials or whatever it is. Or yeah. Who can first get permission, get their virtual crane operator?
Were you going to say crane operator's license?
Being able to transfer.
Yeah, and then I was like, I don't know, that is the greatest idea in the world.
I mean, then they'd have to like take a test, which wouldn't be really that interesting.
I would love to see Bitcoin Obama taking the crane operator's test.
I would too, but I mean, there's a written part of it that like, wouldn't be that interesting.
Question about being with Tame, no, that's not good. Someone understood it.
You'd be surprised. I think if he's talking out loud, thinking like people are trying to understand Bitcoin Obama's thought process, and then he's describing his thought process, and people are like, "Bro, what are you doing?"
Right. Okay, that's a little bit. That's a little brilliant. That's a little piece of brilliance.
And sorry, Mr. Lynn. Whereas,
I agree,
that would be
pretty funny.
that this time very small makes it this.
I want to make that into like a server.
You want to make it into a SOAR bomb. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. I get it. Like him talking to himself. I wonder if, AI knows who I am. I wonder if they know who Bitcoin Obama is.
Yeah, he's Schiller 690.
Items inside.
Yeah, but I mean,
I believe.
oh yeah, that's right. What I meant to say is, like, oh yeah, so then it does know who he is.
That didn't go out yet.
I wonder if his little friend is on there too. I'm sure somebody's tried to get him on there.
He is. Yeah, I made like multiple. I made reels of him as an alien on top of the pyramid in Egypt. Countless other reels.
If it did not go out,
All right. Do you think that Bitcoin, Obama, I mean, what's stopping him from saying, I will not continue if you don't pay me money?
I mean, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, you're a core component of this project, and as we gain popularity and sponsorships, and of course, you're going to get a fair share of the pie, and we'll do our best to make sure that everyone involved is happy and it's a sustainable project for everyone.
Do you think that's going to work for Bitcoin Obama?
I mean, I don't think he'll want to destroy his golden egg that this is eating. And I think that if it's getting enough traction and people see this social experiment and it catches on, this headline popping up, this guy, this new thing on the internet that is like 10 times as a better idea than an ambush podcasting is making waves, and I think he'll be on board. I mean, he's a volatile character, but I think based on his initial reaction, there is potential. That's sometimes all you have in this world is an intrigue. You gotta shoot your shot.
Okay. How are you going to fund this game show or whatever?
It's in his hand. It's missing that detail being inside his mouth. The fact that it's
I mean, it doesn't really need funding per se. I mean, I guess
It needs its own funding.
it's been a while since I've
And Rashi, if you look at
into
Rashi
tokens. There's some website.
because he asked this question.
I guess it depends how you mint it, but potentially token sales go directly into funding.
Yeah. Okay.
Or transaction fees, as I mentioned before, in weeks you work it in for funding videos on whatever they need funding for.
Now that makes sense to me
Sponsorships.
because you're gonna have people who have really good ideas, but you're gonna need funding to be able to do those ideas.
So again, the opposite of what we saw before.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that sometimes, there are many examples of ideas and internet trends that have come up that are very low cost. One of them is the Sway Lee song. I don't know the name of the song. First, I probably did it by singing in my head, but I don't want to sing in my head for a whole minute. It's called Black Beatles. There, I saved you some time.
That's not Sway Lee. That's not Sway Lee. That's Ray Strummer. That's Ray Strummer. And it's Ray Strummer. Sway Lee's only one person of it. Ray Strummer is a band, or it's a duo.
Yeah, Sway Lee is part of that duo.
Okay, but he didn't do it on his own. You need to give credit to the other person as well.
Here clearly says that no, even the size of an egg. My lover and mayor. Let's assume this.
Okay, well, if you want to be
considered
precise about how I define the Black Beatles, you're more than welcome to. And thank you for pointing out that so that the audience in the future, 5 million years from now, will know the true origin of the great Schumann song Black Beatles. I appreciate you highlighting that.
It's Sway Lee and Slim Jimmy.
Yes. I wasn't incorrect that, I was not technically incorrect in saying that it is Sway Lee's song because he definitely has ownership rights of that song. I was not necessarily speaking to the whole
Okay, I can live with that.
Hold on.
Yeah, so anyways, there's a very viral trend of just recording people standing, like freeze recording, like you stay still like a statue, and then people are doing all these kind of like crazy, like Matrix-y, outrageous, like action film type of poses, and it's an interesting little videos of people walking around, people freeze framing. That costs virtually $0 outside of the cost of the cell phone. Is many people will own cell phones. And perhaps maybe some person purchases a cell phone so that they can go out and do the Ray Shremmer Black Beatles viral TikTok challenge or whatever, but I'm not sure the percentage of the population that is. Another example is the milk crate challenge. I mean, I don't know the retail value of milk crates, honestly, pretty cool example.
It's super dangerous.
Go to the milk crate store and purchase a bunch of milk crates, then it could actually be costing a lot of money.
Dude, the milk crate challenge.
I agree. It's very dangerous. But it is a viral, somewhat low cost trend. Another one is like the bottle flipping. Another one is the ice bucket challenge. Just jumping a bucket of cold ice on your head. That could be something that people vote on to see or God knows what they drink.
Okay, so
you start. My overall point is that you start with very low cost video ideas. Like Mr. Beast, he didn't start out with $1 million budgets each video. He gradually worked his way up and progressed a very common epic ladder in life. So, does that answer your question?
Sit on your leg, sit down.
I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea, so I think that it has potential. It is something, though, that you need people who are, if you're going to do it, they already have to be established streamers, right?
Do we always go from
I wouldn't say streaming is a requisite as a bird, but just content creator in general.
What are you going to say about this?
Because the challenges, like I said, are not necessarily synchronistic challenges, but they can be synchronized and you can live stream it potentially. You can do this math test or whatever, like who gets the multiple choice test questions correct the most or whatever. Who can do the best or going out of the giant cardboard box or something.
What happens if while the person is doing the challenge, your coin that is supporting them runs?
We just skip first level Tumah and we go straight to second level Tumah. What does that have to do with this?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question here.
Oh, sure. So you said that you're basically going to crowdsource the expenses for this project through a coin, right?
Through transaction fees.
Okay.
And also potentially merchandise sales.
Okay, fine. What do you do if you say to the winner, like, hey, if you win 100,000 of our coin, and then as you guys are doing the challenges, the coin ends up rugging, and the $100,000 ends up being like worth like $1, and then
that's actually a great idea that I hadn't even considered. Not rugging the coin, but literally offering, albeit inflationary rewards, which are generally frowned upon, but it can be justified if there's enough growth potential behind the token to warrant the inflationary rewards. If you believe that you're getting more value than you're giving out, then it can be a net positive. Obviously, you have to be careful and not just give someone half of the supply for winning the Oklahoma on a piece of paper contest. It could be used as an incentive to tokens as well. But I was initially just thinking strictly for voting and speculation. But prizes is a good thing. But again, that could be funded by transaction fees as well.
right, I don't. But if your coin,
and other sponsors,
if you're
doesn't necessarily have to take away from supply.
if your coin, though, as the competitions are going, gets rugged, then that might cause the people to just be like, oh, I'm doing all of this for nothing, and then they just quit. So basically,
There's a matter of risk with literally everything in existence practically. If it goes to zero, then we're all gonna be screwed.
no. You could say that you make it.
The United States would crumble tomorrow if the GDP just dropped to zero, right? It's like the thing that's kicking it down the road is like the fact that there's a whole bunch of value behind the country and a whole bunch of manufactured and businesses that are all operating inside of that country to produce value, and there's the value of like what you're building, basically.
Okay, sure. If you think the entire Federal Reserve System will crumble while this coin is being conducted, then yes, I'm in agreement with you. But what I'm saying is that there's far less of a chance that that happens versus somebody just doesn't like your project and rugs your coin.
I mean, why do you think like someone can just rub the coin?
They could manipulate the market to be able to screw over your project, to be able to get like to be able to get fame. Like, hey, did you know that competition's going on? Yeah, I'm gonna rug it. I'm gonna rug their project so that the people who think they're gonna win actually get nothing, and it's gonna be hilarious.
Now, it's okay, we're at the second cat. How do you know it goes out of all three?
Yeah, I mean, that is a very valid concern.
So
which
what?
is why with the greatest crypto, it's doing it with a fair launch so that there's not a like centralized group of people that are disproportionate amount of supply. I feel like that's kind of the way to mitigate it, basically, is you have like even distribution or potentially, yeah, you don't release all the supply at once. It can only be like burned and I don't know, whatever safeguards in place to not have it be manipulated and controlled by a small group of people that have way too much control over the project.
Well, I was just thinking that you could fundraise with your coin, having all of the proceeds of the tax or transaction fees go into a pot that becomes the collection for the winner, so that no matter, even if the coin rugs, the winner still gets what they were competing for. So, like, say you are able to collect $100,000 for this pot. At the end of the competition, the winner, still gets that $100,000. They don't get perhaps some rugged coin.
Yeah, tokens that are valueless.
Exactly. Which is funny. I know we've talked about this before, but there's that meme of that. I mean, and like they're just like those video game competitions that happened in like 2012. That would be like the winner gets $100, second place $50, third place through 10th place gets 25 Bitcoin each.
Wow, that would be nice.
Well, that's a real thing. That was like for quite a few different competitions. They were just giving away Bitcoin to like places 3rd through 10. And so in the same way, watch your coin has the opposite effect. Like, I'm over here saying, oh, you don't want to give the winners the coin because if you do, there's the potential it could get rugged. But if it becomes very popular, that could be like 25 Bitcoin in the future.
Right, they would be potentially just playing themselves.
Exactly. Which is really an interesting point. Okay, well,
I mean, you don't want to have inflationary rewards, but it seems like the whole idea basically is like banking on, okay, will the internet actually give a shit about these people's competitions that they get, or not, I shouldn't narrow it down to competitions, but just ideas of content that they can create and voted upon by the community, which could be competition, creating a video about a certain thing, or just making a life decision of of some kind, practically anything that you want to see
That there has to be
person
action
do.
from the path there. Just an
Yeah.
argument. Does that have to be
Yeah.
slept or not?
Dude,
Maybe.
Bottom line is,
oh, dude, now that you say that, I had this idea with this guy. I gave him this idea, and it was something that you would really like. Okay, let me think about it. I spoke with this guy like 4 months ago, and this was such a good idea. Okay, imagine. Okay, let me think about how this went down. Imagine you.
In other words, if you're just the guy who's a fire starter,
You have a project, and you want people to promote the project for you for
who's considered to be part of the burning
a low price, and you want quality content. Basically, what this was a marketplace that you could put out jobs like Craigslist or ZipRecruiter or Indeed or something, that you say, hey, we've got this project. It's called The Greatest Cryptocurrency in the World. And what we're looking for is people to make a 1-minute video. And if you make the video for us, you will be in the running to potentially win whatever the prize is. Let's just say $100. And then what you do is you allow people to make submissions publicly for your project, and then you can choose the winner as a company. And what this does is it was like win-win. It was win for the creator because there's a chance that they could make money. It's a win for the company because they get a ton of social media posts and they get to choose the best one. And it would be a win for the marketplace because they get a small benefit, like a small fee from the competition being hosted. So basically for $100, you might get 1,000 people who make submissions, 1-minute videos, and all you have to do is choose the one that you like, and you give the winner $100, but you're going to have maybe 1,000 people who have posted about your project on their social media. It's like this extremely.
Does it exist, or did you come up with it? That's it.
Isn't it amazing an idea? Yeah, it is an
That's
amazing.
fucking amazing. Did you came up with it?
Yeah, so this guy, he was in a yeah, it even gets better than that. But yeah, it is really good. Okay, so there's this guy who was in a Twitter space, and he had an idea for a marketplace that was like, maybe it wasn't even a marketplace. I don't know. He just came into my Discord, and I was like, all right, well, that's a great idea. Here's a better idea, though, that you should do instead of that idea. And he's like, that is an amazing idea. He was in the same way. He's like, I have to tell my partners about this. And
Was he from Nigeria?
No. It was an American or Canadian project or something. It was North American.
When was this?
Like 4 months ago.
Did he follow through with it?
No, I haven't heard from him. Not only haven't I heard from him since, but he hasn't been on Twitter Spaces at all. So I don't know what. So this was his idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and oh man, like, so this is a really, really good idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and basically the coin was gonna be something like, he was gonna have a website where, basically people could upvote or like vote on different submissions of people, something like that. I don't even think he had that. I think that's something that we came up with, and I was like, okay, well, like that's a good idea or whatever. I was just like multitasking, and I'm like, but you know what? A really good idea is if you took your website, which you already have, and you have the LLC and everything, and you just have like you could go to brands, you could go to like Procter and Gamble or Honda, and you could say, look, oh yeah. This is why this is a really good idea. Like basically, you guys already have like media teams or like social media teams, and you won't need them anymore. You this would all of your social media could essentially be grassroots. You just put out a request that hey, we want a even like an hour long. You get what I'm saying? It is. It's a really good idea. And then on top of that, one of the things you have to do to win is post it to your social media. So then it's a free advertisement for your company on all of these grassroots um, influencers. And I thought to myself, that's how advertising is going to be in the future. It won't be like, hey, we're going to come up with like our video editor at Honda came up with this really good idea. No, it would be like we took the top 1,000 entries and picked the one that we liked the best. We paid them. We paid the top winner, and then all of the other people posted to their social media. So we already got all of the influence or all of the impressions that we wanted out of those. We paid the winner, and we only had to pay them like $100 or $1,000 instead of paying a full time design crew. You know, $2.5 a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a win for the
Dude,
company.
it was a win.
Advertising, except if everyone's if it's just dog shit.
No. That's the thing. If they do, if they do, then you raise the price, and you'll get quality people. That was the thing. We were trying to give jobs to small time artists who were very creative, and this would give them an outlet. Basically, like you could say, like let's say, your local, you like that juice place, right? They make smoothies for you.
It closed down, but yeah.
Okay, well, it wouldn't have with this idea. So a place like that doesn't have that much money to be able to put out like huge Instagram campaigns and things like that. What they do is they just say, for $100, just make a nice little video for us, and they'll get 20, 30 submissions on it because it's like a contest, and that gets people motivated because it's a competition, and they choose the best one, and they're going to post it on their social media. But that also means that 20 or 30 people who have made submissions do the same. And the other cool thing about it was none of the videos have to be hosted on the website. It's just the links. So the overhead is very small in comparison to all of this data that you would need to host video and pictures and things. It's just on Meta's servers and on Amazon servers and on Google servers. All you get is a link, and then you can also have people vote on it as well. You could say this is the fan favorite, but if the fan favorite isn't what the person wants, then they don't have to choose that one. I remember saying it.
Or they could split, or they could like you don't have to do like first prize gets the whole thing. It could be like the top five, like the one that we pick, and the five or the four other like fan favorites get prizes of various degrees.
That's exactly right. And I when I told this to this guy, he was like, that is the best idea. That like it basically took his idea. He already had a website and like a small team, and he had like some programmers.
What was his initial concept?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, it had no. It was a coin. It was a coin, and it wasn't a marketplace to my knowledge. Like I brought that into it, but basically he wanted to have a thing where, like basically people could vote on content, something like this. People could vote on content, and then a winner could be given his cryptocurrency. And I was like, okay, well, that's cool and everything, but why not just pay them in cash? And instead of going to small time creators, why don't you do this for big businesses that have deep pockets and major advertising budgets? And it's going to save them money. I mean, can you imagine how good an advertising campaign would be if you are on 100 different influencers, like artist influencers pages that it's just there organically because they made a submission to you 2 months ago and it's still on your page, even though you didn't get picked. You're still proud of the work that you did, so you're going to keep it up on your page.
Say, I mean, if it was, it could be very, like, obviously the applications are, like, endless, practically, but let's say it's, like, a company that sold art supplies, and they're like, okay, so they get a video of using our art supplies, and they just get, like, 1,000 submissions, and they're like, oh, these ones are awesome. We're going to share those officially.
Exactly.
For the free advertisements, $995.
Exactly. Exactly. And then
when any one of those people posts a video being like, oh, I'm submitting this for this advertising contest, and even more, like potentially just infinite branches of people will see that and also attempt to create their own submission.
Well, that's exactly right.
It's basically a lottery at this point.
It's a contest website, and that's what we talked about. It's basically a place where people, individuals, or corporations could go to get organic art and basically use crowdsourcing their marketing. But the thing is how much cheaper that route is and how much better the quality will be versus if they just keep it in-house. I know that people might say, oh, well, like a marketing firm is going to do a really good job for someone. Yeah, they are. And they're going to charge millions of dollars to do that. Or you get some really creative individual who puts a little bit of time into their project and their thing's actually funnier than what the marketing team came up with. And the thing is, the fact that you're...
you get William Montgomery shilling your project for pennies on the dollar.
Exactly. The fact that you're crowdsourcing this means that you're going to have so many different choices that, like, one of them is going to be better than what you would have gotten if you go with your advertising company. And that means that you are going to be able to reward a small-time creator and then additionally use their content in your advertising campaign. And then on top of that, you get all the other people who made submissions and keep their submission on their social media, perhaps for years. There are going to be some people who are just like, I'm really proud of that video that I made. Yeah, it didn't win, but I wanted other people to see how creative I am, and they're just going to keep it on there. Basically, what I'm saying is you can turn influencers or even just small-time creators, their timelines into your advertising organically. Instead of paying for clicks, you just basically use this guerrilla like advertising model where you run a contest and give people the opportunity to win, and that rewards small-time creators. And then also it means you don't have to spend so much in advertising. It's like, when I thought of it, I was like, that's a fucking brilliant idea. And it wasn't this guy's idea, but I was like, you can take that and take it. I'm not doing anything with it. And he's like,
and you haven't heard shit like that.
No, but I mean, I didn't ask him to come back or anything like that. What I did say is, you.
Down 51%.
No, I didn't say that either. Though any idea that I should have probably done that with, it was that one. No, I told him, you should, like, this is a really good idea. Like, his idea was like, hey, we're gonna launch a coin and we're gonna pay people with the coin.
Even ironically, to even like market this platform, to itself is some hilarious Inception shit, but
I get you. I know what you're gonna say.
It's like the question of how do we launch the thing? It's like, okay, we go to the platform, $10,000 to the best video that's promoting our platform.
That's exactly right.
Boom, you're now on like every fucking social media, and then you take the money from that, and then you just keep recycling it into ads, and in like 2 days, you're literally the most paid. Like, you know, I mean, clearly the guy didn't take this idea because this is like a Spotify level like idea.
I know it is.
And
you can take it.
If it was popular, then I'll work on it, and I'll give you your 51.
That's what I want. That's what I want. 100%.
We're 50, even though we're always
51-49, baby. 51.
Bullying and veteran friendship. What's the line? This is Aquarius.
Oh, it's undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yes. That'll be the motto for this goddamn thing.
Well, it's a.
Because I've heard a lot of shitty ideas from you, and I've heard a lot of great ideas from you. This is possibly the greatest one. I honestly, like, as you were saying it, I felt like I was exiting the Matrix, and like my whole life was just in like Truman Show or something, because they're just like, how does this not even exist right now?
I know.
It seems like it makes so much sense. And also, one little point about it is like, as a service, like you could, if I'm assuming like Honda may not want to waste time reviewing 10,000 submissions, so potentially you could charge them money and just weasel it down to the top 50 for them to pick or something.
Well, the idea with that is that's where you would have people vote on them, so that they just have to vote on the top, or they just have to look at the top 10 or whatever and choose whatever one they want.
Oh, yeah. Very good one.
And then on top of that, that gets people to say, hey, vote for me. And they're going to tweet about it and be like, you know, like getting their friends to come to your website. And it's just think about how cheap it is to advertise this way. Okay, imagine you had a coin and you just say, man, we need people to find out about our coin, but nobody knows about it. Hey, guess what? We're just going to offer $1,000 of our coin or $100 of our coin, which is basically nothing to us. And we're going to get a bunch of really good videos from independent creators. And the thing that I really liked about this idea is it helps artists, because there are a lot of artists out there who are really talented, but don't have a way of making money. So literally you could be an artist on there, and all you do all day is just make little YouTube shorts that are attractive and cool. And you could literally make a lot of money doing that, because you're going to get some companies that really want a lot of submissions, and they're going to offer $25,000. And you know why they're going to do that? Because it is such a cheaper way to advertise than it is to do an Instagram campaign or a Google AdWords campaign. A Google AdWords campaign, if you don't have that's assuming that the end user doesn't have a pop-up blocker. Let's say you're able to get just an Instagram campaign and they get eyes on it. They just scroll right past it. They don't look at it. But if somebody's posting something organically, voluntarily, of their own volition, not only are people going to be interested in it, but it's going to stay on their page for long periods of time.
You hit the nail on the head. People are definitely going to pay way more attention if it's coming from a creator that they actually follow and somewhat care about.
That's exactly
some forced advertisement.
That's exactly right.
You did raise a point. Kind of seems like almost potentially a double-edged sword, where it's like, Or do people want to invest the time in creating a very good video, which potentially would take a lot of time and potentially money to create such a video, for just the lottery chance at winning? If there's 2,000 entries, it's like, am I going to invest 5 hours of my life for this lottery chance of winning?
Well, so here's the beauty of it. Here's the beauty of it. No, we talked about this. You're going to have a company. I'm just using Honda, but you could have McDonald's or whatever, and they're going to get, I don't know, 2,000 people who send entries. But then your little Shake Shack or wherever you get your smoothie, they might only get 15 entries. So basically, if you want to make a lot of money, go for one of the big ones. But if you're just looking to pick up a small job and you know that you're a good creator, go pick up one of the small jobs. And then you could get you would have like a thing like you came in third in Honda's fan poll while you didn't win. You got you get some kind of reputation points for that, so that people know that you're a good creator. And then the next time that you apply or the next time you send in a submission, it's going to get a lot of eyes on it.
Yeah. Because there'd be like some algorithm in the feed, I guess, that will show you other people's submissions to various biddings, I guess you could call them.
Well, you would just see.
It's almost like who do you think it's most comparable to?
Reddit.
It's
like Reddit in a lot of ways, because like Reddit. Yeah, Reddit doesn't host a lot of the content that's on it. It just has links that are embedded that you can see what's on the other side, and you can click through and go to Instagram or go to Facebook or go to TikTok or whatever. But Reddit doesn't have to host all of that stuff. And then additionally, there are options in Reddit where you can just scroll, and there are going to be people who just scroll and just look at different entries and get different ideas for potentially other brands. And the beautiful thing about the brand issue,
I was going to say, it's kind of like a code arena where people who post their smart contract with a bounty that's like whatever, $25,000 if you find a bug in this code. And since it's open source, or the platform is open for anyone in the world to audit, you get all of these eyes on it, and then the result is that you get, because you've opened up the aperture to a bunch of different participants, then you get an actually secure, based open source power product where it's highly secure because so many people have gone over it and checked it,
Okay.
So it's like this, it's like you use the power of numbers, like in the old saying, 2 brains are smarter than 1, or whatever, and then you're getting a higher quality product, more robust product in the end.
Excellent. Okay.
Monetization benefits.
And okay, so yeah, it's similar to that. And a beautiful aspect of this is my whole conversation with this guy was recorded. So, I mean, let's say it just blew up and became the biggest thing ever. I could literally say, hey, I gave you that idea. Here's our conversation. And if you don't share the proceeds with me, then the whole world is just going to see that. Yeah, exactly. You're going to look like shit. You screwed me over. I have the protection of my streams. Basically, it would be like saying, you came up with the idea of eBay.
Insurance.
Exactly. So it's win-win for me. That I could, and I'm not saying I would hold this guy hostage or extort him. I would just say, look, people are going to see our conversation, and they're going to see that you had an idea that was okay, but it was just like everybody else's idea, and I gave you this idea, and yeah, you ran with it and blew it up, but people are going to see I'm the originator of that idea. And so it's in your best interest.
Didn't you say, though, go take it? Didn't you say take the idea to yours on the street?
I did. But I'm fine with saying that because when he goes to his origin story, it's going to be, I'm going to be the person who came up with that idea. And people would demand, hey, you got to share with this guy. Like the lady who made the Nike symbol.
Yeah, just out of good human will. Yeah.
Exactly. The lady who made the Nike symbol, I think originally did it for like $26. But then because it became so popular, Phil Knight was forced to give her, like, at the time, like $100,000 in stock, which made her a multimillionaire by now, like, easily. So she got taken care of. And basically, I would expect the same thing for me. Like, look, I came up with this idea. I said you can run with it, but I didn't say I fully signed this over to you by any means or anything like that. I mean, I don't own the idea. It's a good idea. But if anything, I can say it would be like saying eBay started or whatever, and it would be like PayPal. PayPal started with, let's say, Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Well, imagine if there was a conversation of those guys at a table with some unknown third party, and the unknown third party was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you could do your banking online with, like, something? I don't know, let's just call it PayPal. And they would be like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And then if you could go back to that conversation and had it on video, it would be like, dude, you guys owe this guy. And he might even have an argument to be made that he should be considered, at least to some extent, a co-founder of the organization.
I mean, I'm not sure if the law necessarily would back you up on that.
No. Wait.
From a
As a-
social peer pressure
Exactly.
standpoint, people-
Exactly. So you could easily say to them, okay, I'm not going to sue you over it. It's your company. But just know that you're going to look like a bunch of assholes, and I have it on video on 20 different streams that I gave you this idea. So give me a cut of it, or you're going to look bad. I'm not saying that I'm going to publicize it. It's already publicized. But if you don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, you will cut me into this.
Interesting.
Well, it only.
You told, I mean, yeah, it's just the right thing to do.
Well,
people,
and I'm not extorting them. And I'm.
view it, they could have their own thing or
Well,
whatever. I would not screw you over.
Well, exactly. Well, no. I understand that, but even these guys, it's in their best interest to take care of me, because if they didn't, my video is out there. Their founding stories out there. When they're writing their books in the future about how did you come up with this idea, they can't lie about it. It's literally on video. I have the video as my evidence.
Or they'll have the Satoshi's vision battle where it's like, okay, you don't want to comply with my chain, then I'm going to just launch my own chain, and we can duke it out and see what the people decide. Who's the real OG Bitcoin? And then it's going to be like, do we even want to risk that? Is that battle worth fighting? Where the guy who came up with the idea is just going to squash us, probably, once people realize what the truth is.
Just one moment. The lady who made Nike, how much is she worth today? The Nike swoosh. How much did she do it for? So, this lady, Nike paid $35 to for this, and so they did this in 1971. But in 1983, Nike gave her a gold swoosh ring with a diamond and 500 shares of Nike stock. So that's estimated to be like worth $3 million now. So they made her a millionaire. Basically, they took care of her. Did they have to? No. But they knew it would be a public there would be public outcry if they didn't take care of her. Now, that's a lot different. They had already started the company, and this lady just did a good logo. With mine, they had some other company that was different than this. And my idea was like, hey, you guys should just make a marketplace that does this, and it was like all these ideas were coming to me at once, and all of that's on video. So there's an argument to be made that if you guys don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, then you better do what Nike did and cut this person into it. And if you're really smart, you'll give him 51% because it was his idea, and just recognize that he'll take care of you because his video is worth more than your marketplace.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Absolutely.
And that's why I love live streaming my life.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I love live streaming my life, because it's the biggest insurance policy that I have. That if you accuse me of anything, go to the video. If you, if I have a good idea, like it's all tracked. Like the truth is on my side, and then I can use that against people, not in a malicious way, just in a no. This is how it really happened, and I'm going to give you the evidence for it. It's an incredibly powerful. It's an incredibly powerful medium that I have dedicated to my life. Like basically, under other circumstances, that guy could take that idea and run and be like, I don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is. I've never heard of him. And that's fine. But under these conditions, he knows he's live on 20 different streams, and this was not his idea. This was my idea. And I gave it to him. And if he doesn't want to have huge public backlash of this, he will give me my $3 million in Nike stock like they did for this lady who made the swoosh. Now, I recognize that Nike's worth billions of dollars, and this $3 million isn't that much. But also, this would be like me saying, these guys who were like making, I don't know, which is kind of like the origin story of Nike, making like, the original Nikes were made with like waffle iron. They were thinking, hey, we're a waffle iron company, and I come in and say, hey, you guys could use those waffle irons to make the soles of shoes, and I bet you could sell those shoes to athletes and all over the world and make like one of the top running shoes in the world and go through all of it, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, okay, that's what this lady would have been doing. Like basically, she would have been at the founding of the company. But she was not. It was already established. So, I don't know. I don't really care. Frankly, if we get to that point where that company gets big, I am far bigger than that company is. I've had a lot of conversations with people who I've helped their businesses in those kind of ways. But over all of it, my data, my video is going to be worth more than all of it. It's like I'm in my own way.
Yeah, especially when people start being like, who's this guy on the Forbes list? Like, ties to every fucking major startup.
That's exactly right. Especially the crypto world. I mean, I was in SPX 69,000 when it was like a nothing coin. There's Harry Potter Obama Sonic Caninu, there's the Doodlegenics, there's the Doginal dogs. Like I'm the epicenter of all the cryptos in the world, and
I thought you were only like the main mascot is Harry Potter.
I am.
Do you endorse other?
No. I've just been live streaming my life in their Discords.
Okay.
So they all know who I am. So I'm like the epicenter. I'm the central spoke of like the wheel that is cryptocurrency. So you're absolutely right. Like there's a thing, it's called a coaching tree. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's the idea that like all the coaches like eventually work for another coach and they get connected. So like I don't know, in hockey it would be like the manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Maybe he was the assistant manager of the Edmonton Oilers. And then before that, he was just like a I don't know how the hockey works that well, but basically like everybody worked under somebody, and there it becomes a coaching tree, and then you have one coach who like spawns all of these different coaches, and I would just be like that central coach who spawns a bunch of different businesses.
Like kind of like the paradox of like who teaches the teacher that teaches the teacher how to teach teachers type of deal.
Well, at the heart of any teacher, you have to be a learner. So we're all learners, and the best teachers are the people who have learned the best and can communicate that to other learners. Who then?
The idea is that you can just like keep like kind of going down this like family tree to trace the origin of who's coaching who and how to coach, or who's teaching who how to teach.
Yeah, I mean, and then it goes back to like the original founders of the sport. Like basically, that's how it works.
Right, or the founders of teaching.
Well, that would be for teachers, but just in the coaching terms. So, but yeah.
I think if you're going to describe this business concisely, would you say
it is a
would you say crowdfunding advertisement?
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say it is a grassroots crowdsourced advertising marketplace.
Yeah. Cool. So, do you mind if I
take it?
Try and make us all
take it, and I'll say to that I'll say to that other company that may they be successful as well, and let's say Riser's company becomes extremely successful. Riser's going to give them a cut of whatever he feels is the $3 million in Nike stock, because frankly they came in here and sparked that conversation with me. I wouldn't have had that conversation prior to them. Like basically, you're gonna take care of them. You might not give them 50% of your stock like you're giving me 51%, but you will share with them. And in the same way, they don't owe you anything. So I don't know if they necessarily have to make sure you're taken care of, but they would certainly have to take care of me. But in your own way, let's say your business blows up, then people are going to go to this conversation and be like, wait, where did you get the idea, Riser? And you're like, well, I was talking to Rabbi. And then they'd be like, okay, well, where did Rabbi get the idea? And he's like, well, he thought it up, but he was having a conversation with someone similar who had a different idea. And so in order for you to avoid any kind of public blowback,
tracing it back further and then go to like that guy's life, examine the decision, his life, who influenced him to have the idea of his idea originally.
well,
Just keep paying it forward indefinitely, practically down this idea chain.
and that's what I want to do. I mean, when I tell people I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent, I want you to be able to have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. That's what I'm talking about. I want to help every single person who's helped me along the way and give back to them, and I want them to do the same to the people who did that to them. That's exactly right.
Hallelujah.
Word, dog. But yeah, okay, so if you want to know how to do this, it is very Inception-esque, where you could crowdsource somebody to come up with a really good advertisement for you. And this is the beauty of it. You're going to get people who use AI. You're going to get people who make little skits. You're going to get people who make cartoons. And you know what I mean? You're going to have a ton of different things. And on top of that...
I was just going to say, like, with AI nowadays, especially, it's like the perfect tool for this to enable like practically anyone to come up with. I mean, it might also kind of in a way take away from it. I mean, not really.
It's going to enhance it, because you'll still.
It could just be like AI schlop versus AI schlop.
No, not necessarily, because then you wouldn't choose that. You're going to choose what you think your audience wants and what best expresses your brand. So if somebody comes in and makes some AI slop, you're not going to choose that. You'll choose something organic. That's the beauty of this idea, is that the person who chooses is what fits the company the best.
Okay, well, let's go down a hypothetical here. Does this company curate what they deem as potentially harmful to its consumers?
Yeah, we talked about this.
Supplement company is saying, yeah, okay, this supplement is super great, but it's in reality it's not what it claims to be.
Wait.
It's still a real company and it's paying the platform money. So are we accepting that, or do we have our own filtration process to shield us from potentially even, like you mentioned, crypto? Well, as you know, crypto is full of rug pulls. So are we now getting innocent people to shield these coins that are going to potentially gain a lot of traction, so that some people can rub them? That seems like a SEC nightmare to go down.
Yeah, but
regulation.
Not for you. All you are is an advertising marketplace. You're not even hosting the data. You're literally just connecting all the links together. And just like eBay, you can't sell.
The guy from Silk Road was just connecting a few wires for
That's true.
drug dealers to sell massive quantities of heroin over the internet.
That's true. Or the Pirate Bay.
It's fine, but I mean, there's still consequences and legal action
Wait.
that unfold from those events that are taking place.
That's absolutely true. Same with the Pirate Bay. So that's why, just like eBay says you can't sell, I don't know, firearms or explosives, or they have a lot of things there you go. They have a lot of things that say you can't sell. So the same way you would say you can't sell, this can't be for anything illegal. It can't be for anything that is whatever you want to deem to be immoral or aiding a dangerous cause, or you can make it whatever you want, and then you have moderation, but the moderation wouldn't have to be that big. Literally, it's just going to be like a mom and pop restaurant who doesn't have the money to be able to do a huge campaign that says, look, we'll give the winner $50 gift cards to our restaurant.
Eastside Mario's for life.
There you go. I mean, literally,
In and out for life.
And there was another aspect to this. You could pay in anything that you wanted. So we talked about cash, but then I said as well, why wouldn't you take Bitcoin, or why wouldn't you take any type of cryptocurrency? And with my discussion with the guy, he's like, yeah, we were going to only make it so that you could only take our coin, but that makes sense. Like, nobody wants our coin. It's not worth anything. Why wouldn't you say, hey, it's basically a contest site, and but it's more than that, because it's like crowd funded, and the idea is that, like, imagine, let's just scale it out. If you are, let's say, Nike, and you go to some advertising, firstly, your in-house marketing team is huge, and it's very expensive, and you then have to outsource commercials and things to marketing agencies. That's tens of millions of dollars. And let's say the advertisement that you get out of that costs, or on a scale of 0 to 100, let's say it's really good, it's a 92. Like, that's a good ad. 92 out of 100, that's great. If you offer not tens of million dollars, but if you offer $10,000, not even a lot of money, you're going to get somebody out there, because the crowdsource audience is so large, who comes up with something that's just outside of the box. It's going to knock your socks off, and it's going to be a 97 out of 100. So it's going to allow.
Here's another point. Sorry, let me just ruin your train of thought.
You're okay.
Super Bowl ads. The budget's like $30 billion for like 1 second.
Yeah.
So you crowdsource it, you get a lot of submissions, but as you said, like that filter of the fans being able to vote is already telling you from a substantial sample size what the best ad is, how people are reacting to it. So you're already seeding, eliminating the whole expense of like testing it out in real time to people. Like you already have feedback.
That's it. You have focus groups.
You've shown it to 100,000 people already.
Exactly.
That's the greatest one of the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Exactly. There you go. There you go. You have built-in focus groups. You have built-in focus groups with this website. And on top of that, you're going to get people who really get into advertising and marketing, and they are going to be on this website all day just looking at new commercials that they like.
And why is that a benefit? Sorry.
Oh, because it's more impressions on your brand, for your brand. So basically, like, you're trying to get the word out about what you're doing on social media. But the fact is, you're just going to get people who like your website enough that they're just going to be taking in absorbing all kinds of commercials all day. And if they like something, they're going to take that link and they're going to put it on their social media. They're going to share it.
Yeah, the viral potential. It also, like the network effects of this is also just like unbelievable. Like it's probably 10 times greater than trying to ambush podcast people, you know?
Absolutely. Well, wait.
Like ambush
Hold on.
Multiplied on like a crazy level because the amount of social media outreach is just insane.
Hold on. Ambush podcasting.
It's the greatest idea possibly ever.
Ambush podcasting is still an excellent genre, and I still am the founder of that. But
I wasn't dropping that down at all. I'm saying that this is like down.
I agree. So I remember talking to this guy, and I said, this isn't $1 million idea. This isn't $1 billion idea. But this is literally $1 trillion idea. It essentially will kill all. It won't necessarily kill, but it will significantly reduce the marketing departments of the Fortune 500, but it gives them more opportunity to be able to spend more, and their advertising will be more on point. And so that's what they want. They're going to save, like, it's going to be really easy to go to McDonald's and say, look, you spend, I don't know, $500 million a year on marketing, and your marketing team costs you $50 million a year. We're going to say that you only need a marketing team of $5 million a year, and you're going to be able to reduce your marketing budget. If you want, you could even just use the money that you save to add to your marketing budget. But what you do is you're going to have more focused advertising, which is what you want. And they're going to say that's exactly what we want. We want better advertising. And really, at a certain point, like if you know how these marketing agencies work, and I've worked alongside them, it's basically creative people, they're called creatives, in a room, and they come up with really good ideas. But frankly, that's only like 5 or 10 people. Why not use 500 to 1,000 people to do the same work? It's $1 trillion idea.
What he says is that, you're telling me that you bring a carbon outside of the basic question.
I agree. It's funny that you live up to your slogan. Rabbi, ROTHSCHILD will make you a trillionaire.
100%. Huh?
Most people, you can't really say that about, but you, the proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely, baby. Now, what would I say to this guy who came in here and he'd be like, hey, you took my idea and gave it to Riser? He's not going to be able to say that. He knows this was my idea. I said he could run with it, but that doesn't mean that I can't help other people with it. And ideally, there's enough here that you both could start companies that could do this effectively. Who's to say that you can't have a Buy Me a Coffee and a GoFundMe or an Uber and a Lyft? There's nothing that says that there can't be competition in this realm.
Yeah, the moment it gains any traction at all, there's going to be big players with eyes on it that are like, what the fuck is this? But it's going to be a question of, is your growth and community able to compete with the Goliaths of the world?
Well, here's the thing.
Because it's self-marketing, it's pretty genius. Because it's like, you already have the tools and like the network effect of the marketing.
And it's just
Which is like the foundation of like anything. It needs to be successful whatsoever.
And it's just a website. It's not like you need a bunch of server space or anything like that. I have another really excellent.
No data farms required.
Nothing like that. Yeah. The one thing that you might have to do, like I'm sure that there are things, but you'd have to protect yourself against botting because people will bot this like crazy, especially when money's
You will
involved.
bot it yourself.
Absolutely. But
The only person allowed to bot.
exactly. But here's the thing with it. Even if somebody bots something, at the end of the day, it's the company that's going to choose what they like. And I remember talking about this with that other guy, is there will be something in the terms and conditions that says the company can do with your creation anything that they want. They just have to, like that's part of it. You're submitting this, and if a company likes it, they can take that idea and use it for something else. Like basically, that's art. It's like if you come up with a really good idea, but you don't win, and that company uses it on something else, they're allowed to do that. It's you don't own anything in this world. So the idea would be that, but if you did win and the company wanted to, let's say they liked your 30-second commercial, but they had to get it down to a 15-second commercial, they can edit it down any way they want. So long as they pay you, then they can do with it what they wish.
And obviously the platform takes the money first as a deposit before the post gets up.
Yeah. So wait, this was the brilliant part of this. So Matt, you know how I said that you could take this guy wanted it. You had to take his cryptocurrency, and I was like, I wouldn't do that because, like, basically now you're competing with Bitcoin and all that other shit. Why not just accept Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency out there? Here's the beautiful thing. You know how I gave that story about first place for that video game competition got $100, second place got $50, and third through 10th got 25 Bitcoin? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, in the same way, you could, as the platform, say, we're going to take 10%. That's what I think I said. You as a platform would make a lot of money doing this too, because you take 10% of whatever the contest is. So let's say the contest is going to be $100,000 giveaway. Well, then to post it on your website, it's $110,000, and then you take $10,000. But what you could do is for someone who says, look, we have a cryptocurrency project. We don't know how much this is going to be, if it's going to be successful or whatever. You can say, what's the grand prize? And they can say, the grand prize is going to be $1,000 in our coin. Okay, if you want, as a platform, you can say, all right, we'll take $100, the 10% in your coin, and then you can run the contest any way you want. But what that does for you is it diversifies your revenue streams, and you might have one of these coins become the next Ethereum or the next SPX 69,000 or whatever, and that makes you more money than everything else combined.
I mean, I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think that there should be at least a brightly colored neon banner. And obviously, like here's the thing, like the website itself has to curate and have an algorithm that's feeding people like different advertising opportunities. So it can be filtered by category, which is beautiful.
Doug, of course. Of course. Filters will be so key in this. You can do it. You can buy newest, but the filter aspect is like a given. By newest, by largest to smallest, smallest to largest, newest to most to oldest. Yeah, certainly categories.
Expiring soon.
Exactly, all that shit. I mean, but really good filters and searches, and like whether somebody's looking for a video or just a meme or a picture or whatever. But you've got to imagine, like, from the meme verse, like imagine you're I don't know, Burger King, and you say we just want a really good meme. Do you know how good people would come up with memes for Burger King if they were going to be paid $10,000? Do you know how creative people would get? Even though like it's just a picture, do you recognize that like this would be, and then Burger King is going to have this all over? It is. And then it's going to go viral because
not even like video advertisements, just any picture advertisement.
Exactly. And then people are just going to post this, and then the meme becomes like a type of advertising for the company. Like, okay, so on the radio, okay, there's this thing, it's an unwritten rule, but basically, like, once you become a big enough company, or in the news in the United States as well, the company does not want to have to pay for advertising anymore. Basically, it feels that it's so big that it should just have organic advertising. So they'll come up with, like, I don't know, just something in the news, like Tesla. How many Tesla ads have you ever seen in your entire life on television? 0. But Tesla's a big enough name that they just make things that are newsworthy that become organic advertising for them on both television and radio and such. And what you're doing is the same thing. Basically, you're saying that your meme is so good that people don't even consider it advertising anymore. It's just become part of the nomenclature or part of the collective consciousness of the internet. So that it is subconsciously telling people, go to Burger King or buy Burger King or whatever, but people are using it in text threads as jokes. That's what you want to do. Like, basically, not have to pay for advertising clicks. Have the people do that for you. I know this is fucking amazing. The thing is, it needs a really good name. I like how Riser just went dead at silent. That's baller. That's baller, Riser. Alright, Riser, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to say something. Oh, he gone. There he is. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think it's working now.
Oh, you got? Did you change your microphone?
No, I was talking on this mic for a while.
Oh, okay.
Is it shitty or something?
No, it's not. Okay, so I was saying that.
I heard your organic conversations where people are naturally using it because it's funny or relevant.
Exactly.
So
exactly. Oh,
AI swaps summary.
Exactly. Do you remember, this was like a year or two ago, McDonald's, I don't know, I don't eat there, but I did notice they had some kind of campaign that was like for some kind of, I think it was some kind of anime thing, but they took the golden arches, which are usually like an M, and they flipped them upside down, and they were a W. Do you remember seeing this?
Potentially.
Okay, well,
I mean,
even
there's been a lot of McDonald's, like basically, like, I don't know, like, in just barely twisting the word McDonald's or the logo to make, like, Whopper Burger or whatever, but it's literally upside down. Yeah.
okay, right, but okay, so they had this campaign where they were doing something and they took the M and made it upside down. And then what they did is they partnered with like YouTube or Twitch or Kick or all three or something. And whenever you typed a W in, like when you were like W for win, you know how people do that in the chat? It did the upside down McDonald's, or it could. And so people would do that. And so subconsciously they're getting all these advertisements for McDonald's, but they're not even recognizing it. And McDonald's isn't paying for that. Maybe initially they had some kind of partnership, but basically they were able to become part of the collective consciousness of these chats by just flipping their logo upside down to go from M to W for win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I was just gonna say that, like, one of the greatest advertisements for McDonald's ever that was like natural was possibly the movie Super Size Me, which just, I mean, McDonald's has probably had a lot of internet attention or just media attention, but the movie Super Size Me, even though it was like completely like shooting McDonald's in the face for everything it stood for and everything that it is, it's still just like organically attracted a lot of eyeballs to McDonald's. Probably in a really horrible.
Yeah, I
like
disagree.
the worst way possible.
I disagree.
It's just to illustrate the point that, like,
I disagree with that take.
the power of the individual to influence a brand
I disagree.
from their own content.
I disagree with that take. It was not a good thing for McDonald's when that movie came out. McDonald's lawyers fought.
And that's what I was saying. Like, it's the worst way advertising.
So here's the way. Okay, did you see the movie The Founder?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, dude, it's like my favorite movie of the last 10 years. It's amazing. So it's the story of Ray Kroc. Yeah, it's the story of Ray Kroc. And the entire thing is one big McDonald's advertisement. Yet people literally paid money to go watch an hour and a half long McDonald's advertisement. And they make McDonald's look better than the food. There's this fucking woman in this video or in this movie, and when she eats this fucking hamburger, she looks so beautiful. Like, I've gone onto her IMDb to see, like, who is this woman? She's the way, and I remember, like, seeing, like, they made her, like, eat, like, 50, like, this hamburger, like, 50 times, and she kept, having to spit it out to get the right take. But, man, when they got it, they got it. And, that's just, like, perfect organic advertising. Okay, so have you ever seen?
I mean, they're getting 15 takes. How is that organic?
Well, they to make it look organic, I guess. They no, it's not a documentary. It's a motion picture, but it's amazing. I love it, and I think you would really like it because well, it is, but it's manipulated. It's how Ray Kroc stole McDonald's from the McDonald's brothers, and it shows Ray Kroc in a really good light, but does not show the true story of what really happened. Basically, the McDonald's brothers were supposed to have 1% of McDonald's equity in perpetuity, and it was a hand deal, but there was like no proof of it. So that's a perfect example. If that conversation had been on camera, those McDonald's brothers could be like, "Hey, you fucked us out of 1% of ownership of all of McDonald's," but they didn't have it on camera. With that being said, I mean, this isn't a wonderful example of this, but it is a pretty good example. Have you seen the Office before? I know you're not in love with it, but there's one scene where.
I love The Office.
Oh, you do? Oh, apologies. I did not know that. Maybe it was somebody else I was talking. Okay,
Why did you?
because we don't talk about it a lot, and I love that show. I've seen it like a billion times, and I've listened to the podcast, all kinds of shit. Okay, so there's an episode where everybody in the office. You're cutting out. Can you repeat that? Are you cutting out or am I cutting out? You're cutting out because I can hear my other device. Can you repeat that? I can't hear you if you're talking. Riser. Okay, what'd you say? Riser.
Yeah, sorry, I said American, the UK version of The Office.
I like the American one, but I also like the UK one. Okay, but the American one. Okay, so all of the people in the office are trying to set up Michael with a like a potential girlfriend, and Kevin, the fat accountant guy, writes on a piece of paper or something a telephone number with the name Wendy, and Michael calls and says, "Hello, is Wendy available?" And they're like, "This is a Wendy's, the restaurant." Okay, the idea. Have you heard the phrase? This is a Wendy's. Have you heard that?
No.
Okay, well, it's become like in the lexicon of the internet. When somebody just goes crazy on somebody, they'll just be like, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Basically, like, calm your jets. Like, there's no reason to overreact. Well, guess what? Every time somebody says that, Wendy's is subconsciously in the consciousness of whatever person does this. So what does this all get back to? To this website. Basically, you're going to be able to crowdsource a lot of these ideas much easier and not have to pay some giant marketing company that's going to get you an 85 out of 100 or 89 out of 100 or a 92 out of 100. It's going to get you a 99 out of 100 or a 98 out of 100 or 100 out of 100. You're going to hit home runs. Basically, you're going to be able to say to the Fortune 500, we're going to be able to have you be able to be marketed in a much better way. And you're going to be able to test market this. You're going to be able to have a really great story as well. Hey, we changed somebody's life. We had our Super Bowl commercial. It was created by a 19-year-old college student, and they won $100,000 for their education.
They're a millionaire now, so we spent $10 million or $8 million. I don't know how much this one.
But exactly.
Maybe, yeah.
Exactly. So
There's a lot of money.
they could. So you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's an excellent idea.
Mine, I don't know why you waited this many years to tell me about this idea, but I appreciate that it's come to the surface now.
Yeah, it was 4 months
I
ago.
think
Doug,
it'll be-
I've
It's like the easiest thing. I mean, maybe not the easiest thing, but it's not like technologically complex to build. It's not an AI model that needs all this exclusive data. It's like a simple website.
That's it.
With links. Like 9-year-old HTML.
It just needs basically embedded links that allow you to see what the link consists of, and you could vote on it, you could filter it, you can click on somebody's profile and see their previous, just like you have with Reddit, their previous posts. You can see what else they've posted on.
They could potentially Let me pose this question first. I was going to say potentially people will see someone doing an advertisement and then just skip the whole first thing and just say, hey, you did a really great job with the Pepsi ad. Just do my ad platform or marketplace. It's like nothing. But that's just one little thing. But potentially, do you think it would be? I think you're gonna say no.
Wait. Can we take on that idea of Pepsi saying, "Hey, I saw what you did for McDonald's, and we just want you to do ours." They can do that already on Instagram, so it's not like they don't already have that competition. But here's the thing: who's to say that the person who Pepsi chooses, who did the original McDonald's ad, is going to be better than if they just crowdsource it? Again, it's going to be the one person versus 1,000 other people, and there's a very good chance that one of those 1,000 other people builds an ad better than the person who they stole from the McDonald's ad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just saying that they could just select an individual and not do
Okay.
And if they, from a mathematical standpoint, it's in their best interest to not do that.
Exactly. If they do that, if they steal the person from McDonald's, they might get a 94 out of 100 on the commercial that the person does, which is really great. But guess what? It's not going to be a 99 like they will if they crowdsource it.
And that 99 is going to be the Wendy's meme that is like a grain culture and not forgotten about.
Exactly. I can tell you when I was a kid, and there are a lot of people, like, I get emotional about marketing. I really do. So there's an advertisement. United Airlines used to play a song. It's George Gershwin, Blue. Just for a moment. George Gershwin's Blue.
Advertising before it was like
Rhapsody in Blue.
And you're like, yeah, I've been there, done it.
No, I didn't say that. I'm the best marketer in the world. It's the thing. The thing is, there's not a lot of money in it. Well, there's not a lot of money in being a creative. There's a lot of money if you can utilize it to your for a company. There's a lot of money in that. Okay, so what I want you to do, if you would, go to. I'm not even going to look at the 1980s airline Rhapsody in Blue. All right. So the United Airlines used to advertise with this song, and it was like it's George Gershwin, which is in like the public domain. And when you read the comments on what this is, it's like it's very powerful. And I remember, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago, I was on my stream, and I had tears rolling down my face of what this commercial meant to me and what it meant to America and the world. A plane could get you anywhere in the world. And I hate to say it, like I get emotional when I think about it, how marketing can really affect you or affect a person. I'm going to send it to you and just read the comments. Like, you think I'm moved. There are people who are just bawling because of this commercial. And what I'm saying is, for an airline, not even an aircraft, an airline. Just watch what I just sent you, and it's literally just planes and music in the background. But it makes me want to cry right now. It's because I get all these emotions of what it was like to be on a plane as a child, and to think like what the future would be of the world, and just just it makes me want to cry now.
Just ate the skin of a kiwi. Not actually that bad.
Exactly. I think that people will eat it that way in the future if it's washed properly. Um, so go to
You have
the
to wash it.
yeah, you have to watch it, or you should. Okay, so go to your Discord messages and just watch this. It's 69 seconds. It's nothing. It's nothing special. But here we are, 40 years later, and I'm talking about this advertisement, and you think I'm passionate about it? Read the comments.
I think it might. I don't think I'll be able to hear you.
That's okay.
That's not what you know.
What'd you say? What are you talking about?
No, my dog's licking the wall.
Dog, just watch it.
I'm reading the comments. I don't understand why people are crying right now like that. This is not on a scale of like 1 to like the last or the final moments of Air Bud movies. It's like a 1 in my.
I
I
understand.
think that song are people saying that like there's in some other movies that had like a lot of meaning.
So I mean, I'm crying right now. It's there are a couple other versions of it, but they all, the thing that makes it brilliant is there are no words. You can show this ad anywhere in the world, and people understand. It's about flying in a plane. So the one that sticks out with me is I believe from 1988, and you're gonna be like, I don't get it. That's okay. You didn't live through it. But when you recognize that, like, to fly in the sky is such an amazing gift that we have, that we really we take advantage. We don't give it a second thought. But like, the generations before us did not have this ability to be able. I mean, you'd have to risk your entire life to be able to travel, and now it's just so easy. And especially in 1988. Okay, go to the one I just sent you in 1988, and I'm not even looking at the comments, but I'm sure they're going to be the same thing. They like, this brings tears. Oh, comments are turned off, of course. But the thing, yeah, just go to it. So that's how you used to be able to just send your kid. I can remember we would be on a flight to like the East Coast, and people would just have like 7-year-old kids on the flight, and they were going to see their grandparents. Like, things pre 9/11 were much different. It used to be pre 9/11. Pre 9/11, parents would buy a ticket for their kid and just get them on the plane, and then the grandparents would be on the other side. But I can remember my parents would like just keep an eye on these kids, to make sure that like nothing happened to them. So you're gonna be like, I don't get it. I don't get that commercial. I understand you don't get it. You didn't live through it. But if you lived through it, There are those of us who are passionate about advertising, and it brings a tear to our eyes. And I'm saying that commercial happened 40 years ago, and even doesn't even have words in some of them. Yet I'm talking about it. That's the kind of advertising that you could be able to get if you crowdsource these things.
Undomesticated animal, there is no.
Yeah, no, I do agree. My next criticism, which they may have an answer for.
I've got an answer for everything, baby.
And I can already. Well, I think perhaps, and this could be because I'm very biased about social media, like on my Instagram account, I don't want to post pictures that are not related to art, and on my cryptocurrency Twitter account, I do not want to post non-crypto related currency. Or non-crypto posts. And I'm wondering if this contest method would perhaps deter big creators from doing it. And I understand that they may have totally different viewpoints on the content that they put out, especially for contests where nothing is guaranteed. Some of them could be like, yeah, I don't want to put anything out there that I'm not getting paid for. Or other people could be open-minded and be like, hey, I'm doing this contest, here's my advertisement for the new pastrami pickle deli sandwich now. It's the greatest thing ever. You should go check it out. I did a really good job. So I'm curious how you think how incentivized bigger creators are, and I do like that the platform is kind of like this Robin Hood platform of giving back to anyone in the world potentially, and so maybe it's a good thing that large creators don't want to taint their feed with some lottery contest posts where they would make things look like perhaps cheap or something, even though it could be they're just exercising their creativity.
Yeah. So just create a burner account. Your question is like 14 minutes long. So just create a burner account. It's fine. No one says it has to be on your main account.
Okay, well, someone famous like Johnny Depp creates a burner account to start doing these like little Honda CRV contests. People are gonna see that it's not Johnny Depp either way. But I guess if your primary goal is to just not obstruct your main feed, just get not together.
Exactly.
But that wasn't really the question. The question was like how large creators are how receptive large creators are going to be to this type of platform. Do you think they'll participate or be incentivized to not participate, or same rules basically for any person on Earth?
Yeah, they're going to love it. It's going to be free money to them. So basically they're going to be able to say, all right.
This can be bad though, because someone with 1 million followers can go post a shitty video and they say, to their fan base, go upvote it so that I get a prize. And then how are you going to...
No, so here's the thing.
How are you going to deal with that?
Here's the thing. No matter how many votes your project gets, no matter how many votes, that doesn't mean that it necessarily wins. It's the company that chooses. So they can have 100,000 people vote on their thing, and they will only win the fan contest element, which doesn't have the grand prize. It's just basically a feather in their cap, which is great. It's like Reddit karma. Okay, so you've got a lot of Reddit karma. It doesn't necessarily do anything for you. But the little guy who comes up with a better idea, and the company chooses that as their as their choice, that person's going to win the money, and that's what matters.
But when you think that it's better to have multiple prizes at the top, I guess you basically it would really kind of
you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want.
The voting system, if you're rewarding prizes to what users voted on most, would have to all be elected by whoever at the company. And that way it's just the best advertisement. No fan influence.
Wait, that's the beauty of it.
It's
But
be rigged too easy.
wait, that's the beauty of it. But it's in the best interest of the company to also give a smaller prize to fan input, so that you do have a marketer or you do have an influencer who has 100,000 followers push their audience to your website. So let's say, how would it break?
It would be positive. You get free chilling.
Exactly.
Next to nothing.
Exactly. So how could you do it? You could say, hey, our grand prize is going to be a $10,000 grand prize. That's to the winner. We're also going to get $1,000 in cash to the fan vote, which is a serious contest. And what is your platform going to make? $1,100, because you're going to make 10% of everything that the company runs for the contest. So, they're going to have $11,000 in prizes, $10,000 for the grand prize, and $1,000 for the vote, and you get 10% of that. So all in all, to the company, it's going to cost them $12,100, and they're going to get 99 out of 100 advertisement that people are going to be talking about 40 years from now. It's win-win. And on top of that, they're going to have huge influencers who are going to be sending their audiences to your website to vote for them in a popularity contest. It's great.
What if they submit a really shitty video, though? And that's just there now on the internet.
Well, you can always hide.
Still advertising technically. So
No. You could. Well, there's that idea, but you can always hide it. You're the one running the contest, so you do just like with a tweet. If you tweet something and somebody sits in there and bashes you, you can say hide this tweet or hide this response. See, the thing is, you want to make this.
It's kind of like pay to win. I feel like even if you submit, it might disincentivize people from submitting if there's only a first prize and the other prize just goes to some big creator that they can't compete with. They're never going to get the small prize, so it's like, why submit?
Wait, you're thinking of going only for the big contests. They're going to be small mom and pop contests that if somebody puts some work into it, they're going to win. And then that means that their profile is going to get more badges and recent wins. And if they have a quality ad,
their social media like will grow as they the bigger the company is going to promote their social media as well. So there's a huge incentive there. If you get a freaking retweet from Coca-Cola,
that's exactly right.
You're going to go viral. So there's huge incentive with that.
That's exactly right. And
only crossed my mind right now.
And imagine you're watching the Super Bowl, and in the corner it says "courtesy of @Riser" on X. Do you know how big a deal that would be? Wait, do you know how big of a deal that would be? You know that you'd get every creator on the internet basically who would be like, dude, I could be in a Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, it's the Pepsi win the Jet scenario. But it's like the Jet is the Super Bowl commercial.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need to. If Coca-Cola said, look, we're not going to pay anything for anybody's content, but we will put your handle in one of our commercials, you get 100,000 people who came up with really good Coca-Cola ads.
Yeah, and then how the fuck do you sift through all those? Like, I guess there's a cost to that Coca-Cola.
No, you don't. You have the audience sift through them. So people will upvote and say, I like this one or whatever. And then you have a marketing person who just looks at the top 100 and is like, okay, these are really good. And then they bring them to their team and say, these are the top 10 that we like. Let's choose one, and then that's the winner. It's really not hard.
Yes, you're right. A monkey could understand.
I mean, truthfully, you don't have to look at 3,000 submissions. You're going to let the audience do the work for you. They're going to upvote, and sure, maybe somebody's going to manipulate some things, and that's cool, but you are going to basically have your marketing person look at the top 100. So that's like, there's a good chance that you can get some small organic creators in there, and if they have a good ad, that thing's going to take off, and it's going to be really upvoted highly. And it's like the top comment of Reddit. Sometimes somebody's got such a good top comment that people write below it, thread closed. Nobody can come up with something better than this. And you're going to have somebody who does that with their social media post. And on top of that, you may have someone who's like, let's say they come up with a really good idea, like whatever you said. Coca-Cola, girl, big boobs, Lamborghini. Okay, cool. And they submit that on a Monday. And then somebody comes in on a Thursday and just takes their idea. The crowdsourcing of this can say, look, the one that came up on Thursday just stole Monday's idea, and we have proof of it because it's on this website. So don't upvote Thursdays, upvote Mondays.
Yes. Do not follow the influencer that's literally copying the idea.
Exactly. And currently on social media, there isn't like a system that allows you to do that. Basically, if somebody gets traction with a reel or an Instagram reel or a post or something in TikTok or a YouTube short, other people just take that and make their own thing out of it. With your system or whatever this is, you can literally say, yo, dog, you stole this idea from this person. They put this submission in on this time, but if it's different enough, then other people are going to say, no, it's different and it's a better ad anyway. Vote for Thursday. And that's part of the dynamic of this. And at the end of the day, their vote doesn't fucking matter at all. It's what the corporation likes.
Now, the difference of remember is that that's a carbon. Ultimately, that's what.
And that's the beauty of it. This guy who I talked to like 4 months ago, he's like, and whatever it is, the winner, we would have it so that the company has to use whatever they choose, whatever the people choose. And I said, that's not a good idea, because you'll get people in there who upvote really stupid stuff. I even told him this story. I said, do you know about Bodie McBoatface? He's like, no, what's that? And I'm like, basically, there was a governmental organization that said, we're going to allow people to name the boat of our like Coast Guard ship or whatever. It was in England or something. And you can name it whatever you want. So they put the vote out to the people, and the people voted Bodie McBoatface. And that was not something that they wanted on the government boat. So they call it something else, but it's like affectionately known as that. Yo, what's the Bodie McBoatface story? And he's like, no, I've never heard of that, but that makes a lot of sense. So Bodie McBoatface is the internet famous nickname that emerged from a 2016 UK public name. However, James Hand, a former BBC presenter Bodie McBoatface as a gag. And that's like the thing, like Elon Musk says, like the most ironic answer is the one that's going to potentially be chosen. The name quickly went viral, fueled by social media, and surged to the top of the poll with 124,000 votes, far ahead of any other entry. So you're going to get that. Well, what if Coca-Cola doesn't?
There's a Taylor Swift concert that's the most voted one. She would perform at like their school, and the internet voted for her to perform at the school for death.
Yeah, I remember that.
Do it and gave them a donation.
Right, exactly. So that's what you're going to run into. You don't want Coca-Cola having to deal with Bodie McBoatface. But if you allow Coca-Cola to choose the winner, they don't have to go with Bodie McBoatface. Maybe Bodie McBoatface is really popular and Coca-Cola wants to use it later. They can do that, but they can give the winner out to the serious entry that they want.
Sounds good. There's also like this, but it's like unrelated. Let me say it correctly. Yeah.
Say whatever you want, baby.
I was just kind of had like this joke in my mind where it's like, is the website for this going to look like the Money Putt course where it's just plastered with logos everywhere? And then also like a Inception marketing thing is like, whatever the name of the thing is, like Voodoo or whatever, is that like the concept of that is like paradoxical that you have a logo for a company where you advertise other companies. It's kind of funny, circular joke there.
Okay, so you have multiple questions. What's the layout going to look like? It'll probably
Just some silly observation.
It'll probably look like
It's gonna be NASCAR with just shit tons of logos everywhere.
No,
advertisers can advertise on the advertising.
well, I mean, if you want to consider it that, it'll probably look like Imager. Do you know what Imager looks like?
I've been there a few times.
Okay, so maybe they've changed it because I used to go to all the time. Used to be my favorite website, but they changed it, and so I like never go there anymore. But basically, if you go to their webpage, their like homepage, it's just a bunch of squares, and you can choose on anything that you want, and the squares change. They're like with popularity, and then you can filter stuff, but the filters have to be really good. So it would have to be like, by submission, by submitter, people who have a certain amount of karma, people like big contests, small contests, different categories, how many times a company has posted, all that shit. Like more filters than anything. So you'd be able to just find whatever you want. And if you're a small-time creator, I mean, I even said this to this guy. If you wanted to and you were talented, you could make a living just doing these contests. If you were good, if you're like a video editor, if you wanted to, you could make a living out of just doing this because you win 2 or 3 $10,000 contests over the course of a year. That's a pretty good salary. For just sitting at home.
Substantial prize winners, yeah. I mean, if there's just so many entries, like the odds go down, the more the price goes up.
Well, but then there's the idea: get good, then see what's been winning, and then start moving in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair. I mean, ultimately, it's like. I mean, it's not entirely the market decides, but the market influences the decision.
Yep.
Usually the best ideas will rise to the top.
What happens?
I'm in agreement with you.
And then what? And then you brought it back inside the baseline. Now look at Rashi. It's almost right across in Rashi.
Word, dog.
The shiloh over here is you took the carbon out, and then
how
you
much
brought it back in.
Funding is needed even to start this? $0.
You brought it back in without having done the avoda. So you took it out, and then for some reason
Yeah,
you turn around,
basically.
you come back inside. So it says the shaila is, Rashi says, the assumption right now we're asking is,
You just need a website.
as a result of the departure from Yerushalayim.
And the beautiful thing is, you're not putting up any money for the contest. The other people will.
We say once you leave Yerushalayim, by definition, the tumah devolves upon the
And also the interest that you get from
or do we say no? Once you came back,
these contests last for say 30 days, a week, 5 years or whatever. Like you're holding that money in the
so remember again, the halacha was
interest.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Free interest of just holding
long poles, then you carry
money.
the cover on poles. When the first two
I guess it would be in the
walls,
it's in the website's best interest to have the longest competition
but the
possible,
last second one,
so that you can hold on to the interest as long as possible.
That's exactly
I
right.
mean, there's a line though that
ones who left
people, it's a 3-month competition. Probably like, oh, what the hell? I'm gonna save this for last
and the other ones
minute.
will say,
I don't know.
I
might lose engagement if it's too long.
No, I mean, you'll get people who say, who will want to have the longest account on there, or the longest contest on there.
Now, if you assume that the moment
Which companies do you approach first to
even if
pitch
what,
this
even if they
to?
subsequently come
Small-
back
In particular, like do you go straight? I mean, the thing is, you like before you even approach Coca-Cola,
ultimately what
like chicken and egg
become
scenario,
Tomei.
you
So it's
need
like, so the Gemara says,
users and you need
if you say
those
that it's just
like
automatic
that
departure from
user
the
base
Torah
for
and
people even
whether you come back or
like
not.
be aware
By
that the
definition,
thing
what the Gemara
exists.
suggesting over
So
here is that once the process
how do you
of
actually
departure
get
has
the
begun,
ball
and the
rolling
first two are on the
for this
outside,
whole thing?
and the last
Yeah, I mean, you could just start with a small mom and pop startup and say, hey, we want you,
Local restaurants.
yeah, we want you to just host a contest, and you don't even have to pay any money for this. Just give away $100 gift certificate, and we're gonna have local artists who come up with social media posts for you, and you choose the best one. And you don't even have to give out money. You just have to give out like a little food or something like that. And you're going to get people from all over the community who come up with really great advertising, and it's going to be grassroots.
Why not? Because even the lashon of the pasuk itself is
You will need moderation to moderate the companies and moderate video games.
Not really. Not, I mean, a little bit, but here's the thing. If it's going to be okay for Instagram, because that's where the link's going to come from, or Reddit, or TikTok, it will likely
Which platforms do users submit the video?
just your major social media platforms.
So a whole broad spectrum of wherever a video file can be hosted.
Exactly. And that gives people that's going to allow you to dominate the internet, because you're going to have like a bunch of different places from which to choose, and it's going to help Instagram and YouTube and all those places, because it's going to get them a lot of clicks. People, you may just be able to embed the video on your website, but people would be able to click through and go to YouTube and see what the comments say, and go to the person's profile on YouTube. It's win-win.
I'd imagine that most of those major platforms have embedding, probably on Twitch, because that Facebook, other ones.
Yeah, and if not, then there could be a way to just take a screenshot, and so you have to host some images. No big deal. That's not that expensive.
I mean, this would go like viral instantly if like Twitch came out with a contest. I was just like, yeah. Best advertisement for Twitch gets like 30 grand.
That's
Or
right.
literally, it just takes like one little like push, and like from like a big company, and then it just like would explode. But I just said you need the users to begin with before that happens. So I'm just wondering, like, the fastest way to get there. And yeah, I mean, contacting. Okay, so it's a maybe I feel like food isn't the most ideal. I mean, it could be, but just because the menu items might be difficult to actually like showcase or something, but there's a billion different types of businesses, I guess, that can use advertisements, taxis, or whatever.
Which are offered outside of the base items. When I say offered, I use that term a little bit loosely.
Yeah.
Because they're not actually put that on the spec, but rather again, they're avoda.
All right, big dog. Well,
so the price is
go ahead.
Yeah, we gotta wake up at 5 to watch the hockey game.
Yeah, Doug. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but what were you gonna ask?
Oh, just any holes in this idea or obstacles that you.
No, it's a fucking $1 trillion idea. It's first to market. It's whatever, but even for anybody who comes up with it, just like FanDuel has DraftKings and Coca-Cola has Pepsi and TikTok has Instagram. Like, everybody's got
It's not a
something.
patentable idea, or is it patentable?
No, it's just a website, so it's not anything that is
I mean, is Facebook patentable?
no. All you have to do is just add a feature, and then it's a different patent. So it doesn't make sense really to patent the software.
My suit rubs against the is my suit, my clothing does not become tummy. Rashi says about the common open. So just finish that. Rashi says about
Sorry,
the common open.
Before I end this amazing talk, which I appreciate you
and drink which come in
pouring
contact
your
with
ideas out into the world.
with the carcass.
I just I'm super stoked about this one because I know a winning idea when I hear it.
Yeah, and ambush interviewing. Ambush interviewing is big. All right, so next time we speak, let's come up with a really good idea for the name.
Which touch any of these kavanos, ultimately again it will become
Right.
Here's the thing, though. I'll tell you this, Reiser. You try a lot of different things, and you've got to see it through. So if you really think that this is the idea that's going to change your life, you've got to pour yourself into it and see it through.
I agree.
Excellent.
I mean, I
That's very big of you to say.
That's what I don't believe in.
That's very big of you to say. So I want to commend you for recognizing that.
The fact that I suck at committing, or that the idea is good?
No, both. That you recognize that you suck at committing. But the thing is, you've got a good head on your shoulders, so you can commit to something and become successful with it. You just putter out. And I think that you sound motivated.
I think it's not necessarily like. I think belief drives a lot of my behavior, and if the belief starts to fizzle, then I'm gonna spend my time elsewhere. But if the belief is like, I didn't really know you back then, but literally for like, arguably like since 2017 to like 2023, for like 6 years of my life, all I was doing was Chainlink, decentralized Oracle network, blockchain insurance, and like just deep into different applications for blockchain insurance, and just like obsessed about that like on a daily basis, like forest fire insurance, vineyard insurance, shipping delay insurance, like all these types of insurance. I was just deconstructing them to their bones, figuring out, oh hey, instead of basing it on the wind, we should base it on the SCADA data of like the computer, and then what are the consequences of that, and like, oh, this could apply to all sorts of renewable energy things. And I basically decided to stop pursuing that because like the nature of the insurance industry is like very moated and like very difficult to penetrate through, and just a complex waters to navigate, really.
I get it. I'm saying that you have a billion-dollar idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time as well. And all that took from you is to literally go into X spaces and promote it. And that fizzled. Like, but that's a billion-dollar idea too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It hasn't fizzled. I literally published an article today, but it was, the belief in it that was fizzling. But now that that mindset, I'm more motivated to keep pushing it. Because I'm also like, I didn't tell you this, but literally today, within like 2 hours ago, I checked in my followers. There's one guy with like 57,000 followers who followed me, another guy with like 30,000 followers, 32,000 followers that followed me. And I just see that like these are not like small little people that are following me. They're following me because there's words on my page that are appealing, basically. Somehow they construct in their minds and form an idea of what the premise is, that they are at least curious and fascinated enough to give me a follow. So
That's great.
Little shit like that kind of makes me feel like I'm on the right track. And if you're not getting any signals or feedback to kind of keep pushing you along, it's easy to. I mean, you have like you're either like I don't know, you just have like very thick skin. It's like you do not like seem on like the surface ever to get like upset that you haven't gone viral or whatever yet. You're just like, it's all a matter of time or whatever. The universe will work itself out. But I bet you there could be, if you fucking had 1 million people lined up, and it was just a competition of who starts turning your life 24/7, and then just like who's gonna outlast one another. I don't know how many people would be standing, like out of the 1 million people, would be standing after like 4 years, like you are. But you're just a
thank
tank,
you.
apparently.
Thank
I know
you.
a lot of people would just give up after like day 3, week fucking 1, week fucking 3. It's like the Mr. Beast competition, just axes and fucking into the fire pit with all these people. A year, like 98% of the people are gone after like a year, and then it's just like the really like insanely like dedicated people that are left.
You're exactly right. Well, thank you for your high praise. I can tell you, it would be one thing to say, "Oh, I've made it 4+ years. Oh, like I can't wait for it to be over." Fuck no, I'm the opposite. I get stronger every day. I love it more and more with each day. I appreciate it even more than when I first started doing it, and have committed to this for life. The other guy in here, he the spirit man, he wants to do it for the rest of his life. But he's kind of like, we only have 6 months to be able to go viral. Like, we have to do it. Like, he's got a lot of other things that why he thinks he should go viral and such. And I recognize that there are those kind of people who feel like they need to push it, but I don't. I feel as if the world or like the universe has a divine plan, and I'm part of it, and I know it'll come. I know that. I mean, I'm 40 years old right now. If I continue to do this, and I'm a little old man, somebody out there is going to be like, "Oh yeah, I saw this motherfucker 30 years ago," and they're still going. I mean, I still get that from people who are like in my YouTube chat, like, "I can't believe you're still going." You're absolutely correct. I am still going. And when I say that this is what I've dedicated my life to, I mean it. But I also know that the benefit of this is so huge. In addition to like, oh, I have like an archive of my life.
it can make me. It has the possibility to make me the richest person ever, the most desirable bachelor of all time, and the most famous person ever, and the most memorable person in history. Why wouldn't I try it?
Do you think? I mean, I don't think this would happen to you, but it is an interesting phenomenon. I find that an absurd amount of fame and fortune really can twist people into going down very mental instability rabbit holes, like Britney Spears or Macaulay Culkin, or I've recently seen reels of Shia LaBeouf just acting like a complete maniac jackass and not really being too sane. And it's almost like a curse in a way that is people or Justin Bieber. Even though I don't think Justin Bieber has had, I mean, he probably has had a shitload of mental breakdowns from the fame, but it's just at the very least, his fame is seems really annoys him based on how he treats the paparazzi, being he's just pleading with the paparazzi to just leave him alone, but they're just stalking him everywhere, and God, that makes me paranoid.
I'm not too worried about it. Their fame depended upon people, depended on them doing concerts and being in the public. Mine, generally, I mean, I do have quite a bit of footage of me live streaming IRL, but generally I could do this for the rest of my life from just hotel rooms. I could, basically remain as anonymous as I want. I just, basically go outside with a mask, and people might not necessarily know who I am. It's I don't have to perform in concerts. I don't have to make myself that open to the public if I don't want to. But I want to. I've got a good head on my shoulders, and I think I'd be able to handle it. But anytime that I don't want to be on camera, I can just turn them off or leave. It's there's nothing that I say that I have the longest stream in global history. That I don't. I mean, I eventually want it, but that's a lot of stress. I don't want that. I want the most amount of data in global history, and that's what I have.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're fine surviving in the bunker, basically, shielded from society. That snowboarder Olympic athlete that turned into a cartel member and had a huge FBI 10-year manhunt. Apparently, some guy on YouTube was the police are very patient, and they're we don't think that this guy is gonna last in a bunker in Mexico. He stands there like a sore thumb because a 6'4" white guy living in Mexico. He's gonna just slip up, and we're gonna catch him. And I think that, I mean, he did get caught 3 weeks ago or a month ago due to insider information. But yeah, I think most people. I mean, it's also an interesting conundrum, and for me personally, I feel like digital friends on the internet, such as yourself or the other people I talk to that are worlds apart from me, I find the relationship over the internet to just be incredibly fulfilling, even though they're not in the same room. But some people that grow up socially isolated and only have internet have very poor social skills, and it seems to affect their life potentially more than someone who is interacting with people in real life. I just find that phenomenon kind of strange. Do you have any? Sorry if you want to go to sleep.
No, you're okay. I have. Yeah, I mean,
have generally been a popular person IRL. Growing up in school, I always had a lot of friends. As a young adult, I had lots and lots of friends. Social media started, and I had more friends than my friends on Facebook when it first started. And so I've been able to see the growth of social media, but also within my community, I have religious friends, I have non-religious friends, and then having dedicated myself to the live stream, I can use the skills that I've built from my IRL social behavior and be able to utilize that on the internet. And I mean, it's just like I am in agreement with you. I get an immense uh, amount of benefit from the people with whom I'm around, and it's certainly a unique relationship that I've built with many of these people. But I basically see when I was born as a really unique time. I mean, I was born in 1985. I was able to see the world without any internet, without any computers, and then we had computers, but it wasn't like everybody had computers, and the personal computer was still new, and wasn't that popular. But then the growth of the beginning of the internet, and so I mean, like I remember a time when there was pre-computers, at least pre-personal computer, and then to move through to where we are today, where we're literally connected 24/7. I think it's a beautiful time to have had the best of both worlds, or at least had the ability to witness the changeover. I know that, like, in terms of data, something like in the year 2003 or something like that, digital data, the amount of digital data in the world overtook analog data. And I was there for that. Like, basically, all of the films of the past and all of the video cassettes of the past and everything were overtaken in about the year 2002, 2003 or so, in terms of the digital formation and digital data. And I, then have been able to see the birth of the internet, the birth of social media, the birth of the smartphone, and I've seen how people react. And, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I don't want to talk to children in these discords. Firstly, I don't think it's appropriate for adults to be talking with children. Secondly, they're just we're not on the same maturity level. And while there are some, young people who are mature, they just don't have the social skills to be able to hang with me. And I frankly would find them to be somewhat of an annoyance. There are some people, though, I don't want to put down all adolescents, but generally, there's like no respect for elders. There's like certainly the online anonymity allows them to feel like they can say anything to anyone that they want. In my day, that just was not something that existed. You respected your elders, you respected your mother and your father. There were many two-parent families, mostly two-parent families, and you had good role models in your media generally. There wasn't the breakdown of the nuclear family, and now I see what society is, and I can't blame these people, the youth of today. It's just the only thing that they've ever known. But like in 1991, you wouldn't go up to a random stranger and just yell 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", but people will do that in 2026. Whether they feel like they're being rude or not.
It's crazy that like you went from your parents, and your generation, like you went from your parents parenting you, but now in this generation, it's like the internet is parenting you. I think parents have to do like they should be wary of the horrors that are lurking on the internet and the dangers. You don't have to be paranoid about it, but like they should be you know, there should be some like basic safeguards in place that it just seems like way too unfiltered almost to be safe. And there's like a lot of crap on the internet. I mean, there's a lot of great things, but there's like a whole giant heaps of garbage piles too that they're training data of their little minds, AI models, just gathering information from, which can lead to a whole host of terrible beliefs and actions down the line. And it's kind of dangerous.
You said something very insightful. Yes, the internet has become the parent of children today. And in previous generations, people made the argument that the television had become the parent of previous generations, and perhaps in my generation, the computer, not necessarily the internet. Basically, like, and then you get into screen time. Like a generation prior to me, screen time wasn't a phrase that was used. My generation, it wasn't used until recently. But in today's generation, the youth of today, they're being asked at the doctor, like, you know, when you take a little, like a 3 or 4 year old child, the doctor asks the parents, what kind of time are they spending on the screen? That seems bizarre to me, but that's a serious question that's asked by pediatricians today. And, you know, like, how can we limit that? And I personally think that the youth of today is very disrespectful, but the people prior to me felt my generation was that way, and the generation prior to them felt that it's societal. But there's certainly a breakdown in when I was reading or I was listening to something on Roblox today. Like, I've never played Roblox. I don't really know anything about it. I think it's I really don't know anything about it. I want to say it's like Lego, but that's Minecraft, which I really don't know too much about either. But Roblox has its own currency. I know that. I know that it has microtransactions. I know that. And I know that the average player of it, I think like 40% of all Roblox players are under 13. And to me, there's a major issue to allow a child under 13 to be able to be on the internet in like chat rooms and in like groups. Like, do you know how manipulative people can be in these things, especially if there aren't safeguards that say you have to be like, this is only a chat for 14, like people under age 13. It would almost be like, imagine kids on the playground who are talking in circles, and then all of a sudden a 40-year-old person can come up and just talk in that circle and use any language that they want. And then an 18-year-old kid can come in there and just, or 18-year-old adult comes in there and just starts yelling, you know, the N-word or using the term bitch or something like that. Like,
it's the Wild West.
It's absolutely the Wild West. And that's why, like, if I had to advocate for it, I would not change the internet at all. I would allow the internet to continue to be free, but I would offer parents software that limits the internet for their children. So, for instance, like, you just, it would use optical character recognition software so that you would just never see the term fuck anywhere if you were a child, or the term, you know, any of the cuss words. It would,
honestly, that seems like pretty basic software to build. I haven't really heard of it, but like literally just whitelist the websites that they're allowed to go to, or have some filter. I mean, it's like YouTube Kids, like that, of like approved websites, basically.
Yes, but even with YouTube Kids, I could go in and use and be like the username. There are ways around things. Like, I could make my username like fuck me 69. You know what I mean? Like, and YouTube still allows
Well,
that.
you shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Right. No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, people will come up with things. Instead of being fuck me 69, they might make it FUKME 69. So with optical character recognition, you could just limit all of these things, and they do offer. There are companies that offer this software. It's just not highly purchased or utilized because it's an extra, it's an extra cost for parents. Exactly. And it doesn't always work that well. And I understand that, but I personally would say, if I were president, I would say that every household in America should be able to get this software either at a reduced rate or for free if you don't meet the minimum requirements. If you have a child in the household under age 18, or certainly under age 13. I want children to be able to use tablets and do all that kind of stuff, and that's cool, but we would force software to be able to block them from all of the things that they should be on. But what does that mean?
The insane thing of just like having it's just like a open world of like anyone can go on Roblox basically. Like most people are fine or whatever, but like the handful of strangers that are predators that have access to children that can do harmful things, like I don't know if they're currently under scrutiny by the law, but like or if they're just saying like, hey, it's the parents that need to not let their kid access this game that allows voice chats. Like, wild. I don't know what the perfect solution is.
Well, it's a software that limits it. Now, how does that stop some kid from getting on his parents' cell phone or computer or whatever? That's why you'd have to have like there are passwords that you can put on things. But if you want to give a child a tablet, YouTube Kids is not good enough. It really needs to be software that takes over the whole system so that nothing that they see is going to be
I thought YouTube Kids is curated just like Netflix Kids.
Oh, it is. It is. But what I'm saying is, if you give a kid an iPad with YouTube Kids on it, but it still has the App Store available, all they have to do is click on the App Store. They're going to see games with women with giant cleavage and even just cartoon characters. And it's going to open up their minds to things. Basically, I'm saying you should have the entire device locked down for people who are under age 13. YouTube Kids, though, even in itself, I know when I first started streaming, there's a thing when you create a YouTube stream that says, "Is this for kids?" And I would write yes, not thinking that it's going to put me on the YouTube Kids app. It wasn't not okay for kids. It was like just me sitting in my room. So what's wrong with that? It should have. It doesn't. And so I got these parents who would come into my chat and they're like, "What are you doing cussing on the stream?" And I was like, or I don't know if it was that, but it was just like, how is this kids content? And I'm like, and that was only for like the first couple of weeks that I did that. But I was like, well, it's not for kids. And so then I had to change it. So I remember thinking to myself, that's not the right question to ask. Is this for kids? It should be, basically the question, I think I rephrased it as something like, does this content feature anything that should not be seen by anyone under age 18 or something like that? It was like more specific, just not, is this for kids? Well, it's not for kids. I mean, anyway, I don't think that even YouTube, I mean, if you watch YouTube Kids stuff, they put some really weird stuff on there, it's like creepy. If you watch YouTube children's channels, there are some really creepy channels. And they say that they're for kids, but they'll like do weird things with cartoons. do weird things with cartoon characters. So again, I just think that there should be software that takes over the whole system that blocks children from being able to use the internet. And
Have you heard of Elsa Gate?
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly, that kind of shit. Exactly. All right, we're gonna leave it at that, my friend, because I've got to watch the United States kick ass at 5 in the morning. Yeah, right. I'll look it up
Are
on.
you actually going to be up? Because I have my alarm set, but I was just setting it to like, my mind's set for like 5:30. Because I don't think I want to get up at 5 exactly.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna say it. It's like there's. I know if I did, I would just fall right back asleep. But you never know. I might awake at like 4 in the morning, and then I might actually watch it. So you never know. If you do watch it, come.
The discussion.
Absolutely, and the $1 trillion ideas that I just give out like fucking candy.
In exchange for not publicly shaming the company when it's a success.
Well, isn't that a funny?
The verifiable data.
Exactly, isn't that a funny backup? I mean, it would be like somebody going on Shark Tank, and all of the sharks are like, no, we're not going to buy your thing, and then they came out 6 months later with the same idea. The person could just be like, dude, I was just on Shark Tank 6 months ago. You stole my idea. That's essentially what I'm doing here.
I'm sure hopefully tomorrow. You've had a lot of amazing ideas. This one is like right. And it's crazy that it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, which is like astounding to me after I digested the idea. It's just like, why?
I don't know. I do not know. All right, Biggie. Take care, sweet dreams, and USA. Peace. Shout out to Riser, everybody.
Which the Gemara says, "Lo, tumah psulina." That's how it is. That is trying ultimately against the psulin. Tumah that is like coming, or we spoke like yesterday, is less psulin. However, does not resolve. However, Karma has self-insurance. What happened was in the Constitution, Karma has self-insurance. So again, other Kabbalah are totally burned on the outside. So remember again, what happens if the majority of the animal is taken outside of the the meal but the 51st percent of the majority is represented by the minority of one particular race. So the idea here is 51% of the animal is now exiting the Yerushalayim. What happens? That 51%, that last piece of the majority, is made up of the minority of one of the wings of the animal. So the Gemara says, here we go. So now, what's the halakha? How can we put the either bus and the we say that minority of the wing follows after the majority of the animal, and therefore again we do it as if the majority of the animal has exited. So the Gemara says, so now, how can we put the either bus and the I'm sorry. Do we say that little minority of the wing follows what? The rest of its and therefore again, since the rest of that wing is not exiting Yerushalayim, therefore what? Therefore the minority of the wing is considered to be inside as well, which also means de facto what's occurred. The majority of the animal has not left Yerushalayim. Oh, Dilma, or perhaps we say maybe you say, no, we look at the minority of the wing not as part of the whole wing, but rather as what? But rather as part of the attached to the animal. And therefore we'll say, again, in this particular case, therefore, halacha l'maisa what? Halacha l'maisa, if you after the majority of the animal, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the majority of the animal has exited, the one is pshita, the lo shakina lubid anymore. So it's clear that we are not going to forsake looking at the majority of the animal in order to start measuring the majority of the limbs. Ella, so it doesn't make sense to say that we look at the minority of that limb and look at it as part of the whole limb. We look at it as part of the animal. Ella, Shiyatza Chetsia Birogator, not high. Ella, Shiyatza Chetsia Birogator. Let's the case where half of the animal ultimately again has gone out. But half of the animal ultimately is comprised of what? The majority of one limb. Or example, say that half that went out is made up ultimately again of one limb. So the Gemara says, "Lo b'mor." I need to do the Eber top of buffet. I need to do the Eber also roll Eber shadilale. Do we see that ultimately again the yield of the one Eber goes after the majority of its Eber? And if we do the animal as if it went out, or do my busser and Eber shadilale. Or we'll see maybe we see ourselves. Maybe we see that that piece of the limb is considered to be an extension of the animal as a whole. Which the Gemara says, "What's the Gemara question on the ground?" Rabbi, so say it's the same type of question, but in his model, we're not going to be dealing with whether or not the majority of the limbs of the majority of the animal, but rather what we're focusing on here ultimately is the majority of people carrying the animal. Let's remember again, we saw that there were 4 people who used to carry out the common suffering as humans. Here we go. So the Gemara says, Hamisha b'nei Adam. Let's say again, we'll say the case of where although you only need 4, let's say you have 5 people carrying the animal. Enough to plus up, 3 of them went down, who partially tripped, and 2 were left inside. So 3 exited Yerushalayim, 2 were left inside Yerushalayim. So we'll say, so what is the halacha? Basar Rov is asking as we know to go after the majority of people carrying the animal, and therefore again, we'll say therefore we would view the animal as if it's outside. And we'll say that according to that logic, if you go out, this question actually carries a lot more weight, because if you go Basar Nesasya, what does that mean? That means even the people who have not yet left Yerushalayim would be considered as if what? They did leave. And if they're considered as if they did leave, then what? Then they are Tumei. Remember again, it's according to the opinion of so those who are involved in the moment you leave Yerushalayim, you are Tumei. So what's this? The Shiloh here is if you have 5 guys carrying the carbine, 3 of them exit Yerushalayim, 2 of them are still inside the city. So Shiloh becomes, do we view the 2 as if they are Nigrod, pulled after the 3 rope, and therefore they're coming in and didn't exit the city? Or not? So my Basar Rov, I'm not asking everyone, or Basar Nehim asking us, was it, do we go after ultimately again the majority of the people involved in carrying the carbine? Or do we go Basar Nehim, do we go after the animal, which the West is but again, means this question unresolved as well. Point of the results. Harden is shooting and is stuck with Shiyatsu with Chazuma. Now, another very interesting case. What happens if you took out the powder or the seer, and then what? And then you brought it back inside the base of the now look at that shit just a moment. It's almost right across from that shit. Shiyatsu with Chazuma. Hasadadait Chamu'inim Tumas Gadu Shakiru Shotzia Karibanis. Let's say the Shiloh is you took the carbon out, and then you brought it back in. Now, obviously, the case that we're looking at here is you brought it back in without having done the avoda. So you took it out, and then for some reason you turn around and you come back inside. So it's the Shiloh is Rashi said the assumption right now we're asking is there tumah as a result of the departure from the Yerushalayim, even though what? You did not actually do the avoda of the carbon. Miyamina people did not do the dignity. Do we say once you Yerushalayim, by definition, the tumah revolves upon the individual? Or you're like even the 100. Or you say, no, once you can back without doing the avoda, you're back. You're back. So let's say, Arab says, Tashma. Are you sold or sold motives? So remember again, the halacha was that they would carry the carbon with steps, right? The carbon would be on long poles, long poles, they would carry the carbon on poles. I was showing you when the first 2 guys would leave the walls of Yerushalayim, that are actually in the case of the Azara, but the last second one did not yet leave. I was showing Shiyatzu puts the Chomas in Azara, and Tamin the garden. So I'll say ultimately again, the ones left in Yerushalayim would become coming to must be done. והאחרונים אין מטעמים בגדים actually. And the other ones will say, ultimately again, we remained inside. So the halacha was, they would not be metamed b'gadim until they went outside. These sacrifices, I will say that this actually, and Rashi points out that this is a little bit of a stretch in terms of the Gemara's right, but we'll go through nevertheless. These sacrifices, even enough to do, I will say that if you assume that the moment they leave you the line, you become eternal. Even if what? Even if they subsequently come back in, I'm not because God for you, then ultimately again, even those who are still on the inside, ultimately what? Should become coming as us. What's like, where's having me over here is if you say that it's just automatic departure from the Israel that makes you tummy, or you come back or not, then by definition, as you are suggesting over here, is that once the process of departure has begun, and the first two are on the outside, and the rights of the last two should become tummy as well. The fact that they don't indicates to us that if you're in the city or if you come back to the city, ultimately again you should not become tummy. Now when we say come back to the city, what that means is come back to the city without what? Without having done an actual action. So Rabbi says, I'll tell you why that doesn't make sense. How about the achar yavo ala machaneh vayivlech? So it's like, here's the difference. Everyone's going to agree. I shouldn't say everyone, but let's assume for now, everyone for our purpose of our discussion is going to agree that if they didn't yet leave Yerushalayim, then of course they're not going to become tummy. They're not going to become tummy. Why not? Because even the Lashon of the pasuk itself is so the Acharithim Yavol Machaneh was in this what? Means that halacha l'maisa you were outside and now you're coming back on the inside. So everyone's going to agree that if you haven't yet left Yerushalayim, then of course you can't be coming. The shayla is once you're out, even if the avodah was not done, was not satisfied the criteria of Acharithim Yavol Machaneh, and maybe you should become coming even if the avodah was not done. So rather, what was Rabbi Elazar actually asking about? First, he wants to go in that ultimately, what we're really talking about, we'll say Bakusi are long, crooked poles. You're going to actually just actually the Bakusi. Sha'achsam, you're not completely Bakusi. Sha'achsam the Nakos, the only courts, not see on the Akash. So it's the key to as follows. The way you have it like this. People talk to cover ourselves and then swing back in. Put it back into the outside. Then what happens? Another set of people will go along. Sharks in the mouths. They go in and they take over the cover with poles, with poles. But only in the backwards. They're standing outside of the Mikdash. Lord Siyam, the Akash Shechaz, after the cover was already brought back. Becoming one delay. מי עמי הנפגעים שיוצא חוץ לעזרה, כל הסיטים והנקנדה in the חוץ לעזרה נתחמים בגלל, העודים הכיוון דהדר בעדינת כאילו מטעם. So this is a fundamental shayla here. Again, what happens if you have a situation that is brought back in, and now others want to take it back out? So ultimately, again, do we say that once it's brought back out, by definition, everyone who's going to be involved in it, or do we say no, Tuma only develops upon individuals ultimately who are going to be involved in the actual avodah? But if not, Boza was done, then the Tuma doesn't develop on individuals as well. So Tuma Rabbanan, so let's say, so again, the Gemara does not seem to resolve that. We're gonna find some kind of resolution for all of these issues. Tuma Rabbanan, Harim, Para, Bryce brings the words to it. Harim represents the paramount stuff. Para is Para. Sira Mishaleh is the Sira Mishaleh. Sira Mishaleh, so what the halacha is, HaMishaleh has certain balancing and coming together. So let's say, in all of these cases, remember the common denominator over here is that paramount stuff, Para Azuma, Sira Mishaleh, are all kabbanos which are offered outside of the base. And as they're offered, they use that to a little bit loosely, because they're not actually put them in the Siyah, but rather again, their avodah is done outside of the base. So the Bryce says, anyone who was involved with these kabbanos, for example, the Mishaleh, the one who goes at a center of the cliff, Sarfon, the one who goes at and burns it, or Siyah, the one who brings them out of Yerushalayim, the halacha is Kami Begadim, ultimately again, the Dosim becomes Kami. Ve'in atzman ein mitamin begadol. But ultimately, again, they themselves, ultimately, again, ve'in atzman ein mitamin begadol. What the halacha is that their clothing becomes tamei, but they themselves cannot convey tumah to clothing. Look at Rashi. Ve'in ein mitamin begadol. What's like? It's the first one line in Rashi. Hara uparan atzman ein mitamin begadol. Hanogin bahen elom asli. What's like? If you are involved in any of these kabbalos, so by definition, your clothing becomes tamei. But if clothing were to touch one of these sacrificial items, then what? It would not become tamei. So it's again, if you're involved in the avodah, your clothing becomes tamei. But if your clothing, let's say I'm not involved in the avodah, but my suit rubs against the para aduma, halacha is my suit, my clothing does not become tamei. Rashi says about the time open Surah Rashi says about the time open mashkin. I know we will. But we will see that food and drink will come in contact with the carcass, with the carbon. Ultimately, again, does become. So again, what's this? Therefore, anyone who's involved in these things, it's entirely about this. Clothing becomes they're involved in the avodah. They ask them in the time that they themselves do not convey so much to be going upon the contact. About common open and mashkin together. Right? Name says, but open and mashkin food and drink, which touch any of these kabbalos, ultimately again it will become tamei. The chacham say, Hara uparan tamei open and mashkin. The chacham say that it's only the paraduma and the Kohanim, which are Tamei open and mashkin. Sibur hamishtalech ino metam. Ultimately, the Shtalech will not be equal. Why not? Shulchan, because it's alive. The Hachai ino tamei open and mashkin. And ultimately, something that is alive cannot be tumah to open and mashkin. So Bishlam, Rabbi Meir, most of the friends in the position of people telling to be Rabbi Shmuel. Was it the Meir Tishim, in accordance with Rabbi Shmuel? What year is also? They can't be Rabbi Shmuel. But they can't be Rabbi Shmuel. Al-Kol Zera Seidua. This is actually the pasuk by Kabbalah Tzor. The pasuk says, "Yikom Mikvasam Al-Kol Zera Zera Asher Yizara Tarbu." This is the same animal carcass comes upon something that is Yechuba the Karka, attached to the ground. First of all, the halacha is the thing that is attached to the ground cannot be in a couple of times. So therefore, the Gemara says as follows: Mazroim. So this is how they chose Russia. Mazroim. Shin Sofam Tama. Tuma Chamura. So what's this? Zroim themselves, which can never become Tamei Tuma Chamura. And what's the only thing you can become Tamei Tuma Chamura? So for example, they can't become an Abatoma. You never become a high level of Tuma, like Abatoma. So Mazroim Shin Sofam Tamei Tuma Chamura. You can hechsher. That would say they require hechsher. Hechsher also means what? That in order for seeds to become tamei, they must first come in contact with a liquid medium. If they become in contact with one of the seven liquids, that then they are hooked. They are receptive to tumah. So the words therefore again, we draw principles of this. Kosher itself on becoming machamura, therefore most like any item which ultimately again can't become an avatoma, also requires hechsher in order to become tamei. Also requires contact with a liquid in order to make it tumah receptive. What does this come to explain? Yoshi Sunday Tevas Old Tava. What does this come to exclude the carcass of a kosher bird? Shesofa becoming tumah tamei. Then was a this indeed can become an avatoma. And therefore what? And therefore what's that ultimately again does not require any type of contact with the liquid medium in order to go and make it. So this is just interesting. Coming to Shmuel says giving us a cloud by Tumah. It's only an item that can't become an avatoma, ultimately again requires hechsher. If it can't become an avatoma, only item that only an item that can't. If an item can become an avatoma, so therefore it does not require hechsher in order to be a kabbalah. If an item can't become an avatoma, then by definition it requires hechsher in order to become an avatoma. Which both like actually think about it makes not that Tumah doesn't always follow like a logical sequence, but both like actually what it's saying is hechsher means that the item has to be made receptive to Tumah. What the Gemara was trying to tell essentially saying is that something is so sensitive to Tumah that it can become an avatoma, then by definition it doesn't require hechsher. If it's a bit more insensitive or or I should say, tumor resistant, that it can't become an Av, then by definition it requires hechsher. So the Gemara says as follows. So what does this come to exclude? The case of Oftar, the Velas of Tar, because the Velas of Tar has the ability to become an Avatuma, therefore it doesn't require hechsher. So we'll say, using this same logic, Rabbi Meir would say, that what? That the Sikir La'azazel also has the ability to be Mechanic. Why? Because the Sikir, like the Velas of Tar, also has the ability to become an Avatuma, primary source of Tumah. Therefore, again, it shouldn't require hechsher in order to become tummy, and therefore what it will say, it should convey ultimately to us. We contact Elul Rabbanon, right? What we say, Punish Rabbanon. If the hold behind very small, if the hold behind very small, after you see then even things that should convey tumah. Even less right, if they don't hold this base, after the para or para niyama. They will say that even by para, by the para instruction, from where do you know that they can take tumah, which the Gemara says to us, Rabbi Amar, Unmara, this is the answer. Sweet hechsher tumah mimakom achar. They will say ultimately, what are we talking about? We're talking about items that require a hechsher tumah from somewhere else. Not items that themselves can be kept. So we'll say, essentially what it says like this. When we talk about hechsher tumah, we're talking about the fact that in order for an item to become effective to someone, it requires some type of tumah, so that the external tumah preparatory process. The simplest example of that is contact with the liquid. Contact with the liquid ultimately again makes something receptive to tumah. Therefore, the Rabbanon will say, what's the list I'm talking about over here? Of items that require hechsher tumah component. Of items that ultimately again require tumah preparation. External themselves. But these items like Siyam, like Harim, and like Siyam and Srakim, ultimately once they can become coming and don't require any external preparation to this happen. Fine. Fine. Harim is very something. Now she can open to match the Knim Kibbutz. So what about the following situations? Do Harim and Siyam and Srakim. So we'll say these again are the Kabbalah that are brought outside of this. So ultimately again, are they mechanic ultimately mashkin bifnim kibbutz? So we'll say are they mechanic and they can be ultimately again to open mashkin bifnim kibbutz inside the base of the like they do after. So already established that outside the base of the ultimately what happens once these items are taken out, they have the ability to convey tumah. So remember again, let's go back. When it comes to Harim and Siyam, so what's the tumah capacity? If you're involved with them, then what? They make your clothing covered. If you're not involved, then they don't convey too much. Meaning, if your clothing just touches it, they don't convey too much to the government. But they will convey too much to what? To open and mash. The Sharon after West Side is, do they convey too much to open and mash outside of the Sharon? Or can they convey too much to open and mash even when they're inside the base of the Sharon? Machusri Yitzio, Machusri Nice, tell me, Olo. Do we say about the fact that not taking the blood outside of Yerushalayim? Is that like there's something deficient in the sacrificial process or not? If you say this means deficient in the sacrificial process because they haven't been brought out, then what? Now, you shouldn't debate so much. If you hold on the other hand that the fact that they haven't been brought out does not make them sacrificially deficient, and ultimately they can convey to what to open and actually even inside of the base of the Torah. So what's the value of the doctrine? Actually ask the question, answer it, Mechusri Yitzia is Mechusri Nice. No, we will say the lack, I should say, the fact that the covenant has not yet been taken out is the equivalent of the covenant itself being sacrificially deficient, and therefore halacha l'maisa again will not convey. On both sides, this actually seems to be the conclusion that everyone agrees on. And as much as we said before, that the part of the stuff and the serious stuff and taking outside of the base and such have the ability to take a tumah to the clothing of those who are engaged in it, have the ability to take tumah to open the mashkin that just touches. That ability to take tumah is limited to when? For the covenant is taken outside of the base or outside of the Yerushalayim. It's still inside of the base, and it's inside the Yerushalayim. It does not convey tumah. And that seems to be Allah for the Maisa. The Velas of Tar, so if you have the carcass of a kosher bird, the Velas of Tar, the Meir, Mahu, Shigit Mouth. Shigit Mouth is Kizayis. So we'll say it's according to the Meir, what happens if you have a Kizayis of a Velas of Meir? Does of Tar, you have the carcass of a kosher bird. So let's remember again. So does then have the ability to convey tumah to other food items through a kizayis. If you have a kizayis of an avelas ochar, and the kizayis of a carcass of a kosher pig, does that kizayis have the ability to convey tumah to other food items or not? Which the Gemara says, well, what's the case? Look at actually this moment. Mount Shemit, not fire right up in the bottom. You have a mayor opening a match on the kizayis. The Rabbanan goes to Baruch. The Ami needed to cut the tumah, but not. The kizayis ain't to do a tumah, ela b'beis abiyah. About the in maza let me share the kizayis. Ela the mayor of our culture, somebody coming to us, we're up. So what's the case? What's the case? So it's like the machal are so it's like if the kizayis of coming is sitting on the ground and a food item touches it, then both like that's not a shine of Bible. Remember again, we already learned this. And interestingly enough, the velas of tar only conveys from the how the base habliyah, only when you swallow it. I just interesting about the velas of tar. It conveys tumah to your clothing as a result of swallowing. So if it's sitting on the ground, it doesn't convey tumah to anyone or anything. So you must what's the case? The nuts that you convey will divide it. If you have it in your mouth, obviously it's not a shine either why, because it certainly conveys tumah under those circumstances. So kiti by the so what is the shine? Well, do not get maybe at him. Let's see, well, what happens if I'm holding a kizayis of the velas of tar in my hand? So what's the shine? Well, so what's missing over here? So what's missing over here? When I'm holding that kizayis of the velas of tar in my hand, what's missing on one side? What's missing is moving it, bringing it close to my mouth, bringing my mouth. So do you that as we do that one called the absence of bringing it closer, as if there is a sacrificial detail that is missing. Oh no, why not do it once the bus divide on the pashta, and where it answers it on the base, Mukhusar Treva.
Hunting trips.
Love
I don't know. I mean, that thing is
so
like.
my answer is that no, you have to
like out, but then if Trump's going to be like, that he gave out classified, then he's letting them know it's classified. So
my
he's
mouth
telling the cat's
is not
out
the
the bag.
equivalent ultimately again of the lacking of a sacrificial
I
nurse.
hope he does.
And it also the mercy just in this case where it's holding it ultimately again it would convey to us to open and mash. So you must
he gave out classified information. That means there's real data that aliens are real. That's the only thing you could draw as a conclusion from that statement. Yeah. Right? Yeah, you would think.
So
I would try,
Moshe Hassan from
reasonable way you would say aliens are
there
real.
are 13
You shouldn't
different
say that
concepts
because
that
it's
said
classified.
when it comes to an Avelas or talk.
Yeah, it is, but that's like such a crazy. Trump was trying to keep it classified.
One of them was as follows. I really think more than one.
Well, yeah, they are, but I can't say
Machshava, number one, that
Oh,
ultimately, again, in order for an Avelas of Torah to convey Tumah, there has to be Machshava. What is Machshava? Machshava ultimately means that I have Kavanah to eat. I have Kavanah for food. I look at Rashi. Tzricha Machshava. Yitzari Pavos, Yirai Simei, La'ash, and Pavos, the base open. The Kabbalah is talking about this. Actually, we're going to see that Kizayis. And remember, again, just keep in mind, right now, Mir Shaila is dealing with Kizayis, not with Kibesha, as we'll see in just a moment. So, number one, it requires Machshava. Next, they took a shirt. So once again, as we said before, Kizayis of Tar, Kizayis Velas of Tar does not require a shirt. We'll say why not? Why not? We saw this before. Why not? Because halacha l'maisa, remember, anything that has the ability to become an avat b'chol av. Tuma kamura ultimately again does not require a shirt. Next, tami tumas open kibitza, and ultimately it has the ability to convey tumas open. But I want you to watch this. What's the shear? What's the shear? It's a base. What's this? The shear ultimately is an X value, not a kizayis. And here we're suggesting that a kizayis of Medelas of Tar has the ability to convey to myself. Here the Bryce is clearly saying what we said that halach l'maisa, you require ultimately a kibitza. We could actually for just a moment. Umatana to us also the kibitza. Is the tani tzvicha machshava. Ve'ina tzvicha hechsher. Alma. So the fact that we say you require machshava, but you don't require hechsher, we're talking about a case where you're holding the Avelas of Tar in your hand. The machshava on my word to the hechsher. We do not get labels on my tzika machshava. In the machshava, you don't need to. I can't convince it in. Kezai, so Rashi just points out over here, we must be talking about if you're holding in a velas of tar in your hand. Yet, again, what does the Brisa say? How much of it do you need in order to convey Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin? Kibbetza. This constitution of the mayor said that even a Kizayis of the velas of tar has the ability to convey Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin. Here we see it's a Kibbetza. My love, Rabbi Mary, also does this not reflect the view of Rabbi Mary, in which case we have a stira, contradiction? Is it a Kizayis or is it a Kibbetza of the velas of tar that ultimately conveys Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin? Which the Gemara says, no, it's not Rabbi Mary. Lo Rabbanon. We'll say, in fact, it's not Rabbi Mary, it is the Rabbanon. I have a hard time to Yerusha, Tzvicha Machshava, and Tzvicha Action. For a second, but we learned in the beginning of the race that what? That this in the day last of Tahar requires Machshava, and doesn't require Action. So, Uman Hashanis Le Hai Svara. And I want to say, ultimately, again, who was the one who told us this Svara? Which Svara was that? That if something has the ability to contract, to become Summa Chamura, it does not require Action. That's Rabbi Meir. Well, that's Rabbi Meir. So, ultimately, again, you're going to tell me, only the relationship Rabbi Meir, second Rabbi Meir, we'll say now again, to the beginning of the Brisa, which espouses the principle that if something is capable of becoming Tumah Chamura, it doesn't require Hechsher, that's Rabbi Meir. So we'll say, if the relation is Rabbi Meir, then what? Then it makes sense to say the same as Rabbi Meir also, which the Gemara says not necessarily. Midei Iriya, Hakidi Isa, Vahakidi. So perhaps not, we'll say perhaps each one is reckoned separately and each one is reckoned on its own. As we'll say, so both the relation and the sefer relation to reflect the view of Rabbi Meir, and therefore the principle, we'll say, is the principle, which is that halacha l'maisa, if something is capable of becoming Tumah Chamura, it does not require action. But the sefer ultimately could reflect the view of Rabbi, and mainly that what? That Nevelas of Tahar only conveys Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin with what? Bikibetza. Bikibetza, to which the Gemara says, Muhammad Diktani Sefer. I have one at the end of the verse that says, Shitasa Mikasa, Mitahares Trefasa Mitumasa. Suppose there's actually something we studied extensively earlier before. What about the fact that the shape of the verse says, that when it comes to an oath, when it comes to a bird, if you go ahead and you check, or you do Malika, Mitahares Trefasa Mitumasa. Because it's the act of Shchita or Malika removes any type of tumah consideration. So also, whose opinion does that reflect? Man Shamas Ne Haisara. What's whose opinion does that reflect? Rabbi Meir. So say, now we have a real problem. So you're going to tell me, Reish of Sefer and Rabbi Test Rabbi, so say, watch this. You have three halachas. So halacha number one is that anything that's capable of contracting or becoming Tumah Chamura doesn't require action. You have halacha number two that says only a kibetza's worth of the velas of tar conveys Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin. And now you have halacha number three, which is what? That shchita or malika of an tar removes any type of Tumah from its carcass. So let's say, here's what I know. One is Rabbi Meir, three is Rabbi Meir, and now you're going to tell me that the middle one, number two is the Rabbanan. You just start listing each strange for range of Mishnah or a Brisa. Does that make sense? Reish of Sefer Meir, Mitzvah Rabbanan. This one says last thing. Reish of Sefer Meir, Mitzvah Rabbanan. Again, you say switch. The Gemara says, you want to say it's incredible Musar. Incredible Musar is Chazal. The Gemara always wants things always wants things to be like in a linear progression. Rabbanan, Rabbi Meir. Therefore, you must, whenever you come across this tradition, you have a Brisa that reflects multiple opinions. Chazal, the Gemara doesn't like it because the Gemara feels that stylistic, it's not the way to go. It's good to go and arrange things in a methodical linear fashion, which the Gemara often answers. Reish of the Sefer Rabbanan. He says, Rabbanan, we'll say, you know, metaphor for life. Life rarely goes just in a straight linear fashion. There are peaks and valleys, there are ups and downs, there are bumps. Nothing just goes straight according to plan. So you have Reish of the Meir, sitting in Siyas Rabbanan, Sefer Rabbi Meir, and that's how it goes. There's one saying, only Hamil Rabbi Zera. Rotation, we'll say, another discussion that is still part of the, somewhat part of the previous discussion. So Hamil Rabbi Zera, Hamil Rabbi Meir, those is actually interesting Lashon. Rotation Akara, essentially, don't sit down. After Amr to Hamil, so you explain the following halacha. So we'll say, so this is, meaning that Hamil Rabbi Zera is each other. And Rabbi Zera, don't make yourself comfortable. until you explain this. Until you explain this to me, what does he want him to explain to him? The Gemara says, Nevilas of Tadar Imeir. What's the tickets? According to Imeir, which they have in Nevilas of Tadar. What's the number again? The Imeir is going to hold that Nevilas of Tadar is capable of achieving Tumah Chamura. It's going to have a more Chamur Tumah. It also doesn't require Hesh. So according to Imeir, Monin La Rishon B'Shin, or in Monin Rishon B'Shin. What's actually interesting halacha. So if Nevilas of Tadar conveys Tumah to something else, does it make that secondary item a Rishon or a Sheni or not? So most of what the Gemara is asking over here is according to Imeir will hold that Nevilas of Tameh, or Nevilas of Tadar, has the ability to have Tumah Chamura. When it contains Tumah to something else, what level of Tumah does it have? Do we look at it as an Av, and therefore it has the ability to go and make something else ultimately a Rishon or a Sheni? Or not? Or not? So it's all a one Rishon Sheni. Haralei, to which Rabbi responded, Alecha Demetame Adam Ben Maga, Monin Bal Rishon B'Shin. Ultimately, it says to you, whenever you have an item that conveys too much of a person through Maga through contact, that type of tumah will make something else a Rishon or a Shin. Alecha Demetame Adam Ben Maga, in Monin Bal Rishon B'Shin. We'll say that in the case where what? In the case where halacha l'maisa, an item, a davar tumah, will not go ahead and make something a rishon or a sheni. The person a rishon or a sheni touching it, then ultimately again, in a case where an item of tumah does not make someone tamei through maga, then ultimately again it doesn't make a rishon or a sheni. We'll say how does that answer our question? So remember again, the velas of Torah does it go ahead and make someone tamei through maga through touching it? And the answer is no. It only conveys tumah how? Face Havira, you ultimately swallow. Therefore, Allah remains because it does not convey too much to Maga. Therefore, even though, according to the Meir, it is a Tumah Chamura, it will not make something else a Rishon or a Sheni. Next, what am I saying in the Meir Bar Kahana? Well, I'm really Rabbi Abin Bar Kahana. So Rabbi Tira asked the question of someone. Here we go. This time, this is actually a fascinating piece. This time, Hibur is open Ayadin Mashkin. Hibur the Tumah Kala, that means Hibur the Tumah. It means Hibur the Tumah Chamura. So listen to this. You have the following situation. You look at Rashi actually this moment. Hibur open Ayadin Mashkin. Look right by that goes about. Rashi says over here, Chatzi Zayis Nedilan the Chatzi Zayis Nedilan Umash Ketofeach Be'emtza, the Nogia B'Shneim, Mechavrim L'Tamei Ochim Umashkin HaNogim Be'echa Min HaChatzar Eros. Listen to this. So remember again, let's say Nevela. Nevela is earning the days to Mafia B'Kizayis. Let's listen to the following case. I have half the Kizayis of Nevela on one side, I have the Kizayis of Nevela on the other side, and I have liquid in the middle. And the liquid essentially in between the two pieces. There's a concept said in the Gemara of Hibur Ochlin Al Yidin Mash, which is that if you have two half-pieces of Nevela that have shared liquid in the middle, that shared liquid actually creates a halach between the two pieces to create what I will say, a kizayis of Nevela. And therefore, again, I will say, if something, let's say other food and drink, were to come and touch one of those half kizayis pieces of Nevela, the food and drink, the Ochel Mashkin, would become tamei as if we touched the entire kizayis of Nevela. That's called Hibur Ochlin Al Yidin Mashkin. So what's this now? What's the shayla? So that's actually, for our purposes here, uncontested principle. That's not the shayla. What's the shayla? So monin bo rishon mishin, we'll say, what type of too much does it convey? Does it make the item that touched it a rishon or a sheni or not? Amrle, alecha to the tame adam monin bo rishon b'sheni. Ema tame adam in monin bo rishon b'sheni. We'll say to which the Gemara essentially says that halacha l'maisa, if whatever item conveys too much to a person, again, through Maga, then ultimately, again, it will go ahead and make something a Rishon or Sheni. When it's not a Tamiya person, it doesn't equal Rishon or Sheni. We'll say in a case like this, although we say, Tiburin Ochlan Ayadin Mashkin is Hibur L'Tumah, that type of Tumah ultimately, again, will not, that type of item will not convey too much to a person. Because it won't convey too much to a person through Maga, then ultimately it doesn't make a Rishon or Sheni as well. So we'll say, let's go back to it. It's actually, look at this moment, Hibur Tumah Chamura, Tamei Adam B'Teiru. So we'll say, Rashi says, Gemara says over here, that this type of Tumah, which is that two half-pieces combined by liquid in the middle, will not go ahead and be Matami a person. Rashi says, it won't be Matami a person and Caleb. Essentially, I would say the only thing it conveys too much to is what? Is food. Open and mashal will not convey too much to people or to clothing. I will say the end of Rashi is amazing. The time up, no yadana. Rashi says, by the way, I don't know why. Right? This is just the way that it is. This is also just such a see. I'm not saying something. Rashi didn't have to say that. Rashi didn't have to say I don't know why. Right? Rashi just has to tell us again what it's referring to. I was saying incredible lesson. Rashi teaches us sometimes things in so many different ways. Rashi teaches us sometimes it's also okay, not sometimes. Anytime. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay. Remember Second Shabbat says, Lama b'shon, Lama in your day. Sometimes to say I don't know. People are very resistant to say they don't know. Because to say I don't know something, we often interpret it as a sign of frailty and weakness. So what do? More often than not in life, what people do is instead of saying they don't know, what do? They make stuff up. And sometimes also, the amazing part is you can make stuff up to the point that you can even feel convinced yourself. Now you say it enough times over, you begin to take it as kind of. And I was like, this can be a very dangerous thing because people invent all types of contrived truths for themselves that they used to live their lives based on. Sometimes, again, the best thing you can do is to say, I don't know. It's okay not to know. Rashi doesn't know. There are plenty of things that I don't know also. In those moments of us, we're confronted with our human limitations that we don't know something. Instead of trying to pretend like those limitations don't exist, the better approach is to embrace it and ultimately, again, to find humility. So one goes a little bit like this. We'll just go back to the 2 lines. I have to record the parsha talk afterwards. So Gemara says as follows: Yatsu Ilu Bilu. So as I just take the beginning of this, and we'll have to stop. Yatsu Ilu Bilu. Remember, again, we're talking about here as follows. The Mishnah told me that halacha l'maisa, once when Yatsu Ilu, when there are 4 people carrying out the Pan HaNisrak and the Siyam HaNisrak. So the way the Mishnah seems to phrase it will say is that halacha l'maisa, you only become coming when you actually exit Yerushalayim. Therefore, even though the first 2 go out, when the last 2 are still inside the city, ultimately, again, they do not become coming. They do not become coming. Only Yatsu Ilu Bilu. It's only once they both are out that now all 4 become coming. So that Gemara just says over there, where do we know that from? The Tanur Rabbanon, so you learn Lahalon over there. And I was later on we're going to see this is by the power of the Kohen Gadol. What does it say? So who Lahalon Omer, what's the deal Machanos? So we'll say we're going to see in tomorrow's class that Gemara talks about by the power of the Kohen Gadol. Says ultimately again that it has to be done outside of the Machanos. Yet again, I will say over here. Now, by the time it's the power of the Kohen Gadol, it's the power of the Kohen Gadol. Power has been done in that seaboard. So it's like kind when you went to kind of refers to seer and power of the other people. It talks about being moved from one camp. Lomar Lachal, Avon Shiyasa puts Lamakana Achas Mekai Begadol. Teaching that once a carbon is taken out of one of the camps, ultimately again, it's Mekai Begadol. The equal from Minoma, but also we're trying to understand where does this halacha itself actually come from. So we'll stop it here for today. We'll pick up a Meretz Hashem tomorrow at the Tanur Rabbanon, and we'll say the idea of remembering against we're leaving off kind of Mitzvah, trying to figure out where do we learn this concept. I understand if you tell me that once you're involved in the actual avoda, that avoda becomes stomach. Where do we learn the concept that what? When I look at the Maisa, taking it out of the Machanos actually creates too much of the clothing. Tomorrow, I'll record the person and post the person about the Meretz Hashem after that.
April or May or something. Come on, you're Paramount. No, you're more than that. You're Paramount Plus. He cracked. And for the lawyers to release this statement without even talking to me is really surprising. The host also noted there's been a long, very famous exception to the equal time rule, and that exception included talk shows and interviews with politicians. Interesting. So that makes it interesting. We looked, we couldn't find one example of this rule being enforced for any talk show interview, not only for my entire late night career, but for anyone's late night career going back to the 1960s. He said, we're saying that Carr has not gotten rid of that exception talk show hosts yet. Maybe CBS was worried that this is a rule that the government could crack down on that, although no one has ever done that in the past. So this is a different kind of government, right? Obviously, it's a very adversarial relationship with CBS, or at least the Colbert Show has already. Yeah.
right at the top.
Who's Tyler? What party is Tyler Rico? He's a Democrat. Democrat. And Crocker is Crocker. She's Democrat. She's Democrat too. Yeah, it was like, oh, they're running against each other. Exactly. Yeah, okay. Tyler Rico's like, he's a guy that his story's very interesting. He's a teacher. And his story was that he had this kid that was very troubled in his class, but the kid was receiving counseling and was starting to get better. The budgets got cut. They cut off the counseling, and this kid started
get or get the benefit of the buffer, and there's some shul that happened.
He wound up getting kicked
Before
out of
the
school.
return, so the meeting is not brought up in the staff.
Because he was like, this kid
In
had
those cases, the
potential.
Kohanim
He's a
do not
teacher.
get the benefit from the height. They don't get
And
to
he
keep the height.
decided to run for
Neymar,
and to try to remedy these
but the terrible,
problems.
but still not
So
showing.
did
I'm
he
not
just
saying
get like jammed up with something now? Or like they were someone claimed they were in his office. He said something kind of like disparaging about like the black guy. He's a very mild mannered looking guy, right? Yeah. There was, I don't know if it had to do with sitting down when it was like
had some type of benefit to a person, right? So
but there was a guy who was about another politician. All he said was like, I didn't know what's going on
so
with
there was a
kids.
benefit to
You know,
the
this
person,
like, I
therefore,
don't know. I guess
Kohanim do not get the
he's
benefit
like
from
a fight. I thought he was going up against a mediocre black guy.
Ola Snishka to Lola Smart. How about if we had an Ola that was brought to Lola Smart? You know that an Ola, there was Ola doc, and the Ola that was brought to Lola Smart is not Apofisha, the Mishnah. Apofisha will also revive him, even though the owners do not get credit for the Ola. It still is a valid purpose. They just still need to, the owners are still need to bring up an Ola, but it's still a valid purpose. And therefore, even though
so it's
the
like,
violence do not,
that's a way to get people to not vote for that guy. Yeah, it kind of sucks. The influencer said it. The influencer was like, I worked on his campaign, and he was like, if I knew I was going against this strong black woman, I wouldn't know I'd run against a mediocre black man. And then the guy responded being like, nothing about me is mediocre.
that's what Ola Shafisha, that's what Ola Shafisha, whether it's an Ola of a man or a woman. The Ola is the car, we'll see exactly why it's the car, but again, bring it down because the topic is Ola of kids. So we're saying, this is not specific to only men, but it was included in Ola by women. Those heights would also go. How about Ola touches the bottom, but however, if we have a carbon at the touching college, those kids, along with the rest of the animals, go to the owner, who do not go to the owner. Ola touches the bottom of the top of Ola. The Ola, the thing is, like, other touching, those would go right? It's the top of Ola. You might know, when Nixon started telling us about in the context that talks about the height of an Ola, that goes to black. You might know Ola, for example, the Ola. So, Kohanim do not get the benefit from the buffer of the Ola, because actually the Ola, the buffer of the Ola is not out of the back. Even so, the Pasuk says that the Ola height does go to the
all you have to do is just not say the black
part.
part. He's just talking about politicians as mediocre. That happens to be black, but he's mediocre. But as soon as you describe him accurately, you're fine. You're fresh, especially if you're dead. Then you cannot be going, no. He's a religious guy,
and then
which is
further,
interesting,
but
but
yes,
also
we will discuss more in
opposes
detail.
putting the Ten Commandments in
Don't
schools.
come and try to
So
further my homophobia from this there, which is what Rabbi tells us why. If you look at Rashi, it's correct to Rashi everywhere
like,
they
thou shalt not commit adultery. It's like, yeah, dude, they're not going to fuck your wife. That's not that. It's your religion.
So don't say that he can disprove his logic because when it comes to an Ola, the Basar is gotten by the Mizbeach, but the Mizbeach does not get the work of the Pasuk to go to.
Yeah, and it's also, you can
Not about this one, cut the Pasuk down, because up a part of the Sarah and the Lishmar, and they're letting it so we should use the same logic or to refute the logic why the Kohen would get the order of touch it. Yeah, but anything about Shane is that all the Hamakah, right? You can't read this because the Mizbeach never is such a thing. We can't say they don't get in this case, and therefore Barnes should also not get it. But the Mizbeach is never go to the door. If it doesn't go to the door, we can't use the same logic. Right? So never go, hold on, the Tabakoma is we can still use the Tabakoma, use the Tabakoma, again, we'll get it in a bit more detail in the Gemara.
And then you can bring the family in. Tell
her about it.
Let's call the mom and dad. This is what this guy was talking about.
Now we're going to break down the pasuk. Again, the pasuk is discussing the Olam. The pasuk specifically says that the high as the Olam goes to the Kohen. The pasuk says, "Akohen hamakiv as Olam, Akohen hamakiv as Olam, or Olam shirikik laKohen le'iyah." Okay, he said, Olam shirikik, that's what it's called in Olam. It's called the Olam hegdish. Now it's coming to exclude an Olam that belongs to hegdish, and we're going to define what this is in a moment. This is Rabbi, that's what we do. We use Olam shirikik to exclude an phrase to exclude Olam hegdish. Yossi by Yossi, or Rabbi Yehuda Omer, not Olam here. He says, no, it isn't. I agree, Olam shirikik. This is exclusion phrase, but it comes to exclude the Olam of a getter. Yeah, we'll discuss this as well. Okay, now we're going to break down over that order. We're going to discuss Rabbi Yehuda's shita. What does it mean by to be Olam hegdish? Why is that excluded? So my father Olam hegdish. What does it mean to be Olam hegdish? How about we look at it? Who's in the book? How about we see it like this? The Olam haba menam osar. The Shita says that's up. The Shita by Yosef says. It's just like intense. You're just sitting there that comes from Mosara. What are Mosara? Let's look in Rashi. Mosara is the second and third Rashi in the Gemara. Mosara. The Kol Hashem is the Muras Ashram and the Ashram Snake, the Dialogue, any of these instances where someone brought an Ashram and they're getting a payment from somewhere else, now we have this extra Ashram, what do? We read out the grades, we get the norm, we sell it, and that money is Mosara. So the extra fund, right? The kind of loan, what does it yield? The yield is the manual dava. And with that money, the Olam stays on his back. We bring the dava offerings that are called sticks on his back, just to kind of keep him his back going. A lot of Olam issues, but those are not the Olam issues of the person, right? Because that person had to bring another Olam, or got kapara from someone else. And therefore, these are just. But it would be like. It was just you'd be in a room with like 13 other people, and they would you talk about the Mosaras, these extra Olas that are brought are considered illegal, right? That makes sense. And this is not an Orashi, and certainly these Kohen would not be held to die. However, Elonanda Amar Mosaras would be the most yuckinizely. But there's a thing that says that yes, we don't count towards that person's Olam, but the bar is also dava by that individual. So now, if you're talking about in Nidrav Yakin, why shouldn't the Torah be built for the high? Same way, we do it on any Olam, he's still being Olam. He's still a personal Olam. Michael, then what he said? Number Rabbi helps one, Olam. So the Rabbi is talking about the case, it's on the concept of the Korban Hamid Shaka, and it says Ha'olam, Olam, only each other. It refers to the Olam that has to be the first one. Right, so the Drasha is just Ha'olam refers to the first one. Afanami, we make a similar Drasha. Ha'olam, our class is dead. Or Ha'olam, or Go'olam, only each other, only the first Olam. And in our case, it doesn't the first one run. It means the first one that is designated to be Olam for the person, and not the Mosara, which are sort of secondary. We're still brought as Olam by the person, but they're not the Olam. They're not the originally designated Olam, and therefore they still consider these Mosara still not fit into Olam. Okay, that is the first answer. That's the first answer of what we mean by Olam second. Comes over Ibo, he says no, but when Master Olam is like, so what do you mean Olam second? It means that somebody donates an Olam for you know we have two types of distribution. We have distribution of goods. The animal itself is brought as a distribution of goods. There's intrinsic value in the animal. And then you can have when you donate an animal, you donate something else. It's just a general gift of the and that is the stomach. Just the value of the animal as a and not the animal, not the animal itself. So in this case, we have someone has an Olam, and then they donated that Olam for Tzedek HaBayis, right? So now we sort of competing. We have the intrinsic Kedushas of the animal as an Olam, and then we also have Kedushas Hadamim because it was donated for Tzedek HaBayis. So I'm going to say this is a crazy thing. I'm such a Tzedek HaBayis up to Nidda Orais, the point of Radamar, that even in this case, that the Kedusha of the Tzedek HaBayis, the second Kedusha, is focus on the animal, even though it already has kedusha to look, and that is focus on right. So now we have multiple kedushas on the animal. So for example, I understand that certainly it is now Zedek Habayis Ola, and it is Zedek Habayis Ola. It is not personal Ola. It's not Ola. Therefore, it is excluded. So I understand the question of that, Madam. However, even according to Madam, that says that in this case, because the animal already had kedusha agor, the kedusha daman is not kosei shmida oraisa when it gives the vegetable bias. I mean, with that opinion, we're only talking about the meat. Why? Because the meat itself is going to be brought on the playoff. And therefore, that we could say that has kedusha agor, the kedusha daman cannot take effect because the pastor is meant for them to get. However, even that opinion will say that the hides that are not brought on the playoff, the kedusha is kofes. And by virtue of the fact that the kedusha bias is kofes on the or, it is no longer considered olach ish, right? So at least from the perspective of the or, they're not an olach ish, and therefore it does not go to the kohan. Right? So that's the second answer. The first answer we had was that it's an olach that comes from the mosaros, the extra money that's found because a hasham was set to grade, the money was brought in and used to purchase the olach. The second answer was that it is coming to exclude a case where you take an olach and you designate for Zedek Habayis, and therefore it's no longer considered olach ish, it's considered olach ish. So those are first answers. Slight digression, then we'll go to our third answer. I'm not knocking olach abba who are the day number of knocking olach abba who are olach abba minimum. So knocking the name of Rabbi, I'm going to agree with our first answer that olach ish comes to exclude an olach that comes from the Mosar. That is what's considered olach agor. Olach knocking. Come on, why do you hold this opinion? Because you know, it must be legal to use it. We're going to get to in a minute. Already retracted his shita. Tanya, what's the thing of you? Tanya, she shouldn't have done the olach button on Mosar. So we had there's 13 boxes, 13 shofar, as we call it that way, in the Revelation book, and 6 of them had held coins for the Mosaras. So the Mosaras coins are also apparently really common that happened, and 6 of these shofars held coins out of the Mosaras, and that's what you bring these olach, right? They would bring the olach above the Mosaras, and what is the hands up on the olach? And the Kohanim would not use the upper at all, like we said, like our parents, right? You're going to use them, that's literally going to use them. Otherwise, in the Kanye of the Amri, Bar, Shimon, asked to be Yudah. In case so, you're going to say that these olach that come in the Torah should be high to not go to Kohanim. In case the Alta, the Yerusha, shall Yodah Torah, then you are going to be nullifying the Yerusha that was made by the Yodah Torah, which is the Tanya, or the Tanya. Then this is the Yodah Torah. Hashem, Hashem, Hashem. One part says he's the brother of Hashem is La Hashem. And the last one brings us part of the passage, but another passage said, Hashem.
Oh my God, it's like
I said the exact passage is like where the passage, but it says that the Kohanim are zofet to the and one part of the Hashem is Hashem, another passage says the Hashem is for the Kohanim. So that would be the
window into how
right?
crazy
Culture,
it was terrifying, man. And then the weirdest part is like after
what do we do? We're talking about we have these Mosaras, and they come from the Chatas and Hashem. So what do? You let them get them in, you sell them. What happens to these coins? You buy Yokoko olach, you purchase olach, above the Hashem, the meat goes on the Mizbeach for Hashem, and Olach and the skin goes to the Kohanim. So we see clearly here that the Rasa of the Yodah is that when we have these olach brought from the Mosaras, the Kohanim do in fact we keep getting these to go on. So this would be a negative our first answer, a negative of not for the name of Rabbi Baruch. We agree with this, we agree that that would be excluded. So All right. Ella, my okay. I'm a Taco. So now, what do you exclude from Ola Fish? So when we say Ola Fish, Ola Fish, what does it come to exclude? If it doesn't come to exclude the Mosala because of the director of the other car. Robert, right? This is now our third answer. The delay, the Noctis, the thoughts of the radio is the case where someone is knocked all of his possessions, and according to the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, which is not. I'm not thinking of thoughts of Rabbi behind the Hemos, or you got it in there. Let's say someone is knocked all of their possessions, and within their possessions, they have certain animals that are going to be brought as a carbon. So what do you do?
It was, and I remember like saying this was very,
Safari, you
like, I've been outside of Walmart,
male animals, and you sell them to people who need to bring in over. The Kegos, you not to sell them to first woman. Take the female animal, you sell them to people who need to sell to a first woman. Okay, so now the animals are used for blood. I'm about the money that you receive in that purchase. You are trying to sell, that money gets given to the legal stuff for that they can buy purchase. Okay, that's perfect. Now we're supposed to be giving a purchase. That would be true on that. I still do this. No, don't sell this to Carter. All of the male animals actually get brought as Carter Sola in the Kegos, right on the Kegos. That cannot be brought as a Sola. You can do the surface lemon, so we sell those to people who need to bring a Carter lemon. And what do you do with the money? In this case, we have to do the Mayamola. So now, you buy over that money.
And the funniest part was like,
China Plus,
I was thinking of
and then all the other possessions, you have those are better buy. But he Rabbi Yeshua, even according to his opinion, Rabbi Yeshua, the other Bolas, they show,
bigger fish to fry
even
than
according to Rabbi Yeshua, who you see,
They're like
someone says, I'm not all my
fighting for their lives.
to the Vedic Abayas, we can split what that designation is. It doesn't all have to be just the value, but we see Rabbi Yeshua holds to cover up the animals that are right for carbon, are brought as a carbon, and animals that are and the other possessions are sold and given for Vedic Abayas. You see that in his designation, we have some that are given to us, some that are brought on the staff, and some that are given to the Vedic Abayas. Right? So on the news, but this is only the week, like the week was brought on the
That's crazy.
The hides that are left over that can't be run in the back. I might have thought they'd go to the Kohanim. No, those this is Vedic Abayas tokens, and therefore that is what's considered Olas Hendesh, right? Olas Hendesh. That the animal itself is brought on the top, and the hides, which ordinarily go to the Kohen, are instead have to be Vedic Abayas and are not Olas Hendesh. That's our third. So there's three of them. Just a quick review. Three of them. We brought in the pasuk itself said Olas Hendesh, and the Yiddish Shita was Olas Hendesh comes to exclude something that's called Olas Hendesh. Three opinions. What it means to be Olas Hendesh. Sure, it is an Ola that is brought from the Moksara, the extra funds from Ashram, that has to bring to get a book. So those are considered property of the death and not Olas Hendesh. So those hides do not go to him. Or you take the case where someone takes the Ola offering and they're machnik that Ola for Vedic Abayas. So again, they co-face that for that high with the use of Vedic Abayas, and therefore it is Ola Hendesh and not Ola Fish, but not Ola Fish. The final answer that we had was somebody who's machnik all of their Nechasim, and within their possessions they had animals that are run to be brought in Ola, or other animals that are sold to people who need from them, and then with that money they're brought, you're brought, an Ola is brought. And in those cases, those are Olas Hendesh, because the hides do not go to the Kohanim, instead go to the church. Okay.
The academic study of it and applying it.
Now we look at the, but now we go back. We had a second opinion of what Olas Fish came to do. That was the opinion of Omer, Father Olas Davis. He told us Olas Fish comes to exclude Olas Ger, to learn how.
That can help too. Yeah, it's like.
Why would Olas Fish exclude a Ger? Why is a Ger not an Ish? An Olas Ger should be included, a Ger is an Ish like any other Ish.
And talking to a human and
seeing their side of the specific case we have a Ger who dies and does not have any and we know
some
it's got
things
to
to
know
work
when
on.
a
It's
gear
like it's all
converts.
science. And
It is as if even his biological elements, even if they convert with him, it's as if there is no relationship, no connection, correct? And therefore, if a gear has an Ola and then he dies, there is nobody else, and he hasn't gotten remarried, and somebody else wants him, so now we have an Ola that doesn't have violence. It's no longer an Ola fish because it has no owner. It's still brought, but it's brought, and the high stays in the Kohanim because this is not considered an Ola. Okay. A little less time, learn a little less, let's talk to
who's getting what result. But then it is a skill. That's the other thing. It's a skill. It's a hard job.
Now we're going to go in a bit more detail, breaking down the concept of legal concept one more time.
Are they in touch with
We're going to talk about it one more time, so we're now going to introduction different parts of the concept. So because I'm telling I'm not this Ola ish or Ola shit. This is a Cohen movie already. The Cohen brings Ola the experience of that Ola with the plus goes to the Cohen, but Cohen later, they belong to that Cohen. Okay.
I don't know. Like, I remember I didn't do it ever when I went to school for therapy. Though, you gotta go to therapy so that,
we only know
what it's
if
like.
it's Ola brought by a man. Ola is going to be take out the GSO here. Ola, Nushim is out of the region. Ola, Nushim is out of the region. How do we know that if a woman or an Eved brings Ola, that also that high goes to the Kohen? Ha'olama or Ha'ola. So Ha'ola is actually really use the word Ha'ola to do it. You could have just said Ola or why or Ha'ola? Ha'ola is legal, and it comes to include the Ola of Nushim and Avad Nezah. In Kay, Matam Loma Ola is and why do you say Ola is and what is coming to us? Ola should also is only an Ola that actually benefited a person, but which Nishka is not a Nishka. So you're fine with electric and Kohen. Keep the shepherd outside of his time, or outside of the proper place, and in which case it's hostile, and the violent do not get any benefit from that Ola, but we're not there, it doesn't satisfy the application. So in that case, the Kohanim do not get to take the high, right? If the rest of the Kohen was not accepted, the Kohanim do not get to take the high in that case. Okay, you also have any more about Shiloh the Shluch. Okay, I might have thought, negative our Mishnah, that maybe I would then also include, in this case, really like the pet food, if a Korban Ola was brought, Shiloh the Shluch, right? The law for a violent, and therefore, we know even though the carbon is brought, it does not count towards it, doesn't satisfy the owner's obligation on the base. But it was the carbon Ola. I would have thought that in this case as well, this is not considered Ola fish, and therefore the carbon did not get
some of them just swear by it. They're like, just take this,
Ola is including any type of carbon that is brought. And even so different things, when it's brought, not with the same violence, the Ola is still valid, it just doesn't count towards the obligation of the violence. Versus when it's took from the Kobo, for Kusano, where the offer of the Ola is invalid in and of itself. And therefore, in that case, only in a lot of cases, the Kohanim not benefit from. Now, but the instruction is, and now we're going to get into how we extend, we touched on the Mishnah, but we're going to get to now more detail, how we extend from the Ola, which we said goes to the Kohen, and now the four of other countries. Okay, but the four Ola, the Ella, or Ola, okay, only know from this concept, that's the four of the Ola that goes to the Kohen. How about Ola is such a country of Nayim? How do we know that the four other countries also go to London? How do we know that is brought, and I just call it about any carbon that any carbon that's brought. Like the other section type, other section type. Yeah, but any matter of section type. Okay, I'm going to now bring in all carbon and the Kohanim will get the oil from all Kohanim, even the section type, which Mishnah told us is not true. How do we know Ola, it has to be something similar to
jelly roll of 500 pounds to jelly roll of 200 pounds. Like, that's what wheel does. Yeah, like that's a real thing. That's not a fake thing. This idea of free will is no determinism that led jelly roll to decide to start walking. It's hardcore. Yeah, no, I agree. I know what that argument is, because I like Spelsky. I like a lot of stuff. That argument just bothers me because it's like, okay, you're taking the idea of will and switching it with like this nebulous, like, well, there's like an isotope in your brain that is like switched to one thing. It's just, to me, it's like a just a weird point that kind of like draws to free will to share DNA with AIDS and human. It's like, I guess I don't believe you can like change your genes apparently by like acting a certain way. Sounds like anyhow, but I just never like that stuff. It's a weird argument to support different perspectives. Humanity's in the perspective that free will is harmful, but also determinism is a giant factor in how many people live their lives the way they live. Yeah, because like, especially if you're in a shit circumstance, terrible, gang-ridden community, get beaten in your house, mom's on crack, there's chaos everywhere. The idea that you're gonna come out of this ready to beat your own trees is true. So that's true, and that's insane. You're a product of your environment, at least to a certain extent, and usually someone finds something that they love that gives them an outlet, and then they get out of it. The problem with the determinism stuff for me is like, I do get that. It's like, you know, yeah, if your whole upbringing, you killed people, and it's like, yeah, I get it. You find that, and maybe everybody that, he's like, maybe we should treat everyone a lot more kindly and approach people. It's like, I'm on board with that. For me, it all stops at pedophiles. And it's like, so we're supposed to just like do a pedophiles, like, parties like we're supposed to fry those guys. Where it's like, that's one of the craziest things about this whole approach to PBS. They're trying to call them minor attracted persons. Yeah, this is like legitimate academics who are describing pedophiles as minor attracted persons, and it doesn't mean that they're evil. Yeah, I know that's a problem. It's like, obviously, your kids, like, I don't know anybody who has kids who has that perspective. No, if you did, you have to be like a sick fuck, like, to think that it's, it's just a minor attracted person that fuck my kid. Like, no, yeah, and that's the whole thing too. It's like one of those bags of like cheese or material that just does something sometimes. It's like, alright, well, he fucking squashes pedophiles down with a hammer, or just bags of beans and crushes that, but it's like, right, it's okay to break a child. It's not okay to I know. That's what yeah, that's right. It's for me, all that like determinism, like we should just be kind, have a more rational approach to criminal justice. It's like, for sure, it's like, yeah, fuck pedophiles. It's like, yeah, you can't. Pedophiles, serial killers, yeah, there's a lot of them. Like, it's just a lot of them. Really interesting things about some policy is, like, just some crazy toxoplasmosis. That's how I wrote that into it. Yeah, he was the guy that we first started reading about that was saying that a disproportionate amount of motorcycle victims when he was doing his residency, the guy who he was working with on a serology test to motorcycle victims for toxoplasmosis, was challenged them from having this cat parasite. Oh yeah, I heard about this cat parasite that alters behavior, it makes you more reckless, it makes you more prone to erratic mood swings. It makes you more aggressive. It's interesting. Yeah, disproportionate amount of successful soccer teams have high levels of toxoplasmosis. In countries with higher toxoplasmosis, they could also be countries with higher toxoplasmosis don't have any money. It's easier to get a soccer ball, get a good drunkards, out of their game, way out of bad neighborhoods. But this more psychopathic things now because we know it affects human behavior. And we also know it affects animals. Yeah, it makes cats grows inside cats' guts. It's the only way that it reproduces. So what it does is it rewires the sexual reward system of rodents. And like mice and rats get turned on by the smell of cat piss. So they go to seek out cat piss for a boner, like literally, and then lose all their fear of cats. So that the cats devour them. So when the cats devour them, then that parasite is now inside the cat's gut, which is where it reproduces. So that's why they tell pregnant women you should never touch cat litter.
like Tanakama, and we don't need a Kalvachomer like a Mishmol. It's just standard logic is that it follows the Basar, and in fact, the Pasuk was only needed to teach us a non-standard case of Ola that the high still goes to the Kohanim.
Places where people have like outdoor cats.
But we continue our discussion. Slowly, let's go just quickly read the Pasuk that Kohen Makar that's Ola Sheish Ola Sheish Kohen Lo Yiyah, right? It goes specifically to that Kohen. Lo Yiyah, and the dress we had, the similar dress we had yesterday. Lo Yiyah, stop the Kuyom Zonin. Lo Yiyah, to that Kohen, it comes to exclude a Kuyom or an Onen. Why? I might have thought when you to the Basar.
Dogs go outside.
But I really said yesterday or the day before that Kuyom and Onen, they do not get to eat from the Basar. Why? Because they don't try. They do not get to be coated in the Basar. Why? Because they cannot eat it. Right? They have a problem with Bakila. However, these people also maybe I would have thought that they did get to be coated in the Or because Or doesn't in the Bakila. So the fact that they are exactly with Kuyom and Onen, maybe that doesn't matter because they should still be able to. They should be maybe they're not excluded from the Or. Tanamoma, Lo Yiyah. So that's what I'm talking about. Lo Yiyah only the front because it's the Kuyom of Onen. It comes to exclude the first Kuyom and Onen, they do not get to partake in the Or. Okay, and I'm going to break down. Remember, these people, Tanakama, learned from in the Pasuk HaShirikut. The Shmuel learned from a Kalvachomer. From the Kalvachomer from Ola. And Rabbi learned just generally the Basar, the Or always follows the Basar. Okay, now we're going to say why does each one hold by, not all of them, but more some don't hold by the others. Tanakama, why did Tanakama have the structure? Why did he also use the Kalvachomer? We see all the time, this is also the Kalvachomer, part of the Pasuk looks right, you're right. Tanakama could have held out the Kalvachomer, but he wanted to actually hang it on a Pasuk. He wanted to drop it on the Pasuk. Okay? So we should okay, and Rabbi Shmuel, he doesn't use the Pasuk HaShirikut as Tanakama. What did he do with that phrase HaShirikut? But with Kuyom, the Onen, he comes to, we just said, Rabbi to exclude of Kuyom, the Onen. The takeaway, Lo Yiyah. Why does he learn it from Lo Yiyah like Rabbi did? Rabbi Shmuel uses this phrase for something else, like Yochanan, Yeshiva Shmuel. Ne'emar ba'ola, and I'm talking Lo Yiyah, the Ne'emar ba'ashem Lo Yiyah. Halahalan, Atzmosha, Uzarin, just like the Bai and Asham, the bones are nether. Akas, just here by Ola, the bones are much less. We learn that for Zer Shava, sorry, Lo Yiyah. And we have to say, look, it has to be, right, otherwise we could have said, that's fine, you can make the Rasha on Lo Yiyah, and still use it for a Zer, and still use it for a Zer Shava, it just wouldn't be Zereshava that's looked at, wouldn't be that's open, right? We know if you have a Zereshava that is looked at, even if we had a Zereshava, that Zereshava stands. But if you have a Zereshava that is not looked at, whose words are used for something else, then if we have logic that counteracts the Zereshava, we're not going to do the Zereshava. In this case, it's not used that as looking. Why do you don't look? If you use that Lo Yiyah as form, this other Rasha, and therefore it's not looked at, it's a Lukra, Mala'asim, it's a Sarah Lukra. Lo Yiyah, because there is the element of Basar which isn't by an Ola, and therefore we would be able to pluck up the Zereshava. So we have to make sure to look now and keep the
factors like aging, weakened immunity, or stress can trigger reactivation.
Okay, so a little bit ahead. All right, we'll go a little bit ahead.
And my friends
The rest might come back tomorrow, but for a few minutes. So we'll take the first piece of the Mishnah. Okay,
yeah, my uncle got it. He was. Is the shingles vaccine
effective?
Does it prevent shingles?
Now, remember, we'll get to it in the Gemara, we're going to quote on this, but this Mishnah is telling us that anything can have a tool in the culture that happened before the hide was separated. Ain't no saying the car. Then the or does not go to the car, rather it stays in the buffer, which is out of pure. However, if the or is already separated from the buffer, and then there's a tool in the carbon, or say the car, and the car, and get to keep that on. So here, the deciding, the moment in time, that the deciding factor is whether the or is separated or not, right? So it's the time of testing, the time that the or is separated. If it still happens, for the break in, the car is not. If the other still happens after the or is separated, the car is not. Okay? Nina Skanakonim. The Yamar is the or is good at this. He says, his experience is that I've never seen a skin that was brought out to the base of and like we trust the idea. We're talking about a skin that was already flayed, right? Because obviously there's many times where a whole carbon is brought out to the base of but we're talking anything where a skin was separated and then brought out to the base of How about the Shiva? The Gemara of Lamadno, we can learn from the words of the Nina Skanakonim. The Mamshik El Sapakor, Nimsa Shreika. You see when here, they need to match it before, and then it's kind of in straight up, and then you see that there's a tool afterwards, and the bottom still has to keep or the front of the heat, what's the fact that the heat is kind of unsaid? He hasn't seen it, that's not right, just maybe he hasn't experienced it. Oh, that's what it is. In this case, a trade flow, which obviously was a tool that happened before, right? We didn't know about it, but the trade flow obviously happened before the skinning of the hive, and therefore the hive would go to make a big, of course, okay. No, we'll just do a first little piece here. Go ahead. Culture was up on his day after the Sarah reported stuff from the beginning of today. That said, Culture was up on his death for the Sarah. Anytime that's in his day after, it's not to the foster, goes up a car door, or a car and knock it door. But Afagar, perhaps the door, seems to imply even if the high was separated first, right? And this, in our Mishnah, the moment that we really care about is whether the Vasa into the car and do not get the door. But whether or not it was played before the stool is irrelevant. That's his belt up there. The money, in the opinion. And the other one, sure, this must be the other one, sure. Because he got stabbed so many times. I'm going to go off it's going to be brought up in detail tomorrow. But the other one, sure, says, they have done the rats our order by asthma. Or the other says, that the Rika Kadam can only be rats when the or is connected to the bus, but not when they're separate, but they go together. Only when they're together. Fine, but what about this mission we just brought down, which is actually one mission, we just broke it up in our Gemara. In the Sefer, it says, Kola Kachim, Shmir Ben Sul, Kola Shaitan, and Shaitan, and Raka Shaitan, or Shaitan, which again, now, the exact point that we're worried about is whether the Sul came before or after the hide was skin. Now, often we're ready. This goes now for everything is ready. The Amar, Hasdam, and that's all over the answer. Rabbi says, and you can have the Rika that is not here, the hide, even when it is not connected to the basa, right? So if you skin it first, and then that's when it happens, the tool happens to the basa, so you can't. So there's no basa, right, for the Rika to be mocked here, but the Rika can be mocked for the or by itself, like you can be ready. Right? So now, Rachel, we have two different authors on this, which obviously we do not like. Other Rabbi said, the Sefer Rabbi, Rabbi said, we're going to make both of them ready. We load the Rabbi, they're not going to Rika. And we said, right, we had a problem. We had a problem with the Rika, our listener from the beginning of the day, that we said it can't be like Rabbi. It goes, no, Rabbi, while you agree to that principle, Rabbi said that just never happened. The general rule is you are not mocked before Rika. You first do Rika, and then you play the animal. So Rabbi's saying that's not how it happens, and therefore that's why if it happens to be that way, like it is in the city, that's the case. On the Rika, you're just dealing with a regular case where we do not play the animal prior to Rika. Okay? Rabbi says also he answers the contradiction, he answers the other way. He said use the Rika, Rabbi Shimon, he said the beginning of the Mishnah is the point of the Okay, therefore then we have to answer the sake of the Bible that said, Kodesh Hashem, which seems to imply that the animal can be skinned and still have the Rigas Hadam, the Maratza, for the or by itself, which is not, which is negative thing of another version. No? What do you mean? What does it mean when we say before and after Hashem? Kodesh and Nira Hashem, after Nira Hashem. It just means when it is right to do the Hashata and when it is right and when it is not right to do the Hashata. It means before or after Rita. It's really talking about the exact same point. You're saying it's not that it plays beforehand, it's saying when it is finally right to be played, which is only after the Rita. And we look very quickly to the Rambam. On the first fish we did, Rambam in Silvus Maisar Kabbalah, Parak Hay. Halacha Yisrael. Rambam says, Kol Oros, right now we're talking about where do the various Oros of the various Kohanim go? Try that again. Where do the Oros of the various Karbanos go? Do they go to the Kohanim? Do they go to the Baalim? Or do they not go anywhere? Kol Oros Kachim, not Kohanim. So any or that is from a Kachim Kachim, that goes to Kohanim. They the Kabbalah Shibor, they the Kabbalah Yapid, and whether it's from Shibor or Yapid, Ne'emar, or Ha'ola Asher Hikrid, right? And it seems to me that around learning has learned from Asher Hikrid, which was the opinion of Tanakh. Okay?
I remember I took a test for it, and it was
like, that follows the Basar, goes to the Bible. They're called Ola, and this is our beginning of our Mishnah, and Ola, that is not built into the Basar. Ola, Shinamar, Ola, Scoop, Ola is also self-food, right? So that's the same structure that we made. And then in Halacha Chaf two of our, remember we had three opinions as to what it needs to be, Ola tended, which the skins do not go to the bottom, and the Rambam quotes two out of those three things, which is, a makis halacha that kabayis. If you have an Ola and your makis is two that kabayis, four, makis nefasa, items the foreign, and only you have your makis over the nefasa, and you happen to have male animals that are running in the back, and you can go Ola, in all those cases, and that's what you don't know. You see, the Rambam seems to hold like both of those teachers that those are considered Ola tended, but does not hold by the third teacher, which was right. So the third teacher was disputed by the Rosh al Yaga and therefore the Rambam does not quote that. These are only two opinions within what is Ola tended. Really, I do not quote this one.
Now they're going, no, you need to get in the center, you're going to die. What's the new food pyramid now? I know. Well, a lot of people are so angry. They're so angry at RFK Jr. for flipping the food pyramid, but there's so much evidence that this is the accurate way to eat. This is what people are supposed to be eating. It's like whole foods, like actual food, like vegetables, meat, fish, like that's what you're supposed to eat. Like actual food.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Thousands of years. That's what you're supposed to eat. That's the stuff the backlash against them that I'm like, I don't get it. It's like getting like weird shit out of foods that they don't have in Europe for like schools and stuff, and it's like that was always the left wing position. I think it's like no preservatives, no additives, natural food. I know I love like because I have all these food allergies, so like I gotta go to like a hipstery kind of like rainbow flag restaurant. That's the only place I can eat from. So I'm like, I know you guys like this. Why are you pretending not like getting rid of like red food? You know, like, because it's connected to the trauma. Because RFK Jr. is important. Instruction. It's like the family versus so silly. They'd rather commit suicide. They'd rather poison themselves than admit that he's right. It's insane. Just give him one and be like, all right, that's actually a good one. It's that resistance to recognizing maybe this person that I don't agree with because he's connected to this other person that I don't agree with. Maybe that's some good points. Maybe if that person that was like someone that I aligned with ideologically at the same point, I would be like, yes, thank you. Yes, these preservatives are terrible. Yes, these dyes are terrible. Yes, this is bad for you. Yes, you should have warning labels. Yes, other countries have banned these products. Why do we have them? Yes. Especially like if you have kids, it's like, dude, you're worried more about them than like your kids not eating a bunch of crazy bullshit. It's like, dude, just let it go. You can be like, all right, like, I don't like this, but that's fucking right. I like that. Let's let them go then. It's like, yeah, you built an armed religion. Don't reach for bullshit for science. Like science they treat it as if this is like a doctrine and a dogma. If you don't support it, you're a heretic. There's something wrong with you. It's like, do you know those people? These scientists, like a lot of them are fucking severely compromised. They're compromised by financial incentives. They're compromised by academic incentives. They're trapped in these systems where you're forced to have groupthink. You have this top-down control. The people that are at the top are controlled and connected to these pharmaceutical companies. They're pushing this idea. It's like, this is an alternate thing with FC2, and I know they're crazy scientists, man. Yeah, I was excited. And the scientific, the science shit is like, it's like you go to this, you go into masters. I know you need to understand statistics. He's like, are very serious understanding of statistics that actually make sense of those studies. And I never was able to do that, but it's like, you read those studies, like, oh, look at this, it's a graph, everything's going up. And it's like, yeah, but like, what was like the percentage of like this and that? It's like statistics is really like magic. It's like it's so surreal. You can make one thing look this way, and it's, you can arrange the data a different way. You're like, oh shit, the fucking thing went up now. It's better. It's like, well, that's unfortunate. Throw out old one to show no efficacy. Even for scientific mistakes. Yeah, I think there are as many antidepressants like years and years ago, and I think they were allowed to do as many studies as it needed to like show basically what they wanted to say, which wasn't even good. It's like only 50%. We had a drug cases with pharmaceutical drug companies. One of the things that was really crazy was he found out that the pharmaceutical drug companies, when they get peer reviewed, when the papers get peer reviewed, they have to give the data to the scientists. They give their review of the data to the scientists, and then it gets peer reviewed. That's like, yeah, that's crazy. So great. But the study that was like, if you drink one glass of wine, you'll be healthy. Yeah, that was complete bullshit. That was made by science. That was like promoted by the big alcohol companies. It's completely false. And it was so evil. We were like, dude, it's good for me. I need alcohol every day. The girls say it was control. It was, yeah, grape shit. And it's also, it's like, eat fucking grapes. Also, the tip is resveratrol. It's a supplement. The amount that you get in supplements is like far exceeds a glass of wine. You have to drink the whole bottle. Yeah, true. That's, you know, everybody was telling me that there's no fucking way. That's true. Yeah, no, you hang out more, you're less likely. I think there's something to the relaxation of alcohol that like makes you feel better. I think feeling better is part of it. Like having a better life and having a healthier mind. Because there's something about people that are just riddled with anxiety and thinking about things optimism. People that are just, they don't have the tools to navigate this fucked up world. Just fucking juice, like, yeah, true, if you drop the cortisol, it's relaxation. Which is why people that, like, one of the only things keeping them hanging on is the drinking night. You know, just a little drink, just nothing crazy, and just yeah, we don't take that personally. That's true, we don't take that, but it's just it's like, well, that's lesser to it, for sure. It's like, what they try to say, like, fruit loops were healthy for you, and ground beef, wasn't that one of the studies? Like, they had comparisons, like, they had a chart, like, where things fit on the healthy versus not healthy. Real pyramid was this, it was like cereal, bread, pasta, that was what you're supposed to eat, like beans, not you're supposed to get fruit, you're supposed to be charged for this fucking, like, low macaroni. I remember
Now it's coming to exclude the Ola that belongs to Hegel. And we're going to define what this is in a moment. Here's Rabbi Yehuda. That's an easy thing. Rabbi Yehuda says Ola is to exclude their faith to exclude Ola Hegel. Yes, you are used to Rabbi Yehuda Omer. Kal Ola Kiri. He says, no, it is. I agree. Ola is. These are excluding our faith, but it comes to exclude the Ola of a ger. And again, we'll discuss the dispute as well. Okay, now we're going to break down. We're going to discuss Rabbi Yehuda's shita. What does it mean by to be Ola Hegel? Why is that excluded? So my father Ola Hegel. What does it mean to exclude Ola Hegel? Other people would have to do them a focus. Other people by Rosh. The Ola Haba Min HaMosar. So the Rabbi Yehuda says that's up. Rabbi Yosef says to exclude an Ola that comes from Mosar. What are Mosaros? Let's look in Rashi. Mina Mosaros. It's the second, third Rashi in the Gemara. Mina Mosaros. The Chol Hashem is the Tigron. Shmurat Hashem, the Hashem Shmei, Bala. There's a keeper of Bala Bahaka. If you have any of these instances where someone brought in Hashem and they're getting atonement from someone else, now you have this extra Hashem, what do? You leave it out. You graze, it gets a mum, you sell it, and that money is Mosaros. Those are the extra funds, right? And kind of long, what do you do? And with that money, we all our Kitzim back. We bring the Nidava offerings that we call Kitzim back, just to kind of keep them back going. But those are not the Ola which is the person, right? That person had to bring another Ola or got the part from someone else. And therefore, these are just.
Nothing ever happens.
If we hold that.
Nothing happens
from all this. These extra Olas that are brought are considered a communal. That makes sense. And this is not an Ola tree. And certainly these Kohen would not be felt that tree. However, but there's an opinion that says that yes, you don't count towards that person's Ola, but the brought an Ola by that individual. So now, if we're talking about in Midrash Yakin, why shouldn't the Kohen be built for the high the same way he would have been Ola? He's still being Ola. It's still a personal Ola. Michael, remember what he said? Ola. The Rabbi is talking about the case, it's talking about the Carbon Shaka, and he says, Ola, Ola Rishona, it refers to the Ola that has to be the first one. So the Drasha is just Ola refers to the first one. Achanami, we make a similar Drasha, Ola, our Pasha said, or Ola, the Ola Rishona is only the first Ola. And in our case, the first one brought it means the first one that was designated to be an Ola for the person, and not these Mosaros, which are sort of secondary. They're still brought as Ola by the person, but they're not the Ola. They're not the originally designated Ola, and therefore they're still considered these Mosaros will still not fit into Ola's speech. Okay, so that is the first answer. That's the first answer of what we mean by Ola Teged. Comes over with Ibo. He says no. But the Matzah Ola is very about. Now, what does it mean Ola Teged? It means that somebody donated Ola for Tzedek HaBayis. Right? We know we have two types of kedusha. We have kedusha, the animal itself is to be brought as there's intrinsic value in the animal. And then you can have, when you donate an animal, you donate something else. But it's for Tzedek HaBayis, it's just for general, based on English. In that case, if there's kedusha, it's kedusha stomach. Just the value of the animal as kedusha, and not the animal, not the animal itself. So in this case, you have someone having Ola, and then they donated that Ola for Tzedek HaBayis, right? So now we sort of have to compete it. We have the intrinsic kedusha of the animal as an Ola, but then we also have kedusha on Gammon because it was donated for Tzedek HaBayis. So, the more continues. The more Lamanda Amar, Touchy Tzedek HaBayis, Hafsi, Mega Oraisa, the point is about number, that even in this case, that the kedusha of the Tzedek HaBayis, the secondary kedusha, is focused on the animal, even though it already has kedusha for God, and that is focused on Oraisa. So now we have multiple kedushas on the animal. So, for example, I understand that certainly it is now Tzedek HaBayis Ola, and because it's Tzedek HaBayis Ola, it is not personal Ola, it's not Ola speech, so therefore it is excluded. So I understand the point for that. However, Even according to my Rabbi that says that in this case, because the adult already had Kedusha, these are good. These Daman is not Tosei Smita Oraisa when it gives it that bias. I mean, well, that opinion is only talking about the meat. Why? Because the meat itself is going to be brought from the Mizbeach. And therefore, that we can say that has Kedusha Aguf, and the Kedusha Daman cannot take effect because the Basar is meant for the Mizbeach. However, or even that opinion will say that the hides that are not brought on the Mizbeach, the Kedusha Zadik is separate, and by virtue of the fact that the Kedusha Zadik is focused on the or, it is no longer considered Ola Fish, right? So from the perspective of the or, it is on Ola Fish, and therefore does not go to the Kohan. Right? So that's second, right? The first answer we had was that it's an Ola that comes from the Mosara, the extra money that's found because a Hasham was set to graze, the money was brought in, and used to purchase Ola. The second answer was that it is coming to exclude a case where you take an Ola and you designate for better Kabbalah, and therefore it's no longer considered Ola food, it's considered Ola type. Those are first ones. Slight digression, then we'll go to our third answer. I'm not knocking Ola Rabba Ruah. Tena Baruch Nachman Ola Ruah. Ola Rabba Ruah. Five Ola Haba Minimum. So Nachman, the name of Rabbi Baruch, I'm going and agrees with our first answer that Ola Fish comes to exclude an Ola that comes from the Mosai. That is what's considered Ola Hegel. I'm going to Nachman. Come on, this is who you hold by. Why do you hold this opinion? But you know, that's really hold their opinion. We're going to get to the next. Already retracted his Shita. Tanya, what's the opinion of Tanya? Shisha with a Dava. The Ola Bum and Amasara. So we had 13 boxes, 13 shofar, actually, that were in the that were originally. And 6 of them had held coins for these Mosaras, right? The Mosaras coins were all apparently this is common that happened. And 6 of these shofars held coins under the Mosaras, and that's what he would bring these Olas, right? They would bring the Ola above the Mosaras. The Lady Kohanim are on the Ola. And the Kohanim need not use the Ola to the or, like we said, like our first answer, right? Here Rabbi Yehuda, that is the Rabbi Yehuda. Amri Nechani, Amri Amri Shimon. Asked to be in case so, you're going to say that these Olas that come from the Torah, the hides do not go to Kohanim. Okay, you count up the Yerusha Shel Yada Kohen. Then you are going to be nullifying the Yerusha that was made by Yada Kohen, which is Titania, or I think it's going to say Titania. Then if you're going to be a Yada Kohen, also you Hashem Hashem, the one part says seems to imply that the Hashem is La Hashem. And the Rashi only brings us part of the passage, but the other passage says but it says that the Kohanim are Zoka to the Chamash. You see chickens, and one passage sees that the Asham is Lash, and another passage where the Asham is for the Lash. So we have to do the steer there.
Doing the right thing,
right. Coach
is just really kind of
what do we do? We're talking about we have these Masaras, and they come from the Chatas and Asham. So what do? You let them get them in, you sell them, and what happens to these coins? You buy Yilka Olos, you purchase Olos, a Basar Hashem, the meat goes on the Mizbeach for Hashem, and Ola Kohen, and the things go to Kohen. So we see for a year that the Drasha of the Yoga is that when we have these Olos brought from the Soros, the Kohanim use that. Yeah. Keep the door. So this would be a negative our first answer, a negative of not the name of Rabbi Baruch, who agreed that that was the exclusion of the Apostle. Alright, okay, I'm a Chicago, so now what do you exclude from Ola Fish? So when we say Ola Fish from Ola Pending, what does it come to exclude? It doesn't exclude the Mosara because of the Yerusha of the Yada Kohen. Alright, this is our third answer. The Gulei, the Nakit, the Fasa, this is the case where someone is not all of his possessions, and according to the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, which is it's not. I'm not just going to talk behind the hemos, how you got in Mizbeach. Let's say someone's not with all their possessions, and within their possession, they have certain animals that are going to be brought as a carbon. What do you do? Another Omer, Zakarim, Yimachim, you take the male animals and you sell them to people who need to bring in Ola. Tevos, you not need to sell them to Shlamim. Take the female animals and sell them to people who need to go bring a Shlamim. Right? So now the animals that you put them on it, keep the name. What about the money that's used in that purchase? Usually in Shana Patel, that money gets given to the Mikvah just for Sadek purpose. Okay, that's perfect. Now we're going to do the thing we're focusing on. Rabbi Yeshua, Omer, Zakarim, you say, no, don't sell the Zakarim. All of the male animals actually get brought as covered as Ola. In these cases, right on the tables, that cannot be brought as an Ola. Into the surface Shlamim, so you sell those to people who need to bring a covered Shlamim. And what do you do with the money? In this case, you have to do the name Ola. And now, you buy Ola with that money. That's the other person, you can go to buy it. And then all the other possessions, yeah, those are the big buy. Now, he Rabbi Yeshua, even according to his opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, the other Ola ratio, even according to Rabbi Yeshua, who sees that when someone says, I'm not taking all my nechassim to the Beit HaBayis, we can split what that designation is. It doesn't all have to be just the value, but we see Rabbi Yeshua holds to cover up the animals that are right for carbon, are brought as a carbon, and animals that are and the other possessions are sold and given for setting up. We see that in the designation, we have some that are given to us, some that are brought on the staff, and some that are given to the setting up. Right? So I'm doing both. This is only the news, like the only news was brought on the but the hides that are left over that can't be brought in the staff, I might have thought they go to the Kohanim. No, those because they use the Beit HaBayis to them, and therefore that is what's considered Olas Hegdesh, right? Olas Hegdesh, that the animal itself is brought on the staff, and the hides, which would ordinarily go to the Kohen, are instead have to be the Beit HaBayis, and are not the Olas Hegdesh. That's our first. There's three answers. Just a quick review. Right, three answers. We brought in the pasuk itself said Olas Hegdesh, and we do the was Olas Hegdesh comes to exclude something that's called Olas Hegdesh. Three opinions. One, it means to be Olas Hegdesh. Sure, it is an Ola that is brought from the Mosara, the extra fund from Asham, that has to raise and get a book. So those are considered property of the death and not Olas Hegdesh. Those hides do not go to Or the same case where someone takes the Ola off and then matches that Ola for Beit HaBayis. So again, they co-face that or that hide with the use of Beit HaBayis, so therefore it is Olas Hegdesh and not Olas Hegdesh, does not go to Kohanim. The final answer that we had was somebody who will not fish all their nechassim, and within their possessions they had animals that are right to be brought in Ola, or other animals that are sold to people who need funding, and then with that money they're brought, you're brought, an Ola is brought, and in those cases, those are Olas Hegdesh, because the hides do not go to the Kohanim, but instead go to the business. Okay.
For like almost a century was blackmail.
Now we look at but now we go back. We had a second opinion of what Olas Hegdesh can do. That was the opinion of Omer. Father Olas Hegdesh. He told us Olas Hegdesh comes to exclude Olas Hegdesh. So we're out. Why was Olas Hegdesh exclude a ger? Why is a ger not an eat? An Olas ger should be included, but a ger would eat like any other eat. No, track the ger can make a specific case where we have a ger who dies and does not have any yard. We know a ger in his ger to cut up an Ola dummy when a ger converts. It is as if even his biological relatives, even if they convert with him, there is no relationship of
Why would
corruption, correct?
anybody care? See, no
And
one cares.
therefore,
Like,
if
if a woman
a
has
pair
an
has an
affair
Ola,
on
then
her
he
husband
dies,
and has sex
there's
with some
nobody
hot guy
and
and
he hasn't gotten remarried or doesn't have the other option, so now we have an Ola that doesn't have violence.
still I
It's no
got a
longer an Ola fish because it has no owner. It's still broad, but it's broad and the hide staying in the it's not into the Kohanim because this is not considered an Ola.
You gotta get her to fall in love with you.
A little less, we're already a little less, let's talk to, I guess Hebrew, you need to take it back.
Kids. You gotta threaten the kids. Threaten the kids.
Yeah.
That's a hard
one. Okay.
But that's a different
Sorry
thing
about
than
that.
getting her to do something that she
Now we're
shouldn't
going to
have
go
done.
in a bit more detail, breaking down the concept. We'll read the concept one more time.
Yeah, you know,
We'll read a couple of them, we'll read one more
that's
time, so
probably
we're
why
now
a lot
going
of
to
women
discuss
are in trouble.
different parts of the concept.
Right,
Concept
they
is I'm not
aren't.
this,
Yeah, they aren't.
Ola
Right,
is,
because like I would
Ola
imagine
is,
you would
a
want them to.
already.
There's
The
plenty of women
Kohen
politicians who
brings
want to
Ola
compromise. I
the
mean, they
rich,
did get
the skins
Stacy
of
Plaskett.
Ola,
She was cooperating
go
with
to
Epstein,
the
going
Kohen,
back and forth during Trump's administration.
they belong to that Kohen. Okay.
Oh
No,
no,
about it.
She was the senator for
Ola
Arizona.
is, concept says Ola is,
right.
Amy, Ella, Ola
And
is.
she
We only know if it's an Ola brought by a man. Ola, so maybe we take out two words here. Ola, nothing is valid, we discussed this a second ago.
Oh,
Ola,
see, no.
nothing is a virgin. How do we know that if
That's a
a
bitch ass
woman
law.
or an Eved brings an Ola, that also that high goes to the Kohen, Abadoma, or Ha'ola. So Ha'ola is actually, we didn't really need the word Ha'ola to be repeated. It could have just said Ola fish or a fish in the Kohen. Yeah, why Ha'ola? Ha'ola is legal, and it comes to include the Ola of nothing and above as well. In pain, Matanoma Ola this, why we say Ola this, and what is this? Ola also is only an Ola that actually benefited a person. Not your Mishnah Kaputim Sana, but Kaputim Sana. So in the Kohanim, it's kind of to the Kohen. That keeps the shepherd outside of time, or outside of proper place, and in which case it's hostile, and the violence do not get any benefit from that Ola, but they're not there, it doesn't satisfy their obligation. So in that case, the Kohanim do not get to take the hide, right? The rest of the plan was not accepted. Kohanim do not get to take the hide in that case. Okay, y'all call any more but it's Shalom Mishnah. Okay, I might have thought, negative our Mishnah, that maybe I would also include Korban Ola was brought to no Lishma, right? The law for violence, and therefore we know even though the Korban is brought, it does not count towards it, doesn't satisfy the owner's obligation on the day.
That's funny.
It's funny.
It's a
I
joke.
would have thought that in this case as well, they did not consider Ola fish, and therefore the Kohen did not get
Feminists talk about
Right?
kind of
Ola
misogyny.
Ola is Ola. So Ola is any type of Korban that is brought. Even so, different things when it's brought, not with the violence, the Ola is still valid. It just doesn't count towards the obligation of violence. Versus when it's put from Korban, because we not know where the offering, where the offering of the Ola is invalid in and of itself, and therefore, in that case, only the latter case the Kohanim not benefit from it. Now, but is now we're going to get into how we extend, we touched on this, we're going to get to now more detail, how we extend from the Ola, which we say goes to Kohen, and now the or of other countries.
People decide they don't like people all the time. That's what divorce exists.
From this
Yes.
concept,
And one of the reasons divorce exists is because people find someone they like more. And they go, oh, I fucked up, I have to get out of this marriage, I'm in love with this other person.
that
And you don't always have to
the
get
or
divorced.
of other countries also goes to Kohen.
Yeah, that's true too.
So I was the counter that fuck you, you're a bitch. Like he
That
because
is
I'm like,
big.
you're
Well, just call it a couple of questions, any couple of that's any couple of
Has to pay this lady
other
money because
countries,
she's
other
that
countries.
guy's
They get
Yeah, but I mean, not our countries. Okay, I'm gonna find out let's bring in also about it, and
well, you go high just to settle.
Kohanim will get the oil from all Kohanim, even country countries, which Mishnah told us is not true. Ola, it has to be something similar to Ola, not Ola country culture, not cold country culture. There has to be some
Oh my god. It's real money.
comparison to Ola, which is country culture, and therefore we learned here that we learned based on this concept, the common holds that only that all that the Kohen is Zilka to the or in all cases of country culture. Okay, that's the first answer kind of common says it is learned out from book from the Sukkim,
It's got to be like
specifically
75 grand.
after
There's no way if you're a senator.
the small over, the small company is a different answer.
This may be because most people like the reaction that we're having.
The possible
Like, no
tells
one's
them,
outraged. No one's angry.
other countries like to be Kohanim, better than the oil. Well, this is the Kalba Omer, it's also a fun one.
$75,000 in damage to the lawyers who argued the complaint. That cinema engaged in numerous unlawful acts with racism, but not limited to having conversations with them. That's unlawful. Meeting you under emotionally and physically romantic and sexual circumstances.
But if you have such a culture where the Kohanim
encouraging
do
him to
get to
leave his
partake
wife.
in the Basa, certainly then they should partake in the Hor, which they did by an Olah.
I think it was like
We're going to ask Ms. Bath if here, but what I think this was the reputation that he noted in the stuff. Therefore, Ms. Bath, she's up of the Basa, or the Hor, Ms. Bath, when it comes to carbon Olah, is built into the Basa of the Olah, but it's not the Olah. The Basa tells us or goes to Kohanim. Even though that's not a good reputation, the mountain is there. You can result in the stuff. It never result in the door. It doesn't ever have the culture of poor vitamin C. So therefore, you can't plug up the California from that. So in the corner, there's nothing different. You can't apply that to Kohanim. You do have in other places, namely like Ola, but they are built by an eye. And therefore, once we know that we have this idea that the Or goes to Kohanim by Ola, we can make this Kalbachomer that it works on all other countries. Okay, second, Tanakama learns it from a Basa, Hashirikir, Yishmael learns it from a Kalbachomer, and then the third thing, you have Rabbi Omer.
Yeah, let's go, Houston. The drug commonly known as Molly or ecstasy to a rope trip so that cinema could guide him through a psychedelic experience. Wink, wink. In March of 2024, Matthew Abel reported that ex-Zen wife that while he was serving as civil security guard at the former senator was having getting handsy. And that she held his hand and touched him. According to the complaint, Matthew Abel expressed that he didn't know how to get out of the situation without offending someone.
Outside of an Olo, so again,
She was also influenced by sexual hormones. He said he never let her go again. She was
it's all burned up.
Molly towels, pictures. Let's go. Launches centers into American Indian women president. Yeah, let's go. Let's get freaky in the office. But expressed that he wanted divorce. He's trying to admit to the affair, but expressed that he wanted divorce. After an over trip Heather and Matthew Abel separated, Brooklyn alleges that her ex-husband and cinema remained romantically involved. Cinema and Matthew Abel both appeared at a forum afterward.
However, Ola is a problem. Bunch of goes together, but it's that Ola, you got to throw the stuff down. That you have to play the shit off of the Ola and cut it up in the pieces. So now that the fucking tells us that you have to separate it from the Basa, the upper way you're behind the Ola. I might have thought that the bottom are not zero Ola because there's something different here. There's something different going on, unlike the other Kavanos, where the Ola is always connected and stayed with the Basa. Here, the Torah tells us that you must be played and separated.
You get the ritual, you still get the taste, just without the hangover. They've got everything. Golden, IPAs, light brews, even this new lime and salt one, if you want something refreshing. Whatever the mood calls for, they've got the flavor. You can find Athletic Brewing at over 75,000 grocery stores or liquor stores, bars, and restaurants nationwide. Or you can grab some of their limited release stuff directly from their website. Go to athleticbrewing.com/Rogan, find stores near you, or get booze shipped right to your door. Use code Rogan, get 15% off your first online order.
Standard logic is that it follows the Basa, and in fact, the Basa is only needed to teach us the non-standard case of Ola that the high still goes to the Kohanim.
the security guards. She's a freak.
We'll continue
We don't have any problem with men to do that.
quickly read the
Well,
There's
there's two types of people that want to be leaders. Warmongers and pussyhounds. I prefer the pussyhounds. Don't leave your wife alone. But I prefer them because at least they're just trying to get sex. They're not trying to blow up the world and conquer and like they want to be getting his command. This is
why?
his position. Let's grab is allergic to pussy.
Willie said yesterday or the day before that
They asked him if
they
he
do
was
not
going to
get
run
to
for
eat
president.
from the buffalo
Have
wives
he's
because
single.
they
Yeah,
get
he's
excited.
single.
They do not get to be
And
clothed in the buffalo
what about
wives
first
because
ladies?
they
I
cannot
heard
eat
you'll
it.
have a
Right? They have
bunch
a
of
problem with
first
Bathsheba.
ladies.
However,
Is it something
maybe I
along
would
those
have thought
lines?
they do get to
Just
be clothed in the
never
horse
something
because
a
the
man
horse
would
doesn't
say.
understand about food. So the fact that they are expected to fully young or no, maybe that doesn't happen because they should still be able to, and they shouldn't, maybe they're not excluded from the horse.
No disrespect to her.
On the moment, Logia, so that's what I told them, Logia always the contract because the Fuller and the Fulyon of the Onen, you come to exclude because the Fuller and the Fulyon of the Onen, they do not get to partake in the horse. Okay, and now we're going to break down. Remember, three people. Tanakama learned from from a structure in the Pasuk Hakerikis. The Shmuel learned from a Kalvachomer, from a Kalvachomer that from the Kalvachomer from Oda. And Rabbi learned just generally the Basa, the Or always follows the Basa. Okay, now we're going to say why doesn't each one hold by, not all of them, but some don't hold by the other. Tanakama, why does Tanakama have this structure? Why do we also use the Kalvachomer? We think, time, this is actually Kalvachomer, Kalvachomer looks rough. But Tanakama could have held by the Kalvachomer, but he wanted to actually hang it on a Pasuk. He wanted to disrupt it on a Pasuk. Okay? But tomorrow, after Hikri, right? Okay, and very small. Because of the Pasuk of after Hikri, that Tanakama did, what does he do with that phrase after Hikri? But it's for you, the Onen, he comes to the Jim we just said, from already to exclude a Fulyon to the Fulyon and Onen. He takes away the Logia. Why does he learn it from Logia like the Rabbi did? Rishma uses this phrase for something else. Like, Yochanan, you should really small. Nemar ba'ola, in our part of Logia, the Merabah from Logia, Balahalan, Hatzmosa, Bukarin, just like the Bai and Asham, the bones are Muther. Akkad, close to the tongue, just here by Ola, the bones are Muther as well. We learned that for Logia. And we have to say, look, it has to be the over, right? Because otherwise you could have said, that's fine, you can make the Jerusha on Logia and still use it for Xera, and still use it for Xera, but it just wouldn't be Xera that's Muther, it wouldn't be that focus, right? You know, if you have a Xera that is Muther, even if we have a Xera like Xera, it stands. But if you have a Xera that is not Muther, we would use for something else, then if we have logic that counteracts the Xera, we knock up the Xera. In this case, the Shmuel used that in the why do you know if we use that Logia for this other drasha, and therefore it's not Muther, and therefore, Malasa can be started Muther, Logia, so why you could have excluded the same to Asham, because there is the element of Basa, which is taken by an Ola, and therefore we would be able to talk over the Xera. So we have to make sure that the look now is keep the Xera.
So during COVID, there was a huge.
Okay, go a little bit ahead. All right, we'll go a little bit ahead. So we set it up for my come back tomorrow, but we'll take the first season this time.
My job is to keep you on Facebook as much as possible. All that data that they had during COVID is still there. Right. And I think all the social media companies are still keeping us.
So now, remember, we'll get to it in the Gemara, we'll get quote on this, but this is telling us that any can have a tool in the touching that happened before the hide was separated. They don't say look on it. The oil does not show the oil, rather it stays in the buffer, which had a tool.
Set up their
After the however, if the oil is already separated from the buffer, and then there's a tool in the carbon, they'll say look on it. The Kohanim still get to keep that oil. So here, the deciding, or the moment in time, that's the deciding factor is whether the oil is separated or not, right? Which is the time of testing, the time of the oil is separated. If it still happens, the preparation, the Kohen do not get the oil. If it still happens after the oil is separated, the Kohen are still. Okay? Skana Kohen. You know, my love, here's the oil, here's what they say. He says, his experience is that I've never seen a skin that was brought out to the Sefer, and the Greeks actually has in. He's talking about a skin that was already flayed, right? Because obviously, anytime you do a whole carbine, it's going to be brought out to the Sefer, but this time he's saying when a skin was separated and then brought out to the Sefer. Give a mitzvah of a magnum, the word from the word of the Finita Sanakon. The Maxis has before, Nimsa Sefer. He's a Kohen, you see the mirror, and if you're not before, and then it's time to be the Sefer, and then you see that there's a stool afterwards, and the Kohen still at the piece of oil, and Trump is like, who's the hell is saying now? Ain't no riot. Just the fact that the Finita Sanakon said, he hasn't seen it, that's not a riot, but maybe he hasn't experienced it. That was up to the in this case, a treatment which obviously was a tool that happened before we didn't know about it, but treatment still obviously happened before the skinning of the hide, and therefore the hide would go to the of course,
what people are saying is if your child, so you give your child an iPad and it goes from one YouTube video to the next, that should suggest those got lumped in there, and you click on it, and it was all of a sudden like someone would get a bottle put over their head, whatever, where it's not built to the box, yes, like a Mickey Mouse cartoon, that's the utility.
Seems to imply even if the hide was separated first, right? And this, in our Mishnah, the moment that we really care about is whether the basa went onto the back. The basa goes on his back and gets the oil. If it didn't, the Kohen did not get the oil. But whether or not it was played before the tool is irrelevant.
Countertop or something where they become
the money is in the opinion. And the other one shows this must be the opinion of the other one.
It's just like what is
it? The gloss over is not focused, so we're going to be it's going to be brought up in detail tomorrow. But the other one says, they have done the rats our orbit by Hatzno. Every other says that the Rikas Hadam only the when the oil is connected to the butter, but not when they're separate, but they go together. Only when they're together.
Something which is weird. Yeah.
One of that business that we just thought that was actually one mission we broke it up in our tomorrow. Ema Seifa says, Kol HaKoshim, Shir Ben Shul, Kol HaShaitan, and Or Sela Kohanim, Lach HaShaitan, Or Sela Kohanim. Again, now, the exact point that we're worried about is whether the tool came before or after the hide was skin. Now, also, we're Rabbi. This is now point between Rabbi, the Amar, Adam, and Asa, and the Asa. Rabbi says, and you can have the Rika that is not here, the hide, even when it is not connected to the butter, right? So if you skin it first, and then that's something happens, the tool happens to the butter, so you can't. So there's no butter, right, for the Rika to be master, but the Rika can be master for the oil by itself. That's the opinion of Rabbi. Right? So now, Rachel Blood, where we have two different authors on our Mishnah, which obviously we do not like. Rabbi said, he says Rabbi, waiting on the Rabbi. So Rabbi says, well, we're going to make both of them ready. When both are ready, they actually come to Rika. And we said, right, we had a problem. We had a problem with the Rachel, our Mishnah from the beginning of the day. That we said, can't be ready. Because no, Rabbi, while you agree to that principle, Rabbi says that just never happened. And the general rule is, you are not master before Rika. You first do the Rika, and then you play the animal. So Rabbi's saying that's not how it happens, and therefore that's why if it happens to be that way, like it is in the Sefer, that's the case. But in the Rishon, you just deal with the regular case where we do not play the animal prior to Rika. Okay? Rabbi says also he has a conflict, he has the other way. He says we do Rachel, he has a Rabbi Shimon, since he said at the beginning of the Mishnah, is according to the opinion of Rabbi Shimon, Sefer not the Rabbi Shimon. And we said, okay, therefore then we have to answer the Sefer of the Brisa, which says, Kodim Hachshay, which seems to imply that the animal can be skinned and still have the Rikas Hadam, the Maratza, for the or by itself, which is negative opinion of Rabbi Shimon. They know. What does it mean?
to men playing in women's sports, to all the transitions of children. Like people freaked out. Not just fucking Republicans. A lot of people. Yeah, Karen's is not ready to do that kind of stuff.
Before or after his stuff. If you were talking about the exact same point, he was saying it's not that he played beforehand, it's saying when it is finally right to be played, which is only after the recon. And we'll go very quickly, we'll go to the Rambam. The first that we did, Rambam, in Hilchos Ma'aser Kabbalah, Perek Halacha Yudhet, Rambam says, Kol Oros, right now we're talking about where do the various Oros of the various Kohanim go? Try that again. Where do the Oros of the various Karbanos go? Do they go to the Kohanim? Do they go to the Baalim? Or do they not go anywhere? Kol Oros touching, like Kohanim. So any or that is from a country, that goes to Kohanim. Things that come out of Tzibor, things that come out of Yapid, any, whether it's from a Tzibor or Yapid, Ne'emar, or Ha'ora after Hikid, right? And it seems to me that I'm learning from after Hikid, which was the opinion of Yitzhak. Okay?
I'm sure he has been
it's such a Taliban, but it's a Taliban that follows the Basar, goes to the Bible. They call Ola, and Mozak about Mozak, this is our beginning of our Any Ola that is not, so that the Mozak is not built into the Basar. Mozak about Ola, Shinamar, Ola, Steve, Ola is also Shalfish, right? So that's that same structure that we made. And then in Halacha Aleph,
talking about something that personal, that publicly.
Remember, we have three opinions as to what it needs to be, Ola Hegdish, which the skins do not go to the Kohanim, and the Rambam quotes two out of those three opinions, which is, a matzah of Lachar Ben Gabayis. If you have an Ola and you're matzah it to Ben Gabayis, or matzah Nefasa, right, that's the Kohanim, and or you have your matzah over Nefasa, and you happen to have male animals that are running in there, and you can put Olas, and all those cases, Ola Sam, the Kohanim, and now not Ola the Ola Hegdish, and that's what you don't do. You see, the Rambam seems to hold like both of those teachers that those are considered Ola Hegdish, but they're not hold by the
Sure, but look, if you're dying of terminal cancer and your body's rotting out, I feel like, just like you
right, the church people would dispute it,
there's times where I think assisted suicide is probably a good option.
The drugs on your yoga poet, and therefore the Rambam does not quote that. These are only two opinions in what is Ola Hegdish, where the do not go to the Alright,
people like Blair White, Brianna Wu, they have gender dysphoria. It's perfectly appropriate to call them she. It's otherwise very disturbing. 5 minutes later, when it becomes a political issue, it's anyone who just puts on a dress. Right. So the point that Kelsey's been going on with Canada is now they're going after people who are depressed. Right. They're going after people who are disabled. They're going after kids. And the darkest thing that's happening over there, which they're importing here, is that old people are extremely expensive for the system, right? If you have socialized health care, I don't know what the number is, the huge number, towards the end of your life, you're racking up those bills. So there's a huge incentive for that government to get you off of their ledger. So now they're having this movement where let's all get together and have we're all going to go kill grandma. 5 minutes ago, if you don't want to go to the West, you want to kill grandma, you're a bad person. Now if you don't want to kill grandma, you're a bad person. You don't want to end this way, you're such a small person, die with dignity, blah, blah, blah. It's not always common stuff. And in Europe, they're having it with teenagers who are depressed. And you know perfectly well, I've been listening to this notes, it's not a slippery slope, it's an elevator shaft. Is this the back door? Is it financial incentive? It's a huge financial incentive. Think about it. If you're old and you're $1,000 a day and the government's paying you, if I get rid of you, look how much I'm saving you. And you don't want to be burned to your family. What? You don't want to have them sitting by your bedside. Come on. It's happening here. New York just passed it. It's 14 states. And no one's not passed. New York just passed it. He's just trying to figure out a way to use his budget. His budget is higher than the entire budget of the state of Florida, which has 3 times more people outside. This is the budget for look it up. The budget for New York City is larger than the budget for the state of Florida. I'm pretty sure it's true. We should look it up. But I was reading an article about it today, unless the articles were completely full of shit. They were saying that it's several $1 billion more for New York City than it is for the entire state of Florida, which has roughly 3 times as many people living in it. Is that true? I just got to go back here once a month to do Goodfellas, and I can't believe I'm saying this as if we're New York, but I like LA better than New York. It hurts me physically. What's wrong with New York? There's no eye-popping amount. Insider called Insanity is up around 11 billion from the current 9%. Yeah, record $127 billion budget proposal on Tuesday. The socialist leader, city leaders' plan includes a whopping 9.5% proposed property tax hike. 9.5 hike on New Yorkers, which he claims to be a last resort, while allocating another $1.2 billion for migrants. It's the budget. Scroll down a little. Okay. Wow. That's what. All I got to say was about the same New York. Yeah, it's comparable. Holy crap! So it's not 3 times more, whatever the fuck it is, more. No, 3 times more people, right? That's true. Yeah, triple per capita. So the budget of Florida House is 113.6 billion to 115 billion, and the New York proposal is 127 billion. So it is more. So New York City their budget is more than the entire state of California with state of Florida with 3 million more people, or 3 times the people. Sure. But the point is, it says it's up 11 billion from the current year. Well, he's not. He's like the amount of migrants is crazy. There should be $0 for immigrants. I don't think you can have 0, because if they're going to be there, you have to feed them. You have to do something with them. Literally, if you don't feed them, they're going to be robbing stores. They have to human beings need food. What are you going to do? Get them jobs. How are you going to get a migrant a job? Get them a job in Guatemala. When you either give food and a job, I want to take American citizens jobs. The whole thing's a mess. The whole thing's because one point is you can't just throw them away. That's unless you're going to remove them from the country. Right. Unless you remove even if you want to put them in jail, that's not cheap. Right. That costs a lot. Right. So what are you going to do? I remember Piers Morgan had this amazing interview with my favorite British politician, Diane Abbott, who was really special. And in the UK, you have the government, which is most government, majority party, and then you have the minority party, which has a shadow cabinet. So if there's a Secretary of State, the Democrats would have a Democrat have to deal with those issues. And she was their shadow secretary for student liberation. And he goes down. If the Labour government wins the next election, and you have illegal immigrants here, what do you do with them? Do they get to stay? Do you have amnesty? You're going to deport them? And he goes, Piers, the Tory system is not fit for purpose. It's terrible. It will be more efficient and more fair. And he goes, right, gotcha. There's an illegal immigrant. Do they get to stay, or are they deported? I explained this to you, and it was just this amazing thing. Circular. Yeah, I love it. How much money do they give to poor workers? Oh, it's not. It's not. But is it the same amount? Okay. So 7.54 billion to fill cliffs across 6 major unbudgeted budgets. Everybody's property taxes there. Is that true? Well, the property taxes are high. I understand they haven't raised it, but they should raise it. Because it goes as the property values go up. Exactly. That's the revenues go up. Exactly. There's no percentage. Like this idea that they haven't done it, so they should do it, is crazy. So look at that. So if your condo's under 20 grand, which is no condo's even that cheap, you're paying like 15% every year for property tax. Yeah. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. I think the idea is that rich people are just going to pay it, and this is what they're trying to push. Meanwhile, people are going to just like they've done these sort of wealth taxes.
However, that is only when the highest release.
Just $100 a month, yeah.
Then Nolan Bolt will code the base code
It's assessed at $120,000. You're paying $14,000 to $60,000, but that's a condo that's assessed at $120,000. Good luck finding a condo assessed at $120,000 in New York City.
14,000 divided by 12.
Well, for that particular condominium unit, from 15,000 to 16,000.
Oh, I see. That's right.
Right, that's 12% on 120,000. Now to a $55 million condo. Really wealthy people are responsible for a large percentage of the tax income in New York City. I think it's the upper 1%. I think the upper 1% of New York City are responsible for 50% of the tax revenue. Something crazy like that. See what the actual number is. So the thing about that actual number is those are the people that are going to leave. Because those are the people, if they own multiple properties in New York City, and then he hits all this tax, and it winds up being an excessive amount of money, and then they're planning on taxing people if they leave. This is like what they proposed in California. They've also proposed this, I think, in the Netherlands to try to stop people from leaving, but you still have to pay taxes. So
France was doing something, or Richard Departure was leaving to try to do something.
they're just trying to steal them. Top 1% of New York City income, earners paid 48% of the city's personal income tax liability in 2021. The most recent year with detailed data. Why is the most recent year 5 years ago? The PIT share equates to roughly 11% of New York City's total tax revenue. PIT accounts for 23% of overall city tax collections, so it's a lot of money. 48% of the city's personal income tax liability is an enormous amount of money.
So property taxes are 45%. That's where they get all their money from. Which you understand. You can't like the Empire State Building.
Right, but if you're jacking all that up, top 1% paid 40%. PIT shares may have declined post 2021 due to lower capital gains.
See, there's something I like. So him and Kathy Hochul had this thing for now where they're trying to streamline. I'm sure there's some catch to make it easier to build because they're understanding if the rents are high, demand increase in supply is going to lower costs. So if they do that, I think that's a great thing. Obviously, check out yourself.
Right, that's definitely good, but there's still people who just they don't like that kind of leadership. It's spooky.
I'm much more concerned about he has someone on his cabinet, proposed to his cabinet, who's concerned with decarceration. If the principle is we got too many people in jail. Now, maybe that might be true broadly speaking. We apply that en masse and on a case-by-case basis. Who are you going to be letting out? Because I don't think this claim people used to have that, like, all these people are in jail because of weed. They're not. And certainly not in New York City. When I was on a grand jury and these weed cases came along, they can't even indict them. They're just like, we're not taking part. This is BS. So, we got to get to what's the guy who was on the court says they give 40 vests. Touch that girl in the face, the old lady in the face, trying to get her. So, for you to be in jail in New York, it's not nothing.
Right. Yeah. And why? Why would they want to do this?
Because their principle is the system or society, whatever you want to call it, whatever the term for it is making people who are marginalized desperate. So they act out. So instead of putting them in jail, the jail's no one is the argument. We should be working with them systemically to kind of normalize and make productive citizens of them.
What's their plan for that?
You have welfare programs, you have different training programs, just throw money at them. And here's the thing, I can understand that argument maybe if someone's stealing bread to feed their family. I have never understood how life works, so I'm going to hold a woman down and do bad things to her.
Right.
That's not a thing.
Or just randomly punch people in the streets or throw people in front of trains.
That's right. It's like it's not because you're late taking your job interview that you shove somebody in front of the 6th train.
Right.
It's dark. It's very dark. But LA is not as dark as this. From what I think in LA, there is this sense of hope.
Because people I talk to in LA, everyone I know knows someone who's been broken into. Like the home invasions.
That's what I'm saying.
They're up in a huge way.
I'm just comparing two different kinds of cancer. And I'm saying the cancer in LA
is better than the cancer in New York.
Yes. Because I remember growing up, and not that long ago, in New York, there'd be this, you could find some new neighbors,
good, and maybe some, ice cream store, some sock store, whatever, a button store, cool fucking spots, and it'd be a fun adventure, just walk around and just walk into places. And that's tough. Is it? Yeah. You can't open up some weird little store in New York anymore. The rent's through the roof. The crime is through the roof. It's miserable. LA has these little pockets, which I enjoy seeing. So what's the solution for New York after this guy's out? Do you think that it ever turns around, or do you think it keeps going in the same general direction? Or do you think the powers that they want it to go in this general direction always turns around? So John Lindsay was mayor in the late 60s during the summer fall stuff. You had sexual assaults with the roof. You knew New York was going back where it would be when Gerald Ford was president, and Ford, the headline of I think the New York Post was Ford in New York City dropped dead, and that cost him some votes and possibly the presidency. But New York has these, I don't know what the cycle is. It's really hard to win. You have to have a Dickens. You have to have a line, I mean, you have to have a Bush. So, at some point, here's the other problem. There's two issues. One is a lot of people good left. There used to be playing beat from New York because New York was its own thing. Now it's Florida. Now it's Florida or Austin. Yeah. And New York isn't New York anymore because frankly, my secretary, public speaker, she had this one. She goes, there's a lot of things you can say about a city that's full of rich people. You can say it's good, you can say people bad. You can't say it's interesting. And unless there's a space for young people who have nothing to lose, who are going to bring culture and innovation, artists, broadly speaking, not just painters, but artists. It was Williamsburg, it was Bowery before that, the pockets of magic. And I read a book, I don't remember, it was a book called Lilies, and all of Edward was deserted. It was just one light up, and I came to this bar, and there was this amazing singers. It was like a mystical experience, and there was street art. But you can't do that now. A friend of mine's girlfriend used to work in this place called Den of Thieves. Oh, okay. Yeah, and there's no sign. Right. You go in, it's this dingy little hole. Oh, look at honey, this place is so cool. It's so cool. But you can't do that anymore. No. So, and I don't think under this guy, there's going to be that return. So do you think he's just appealing to this base of disenfranchised young people that have been told that the reason why they have all these problems is rich people are greedy and they've ruined everything, and we should tax the rich and we'll feed the poor? I think he is speaking to a lot of some people on the right think everyone on the left is a big monolith. They're not. And I think there's a lot of lefties, especially young lefties, who don't think the Democratic Party is an effective mechanism toward resolving their issues and concerns. And he's not, just like Trump was a Republican, he's Republican, he had no allegiance to the Republican Party, he took them all out one at a time. This guy's a Democratic socialist, he's known. In 1934, when Upton Sinclair ran for governor of California, after years of running as a socialist, he goes, people vote for the party their grandparents voted for. So he's a Democrat on paper, he's a leftist, obviously, but he's a Democrat on paper. It's the establishment hack. And he's like, look, it's like Obama in 08. Do you want to go with this party hack? Or this young guy who's got a different vision? And he definitely does have a different vision. This isn't how Hillary would govern New York City or even Eric Adams or some of these others. I think one of the big reasons he won was that debate where he said that he wouldn't go to Israel. Do you think that's a big one? 100%. I think that was an enormous shift. I would say that's a 10-15% shift. 10-15, huge. We have absolutely huge. I think the polls are shit because it's only people so fucking stupid they answer polls. Who are those people? I think there was a giant cultural shift where people are like, right, shouldn't we be paying attention to you? Why are all these people saying they want to go to Israel? Why are they saying that? Who's paying them? Why are they saying that? That's an odd thing to say. No one's saying the first thing I'm going to do is visit Belgium. They're not saying that. They're saying we're going to go to Israel. Sure, but there's also a huge Jewish population in New York City. So what's happening to that? I don't know. I don't think Donnie was somehow outed. Right, but that's politicians, like the percentage of people that are Jewish in New York City is small in comparison to the people that think that New York City should be the main focus of attention and not Israel. And I think when you have all these politicians that are doing things that don't make sense to most people, like saying the first thing I'm going to do is visit Israel. What are you talking about? The city's a mess. And then this guy comes along and says, I can serve the Jewish people of New York City better in New York City.
And he had a large Jewish percentage of Jewish vote. My point is, I don't think that never happened because of the debate. I think that was part of his appeal from the beginning.
Well, I think for fence sitters, though, that debate was big because you got to see one guy who's like, this is a solution to this system that we've been just replacing the heads of the people that are in charge, but it's the same exact mechanism.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, it's not the Democratic Party is this whole party hack, and it's like, look, let's throw all that stuff in the garbage. This is something innovative, nothing hard on abominate, and it's not wrong. Like, when he had his normal speech, and he said, we're going to get rid of the coal or whatever, grasp capitalism, and be embraced by the birth of collectivism. No Democrat is saying things like this. This is something completely new and completely innovative. So how it's going to look in practice? Here's the other thing, though. The mayor of New York has this ceiling to what he can do. So I would know if I'm just looking for I don't, if I sat in that office and I'm up against the New York City real estate industry, it's not going to be an easy fight for me. Trump had to learn this in the first term. It's like, just because you're president doesn't mean people are going to bend the knee and play ball. Someone knows what this is.
It's not just New York City, Seattle's doing the same thing. You know, Seattle, they elected full-on Congress.
That's right,
Massachusetts, and hasn't had a job. Lives off her fucking parents.
Well, this is also a big concern with the Democrats in general. Because when you have the base of the establishment, basically just gangsters who are doing money laundering, and you have the kids who are like, we've been screwed over here in this bullshit for decades. Let's have an alternative. What do you do when you're Nancy Pelosi and you're Chuck Schumer and you're Sylvester Hakim Jeffries and these people coming out with the kids wanting Democratic socialists? I'm not kids, I'm people who are idealistic and are like, we're trying to wait, give us shit, give us trouble. What do you tell them? What do you tell them? Here's the way it's like, vote for Steny Hoyer for the 10 years. It's ridiculous. Amy Klobuchar is not going to be your candidate. If you have this democratic socialist vision, she will not do that for you, and she'll tell you that's her fate to rise. So I think that's the Newsom is trying to do.
I never saw a
And I don't see him. I think he'd be the perfect VP because he's a great attack dog. He doesn't have to worry about defending his own people. I've heard that too, but he was Jerry Brown's number two. He died his time.
Yeah, but he was Jerry Brown's number two when he was young and he had never been the governor.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, he would be the perfect VP for the Democrats. I don't think he wants that. I don't think he's to be a king.
I think he wants to ruin San Francisco, ruin California, and then go on to become the president.
You don't think he'd have a good shot?
If he's the president, I think he does.
That's his good shot.
I think he does. Yeah, I think people are that dumb.
I don't think it's that dumb. I think you
Yeah,
can.
they're that dumb that they're willing to vote party line no matter what. This guy is just a good speaker, who's a good bullshit artist, that he could be able to sweet talk his way to that position and just fudge data, lie about stuff. Nick Shirley is in California right now doing the same thing that he was doing in Minneapolis. Yeah, and they've already uncovered fucking billions of dollars in fraud. Yeah, making videos about it. Same kind of fraud, Medicaid fraud, all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much that Minnesota stuff permeated. I mean, it took that to policy, which is like, we were doing scalps like no one said I could.
Right.
But the same thing, you take out Tim Walz, he's doing show stuff for his hydro. They're not, frankly, you'd rather have him. He's defeatable in her.
Does it depend upon how much a fraud gets exposed and who gets connected to that fraud and what the investigation entails?
You're going to have people listen to NPR tell you with a straight face that this fraud happens, and they'll have a list of excuses. It's that's being investigated and resolved. This happened, but there's no fraud in Florida and Texas, or what are you saying? Or why are you targeting the Somalis? Right. So you're not going to get. And at the end of the day, I think people expect government to have fraud. And if it's in Minnesota, you're not really going to. If I'm a Democrat in Minnesota, I'm voting Democrat. And if I'm Republican, it's not. How many votes does this spend?
Well, they've done an amazing job in Minnesota of distracting people from the smaller fraud by organizing protests against ICE.
Right.
And that's, people need to understand, like, yes, people are upset about ICE. In fact, unquestionably, just regular people at home that aren't protesting. But that protest is not just organized, it's funded. It's heavily funded, organized. They had signal chats with Democratic congressmen, or Democratic politicians, rather, that were involved in this. They knew what they were doing, and they did it because they wanted to distract from the fact that this fraud was being
So
committed.
I think they would do regardless, because it certainly serves that
They
purpose.
totally shifted the narrative.
Yes.
Nobody's talking about the fraud anymore. Everybody's talking about ICE being burglars. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. If this more fraud exposed, I don't know that it's going to work against these.
Well, it depends on how the trials lay out. So if people wind up going to trial over this, people wind up getting indicted over this, that could get more interesting. Because then you remove it from Minnesota, and then it becomes this federal court thing. And so then it becomes mainstream public news if they do this correctly. If there is something there.
But the thing is, you have to worry about if the judge is going to be complicit, and the prosecutor is going to be complicit. Like, you have to recognize this. You got to kind of fly that arrow at the police.
Yeah, it's got to go through bushes, make a small hole.
Right. And then to try to make it into get, and then it'd be very easy for you to be like, I'm so glad this got exposed.
Right.
I promise you, as president, this won't happen in America. And if you want to talk corruption, look at Trump and all these sweetheart deals, blah, blah, blah. Hillary's already throwing him under the bus with Epstein. You know, shit. Hillary's like, Trump's in the files thousands of times. Like, let's have this conversation. She started it.
Right. What does that mean, though, when you're in the file thousands of times? Because he is the guy that was in contact with the FBI about Epstein. He did contact the FBI after Epstein was arrested and thanked them for arresting him and getting him, because that guy was a real problem. And he did kick him out of Mar-a-Lago in 2005.
Which is being factual and untruthful. So it is factual that his name is in the files sometimes, and then you leave it for the person listening to the
Right, that's all you have to say. Is like, we were talking to Donna Rollins yesterday.
Okay.
Because Epstein went to visit his show, went to watch a show in Providence, West Palm Beach.
I did search for the word retarded, and I what an email I found was saying, like, can you mail me that photo where I look fat and retarded? That's it. I mean, that's not clear from who. It's too Epstein.
It's redacted.
Yeah.
No one wants to know if they're fat and retarded.
And the N-words in there are very weird also.
Well, there's a lot of references to pizza. You know, I think there's thousands of references to pizza and jerky. The jerky
And grape soda.
and grape soda. Yeah.
So
The thing about grape soda is grape is like what people do to get around the algorithm when they're discussing grape. When they do heat grape,
this was like 2011. I don't think people know that stuff.
right?
And I think Epstein is a word. Knows how to get around algorithms.
Right, that's not an algorithm thing. It's just a code thing.
So I thought maybe it's a black thing, but then
Grape soda. Oh, right.
yeah, but then he's racist. There's like things about don't bring black people.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
He says don't bring the black
something to that effect. Yeah, something to that effect. Please double check my investment or something. He's not a black person.
Oh, no black girls. Interesting.
I don't know. The other thing that I'm concerned at is there's this online that if there's enough agitation, like QAnon, we're going to have these mass arrests, and I don't see that happening. And I don't think you can do anything to force them to release the really bad stuff if they
So, what else is left? There's 3 million other files.
right now. They said they released everything.
Well, they also said there wasn't anything.
Right.
You know, when Cash Patel's on here, it's like there's no videos, there's no evidence, there's no
The
nothing.
craziest for me was when Pam Bondi said, I've got the list. And I said to myself, and I talked to my friends a lot, and like, I really don't think he had like clients list on doc on his desktop. Right? So I believe he doesn't like have a literal list. And then she goes, when I said list, I meant blah blah blah. And I'm like, you said list.
Right, well, they had those binders. They were all performatively holding those binders. We have the files. We're going to go through them And then Les Wexner, what did he say today? Jamie, you were saying he got millions of Congress.
I've seen online, I don't know the accuracy, but there's a bunch of missing files from specifically 1999 through 2001.
Right. And then people are connecting that to 9/11. Yeah, I have 19 pre and post 9/11 are all missing.
So Epstein might be involved with 9/11. But I mean, what's the thumbtacks? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just
There's a
saying,
lot of people that believe that Israel was involved.
right? But I don't think Epstein was high up in the Israeli decision-making process.
But I think they're just looking for financial records of things that are missing. People's names.
You know, if I found out Rocky was a pedophile, I just start to dislike that guy. That would really change my opinion.
Nancy Wells from like 9/11.
Wait a second. Now this just came out.
Yes, I mean, people are still digging into this stuff every
Holy
day.
crap.
Yeah, people are finding shit.
Oh my god, let's scroll down. This is fascinating. Fucking cryptic George W. Bush photograph of the Clintons. Yeah, the transfers and outside. Yeah, I saw, yeah.
I stumbled across something where there was redacted photos of either pedophiles and typed in something like no photos rendered.
Yes.
Changed the .pdf to .mp4, .mov.
There's thousands of
Wow.
Yeah.
I was trying to watch all those videos from the prisons.
Flight log starting. Okay, so
Have they found anything in those videos? You gotta go through them individually.
Yeah, people are now. That's I don't again the accuracy. I don't know. I've seen a video where someone said this was from the video, and there's like a girl crying.
Adderall and autism, do your job. Find those videos.
that should be the subtitle of the show. Do your job. Holy crap.
Oh my God, what a world we're living in.
Do you want to talk about? I want to talk about Scott Adams. I was just at his memorials. Are you busy for the show?
Yes.
I got invited to speak, and it was really a great experience. I got because I'm a mental patient, I got a Dilbert mask, and the thing with the Dilbert mask is there's no mouth, right? So Dr. Drew was supposed to speak, and I was going to go there and do my little terrorism, where I was going to have my little phone and say, "Nice to meet you, I'm Dilbert," wave, and then swipe, and be like, "Can you take off your glasses, please?" And takes the mask. Nice eyes, may I ever take them and just fuck with people like the people that like Scott wanted. It was really great because it was very upbeat, and I was kind of honored. Gutfeld texted me and goes, "Hey, do you want to speak?" And I go, "It'd be a huge honor." It just goes, "Great. I might actually speak if you're ever just, quizzing me." I got some started, which was there, so a few other people, and then afterwards I went to his house, and there's something really kind of eerie about walking in the house of someone who had just passed his ex-wife Sherry. I mean, to his murders, which I will always treasure and kind of hang in my house. There were two lines I couldn't say at the memorial because I knew the fans would get salty, which is Scott is an actor right now, generally loved most of black people. And listen, Dilbert was a black and white comic strip because Scott didn't like the colors. Right? Because Scott is a humorist, just like the joke.
Right.
But I mean, it's just weird how much he still resonates, I think, with people. And I don't really have anything else particularly to say, but I just felt it was important to kind of commemorate his passing because he's really helped me out a lot in my thinking.
Yeah, it's a bummer, man, because it happens with all these cancer, terminal cancer.
Well, he had it in January 2025, and he said, "I'm going to wait for my stepdaughter to get married." She was there, and I got to meet her. She was a lovely young kid. To get married, and then I'm going to do it. And then he tweeted something out, RFK jumped in, Trump jumped in, they got this medicine, and they got it for 2 more months. And, so he got 6 more months. Point being, with the main stuff, just because someone's terminal doesn't mean they don't have months left. You can do a lot in those months. It was funny, there was another cartoon starting apologizing for black in his name, and he was friends with Scott for a long time. Scott had promoted his work once, and went from like obscurity to like a big name. And Scott asked him, "Hey, can you write the foreword to my forthcoming biography?" And the guy's like, "I don't really have time." So he think Scott was that kind of person where he's just like, just because, I'm about to be my maker, I don't want you to be morose. His reframed brain is a complete masterpiece. Because what he does is he goes through frame mindsets and instantly recalibrates them. One of them is the regular framework is I should be great at my job. And his reframe is my job is to prepare for a better job. I was thinking about it that way, having that shitty job isn't enough because you're laying the groundwork for something better. So when I spoke, I said the framework is we're having over Scott, but the reframe is we're having a party and Scott's really late. Right? So if you think about that in terms, hey, we're having fun, where's this asshole? Because he didn't want us to be there like groping. He always was positive, always was fun, even during that day. So I just thought a lot. And he blamed his death on the COVID shots. So he got a lot. And this really bothered me because he was tweeting about stuff. People like, shit, I got the shot. It's like, this guy's about to die. Like, this is your gotcha moment. This is where I got told you so moment. It's just, so he did not blame it. I'm quite surprised that was the case. You saw what just happened. I met James Vanderbeek. I met with the mothership, the Green Room. 48, 6 kids. The wife seemed very sweet, charming too. Seemed like a real chill dude. I haven't seen one person who's super nice. Not one person said anything bad to say about him, which says a lot from that kind of guy. So 48, man, that's scary. And there's an unprecedented number of young people that die in cancer. In fact, it was a Time magazine that saved because it was kind of crazy because it's proposing like what is causing these things and why is it so happening as if no one knows. Yeah, right. Like, what could it be? What is this? Some fucking mystery. Could be anything. I'm saved it. Oh yeah. Yeah. What do you think it could be? Anything weird happened? Do you guys know what an SB4 is? It's amazing articles like they that article making a point that they take away the vaccine, quote so-called vaccine, or do they downplay it as the cause? Like those things are happening. What do they say in that article that they bring up? Love to hear that. Pass it maybe. Do you know what really fucking happened recently? And you're gonna laugh at my face, and every laugh person is gonna laugh at my face, and you can feel free to laugh at my face. This is kind of broken nuts. Aspartame. My main method of hydration was Dr. Pepper Zero. It's hard to prevent. This is why I don't prevent it. And I go to New York and I load calories from my macros, and I switched to full sugar Dr. Pepper, so it wasn't the caffeine. And my thinking changed. And I'm like, this is, I go online, this is incredible. Thinking changed. I was quicker on my feet. I was having trouble remembering words or names. Just being my speed of how I speak is something that is part of my job. And I was having issues. I don't have to work hard when I come think of someone's name or someone's word. Or I was having this whole thing. There you go.
Researchers linked high consumption of aspartame to impaired memory, spatial learning deficits, and faster cognitive decline in adults under 60. Yeah. Neuroinflammation, oxidative stress, aspartame metabolites can trigger chronic microglial activation and increased oxidative stress in the brain, leading to neuronal damage and potential neurodegeneration. You never push that through. Aspartame. No. Yeah. So here's the thing that perplexes me. If you're listening to this and you're someone who's living on it, just try for 2 days, right? Really. And you'll know right away. Because I also have this low-key anxiety. Like, it was like a one-off thing, but it was there, it's okay. It's just life. So I thought just life. Nope, it's gone. Donald Rumsfeld, CEO of GD Cereal in the late 1970s, early 80s, played a pivotal role in the FDA approval of aspartame, the artificial sweetener, in products like NutraSweet. Yeah, so there was studies back then showing truly due to potential carcinogenic risks. Hayes approved aspartame for dry food shortly after expanding into beverages by 1983. But what those studies on, I think there was rat studies.
That came like Alzheimer's.
Tiny Davis was an against
well,
this. He also agrees.
I
Slow
just
shot
people as much
things
as I can.
Shannon.
Pretend
There
or
are three
quack.
different
That's fine.
principles
Just give it 2 days.
lay out fast with cover.
And see what happens.
Remember again,
Okay.
this is Muslims. Say,
Well, it
they
makes
possess
sense.
all you
I
guys
mean,
are.
there's
There was a
no
large
biological free lunch. You get something, it does something positive, it's probably doing something negative. If it's some novel potion that you're pouring in your body, it's probably some negative aspect of
I
it.
was talking to Dr. Mike about this. About
Said like if brain tumors in rats, but the FDA just today has retained 70 for approval. Brain tumor, fucking rats, highlighted high brain tumor incidence in rat feeding studies and risks from phenylalanine causing convulsions or mental retardation. Isn't that what they think? Tammy Faye Baker, didn't she drink like a fucking gallon of Diet Coke a day?
Really?
Yeah, it's fine. I think that's what a lot of people, because Tammy Faye Baker, I think, died of brain cancer. Colon cancer? Okay. What's that? From her colon to her lung.
That's she asked about stuff. She should call Kristen Cinema. I don't think it's contained. She should call Kristen Cinema.
Wasn't she like a prolific Diet Coke drinker? I think she was. I think people were trying to link it.
Look, you can't be good for it. Well,
It tastes like sugar, it's not sugar.
I did a number of I'm happy to be able to work people.
I like stevia. Like I like these drinks called Zevias. They're stevia drinks, and it's 0 calories. Tastes good. Doesn't quite taste like sugar, but it tastes good enough.
I'm just thinking if my water is full sugar. Sodas.
My daughter's like really good at reading labels and finding sugar. We're only supposed to drink one of those a day.
So she was eating a protein bar this morning. Going to get off face it. And I just look at the label and all the greens I see is titanium dioxide. I'm like, do I really?
Interesting.
Like what?
Yeah.
So that took me down.
Yeah. There's other protein bars. You don't have to eat that shit.
I think they all have that.
No, I eat carnivore bars. You ever had carnivore bars? It's just like fat meat. The carnivore bars are great. They just taste like you're eating fat.
Is that all the ingredients are?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything fat in them at all. I think it's like carnivore bars.
The question over here is as follows.
What about switch?
Yeah, I think it's pretty natural. I don't think there's anything in there.
That's gotta have a lot of salt or sodium.
Yeah, there's some salt in it. So
When you're eating potatoes and those levels, that's the
that's different. TV dinners are food. Yeah, oh, the carnivore snacks is great. This is this is something that I eat all the time. This is my go-to snack. When I go to the UFC, that's the stuff I bring. I bring that. I think it will have bring it because I've worked with this company, so they sent me a bunch of it. It's fucking great. That with the carnivore bars, this stuff. Purest meal order, 2 ingredients. 20 grams of protein, 35 gram animal-based fat, 4 to 412 calories from grass-finished beef, shelf-stable, no refrigeration. That's what I eat.
Okay, send it to me. Send me some guys.
I have some. I'll send you some. But if I had some here, I eat those all the time. So I take them every day and throw them in my car. It's fucking great. If you want to eat something, it's protein. It's got grass-finished beef tallow, so you get the fat from beef tallow. Some people don't like the taste of it. I like it. It's kind of mild, bland.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get food. Yeah, but it doesn't make me feel bad at all. It feels like food. Like I've tried some other stuff, like I tried those David bars. Oh my god, the farts I was having. So David bars, they have some weird fat in it that your body doesn't digest, like wheat chips, something like that, but a new version of it. And so when this company, when they were purchased, they got a monopoly on that kind of this whatever this ingredient is, and all these other companies, they blocked it. These companies that were using it, they couldn't use it anymore. So a lot of people were like boycotting David bars. They taste good, and they have like a lot of protein. I think it's like 30 protein for like 150 calories. But good lord, the farts I was having. This is because your body's like, what is this?
I had that same thing with protein Cheerios.
Protein Cheerios.
Yeah, it wasn't farts, I was having trots.
Oh, really? Yeah, just your body's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing?
Just eat some.
Yeah. Eat something like carnivore. Those carnivore snacks are delicious. It's just beef and salt. That's how those carnivore these snacks are. It's like a beef pastry. It's not even like jerky. It's chewy. It's delicious. So this is a lab engineered fat substitute called APG, manufactured by a little known Indianapolis-based company called FG. After tinkering with the product formulation, the Fuel Sample website 2024 began promoting bars at local bodybuilding shows and farmers markets. Right, so what does it say that stuff does? So find out what that stuff does. But it does something where your body doesn't digest the fat, like it doesn't turn into calories.
Or it this will really sound like
it's essentially a better olestra. At the time, fat was the big culprit for heart disease, which is undigestible. Olestra was undigestible. That was its key attribute. It passed right through the digestive tract, therefore wouldn't result in body fat. The problem was its low melting point in the body, which led to an infamously polite phrase printed on the WOW labels may cause abdominal cramping and loose stools.
If you were shitting this,
Well, this doesn't give me loose stools, but it did give me like the devil was farting out of my asshole.
I get it. What is that something? Farts? Yeah. Like when you have a fart that sounds like a symphony. Like when you're old and you start having big farts, I kind of like it. I'm just like, I still got it.
This was just like, for me, it was a warning sign. My body was like,
I think it's the warning sign of the channel.
yeah, right. It feels so, what is the problem with that stuff? Okay. And problems. So that was the thing they were trying to block other people from using it.
Bloating, gas, and diarrhea.
Bloating, gas, diarrhea due to sugar alcohols, non-digestible fat substitute, that's it, which are poorly absorbed and can have a laxative effect, especially in larger amounts. The company recommending limiting intake to 2 bars daily to minimize disruption.
Makes you the supplement. I love what they say. Minimize, not eliminate. There's no food where you're like, you too much surprise. I definitely have to stuff.
I'm eating 2 of these fucking things a day.
I'm sure people.
I know, but I mean, after the farts, you'd be like, hey.
But it's not only the farts, it's the distinction.
Inflammation. For some people, but you know, why they would choose it like this is they want all that protein at 150 calories. They'll just take the farts.
Yeah, I look away, but it's not digestible. That's the standard protein for the body.
Yeah, but it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but a lot of people, when it's not
For a lot of
right now,
people, yeah, I have zero problem.
I can't do it. I was getting great food. Maybe something's wrong with my brain.
Well, you might have like some sort of allergy or something. That's possible.
Because I switched to meat.
Yeah, and that's something like carnivore snacks or those carnivore bars. That's the solution. Get those, and that way you're not even think it's just food. And your body treats it like food. It feels like food when you eat it. It doesn't feel like food.
It's just hard for me to get more calories in a day for what I need.
What are you trying to do?
I'm gain calories.
What does that mean?
So you're keeping the same body fat, but you're slowly putting it away.
Okay. So you're about that again, and you feel bodybuilding type activities.
Well, no, it's like the gym.
Are you trying to get jacked?
I think I'm in good shape.
Are you trying to get jacked?
Okay. Yeah,
I don't know why you did that. I didn't do that. I'm just asking, are you trying to get jacked?
Okay, that seems like the kind of question that you would want to check.
No, what do you know? No, it's a normal thing for people to try to get swole. You're trying to get like big muscles.
I am trying to put on as much mass as I can while maintaining somewhat lean build.
What are you doing, like as far as your workouts?
I go to a gym 4 days a week.
What are you doing with your workout? What kind of workout?
I do a price split that make fun of me.
No, something wrong with price split. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I'm not doing legs.
outside of
Legs
these
are way too big for my jeans.
My
What?
purpose is today
Get stretchy jeans.
I have 30 pairs of jeans. I don't need to get more jeans. Point being,
Do you have regular jeans that are made out of cotton, or do you get jeans that have flex in them?
Again,
I have 30 pairs of mix. Point being, my legs are great.
everything else is a burn.
So you don't work out
A
your legs at all. You
or
want to get it in balance. Also, if you work out your legs, your whole body will grow.
That's true. And put up more pounds on the scale, but point being, I'm already at the point marginal with most of my jeans. And they're not skinny jeans.
Let me see your legs.
How am I going to show you my
Just
legs?
stand up. Let me see your legs and your jeans. Those are not too big. That is ridiculous.
No. Hold on. I will send you a photo of my legs and I apologize. My legs are great. Okay, they're not chicken legs. I believe
They don't look like chicken legs, but I don't think you should be concerned about them getting bigger. First of all, it takes a lot to get your legs much larger. It takes a lot. Like, you're going to have to really push past like some severe discomfort.
I'm not disputing that, but the point is they're already marginal with my clothes. And I think that
New clothes, you got money. Listen, you gotta balance. You gotta keep your body balanced. Like that's why you should do legs. You should never just do upper body.
I am nowhere at the point where my upper body is too weak for my legs.
Well, it's not that. You should condition both of them together.
Okay,
It's like you want to have a body that works together.
my body is fine. I'm not going to be body shamed on this show.
I'm not body shaming. I'm talking about functional.
What function? Going up the stairs?
Anything you have to do, if you have to pick something up and move it, if you're not working your legs, then all that stuff in your hips, all that stuff, all the surrounding tissue, all that stuff is not getting the exercise it deserves while you're working at your upper body.
Fine. My legs are perfectly fine.
Okay.
And it was hard for me to get the calories I need. That's all I'm saying.
So, how many calories? What are you trying to do a day?
I think there's 1,300,
Okay.
which is not nothing.
That's a good meal for me.
That's a lot of calories.
Yeah. I guess.
What do you mean? I think
I
that's
eat
a
a
lot.
lot.
If you're eating clean, 3,200 is a lot.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess. Yeah, so 3,200 calories. So, but you're trying to stay lean. And, but you want testosterone replacement or anything like that? Okay, you are. Good. That's good. Peptides? Peptides?
You know what I tried? I tried.
Yes. Okay, good.
I tried Glow.
What's glow?
Oh, well, Mr. Doesn't Skip Leg Day. He doesn't have polka dots on his face. Someone does. You call yourself a bro, and you have polka dots on your face. Glow is this new peptide. It's a combination of 3 things, and it's called Glow because it has heavy copper, so it's blue.
Glow. Huh.
You're welcome.
Interesting. Most people combine PPC 157, TB 500, and GHKC without addressing sequencing or inflammation first. Here's what determines whether Glow truly works. Interesting. Oh, okay. So it's a combination of all those things together. Interesting.
Because I pulled my shoulder pretty bad.
With your heavy lifting.
I don't think it was heavy. It's just I don't know what happened.
You don't lift heavy.
I lift somewhat heavy, but not enough. I'm not going to lift heavy enough to pick out foot injury.
Okay.
I think that's kind of foolish at your age.
It is. What if you want to gain weight?
But I'm getting.
What kind of, you're not doing bench or anything, are you? You do bench press?
Why would I do bench press?
Why wouldn't you? Yeah, because it's terrible for your shoulders.
Well, I did dumbbell bench.
That's slightly better for your shoulders.
Okay.
But that activity of having a lot of weight down here,
I'm looking at 70s. That's not that much.
it's a lot for you.
Okay.
When all that weight back here, when you're right here, it puts tremendous
So
strain.
what should I do for funny pecs?
You could do dips. Dips are fantastic for it. Don't go past 90 degrees. You can, once you condition your shoulders to be able to do it. But dips are good. Weighted dips are really good. There's stuff that you can do, like just kettlebells. Like I don't do any chest exercise other than dips. Yeah, I do a lot of kettlebells. Most of my exercises are full body motion stuff. Yeah, almost everything. I do a lot of snatches, a lot of cleans, a lot of like alternating cleans, a lot of renegade rows. Everything I do is kettlebells.
All I do is I know someone who's really knows the stuff, and I follow orders.
Like that's good too. That's good too. My concern is always functional movement. My concern is always I want my body to work as one unit. I don't like isolating things.
I think I do a lot of dumbbells, like I incline dumbbell, incline benches, is one example, or the other kind of stuff.
But if you have shoulder problems and you're benching, there's a lot of people I know that just have completely eliminated benching.
Is that right? Okay.
Especially heavy benching.
It only resolved this week, thank God.
But you know what? It won't, like, if you're doing kettlebells, that's the weird thing about kettlebells. It increases the strength of all your activities. I found that people that do snatches, it increased their VO2 max and it increased their ability to do chin-ups.
I did used to do kettlebells. I had wanted to lift in my workout, and I pulled out my back on something so fierce. It was a temporary, like almost like a cramp, but it was very, very scary.
Do you remember what the exercise was?
Yeah, I was doing just make it over your head.
Snatch. Yeah. The key to that is warm-ups. Do you warm up a lot?
No, I do warm-ups with the weights. Like I'll do 70-40% of my working set.
What I would recommend is you gotta, especially as you get older, you really have to warm your body up. And one of the things that I do is I always do 10 minutes on the air bike, get everything like slightly sweaty. Then I do a lot of jump rope. I get everything fired up, and then I do a lot of mobility exercises. I do like body twists. I do these things like wave. I get down to the bottom and I wave all the way up and I bend backwards and I go forward. I do a lot of twists. I get everything loose, and then I start with push-ups and bodyweight squats. I do 100 push-ups and bodyweight squats, and that's my warm-up. So all that stuff. By the time I'm done with all that stuff, now everything's warm. Now I can start working out. How many days a week do you lift? Well, I work out almost every day.
Oh, okay.
Occasionally I'll take a day off, but I work out almost every day. And then with lifting, it's almost every day. It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm hitting the bag, generally I don't lift weights the days I hit the bag. So that's like maybe 2 or 3 days a week. So the other 2 days a week, I alternate between stuff like bodyweight stuff, like pull-ups, chin-ups, dips. I do L pull-ups where you stick your legs out straight, so you work your abs at the same time you're doing that. I do a bunch of different things, lower back stuff, a lot of back extensions, reverse hyper stuff, sit-ups on that GHP machine where you're going all the way down.
I'm just happy with the results, and I know that even if broke, don't fix it.
That's good. Yeah. As long as you're happy with results, I would just avoid a lot of heavy lifting with bench press. I think bench press is so many people I know that fuck their shoulders up to bench press. I don't know a lot of bros are gonna get in.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm waiting for.
Nobody knows to bench, bro. But here's the thing: like we did the Sober October thing, where we had these stupid fitness challenges, and then after Sober October was over, we all got drunk. And so then we went out to my gym, and Ari, Tom, and Bert were all trying to bench 225, and I don't bench at all, and I did it 13 times. Like, I don't bench, and I just...
Ari can pull 2 plates.
No.
Okay, that was
No, they all got pinned.
Yeah, 225 is no joke.
Yeah, Bert can do it now, but back then he
You can't casually do 2 plates.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yeah, but I did without ever benching.
No, but I mean, like for someone who works out or does
Right.
if you're casual,
You're going to get crushed. They all got crushed.
of course. They thought they could do it.
Bert did. Bert definitely
It's
did.
heavy, right? How much
Yeah.
weighs it?
Oh, Bert's like 250. Yeah,
That's a
sure.
shit. Okay.
Tom was bigger at the time, too.
Okay, I mean, it must have just collapsed. It was
Yeah, they got crushed. But the point is, it's like doing kettlebells will help all those other things because it just your whole body gets strong. It's not an unusual motion to do that. You know, you can do it.
Yeah, I like the weights.
Dumb weights are great. There's nothing wrong with weights. I just would be careful about benching. I think dumbbell benching is probably better than barbell benching, and I just think there's other ways to work your chest.
Okay.
Yeah,
I talked to Russ. That's my guy.
And there's a lot of people that don't even agree with dips. Like my orthopedic surgeon that told me that I need to get my shoulder operated on 15 years ago, and I never did. He was like, "Gotta stop doing dips." I'm like, "Why?" Because everybody I know that fucked their shoulder up did it through dips. And I go, "Well, that doesn't mean anything." I'm looking at him and his body. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Look at all these gymnasts. They do dips 24/7. Exactly. Just build up to it. Don't do too much. All of it is like overworking your body. You have to like slow progression is the key.
There is something fun about it. I love doing dips because I feel like I'm flying. This sounds like a bad one. You're just like, what can I say?
But that's a great chest exercise. Dips are. Yeah, along with the push-ups. Do 100 push-ups a day and then do dips.
But you're the one. Okay, we can talk about this also. You're the one. Can I tell you what you said to me at the mothership about this?
What is it?
You said you can't be jacked and be funny.
Well, you can, but you can't show it.
That meant like you like at a certain point,
Yeah.
to be jacked, there's a cost.
Well, there's definitely a cost to the way you look. Like, you look intimidating, and that's not that funny for people.
Right.
Yeah.
And Roseanne was telling me, when she was starting out, she lost all this weight. People stopped laughing.
There's plenty of skinny, funny women.
Not 1981. You call Roseanne Barr a liar?
No, I just don't think that's what it was. I've seen people lose weight and still be hilarious. It's just
I
like,
think if people
there's a the people that Kevin James, his fucking agent, said this to me once. I got furious. Kevin was losing weight, he was trying to get in shape, he was really self-conscious about his weight, and his agent said, "Kevin, when you lose weight, you're losing roles."
But that's true though, because he's very much a specific character.
So what? He could fucking do anything. He's a talented guy. It's not like if he lost the weight, he wouldn't be funny more. That dude's fucking funny.
Hold on. I'm not disrespecting Kevin James in any way. Mad respect for him. Mall Cop, the greatest comedy of all time.
It's a funny movie.
I believe you. I haven't seen it. Point being, he is very much in people's mind a certain specific thing. Right. So if Kevin James stopped being that thing, I think it's going to be a lot hard for a lot of the normies to come over with him to a different paradigm. That's all I'm saying.
Perhaps.
Come on.
It would be a challenge, but I think he'd still be hilarious. I do not think that he is limited by his weight.
Okay, if Will Ferrell got like Hugh Jackman, do you think he'd have the same roles?
Wouldn't necessarily have the same roles. He would still be very funny.
Yes, he would. But you know perfectly well that this
It would be weird because he would be super jacked. Like if he got the Rock jacked, it would be weird.
People don't know how to deal with that stuff. So the agent's not wrong.
Well, the agent's still not looking out for Kevin's health.
How big was he that big?
He was big and he didn't like it. He was worried.
Yeah, okay, that's very fair.
Yeah.
But you don't have to go from, you could go slim or you don't have to go to like, drug peptides and stuff.
Right. You don't have to get jacked. Maybe he wants to. You can. It can be done.
I mean, what's that guy who claims he's natty? That Indian guy? Who was in, I think the Avengers or something?
Oh, Camille?
Yeah. Was it
I don't think he can do classes. Yeah, does he?
They do special these guys. They just have
Does he really? He doesn't even claim on testosterone in this one.
that if you just do lateral faces, he has that. He has to.
I don't know if that's real.
Yes, it does. Look him up.
He did a very funny bit about people being angry at him for getting in shape.
Oh, okay.
He did a funny bit to stand up. Recent stand-up special about that. Does he claim he's natural?
He's so weird. The one I'm thinking is in stand-up.
He's stand-up. He started out as a stand-up. Looking for him. Camille Nanjiani. Yeah. He started as a stand-up. Yeah. And he's doing stand-up again. He just released a special.
What's his name? Because it was 92. They all do.
No, that guy claims daddy.
They have to.
Chris Hemsworth?
I think he does.
Get the fuck out of here. That guy gained like 60 pounds of solid muscle.
Well, that's because he's doing lateral raises pretty hard. And how do you know? You've never seen him put him on. this. He has personal trainers that teach him second exercises.
Right. I've been on testosterone replacement for a long time and highly recommend it to anybody who wants to stay in shape.
How long have you been on it?
Since I was like almost 40. I started with like the cream, and then I noticed I was training a lot. Back then I was doing jiu-jitsu 4 or 5 days a week, and I was lifting.
That's hard on the body.
It's hard.
Yeah, of course.
And you're always tired, and I had a doctor that specialized in that stuff. It's one of those things was hormone replacement therapy and doing a lot of it for people that had head injuries. Because people with head injuries, people that have had CTE and a lot of you have damage to your pituitary gland. A lot of times your brain is not producing testosterone at the level it's supposed to.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, your pituitary gland gets damaged from repeated head trauma. That's one of the things that causes depression in a lot of people that have had head trauma. It's like your body's not making hormones anymore, so you're just like you're fucking lethargic all the time. His statements describe a year-long process with professional trainers, nutritionists, funded by Marvel, daily workouts, precise calorie tracking, no refined sugar, and minimum fats. In his 2019 Instagram post, he emphasized the resources required, but never mentioned PEDs, steroids, or denied their use. So he never denied it.
Okay. I take it back. I apologize.
Yeah. From a softer build at age 41, for fucking sure he got on testosterone. There was a lot of people that were giving me shit about being on testosterone like 16 years ago. They're on it now.
No disrespect to him.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I just said I do it.
That's not right.
I do it at a certain point.
It's just really funny. People are yelling at him, oh, you're cheating. It's like cheating for what? Where's the test?
People are silly. People are silly. And they just get mad that he didn't look like them. He was doughy, and now all of a sudden he looks like a bro, and they don't like it.
Yeah, but the thing that's kind of crazy is now the kids in high school are popping up.
That's crazy, because you're going to destroy your endocrine system.
And also, if you're peaking at 18, that's not good for your mental health.
Well, it's not just that. It's just like it kills your dick. It kills when you put a bunch of exogenous testosterone in your body stops making testosterone. So say if you're on a cycle for like a month, 2 months, it will take you 4 months for your body to get back to normal. I think that's the ratio. Most people, if you're not taking like morphine or any of these other things, or HCG or something that naturally ramps up your testosterone, I think they think that the number is like double the time that you're on a cycle.
It's also
when you get
harder
back
and
to normal.
harder. You keep running cycles, it gets harder and harder.
100%, because your body starts relying on it and your endocrine system shuts down. And it's like, why do we have to make testosterone? This guy's got more than a normal human ever has. And so we just stop.
And I think these numbers are through the roof for the kids now.
Well, they all want to be like an influencer. They all want to be jacked. It's just like you don't understand the harm you're doing to your body.
But it's also the kind of thing where it's just like, you shouldn't be comparing yourself to the guy on Instagram.
Right.
Or at the gym. You compare yourself to the guy in the plane. Next time you're in an airport. That's what I do. That's what kind of helped me. When I got the flight, I'm like, how many of these people, especially my age, are in good shape? It's going to be 1 out of 100.
Well, the other thing is there's, especially when you're young, there's plenty of stuff that you can do that's natural and super beneficial and not dangerous, like creatine. Creatine is tremendous.
You're not going to be a name. And no one's going to notice you. That's the thing. They're chasing the fame.
That's so sad.
It's very sad. I mean, some of these guys look better than Schwarzenegger when they're 17. It's insane. But it's just like, what's the future?
Well, you're not going to have kids, right? You're going to be sterile. You're not going to have any sperm.
There was that thing about they asked Olympians, would you give up like 20 years of your life and you guarantee you like 90% of your
Yeah, I know. But look at Lindsey Vonn. She knew that she had a blown ACL. She still skied.
Is that right?
Yeah, she blew her ACL out like a couple of weeks before the Olympics and still decided to compete and then shattered her leg with this horrible compound fracture. Oh, you didn't know about that? Oh, yeah, she had to get airlifted. She's had multiple surgeries. She's been fucked for a long time. Her leg broke in multiple places. She's got rods and stuff in it. And leg breaks are really scary because your body doesn't necessarily always heal from those. Like sometimes the blood flow is not appropriate. It's not what you need. People get their legs amputated from those things. Yeah, femur breaks are super dangerous.
I've never broken a bone in a body.
Ever?
I know, right? That's crazy. Yeah. And part of me's like, is this something I want to try before I die? Like,
No, it sucks.
Does it? It's like, how bad is it?
Well, I broke my arm when I was 7. I broke my forearm right here. I fell off a monkey bar and snapped my forearm in half. That healed perfect. But when you're a kid, they just put me in a cast, and like 6 weeks later, I was good to go. I broke my fibula, the small bone in my tibia, in sparring. A friend of mine threw a back kick at the same time I was throwing a kick, and his heel hit my fibula and cracked that. But that was only a crack. I actually competed with that. I put soccer pads on those plastic soccer. I taped soccer instep pads to that part of my. I didn't tell anybody because it was a Taekwondo tournament, so I had hands on it. And so I put like a regular these soccer pads. I taped them to my calf, and then I put the foam on over that, and I competed. I won the states level. You're national champion. I won the American Open, and I came in second place in the U.S. Cup against the national champion. I think I should beat him. I got a bad decision. But I never won the national championships. But at the time that I was getting ready to try to win the national championships in '88, the problem was I had already been disillusioned because I had started kickboxing, and I'd already started like realizing there's a lot of holes in Taekwondo.
Taekwondo is like advertising more seeds really not good.
Well, it is if you know all the other stuff. Right, because those kids are devastated. Right, they're devastated. And a guy who's a really good kicker, like a Michael Venom Page, for instance, who's a karate specialist, learned how to defend takedowns. They're really dangerous because they have the ability to cover distance and kick in range. And if you're not a good kicker and you don't recognize what this guy's doing, they can fuck you up. But there was so many holes in Taekwondo when it came to like punching to the face and then leg kicks. I didn't realize like how many holes there were in it until I started really getting into kickboxing. So by the time '88 rolled around, I was already disillusioned. Okay. Yeah. And then I was already starting to do stand-up, so I was like, what am I doing with my life?
Oh, I got a bone to pick with you. I'm excited. You set me up perfectly. Okay. You set me up perfectly. I thank you, Joe Rogan. Bridges, Tennessee sat in this very chair. Right. The chair I'm farting in right now because I had some vintage Olam chips. And this chair's going to be a disaster.
That's a Trump chair.
I know. And she told you that I'm starting to stand up. And you said, that's great, he's so funny, you can open for me. And then I was all excited about this opportunity. And I waited a few weeks because I was scared to, like, whatever. And you text me about something. And I go,
first of all, I don't think I said you can open for me. I highly doubt I said that.
Yeah, but that's fine. I fell up to it. I'm just saying, that's fine.
Maybe I was joking.
I'm not holding it to it. You were just encouraging. Okay, I think you're very fine. Okay. You text me to me, and I go, hey, I'm going to do stand up here. You absolutely should. You're very funny. I go, I have my set. What should I do next? I know you said, what? Yeah, you left me. You're on your own, bitch. What do you mean? Because you got to figure it out. It's like, I want to start fighting. What should I do? You know what to do. I know fucking gym. Figure it out. Start training. I can't hold anybody's hand. Stand up is too hard for you to help someone in the beginning. You've got to actually want to do it. So you got to go to open mics. You got to do stand up. You got to get ready, put a set together, record it, review it. Okay. Yeah. So you're doing stand up all the time. You say that you do it all the time. You have to do it all the time. It's like if you want to spar, you have to spar it. But you know what everyone told me? I asked them 10 biggest people or names. They all said the same thing.
Yeah, well, bombing is good because it lets you realize how difficult it is, and then you don't like the feeling, so you work really hard.
And also, you have to be ready for that moment and how to recover from it.
Yeah, failure. Failure, I think, in everything is good. Losing is important. It's very important. It motivates you to do better. And people don't like that feeling, but a lot of uncomfortable feelings lead to growth. And that's why they're important. That's true. Heartbreak, losing a job, getting fired, all those things are important. Okay? Yeah, stand-up's important too. It's important to have bad sets.
Bad sets.
Bad sets.
Yes.
So when was the last time you went out?
I haven't done it for a while because I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, you gotta do it a lot. But it's gotta be something that you're dedicated to. That's why I'm saying you can't just cut the line.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. I've been talking to Cal. He's been very helpful.
Yeah, just there's plenty of places we could perform. I mean, Austin alone, on my street alone, on 6th Street, there's like within a 1 block radius, there's like 7 clubs. I mean, this is the place. If you want to do stand up, this is the fucking place, man. It's incredible right now. There's so many stuff. My club alone has 2 nights of open mic. Is that true? Sunday and Monday night, both open mic nights. Okay, then I'm going to say that. Yeah, we have a real development program. The whole idea is like to make it so that we have like a real foundation of people that are coming up. And that motivates all the people that are already doing well. It's like, oh, these guys are like really working hard. And it gets everybody excited about working hard. And then it motivates the people at the top to say, hey, these young guys were really good. And then guys start getting specials. And like Cam Patterson just got an SNL. All these things are happening for people from the club. So it's like, it's a great place.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's very fair.
Yeah, but it's not something that you can kind of casually do every now and again. You can, but you won't be as good as you will be if you do it every week.
That's what counts. That's it's like you have to put in the time. This is not something that you can do just on weekends.
Yeah, you can't like run around your block once a month and think you can go do a marathon. Right, yeah. Get into, and you gotta, the thing about stand-up is like, you're making a mountain one layer of paint at a time. It's not a quick process. To become a stand-up, most people agree, it's not a hard, fast run. It's depending on how much actual time you do and how much focus. The general rule is 10 years. Yeah, the general rule is 10 years. Like, people don't really think of you as being legit until you've been in it for 10 years.
I don't know that I have 10 years.
I don't know if anybody has 10 years. I don't know if the human race has 10 years. I see those robots in China that are doing fucking kung fu. Are there? Oh my god, they just did this demonstration, this martial arts demonstration with these robots on the stage. It's crazy how they move.
I'm more worried about if anyone can use AI to engineer a bioweapon.
That's real.
Because there's a piece, a guy, I forget his name, I apologize, where he was using one of these big AI people, and he goes, if you use the paid for AI, he goes, I can tell it to write me code, and it also knows, like, aristocratic preferences, so it's better than hiring a person, and that's today. Yeah. So what's going to happen in 2 years, 3 years? Like, how do you put guardrails on that?
I don't think you can. And there's a lot of people that are resigning from a lot of these companies that are saying we're doomed.
Yeah. I'm not a doom kind of guy, but that I think is a much faster path toward something happening than, robots come from robots.
Well, there's also automated weapon systems that are totally autonomous. That's yes. The government's working on that, and I believe there was an issue. See if you can find this with one of the AI companies not willing to partner with the U.S. Not willing to do something with autonomous weapons programs. I think it's Anthropic. Yeah, I think Anthropic was like, we don't think that's good, and all the other ones were like, let's go. Holy shit, yeah. Well, the thing is China doing it? They probably are. Anthropic is clashing with the Pentagon over AI use. Here's what each side wants. Anthropic's relationship with the Department of Defense is under review as the two sides negotiate over how the company's AI models can be used. Startup wants assurance that its models will not be used for autonomous weapons or mass surveillance. Oh my god, these pop-ups are the DoD wants to use Anthropic models for all use cases without limitation, according to Emil Michael, the Undersecretary of Research and Engineering. Yeah, so this is what they're doing.
It's just worse. Autonomous weapons are mass surveillance. That's mass surveillance.
Both of them are terrible.
Which is worse than
They work hand in glove. Both of them are terrible. I mean, did you see Alex Carr, that interview that he did, where he was talking about Palantir, and he's like, we're going to, and occasionally kill people, we're going to use it to kill people. Yeah, that's what he said. Right. But he was like openly saying, kill people. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, what?
Did you see that big leak from Palantir, which I don't know if it's been verified or not, where they were talking, Kim.com is the one who dropped this.
Yes, I did see that Kim.com tweeted about it, but I didn't see if it was verified.
Right.
What did he say exactly?
If you could play, it was a long thing. And it was very, because he said Palantir got hacked. He said he doesn't have, I don't think it was verified that this was legitimate, but those were the bullet points he laid out, and it was extremely disturbing. It's not surprising that private companies can be more effective and efficient than the government at implementing what the government wants. A lot of the things during COVID wasn't literally the government. These corporations were more than happy to impose these kind of, if you don't get the vaccine, so-called, you're going to get fired.
Well, they were all having
Exactly, but they were more than happy to do it.
yeah, they were being sent to
Right.
It was so fucking crazy. But the thing about this AI stuff that no one realizes except for the engineers that are deeply invested in this is that it's accelerating at this tremendously rapid pace that they can't really control. ChatGPT 5, I was reading this article, ChatGPT made ChatGPT 5. They essentially tasked the AI to make a better version of itself. Make sure that's true. And pretty sure that's what they're saying.
Right now for free, if you put any photo in Rocket Magic, it animates it. And it looks realistic.
Yeah.
Like it's
There's a video of me and Keanu Reeves doing Kung Fu in this room. Like he's dressed up like John Wick.
but it looks real, I'm sure.
It looks very real. It's like a scene from John Wick. It's like we're doing like movie style Kung Fu in this room.
And the average person can't distinguish between what is under screen and what is outside the window.
Right.
And for the human brain, they're going to remember it and perceive it as something that they had seen before.
Right.
It is a very scary thing. I remember something that clicked in my head, Survivor season 1. So it was like 2000, I think it was.
Yeah.
They had the second last episode, so 4 contestants left, and they go next week on Survivor. And Sue turns to Kelly, and she goes, "We gotta vote out Richard." And I was on a message board at the time, and when the people they're like, "Who do you think's gonna be eliminated?" One goes, "Oh, I think they're gonna vote out Richard." She said, "We all heard it. This wasn't eavesdropping. This was a sound clip that the editor left in. There was nothing else to hear." In fact, even only humans who said to Kelly, and that was such a wicked read, like, holy shit, people really think they're on that beach, and they heard something they weren't supposed to. But you laugh. There will be people who tell you right now with a straight face, and I think they can pass my deck destiny that Trump said we should inject bleach. And Trump said, I'm praising verified people who are nationalists. And you play the tape, they will not perceive it, they're not lying. And I think that's a big hurdle for a lot of people to accept. People honestly are perceiving things that you're not.
That's true. Yeah, and they're also only looking at headlines. That's right, looking at narratives. They get a tweet, they read the tweet, oh my god, I can't believe they're doing this, and then they put it down. They're too busy. They're not going to do deep dives.
It's not that they're too busy, it's that their preconception. They're not running a true false filter, they're running an us-them filter.
Right, that's right.
Trump's 1,000 times the Epstein files, there you go. What else I can tell you?
That's it, yeah. Very fine people on both sides. I mean, Obama said that during the campaign. When he said that during the campaign, like, that's crazy.
Biden said that was his reason for running.
You see that in the Epstein file, someone said that Biden's dead. And
Well, they're also saying that Epstein's alive.
yeah, that might be real.
I don't know how they pull that off.
Well,
Here's the thing with my surgery. Whenever I hear something that's out there, I'm not saying it's ridiculous. I always say to myself, what steps would need to be taken for this to be true, right? So if you're going to keep Epstein alive, and he's obviously extremely visible on his face and very known, how do you keep that guy under wraps? Would be the question I would have.
you move him to Israel, you get plastic surgery.
You think so? That's it.
Yeah, look, Renee Zellweger looks different. But she's a fucking movie star. Like, she kind of ruined her career by making herself look prettier, right?
No, she's Asian. She's got all those big cheeks. She got all those big cheeks and her eyes are like small.
What did she do? Let's take a look.
She's a puffy face, yeah.
Like, people said that Bradley Cooper did something, but he came in here and looked fucking completely normal. You know, it's just weird pictures online. Maybe one day he was tired. She did something. So, like, Bradley Cooper looks exactly like Bradley Cooper to me. Yeah, okay. Like, she did something weird. She was so cute. She looks like that girl in 2009. She was so cute.
Is that a white lefty lady who's a podcaster? Unless you do the one who's over the housewife and now she's the
Oh yeah, I don't know her name, but she's awful.
she's the heel. She's a great heel.
She's great at that.
Lock them all up.
Right. She knows that's what she looks like.
She's very angry.
That's what she looks like.
Let me see that again.
But never.
Other photos. Okay, the one on the far right. She's still pretty, but there's definitely a change in her face.
Look at that face.
Jennifer Grey is a better example.
She's got a nose.
But after that nose job, her career kind of fucking stopped.
No, Linda Evans is the worst thing else. Can you build Linda Evans?
Linda Evans from the Terminator?
From Dynasty.
Oh, and Hamilton.
Linda Evans is.
And Hamilton is fucking awesome. Stranger Things. What did she do?
I think she looks
Yeah, that was like,
yeah, but there's plenty of old people.
She doesn't look like she did anything.
She's
She's sued for plastic surgery.
Look at that one right there, JB.
So again, I already sketched on how to do that on my
It's bad.
I would say, David, it's all gonna hold supplement.
I don't see. Where does it say? Finding peace and happiness growing older in the Northwest. That just looks like an older lady.
She doesn't look like herself at all.
But she's older.
She had a lot of negative work. Maybe she had something reversed.
Maybe.
You're saying that's not.
That was not that shocking to me. That's just an older lady.
I don't think. I think it's quite shocking. Because I think it looks bad. It's just right there.
That's the difference between a 30-year-old lady and a fucking 70-year-old lady.
Those kind of 70-year-old people don't look like protein bars.
I don't know. I don't think that's the best example. I think that Renee said, okay, what has Linda done to her face? Right. Okay, so that might not be true.
There's a lot of cases like this. You know, it's
Yeah. What was the point? How do we get on that?
Keanu Reeves, Renee Zellweger.
I was looking up ChatGPT stuff. Okay, yeah. ChatGPT 5. Did ChatGPT code ChatGPT 5? If you ask that question, it doesn't. ChatGPT 5 makes itself better. There's something that I was trying to dig into.
What's that similarity
It's
system?
like self-correcting loops or something like that. I'm not getting anywhere with that. That's not the This was the concern about AI, was that eventually AI would become sentient and autonomous and would create better versions of itself, and it would do it very quickly. And I think we're in that right now. I think what you're getting from these engineers is an indication that the people that are deeply involved in this are fucking disturbed by the power of this stuff. They essentially say that they don't have a job anymore, they just kind of show up and it does the work for them. And that this is far more potent than what the general public is aware of. So, and getting better all the time.
We're at the point now where Grok is a better conversationalist and better at perceiving nuance and humor than the average person. A lot of times, if I was and some creep comes in with some response, I would just say, "Hey, Grok, explain to this person such and such and such." I don't leave it for Grok to be like a drug handler, and I do this every single day. But the point is, if I'm being humorous, maybe my jokes aren't that funny. Point being, Grok understands that I'm being humorous. This person isn't always pretending not to. So what happens when the average person, what do they bring to the table? And what about artists too? Right? The AI art's getting better every single day. Like I did a book where I used AI for the cover. It's like, what are you going to do? And it's, you're going to have certain people who are good at like misogyny and having great ideas, but at a certain point, there's only so much you can do.
Did you see what the Door Brothers did? They're these really good AI artists. They're the guys who do all the intros to the Kill Tony videos. They're fucking awesome. And they just made like a Hollywood movie. And they did it in like a day, right, with AI. See if you can find that clip, because it went viral and everybody's kind of freaking out that like Hollywood's done. Because this clip is insane. It's so realistic.
The other thing is, by the time we're all wrapping our heads around it, it's already 6 months. That sounds crazy.
And it's far better than it was then. Let me see. Go full screen. Back it up.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good idea for humans to catch
This is
this.
the other one. Check
Really busy in Sophia today?
This is all I have.
face looks so realistic.
I love you. I'm on my way. I need you to hide. Get underground.
It's a great Cybertruck, yeah. Yeah, people find out why you can't hear the engine. No, when you can't hear the engine, when it does that, it makes a weird humming noise.
Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Why don't you get the presser on the phone?
I don't think this sound is AI. Some of it could have been, but
I don't think it's a good thing for people to catch the footage of being shot in the face. Like I'm on YouTube already. I'm saying it's not a good idea. There's a lot. I watch a lot of these body cam videos on YouTube.
oh yeah.
Yeah, some of them do not kill it. It's just like I'm gonna have a conversation with the effects of your mind, just watching real people get killed left and right all the time. Especially young people. There's a lot. Like I don't want to see. Like we watch
Check this out. was just asking.
all of my days, I never saw a
This is crazy.
of a pie that was taken
This
out
is crazy. Other shit. That
I never saw a case.
you don't see anything wrong with just casually showing planes flying into buildings. Yeah. Well, all movies do that. I don't think that's. Yeah, but the thing is, this is how you kind of glorify. But they've always done that in action movies. I don't think to that level is to have anyone be able to make this in the drop of a hat. I'm not saying it should be banned. I'm just saying, I think at a certain point, if 24/7 you're seeing dozens of people getting killed, it's going to have an effect on people's psyches. No question. And I don't think that's a good effect.
Well, it's what we have now before this, not good.
Do you know what else is fucked up? We never talk about this kind of poisoning.
Right. And porn with any with you and Jamie can be fucking with video.
I'm talking about snuff films.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You can make a girl like that.
100%.
Do a girl, then you can cut her head off.
Yeah, just pull out a shotgun.
So you can let it down.
Yeah, anything.
So what does that mean? What does that tell
And
you?
you look really realistic, and you have no way. We're still apes.
People probably already making that.
I'm sure they are. Probably that I know. The investigators already don't have the tools to distinguish between real videos of infants and AI videos of and this is again, this has been a bridge that's been crossed. Like no one knows what to say or do about it. It's just like kind of just bad blinking, and it's here.
Well, it's not just here, it's here in Google, right? You're getting stronger all the time. We're all just plowing towards the cliff.
And what's going to happen when this kind of stuff gets matched up with psychedelics?
Well, it's not just that. It's like what happens when this stuff starts running all of our resources, running our economy, running everything.
Right.
Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be our government.
Well, I mean, right. Who was that? The creepy line guy?
Creepy line?
Who was that documentary creepy line? Robert something Malone, I think his name was. He's an academic. His point he went through Google, and he goes, look, if I'm Google, right, and I'm a member of Facebook, and I have people who are like Trump and people who are like Hillary. So if I just put out, hey, you should vote, and send it just to the Hillary people, I'm not on paper endorsing Hillary. Robert Epstein's yeah, I had that. Right, but then you're going to be getting out that little direction you want.
Well, his concern is Google searches.
Sure.
So, like, if you search Trump, it's all negative stories. If you search Hillary, it's all positive stories.
I talked also about the Facebook stuff. If you're promoting going vote, and you have this group versus that group, it can nudge it very easily.
Right.
So that technology is already here and used.
And been used.
That's
real election manipulation that's already legal and being used, right? For whatever reason.
So, well, you know what reason. But
curated search engines are a real fucking problem if you're hiding certain information. Like, I noticed that during the pandemic, there was a story about a doctor in Florida, and really quickly afterwards had a stroke and died. And I read the story, and a lot of people concerned about it. And then I tried to find it on Google. I could not find it. I looked everywhere. Then I looked on DuckDuckGo, and I found it immediately. And then it was in the first page. And then somewhere along the line, DuckDuckGo got weird too.
oh, Jesus, okay.
Yeah. So it's like they realized that people were finding things on that. And then I believe, is DuckDuckGo curated? Or did they just have open source? What are they saying? And then I started using Brave, and Brave was showing me things that other search engines weren't showing.
But then the other hand, are they showing? They have the problem of is it showing you things that are just not true?
Right. But I was searching for a very specific story that I couldn't find. Right. You're definitely going to get a lot of that, especially if there's like, look, the Hunter Biden laptop story. They got 51 different former intelligence agents to say that it was Russian disinformation. Not curated in the sense of building a personalized filter based on user history, but it does curate results by ranking.
Yeah, no, I can really avoid that.
That's curating, indexing, and filtering from hundreds of sources, including Bing.
It has to put things in order.
Provide what it deems relevant. Unlike Google, it avoids user tracking and personalization, providing more neutral, non-personalized search experience, but also curated by ranking.
no user profile. It does not store search history. All I know is that there was a difference in the way it worked for me. It doesn't mean that it's.
There has to be some ranking process.
Yeah.
You can't just, it's going to have things in order no matter what search engine.
Right, you're looking for something very specific.
That is the,
But
that's
the Tories have not shown me that article. I put in all the facts of that article. I could not find that all it was saying was the benefits of getting the COVID vaccine.
Has it gotten better or worse? We don't know how it went.
You know what I mean? But you should be disturbed at Robert Epstein's work, because Robert Epstein's work shows that with just this curated search result, you can shift all these centrist voters, all these middle of the pack voters, these swing voters, you can shift them.
I think it's 2%.
I think it's larger.
What being Trump
I think it's 9% or something crazy.
Even if let's be conservative, say 2, Trump might argue 1.5.
Yeah.
So it's, and I don't think these are looking good for the Republicans going forward.
Well, it doesn't look good for the midterms, right? I mean, this ICE stuff is doing a great job for that, because a lot of people like, hey, we're moving towards fascism.
And the perception of the economy.
Yeah.
The thing with the ICE stuff, it's like people, voters can have contradictory perspectives. Like they want to get rid of illegal aliens, but don't force them out. So what are you going to do? Send them a stormwater letter?
Well, I think the real problem is they're not willing to address the fact that these are paid protest agitators, and that these people, this is not an organic thing. People are taking the streets; they're literally being paid. These people have come out and said, "You get X amount of money. You get $100 a day if it's cold out. You get more money." One of the things people are saying that I don't know is true at all is like this might be horseshit. They were saying they gave them decibel meters to see how loud they were yelling. Protesters, and they were providing protesters with these decibel meters, and for them in order to get paid, they had to be yelling at a certain decibels. Like this sounds like this.
Yeah, I feel like
sounds like this. How much of those things? How much is a fucking decibel meter? That sounds like very a problem in terms of like cost.
if I had that on eBay, right?
If you have thousands of people, you're providing them with these decibel meters. Right. Yeah. It sounded like horseshit. There's a lot of horseshit out there. There's a lot of people that they do interviews and they just make up fake stuff just for clickbait.
But the thing is, I think people are. I agree with you, like over ICE, but it's like, what's your plan B?
Right.
Yeah, I mistake. Like if that's your argument, that's fine. But it's just like it's not a tenable situation. I mean, look what's going on overseas.
Right.
What are you going to do? Like right now, there's a guy who's running against Farage from the right of him, and it's like you're going to break up that vote and just overstore Britain.
Oh, he's
saying he's like Farage is too soft. Deport them all. Blah blah blah. It's just like how. Like, fine, I understand that's your argument. Literally, how are you going to do that without mass enforcement? I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm just saying, what is your plan? It's easy to promise. If I'm in a country that's awesome, I don't want to go back to my shithole. Right? I'm going to do whatever I can, legally and sometimes extra legally, to make sure I'm staying.
Especially people over there that are encouraged to go there, and then they bend the laws in order to kind of hide their crimes.
Right. One of the best things that happened to me was December 31st, 2024. So it was the beginning of 2025. I was on Twitter, and you heard about this group of gangs overseas. And even me, writes a lot about the nature people, was naive. Because when you hear the term grooming, I thought, okay, these high school girls have these, boyfriends who are from different countries and 30, whatever, and it's gross and whatever. And then someone posted the receipts of the legal cases. These are girls, children, 8-year-olds, 10, whatever, being violated and beaten with baseball bats. They were complaining to the police. The police said everything's fine. Like really graphic stuff. And I'm like, how stupid I was to think grooming meant what anyone else thinks of grooming. These were rape and torture gangs. And then Elon saw my tweet and he blew a gasket. And then they kind of talked about it in Parliament. So it was when we start 2025. Like, where's it all going? People are upset, but Chris was in jail. Like he's in trouble for stuff like this. The entire Labour Party voted against further inquiry. It's like some of these guys got prison sentences, but they're not anywhere near proportionate. Why are they still in the UK?
I just don't understand. Like, what's the end game there?
Right.
Is it the destruction of the UK? Like, what's the end game?
That's sure. Well, if that isn't their goal, that's sure their very headed toward.
Right, if you were trying to destroy the UK, that's how you would do it. Bring in violent migrants, let them do violent crimes, don't prosecute them, prosecute people for complaining about it online.
And don't bring them into your country and kind of assimilate them.
Right.
Like encourage them to not assimilate.
Yeah.
So I was just there in August. As bad as people think it is, it's even worse.
Really?
There was a theater a block away from the House of Parliament, and like bragging that seeing their shows are safe. Not fun for the whole family. Not, oh, this is educational. You're not going to get murdered if you come see a play here. That really should be a selling point when you're going to the movies. It's just crazy. Yeah. And it's only getting worse. So it's I don't but here's the other thing. Let's talk about America, right? If you want to get rid of all these illegal immigrants, what is your mechanism? Because if what Trump is doing is too much, there's no the alternatives make it difficult for them, so they re-migrate. But there's plenty of people who I can certainly understand it. I'd rather be a legal immigrant in America than go back to wherever hell I want.
Right. I found a video talking about this. They were fucking around.
It's a joke, okay?
Paid protesters with the decimal meters. That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah. That makes sense. Because I was like, there's no way. There's no way they're giving people decimal meters. But that's also just clickbait. What would you do with the illegal immigrants? It's a good question. The real problem is that they let 10 million people plus over the last 4 years. And that's the thing that no one wants to address. Like, the only reason why there is this problem is because we had a fucking open border for 4 years where they actually encouraged people to come in, and they let in a bunch of violent criminals, and people have been killed, women have been raped, children have been killed. And they want to hide that data because they don't want to be held responsible for what they did over the last 4 years. The fact that doesn't get the kind of outrage that it should, but then an ICE protester shooting a guy who's armed. What really is going on with the gun community about that guy who got that Alex Craig guy? Right? Do you know the story?
Well, I know that what's his name got fired correctly. So saying, well, you should be guns fight the police. They're only two people. Like, are you crazy?
Right. But that guy, so they disarmed him. He was carrying a SIG P320. Okay. SIG P320s are notorious for accidentally discharging people. It appears, at least in videos that I've seen, and some people seem to verify this, that as one of the officers pulls the gun from him and walks away with it, it accidentally discharges. Okay. They think this guy has a gun still. They just pulled the gun from him. A gun went off. They think they're in a gunfight. Everything's happening in a split second. They empty on that guy. The two guys who killed him, both were Mexican guys. Right? Did you see? They look like crazy. Did you see them? I didn't see. They showed their actual faces.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, a few days ago. They look like I said the village people. They look straight village people.
What's crazy is how many Latinos are in ICE.
Why is that crazy? They Trump got the Latino vote.
Well, it's not just that. It's a really well-paying job. Sure. And they give you a big bonus to sign. I think, what is the bonus when you sign for ICE? I think it's like a great incentive.
But here's the other thing: a lot of why that debate drives me crazy. If there's a hospital, right, and there's a nurse who's killing patients, which happens in that happens, you have these like Black Widow situations. No one's going to say shut down the hospital or stop medicine. So even if this was a first-degree murder, let's assume for the sake of argument, that doesn't mean you should abolish ICE. It just means that guy should go to jail.
Look at this. Signing bonus, $50,000, $60,000 in student loan repayment, up to 25% in premium pay. I don't know what that means.
Overtime, maybe? Premium pay?
25%? I don't know. Anyway, just the $50,000 bonus. How many people are willing to take that job just for that? And then $60,000 in student loan.
And it's right in your resume.
Yeah, well, you get your student loan paid off and you get a $50,000 bonus. Holy shit. You can get a lot of people to do that.
And job security.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it seems like a job. watch our guys enjoy.
And if you're desperate for work, and if you can't find work, and then also this is like an answer to all your financial problems. A lot of people do it.
So, but again,
You're also like very undertrained. Like they only train for 7 weeks.
is that right?
Yeah.
What's the answer? No one has an answer.
Right. That's a good question. Because there are a lot of violent criminals in this country that did get in over the last 4 years that do need to be removed. So what are you going to do?
What do you do about the non-violent ones?
Well, here's the thing. There was an interesting statistic. I think I sent it to you, Jamie, where they were saying only 14% of these people that they've arrested are violent criminals. But that's what they didn't say is that 60% of the people that they arrested had criminal history. And when you say non-violent meaning what? What about strong arm robbery? What about a guy puts a gun on you? Is that how you classify it? I bet it's not if you don't cause violence.
No, there's no way you're going to armed robberies and violent crime.
If you do not cause violence, I wonder if they're categorizing it as violence. Like if you do not shoot someone, stab someone, beat someone, so you're not convicted of a violent crime.
Here's why I don't robbery. Because they're doing everything in their power to make the gun violence numbers as high as possible. So if there's any opportunity for guns involved, that would be counted as gun violence.
Perhaps, but you could rob people with a knife. You know what I mean? Does that count? If you pull a knife on someone and you rob them, is that considered violent?
I think it is.
I wonder. But either way, the misleading aspect of the article was that only 14% were violent criminals. But is that okay? That the other fucking 46% are breaking into people's houses and robbing cars? And what about that?
But what about the 40% who just shouldn't be here?
Right.
But that's the question.
Right. They all should be there.
Right. So what are you going to do?
Right. Okay, serious. 400,000 ICE arrests in Trump's first year. About 60% involved obviously some criminal charges or convictions. However, only 14% had violent crime records, including as homicide, 2,100 arrests, sexual assault, 5,400, robbery, 2,700. So robbery. Nearly 40% lacked any criminal record, detained for civil immigration violations.
Wait, can we skip ahead? Look at this. This is shameless. Arrest for non-violent issues like DUI. I'm sorry, if you're doing DUI, you should be deported.
Right.
That is a violent crime.
Well, you definitely cause death, right, and destruction. Drugs, 22,000, DUI, 30,000, outnumber severe violent crimes. Yeah, but those are fucking bad crimes.
I think this is kind of a distraction from, if you have 10 million people, they're all house of makers. Like, let's suppose they're the nicest people ever. Are you comfortable with them just remaining here? And I don't think most people are.
No.
Like, what do you do?
Rand Paul thinks that you should allow them to stay but not give them citizenship.
See, if birthright citizenship went away, a lot of this would be solved. Right. If like, you don't have eligible welfare, eligible for Medicaid, you can pay your taxes and income, but you're not getting the benefits. People can understand that argument, maybe.
Especially if you are illegal and then you come here specifically to have a baby. And then your baby stay too. That's kind of crazy. That's a crazy law.
I think we're the only country that has that too.
Yeah.
So
China definitely does it.
So, well, I mean, no one's really banging that for the Chinese citizenship, to be fair.
That's true.
That's for North Korea, maybe. Yeah, so
it is a problem that doesn't have like a clear-cut solution that would make both sides happy. That's for damn sure.
Well, I think one side's against it entirely. Many Republicans don't think it's worth kind of overturning our whole society to get these 10 million people out. So I mean, if we had 10 million Canadians come to America, that's not going to change the country. Right. That makes no sense.
Right. Well, especially 10 million Canadians that could be violent criminals. If you just have an open door,
They're not going to be
there's violent Canadians.
for sure. Do you know about my Staff Canada plan?
No.
Okay. This is, I want to get the exact numbers on here. So there are, this is exactly right, 41 million Canadians. Okay. Now let's talk about reparations. Right. So if I wreck your truck and your truck is worth $10,000, I gotta get you a brand new truck for $10,000. That's reparations is restored.
Okay.
How can you have reparations for something as horrific as slavery? A check's not gonna do it because there's no amount of money where I can say, what, you know what, you owe me grandma, it's fine. Right? 41 million Canadians, they've already demonstrated repeatedly that they don't want freedom to every action they've taken. 42 million African and Black Americans. So, slavery in the South was a horrific blot in America's past. So the opposite, slavery in the North, would be better. So we invade and enslave, hashtag enslave Canada, and every African American gets one Canadian, and that's reparations. And then you have everything about slavery or racism again. What a great idea. And the big names can get the big names. So like Michelle Obama can get that, right? Well, Obama is not African American, he's African, you don't get one. Do you think that's real? The Kenyan thing? Well, he's of African descent. His ancestors were slaves. Right. He's not doing reparations. Right. In fact, his ancestors owned slaves. That's how comparisons. Michelle Obama's ancestors weren't enslaved. So she gets Gab. Sorry, Gab. I'm not kidding. I think we should do it. It would solve Gab. It would solve the racism problem.
Canada just needs to be free.
Yeah.
They need a better government there. That's right. Trump ruined that. When you say they're going to be our 51st state, he killed the Conservative Party. Everybody sort of united and said, hey, we've got to stop America from trying to turn us into the 51st state.
Okay, because I don't know if people know this, in the first term, or St. Marie Frederickson, I think, is the Prime Minister of Denmark. They were going to have a meeting, and Trump's like, you want Greenland? And she's like, oh, looking forward to meeting Mr. President. And on Twitter, he cancels the meeting and goes, since the Prime Minister doesn't know her place, we're going to have to meet another time. And she's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? And now they're saying, you can have Greenland to do anything you want. You want to dig for the minerals? Please bring it through there. Nope, we need to help Greenland. And they don't know, and I don't know what to make of his. Someone on social media thinks he must be on the spectrum because he's so fixated on this thing that no stereotypical has this kind of fixation. But what do you make of this Greenland thing?
I don't understand it. Do you know they offered us Greenland in the 1920s?
Right, okay, yeah. Was it too much money or something?
How much did they offer us Greenland for?
I don't blame them for being like, what is going on?
It is crazy.
It's great.
So Denmark owns Greenland. Who's closer? Denmark or the United States?
Greenland,
We should have it.
why should Canada have it then? No, fuck that. This is what it must be like in Denmark right now, where they let people stay.
Okay, did not offer itself to the United States in the 1920s. The U.S. expressed interest in acquiring or basing in Greenland during that decade, but no formal offer came from Denmark. I thought there was negotiation.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I did.
For the U.S. Virgin Islands for $25 million. The U.S. bought the Danish West Indies, now U.S. Virgin Islands, for $25 million. What a deal. But affirmed Danish sovereignty over Greenland. 1920s U.S. Army General Billy Mitchell advocated for American air bases on Greenland and Iceland to expand air power, viewing them as strategically vital amid advancing technology. No purchase or secession offer emerged from Denmark. U.S. interest remained internal military advocacy without diplomatic action from Copenhagen.
We just got to get a swap. We get Greenland, you get Puerto Rico.
So in 1947, go back to that. 1946, President Truman proposed $100 million in gold for Greenland, rejected by Denmark. Amid Cold War tensions, the U.S. gained defense rights via 1941 agreement during World War II occupation of Denmark. How interesting is that? Like, we've been interested in Greenland forever. Oh, it's right there. That's how it's taken.
Fast route. I don't want to be the real straights on both sides. The thing is, they're already saying you can do whatever you want. And take a dump on it. We don't care. Like, we're happy to explore it, please. And it's like, no, we gotta own it. It's like, why? I guess you gotta understand that you can make it happen. This is really, like, I don't, the thing is, they're getting freaked out here on the because it's being this aggressive, I think, not just, but also because it's like, what are we missing? Like, you and I, like, what are we missing here? What about Greenland? Only can change. Do whatever you like, but what basis you love it.
Which is quite.
If you hung out with him, it's hard to say.
It's hard to say. I mean, I think anybody who wants to be president has to screw up. Sure. Anybody who went through that guy, what that guy did. Sure, of course. But he went through the last 4 years when Biden was in office, we were trying to lock him up. When he was president, what they went through. Yeah, with Russiagate stuff. Yeah, all that stuff. It's kind of crazy. You would have to have a little bit of screws. And now I think he's on a victory lap for sure. But he also wants to get a lot of stuff done because he knows he only has 1 term. And I think the Greenland thing, I understand the strategic implications why you would want that, but I don't understand why you wouldn't just accept the deal. You have bases there, and you can have bases there.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other one that I don't understand. We go to Venezuela. We basically tell them to go out, right? Obviously, he doesn't get inside information where he knows. And then everyone stops talking about it. It's just like, well, the news cycle's crazy. But what is going on in Venezuela? Did they change the government? I don't think they did.
They didn't change the government, but they got rid of the one guy that was in resistance. And a lot of people, like Kurvetsky, thinks that what's going to happen is during the trial, they're going to reveal that Maduro was involved in rigging the 2020 election. Because there is some sort of a connection with Venezuela in the 2020 election and the voting machines.
Okay, I love Kurt. I was one of the when I say I love him, I know ironically, not ironically, I think he's the best.
I love him too.
I don't see any route where they would need the year of a trial to release this sort of information.
Right, I agree. But I think that having him in America and making a deal with him, like Ventura, he kidnapped you and killed all your guards.
I think he's. If I could get Kurt Courage, I would bet this. I would bet a lot of money, but I would not be surprised that this is already that they told him either you come to jail with us, make way, or we'll take you out. And he's like, you know, fine, I'll retire in America. That would make more sense to me.
They did some wild stuff over there, like they used some sound weapon to incapacitate everybody. They went in and executed them all. At the end, that's not a single U.S. soldier was shot, right? And everybody was down. Like the people that are talking about it that were on the ground saying it was crazy. They shut off all the power, right? They shut off all the radar systems, and then all of a sudden, fucking helicopters, drones, everything was there. The sound weapon was used. Everybody was incapacitated. They came in, gunned down. Like, how many people they killed? I forget how many people they killed. They killed a lot of people, but they killed them with no resistance.
And I thought it was very clear that we had some kind of inside information.
I'm sure we had that as well.
Yeah, someone on the inside was like working with us in terms of where he is.
I'm sure there was that as well, but there was this
When I saw that video of him getting arrested, I thought it was AI. Because it looks so crazy ridiculous. And if I went a year ago and said Trump's going to arrest me for a while, I'd like arrested me for that. It's just like I don't know what's real.
right. There's an article from The Guardian. Okay, Trump's DOJ investigating unfounded claims. Venezuela helps steal 2020 election. So how do you know it's unfounded until you investigate these fuckers?
The Guardian's pretty bad at that.
Yeah, they're gross. So he thinks it's bullshit. We'll just have to read it.
Yes, I don't dabble in this.
I'm sure you don't. You're the CIA. We don't dabble or make them. Okay. What else? This is what Kurt believes. This is not my theory.
Scroll it down. I want to see what the police think of this.
Yeah, what's the accusation?
Yeah, there's nothing about what they did.
Well, that would be contributing to the conspiracy.
Yeah, I guess.
Mr. Rogers. Yeah. They don't want to do that in The Guardian. Who knows?
I would think I feel like
We'll find out. Another awesome chapter of Game of Thrones.
I still don't understand. It was a lot of people wondered correctly that we should be doing regime change, but the regime didn't change.
Right, we just got rid of one guy and kidnapped him,
Right,
brought him to America.
but like if you get rid of Trump, Pence becomes president. You're not changing the government at all.
Right.
So like, what are we doing here?
I don't know.
discussion about democracy by how Maduro stole Venezuela's vote. That is very widely accepted as right. That's accepted. There's keywords that are popping out is like the same stuff we hear in our elections. Counting seats, people checking voter polls. Later that evening, people saying that that's not what it did.
Right.
The other question is what's going on with Iran? It looks like we're about to go in. Are you sure?
Well, they're preparing.
But I mean, that's always his great to shake the shadow.
Yeah, right. Safe rapping.
So it's like I feel like all of us are like looking around being like, what's
What
that?
the fuck is going on? Yeah, every day is what the fuck is going on.
Right?
You're just trying to like live a normal life,
Yes.
which is what everybody really wants, but they're preventing you from doing that with constantly being assaulted by new information that scares the shit out of you.
And it's also, there's no context for us to understand this. Like, we understand this entire situation, right? You go in, you conquer a country, you kill a lot of people. It's a nightmare bloodbath that was unnecessary. Saddam gets hanged. We know that story. Like, we're just gonna come in, kill that one guy who's the president, and his wife, and his wife, and everything will come back. It's just like, I remember the Democrats were like, what do we say? This has never happened before. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just overwhelmed. I think I share the feeling that most Americans have right now. Just every day, like, what the fuck is going on?
But I feel like it's escalating.
Oh,
Wasn't this crazy during his first term?
no. The world is escalating.
Yes.
When it's Venezuelan oil gets shipped to Israel for the first time in years.
So as well as we assume control of the country, I think.
To me, I think we got their oil, right?
Found a better way to run it, but I don't know.
Well, that was the other thing Trump said. What are you going to do with the oil tanker?
We're going to keep it. Yeah, it's like, what, right? Like, how do we get to do this? Like, if you
They're selling the oil to Israel.
so Venezuela saying it's fake.
Venezuela plans to send its first shipment of crude oil to Israel in 17 years, part of opening up the country's exports following U.S. induction of President Nicolas Maduro. That seems like it's the same story. First shipment to Israel.
I think all they're saying is they've restored relations between Venezuela.
Well, they probably control relations now. It's essentially the U.S. is probably in control of their oil distribution.
I think it's expensive.
Yeah.
Still, like,
That was the other thing, was bringing in all these companies. They're all going to do, but apparently their oil is like very difficult to acquire. Yeah, their oil is not like simple, like Texas oil. Dig a hole in the ground, pull it out. It's like it's all. It has to be processed with all these chemicals. It's apparently like the consistency of asphalt. It has to be broken down. It's very expensive. And this is why, was it the CEO of Exxon? One of the companies said that it would never work. That the infrastructure is not in place. You know, and Trump is upset at him being a negative Nancy.
I think anytime you start to change, really, whenever you start talking about regime change, it's something that's very scary. Historically,
And it always turns bad. Like Libya and all these other places.
Yeah, so it's just like
Never good.
but then at the same time, we're like, what do we do? Like, what's plan B, Gavin? Do you know what I mean?
What's he going to do?
Right?
Senior Trump administration officials have vowed to maintain control of Venezuelan oil exports for an indefinite period. Indefinite quotes. Secretary of State Marco Rubio claiming that the Venezuelan acting government headed by Delcy Rodriguez needs to submit a budget request before accessing the country's oil proceeds. So we just took over Venezuela, essentially.
Just to cover their oil.
Yeah, but also the country.
It's like the kids still being oppressed as hell.
Yeah, but the government essentially is like running that.
I don't think we ever will.
Probably tell them what they can and can't do.
I think that's the thing that there's
It's just the oil.
right. Can I talk about something fun?
Yeah.
I am finishing a project I'm working on with so I'm excited to talk to you about it.
What is it?
So there's a band from the 80s called Marco Rodeo that combined punk and country, right? And I was looking at this compilation that I got in 1990. I sent Jamie the picture, and I was staring at this photo trying to make heads or tails on this band because can you pull it up? Let's show you the photo. See what I mean by? Because there are a bunch of kids in these like kind of square dancing uniforms, no affect on their face whatsoever. And the singer, she's this Dolly Parton, and this big square dancing dress, and just staring at the viewer. I'm like, are they joking? Like, what's up with these people? And I met them, and their hearts were kids. They were not joking. They were there in that photo. So you see, I'm staring. I'm like, are they kidding? Are they not kidding? That name's Trish. This is from the 80s. They got signed the same day as Bon Jovi by the same guy. And he said, I'm taking you both to number one. So I wrote a screenplay about them because it's kind of like a Spinal Tap story because they're on stage in punk clubs doing jokes like, hey, Bob, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted, Bob. Oh, the couple of next hotel room, we have a lady to candy bars, candy bars. Yeah, she kept yelling, oh, Henry, oh, Henry. Right, so it's this complete, like, what do you do here? But the guy who did the keyboards for the band to the animation for American Splendor. And him I met Marty Keeper later wrote a book about me in 2006. You see that guy that Tom Letterman? I'm so glad you know who Harvey is. Yeah, Harvey started, he was a comic book guy, right? He started the idea of writing Bible comics in the 70s. From off the streets of Cleveland, here comes American Splendor. It's an ironic title because his life was not exactly very splendid. He was a founder, kind of a miserable person. He hated people very much. And amazingly, when the film came out in 2000, and it was in 2000, I think it was something like that, 2001, he flew back to New York to do Stern, and the producer of the film, Ted Oak, sent out an email that said, Harvey's in town with nothing to do, if you want hits, and I'm the only person who took him up for them. And I go there, and he's on his bed, and he, spoiler alert, he died in 2010 on my birthday, which was not a fun email to get. Anyway, and he's he's got this really weird way of talking, so I'm really fucked up, man. And I point out to him, since everything in his life was a disaster, his movie got a wide release the weekend of the blackout. There was this big fucking blackout. He's like, oh, god damn it. And that was the weekend. I had a fish tank, and I'm trying to keep that alive with no electricity, and it did not work out. So you wrote a book about me, and that screenplay fell by the wayside. But because it's kind of like Spinal Tap, it's this kind of funny story about people when they're young, and actors listen to this when you're young. Go for it. Be stupid. If you're gonna fail, it's okay. It's still something exciting to try to do, which they certainly did. And now I'm like, wait a minute, this converts to a graphic novel very easily. There's a guy named Eric July who has this whole kind of empire. He did a Kickstarter. He made like $1 million for his first one. It's called The River Verse. And now they're at a point where you don't have to go through DC or Marvel to produce your product. So I'm super excited about it. Again, I started this in 2000, and now it's finally 26 years later coming to fruition. So awesome. I want to go down. I'm just really kind of, it's very intense because here's the other thing. I was at Goals, and I had basically what was the opposite of a nervous breakdown. All the parts of my brain slid into place where I realized the story I wrote in 2001, what happens if you do all these things, try to reach and go nowhere, and those are my fears. When I was starting out, what if I end up like them, have nothing to show for it? And 25 years later, with that experience will run, I can pay my rent as a kind of creative person. And if they were out today, they could probably be the writer because it's much easier as a band to kind of build an audience. But it's a very funny story, but it's also a very dark one. And it's partially true. So I'm just stoked that I get it on half an hour. Yeah. Thank you.
Always good to see you. Congratulations on the Facebook. Bye, everybody.
He was part of the kind of sweeper. But what? Then we
Experience.
That's got a wild card boxing hat on, a Bruce Lee shirt. Come on, son. Yeah, what's happening? Great to see you. This thing comes up. There's on that thing there. Last time I saw you was at Terry Dodge Barbecue. Random run in there.
That was crazy. That was crazy. And I was thinking about it right after this. I'm like, what, Terry Dodge?
Are you still in LA?
Yeah. It's cool, man.
Is it? Yeah, you like it? They're all persons.
Yeah, because, okay, I live in LA in a way where, first of all, you gotta have good people. You know, your family and it's shit. So the fact that LA has all kinds of different things you can do, hike on a trail, in 20 minutes you can reach. You can't beat it. So if you got good people, good friends, it's all good.
You just run by Chris. It's a nice neighborhood run by the mob. It's run by the woke mob. Geographically, you can't beat it. You can be at the ocean, and then you can be in the mountains in 2 hours.
So that's
Abishol says no. Abishol says you only get a portion of Kabbalah's what? If you are torn, all your carbonic process. Shas Miko, Ad Shas Hekman Halav
I am deeply
only
concerned
you
that
are
that
part
motherfucker's going to get hit with a concern.
you get the
It's
feeling.
about time,
I'm a judge who says, I'm a English, I'm a strong, that's a leader, that you act in
Massive
Halav.
results in California and how often they're spread out, and the possibility of more than happening over the next decade is very high.
Must you be far from Zika?
I'm trying to think about it too.
Here we go. Sayonara.
I think they have better detection of that stuff now, too. It's better.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They can't detect. Do you remember what happened in Italy? A couple guys got arrested and went to jail. They were seismologists because the country didn't understand the ability to detect it. They had a big earthquake, a bunch of people died, and so they blamed these geologists or seismologists. They wound up winning in court on appeal because eventually the science was revealed. Like, hey, there's no fucking way you can really tell. But they threw these guys out. They blamed these guys on not being able to detect it.
The last crazy 72 or 94.
Yeah, it was 93. I moved to LA right after last week. I saw one of the sections of the highway that had collapsed on the other one. We were driving by. This place.
I came into LA.
Why not?
Tell a story about what happened during that 94 earthquake. Because it sounds like bullshit. But literally, I got up, ran out of my house, up my apartment at the time, jumped off the balcony, and watched it happen.
You watched the house collapse?
I watched the earthquake happen outside. It's like no bullshit. Everybody, so I thought, oh shit, I had a bad dream. I lived on the I wake up, off balance, catching my balance in the parking lot, right? And like, oh shit, I gotta find the car to get you back in the apartment building, right? And I'm thinking, what's wrong? I've lost my mind or something. Next thing you know, everything's changed, and the lights go out, smoke, just everything gets black. And so I retreat back because I'm thinking, oh, what's going on? And I'm like, wait a minute. Then I got the story from everybody else that experienced it. They said that the first thing that happened was the building shook and the lights went on. Well, I was outside watching. So I'm outside when it happened.
like some kind of game, like you jump over. I don't know how to feel. Dude, did you have like the first rumbles? I thought it was. I thought I reacted to the like some kind of aftershock or something. No, what happened? That was with me. You left her in the apartment. All she knows is like you shoved up and you ran out of the house and I heard the door slide. And that was it. And then the next thing you know, everything shook. She was trapped in there because there was a closet door that trapped her in the hallway. So when I got back into place, me and a friend had to try to climb the door because she couldn't get out. When I ran out of that place before the earthquake actually happened, yeah, good instincts. I don't know what the hell that was. It happens to me because I don't even like telling that story because it sounds like bullshit. It really happened that way. In the guard, I talked to the guard. I'm like, hey, when the lights go out, oh, this shook, the lights went out. I'm like, watching that happen. So you felt it happen before it happened. Some kind of weird way. I bet humans have that. Animals definitely have that. They talk about Thailand, how they had that tsunami and all the animals ran up to the highest point of the island. They all just took off. It's like they just knew instinctively. I don't know. Nothing like that has ever happened after us. I gotta say, there's been. Yeah, but you're a dude who's tuned into your body, tuned into your environment. You're not going to get caught slipping. Like you probably felt something and your spidey sense went off. Yeah, I kind of have been like that. Maybe risky, so it might come up. I don't know much since I was 14. It's not compromising so much. Crazy shit that you see on movies. And that's the type of shit that you get those kind of things. Yeah, and I was always the one that said, hey, let's leave. Let's get out of here. And then, hey, man, there was a shootout that just happened right after that. Or I can detect, like, the predators. You know what I mean? So I grew up kind of that way. Because you have to survive out there. Yeah, who's looking out for you? You have to look out for yourself. Well, yeah, I mean, when I was like always the Jew of the crew. A lot of times, like I said, I've been around since I was 14. I had a grown head since I was 13, 14. I looked like a grown-ass man, right? I was fighting in tournaments at 15 against grown men, like fighting heavyweight at that time. But I was always hanging with older people, kind of, you know, kind of like I got away with living as an adult later on. Because, like, did you work? Yeah, well, I was teaching a karate class. What was going on was happening. I used to hang out at this community center in the hood. At this time, I moved from Brooklyn to North Virginia. Bridgeport. Yeah. It was a lot of people don't know. Yeah, we had the top murder rate per capita in Bridgeport. Yeah, so I was constantly with this community center. It was like my hand. And I was going to practice me and my karate nuts, you know. And so by being the paper for running heavyweight, competitions or whatever. And so the people that were running the community center said, why don't you teach a class? They thought I was an adult. And so I was teaching like like kind of like just under the table. I was getting paid under the table basically. But I had like close to 200 students, 15, 16. Oh, that's crazy. And so, it was kind of a trip. Which is one of the reasons why I was a father at 15. Because I had my students, older sister, who was like, had a crush on his instructor. But I was kind of living the life of,
All the more so again, I have to like to put such a
factual
William says, not in the Sunday
my 70s.
my right
Some people I had to admit, like, teach your daughter. So yeah, the things that I'm really grateful for is growing up that early and having to, use my instincts. And being that street fighting was like my favorite thing to do, actually. And so when I got to the martial arts deeper and everything else, I just really dug into it, wanted to learn style after style and this, everything. I was just a martial art nerd. But I also like the realistic martial art, even though I still have styles like Wushu and everything else.
Somewhere Eddie Bravo has to find this video. There's a video of us working out together at Legends where we were talking about hopping sidekicks and different types of sidekicks. And you threw out, there was a bag that we had that had a shade chain. But regardless, you threw a hopping sidekick on that chain and the chain snapped and went flying. The bag went flying. And Eddie Bravo was like, what the fuck? It's a funny video, man. I know Eddie has it somewhere. I'll text him after this and try to see if he can put it up on his Instagram or something.
Yeah, back then, man, we were training when it wasn't even popular. I used to see you in the gym all the time. Yeah, all the time, man. And you were, just think about this. Do you know it was 29 years ago, the last time you interviewed me?
All right.
Yeah, that's right.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
After the Bob Costa show, he took a week off and I guest hosted it for a week. Yeah.
And at that time, you were already training with Maurice Smith.
Yes, Maurice was one of the
Common
guests.
sponsorship for
I ended up training with
the month of
every time I go to Seattle.
Hershey Mindy Schreiber.
We trained together. So,
And the Swiss Lema for Eliel Carl and Miriam Marky Kyle and Marguerite in memory of Marky's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel. And Yukiki Yehuda, the yahrzeit is Chuck Dollar TV. The only sponsor for today, Florence Davidson, in memory of Robert Rimmer. And a late-breaking sponsorship, Mark and Alpha Lustin, who are sponsoring yesterday's doc, Cook Olive, 101, in honor of Elsa's mother, Toby Campus, 101st birthday, which was also yesterday, December 24th. So we'll give it extra dot. We'll sponsor. We'll give her 102 as well. So for next in advance for next year. Okay. Today's drop, Cook Days 102. We are picking up Cook Olive on the Days. It is the second wide line. So quick reorientation. Rav brought down a name, and Rav told us that Moshe Rabbeinu was a coin dugger. And we're now going to go through a series of questions on whether that is agree with that. So, base today. Last one over. Base today. Last one over. Probably because check Chadashim, Chadashim, Yocham. The part that is talking is teaching us about a Balmon, coin Balmon, that is allowed to use cushion. So, those words are cushion. So we asked, in Nomar, Koche Kadashim, Lama Nomar, Kachin Kalam. If the Pasuk can tell me Kachin Kachin, why does it also need to say Kachin Kalam? In reverse, Nomar Kachin Kalam, Lama Nomar, Kachin Kachin. Why does the Pasuk have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one, and we'll know that a Balmon is allowed to eat in all Kachin?
But Frankie,
let's say the Pasuk did not reference Kachin Kalam. It only had told us about Kachin Kachin. And you see on there, Kachin Kachin is also that a Baal Makoni Balmum can only eat from Kachin Kachin. Why? Sorry, look through the Zar, because Kachin Kachin are permitted for consumption for our Zar and for Kohanim. And we're going to get into that. That's where the questions are going to come. We'll take it for granted that by touching, they can't be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by a Zar as well as the Kohanim. What do you get? That's the question brought down.
So I would just try to break
a kachim kachim. However, kachim kachim, what do you say? What do you know from the pasuk? Otherwise, that a balmum can eat. A balmum can eat kachim kachim. Let's say the opposite. Let's say the pasuk did not specifically reference kachim kachim and only said kachim kachim. How you feel there? The kachim kachim I would thought that a kohen balmum can eat from kachim kachim. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more cow of the kachim kachim. They also, but I do not know that a kohen balmum can eat from kachim kachim as well. The kachim kachim kachim, the kachim kachim. Therefore, the pasuk said both kachim kachim and kachim kachim. Okay, here comes the question. However, so when we were bringing out our proof or why we need both sets of kachim to be mentioned in the pasuk, we said it's because the kachim can be eaten both by a zar and non-kohen as well as the kohanim. So, isn't that last Moshe? Isn't the zar that's been talked about Moshe? And we'll see in Rashi, it's actually showing up in Rashi,
certain techniques that you need when you're
so Lazar it's like that we would have thought, put the Lazar, the Moshe Kamar. It must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and where we know that from, also because of the Shok, right? Because you know specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the Chazal Shok and the El Hamilurim, which is Kachim Kachim. So we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen eating from Kachim Kachim, and therefore we would not have been able to make the same inference. So I'm not shaking the Jewish answers now. Well, when we're talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, it's not about Moshe Rabbeinu, because right where we're trying to defend Rav, that Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. Now that we're talking about the Bama, starting back on the Bama, the Zar, so the Zar is eating at a Bama, we did the Omer Yesh Mincha, and only according to the opinion, that is Yesh Mincha. And again, let's look at Rashi, a little bit Bama Ka'ama, it's about 5 lines up in Rashi. There is the Zar, the Omer Zar, Akro, Yesh Mincha, the Bama Ka'ano, Mincha Kachim Kachim, Mincha is the Kachim Kachim. The Ochen Shi'arah, and you're allowed to eat the Shi'arah of the Mincha, Zar, what is Zar? The Zar are eating it, what? And you hold in the Bama Ka'ano, the Zar of it. If you know that you don't need a Kohen to do Avoda by a Bama, so you know that a Zar is doing Avoda, and therefore the eating Shi'arah of the Mincha. And so we have an instance where a Zar is eating Kachim Kachim, and we skip down a few lines in Rashi, I do have a Mincha, to give it Omer Yesh Mincha of the Bama. Why only according to the opinion he says there's a mincha of Bama, which we had a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago. If you don't hold that there's a mincha, we don't have any other instances where a kachim kachim are eaten by Bama. Why? You don't bring a tapas in Hashem. It's not in the Zohar. You never need it in part of the Bama. You can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary offering from at a Bama. And there's no other double kachim. There's no only Ola and a mitzvah, which again, Ola obviously none of it eaten. And so that's we have to hold the opinion that it is a mitzvah. Okay, so anyway, we deflect the question against that. So let's bring another one. It's the bottom line on Oliver against Miriam, so Miriam, I have another episode where in Midbar with Miriam is inflicted with Saras. So we know that in order for somebody to be inflicted with Saras, to officially have to go outside the camp, there has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras and says, yes, this is Saras. So they have to by word, they have to vocally say, you have Saras, and it has to come from a Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performs? In Tomer, Moshe is here. If you want to say it's Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Zar, or Moshe Zar. So it can be an obviously out of our question. We'll get to the minute. So let's go through. If Zar wasn't a gun, and the Zar can't be going to gun, only it's going to be going to gun. In Tomer, Aaron is here. So okay, was that Aaron a Kohen? He could have done it. Aaron Karo. Aaron is a relative. If Karo wasn't a gun, and a Karo, the relative cannot look at the gun. So actually, obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship to Miriam. They're both programs. So the question is, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why do we say Moshe can't do Karo? So at the market breakdown, that would have also been a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? He's not even a Kohen. They don't even need to get to a full Karo. He's not even the Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar answer because it's just the easier one. Another answer is that action protest, whether a Karo can be going to die, I believe it's really there. So based on some of the instructions in the Sifri, it's clear that our held that a Karo is not able to be modern Nagaya.
It's just
But
lifting your
it's
foot up and
possible
putting on
that
the
Moshe
hip.
Rabbeinu, I'm not saying that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu did not hold the issue. I think Moshe Rabbeinu holds that a Karo can be held on him, and therefore he has to go to his tools on. And the final answer that I saw with this, very interesting. I thought it was interesting is that what exactly let's take a step back. What's actually happening here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam are out in the Midbar. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Karo, why you think you should not be married to Garn from Elton? Well, I think that you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might, maybe not intentionally lie, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu underneath all of them, but still, even just the Havamina is that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu at this instance, he's in this situation because Miriam spoke Lashon Hara about it. And so maybe there's some type of diminishment in the Ava that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment. And maybe so you might say that I don't think they bring down that we actually thought that, but there could be a Havamina to say, and maybe the Shul of Kara doesn't apply in this moment because it's literally Moshe is a person that he just spoke Lashon Hara about. You say, even if you want to say that, still the Shul's out. I thought it was interesting to even think that would be happening in Moshe. But again, we have the Shul's out, so might as well go with that. Anyway, sorry. Tangent, I guess, the holiday schedule, so a little crazy. Sorry, back to the bar. Third line is, oh, a couple of girls will follow up on the stuff. Rather, okay, he said, who was looking, who looked at the guy of Moshe, of Miriam? Moshe, Izar, because an arrow is a color. And rather, colors of the follow up on the sparkle, rather, is a great honor that the sparkle gave to Miriam at that point. Miriam, Oshishah, said, I'm calling, so the first person says, I'm going to be Amakalite. I'm not Skira, I'm called the Lightning Postra. So Hashem is the one that's going to be married on for Miriam. Fine. So anyway, I can tell you, we had a question we knew right from the beginning. Moshe Zar. They got running on. We said specifically Moshe Zar. So obviously, that is refuting the opinion of Rav that Moshe was his own daughter.
I'm listening to Joey Mitchell.
Nothing about you. So I said, no, Shani Martin is on. Martin is different. It doesn't just need a coin. What does it need? Aaron and Bonner to say that Martin is specifically about Aaron and Bonner, not just the coin. And obviously, Moshe is not part of Aaron and Bonner. Okay, so just like that question. Another question on the Shita Rav. This is five great accolades that Elisheva, who's Aaron's wife, was with him. Ivama Melech, her brother-in-law, Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. Isha, her husband, Kohen Gadol. Aaron, her husband, Kohen Gadol. Dinah, her son, Eliezer, he was the Skan Kohen Gadol. Then Dinah, what about her grandson, Pinchas, Mishel Chama, he was becoming Mishel Chama. And her brother, Nachshon, Nasi Sheva, he was a Nasi Sheva. So those are the five things. But Avela, on the flip side, obviously, she's all dealing with us, but now she's also been an Avela, however, at the end of the room on her two sons, not the Navi. I tell you, you see here, Yisrael Melech. It says it called Moshe Rabbeinu a king. So Melech means, obviously he's a king and not a Kohen Gadol. He just his extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove Rav. Instead, tonight we're going to say that actually it is a machloket kanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Prophet says, when Moshe is at the snake, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem he doesn't want to go, doesn't want to go, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, Hashem Moshe. You should have been caught on there. Anytime you see the Lashon, it means there has to be a rotion. It's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical effect, there's something. A color off is not simply a state of being, there's some active component to it. However, resemble never emotion, but in this case, we don't see any emotion. We just see that Hashem got angry at Moshe, but no ramifications, no repercussions. We should bring a file there. I'm getting up about another is a retribution. Now, in that dialogue, Hashem says, hello, Aaron Achicha, Halevi. And then he goes, Aaron, your brother, the Levi, he's on his way. Aaron's not a Levi, Aaron's a Kohen. Well, this is going to say, and Marty Hashem said, initially I was going to say, Ata Kohen, Levi. You, Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to have the Levium. Ashav, and now because of this Kohenah, now who Kohen Ata Levi? I'm flipping around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohanim, and his son will be Kohanim, and you're going to only be a Levi. No, the Moshe Rabbeinu was actually only a Kohen, he was only a servant, because only during the section of Mamnun was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. You show them the finally, you see the Pasukuna element like a Moshe, that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, so this is what we see this in the time. However, his children were not Kohen. That's where it starts. Neymar, Moshe Isha, the king, one of the two are Sheva the Levi. The Moshe Rabbeinu, his sons will only be Sheva Levi, not Kohen. The Omer, we also say, Moshe Aaron, the Kohen, which more so Moshe and Aaron grouped together, both as Kohen to be, according to the Shomer, that Moshe and Aaron, that Moshe was a Kohen, but his children were not Kohen. My Omer, then we ask, why do we both pick why not just one, just to say that Moshe's kids were Levium, and he was a Kohen. If he came over the doors, you might have thought the doors would be sick. I would have thought that only talking about Moshe not being a Kohen for doors, but Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. So for Omer, we have to say Moshe not a Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must be a Kohen because we see Moshe grouped together as Kohen. Okay. Now we are going to go in a little digression on Koronah. Both are actually the Torah. Never both. Ocean, is it true that really, we asked this question on the episode of Moshe and Hashem, and we're going to ask another episode. It is true that all Koronah does not have a rosh, it doesn't have some type of active component, but it is. And you say Moshe didn't power the Koryat, so Moshe left Pharaoh's palace the Koryat. So you don't see Moshe, right? You just Moshe's angry, he walked out. On the bucket, now Sityo Shiyakta. She said, no, Moshe Rabbeinu not only was he angry, he actually slapped Pharaoh across the face when he left. The younger Jockey really stated that Moshe would do this to Pharaoh, but too. And he shouted this process outside your heart. And because it says that Moshe went to meet Pharaoh on the outside of the Nile. Here's your opponent. Everyone says, what does it mean? He's after the process, and you should give him faith that Pharaoh's a melech. And even though he's a melech Russia, we should give him some sort of favor. So we see that. How can we then say that when Moshe slapped Pharaoh across the face? The other number, Russia was right. In the same time, he says, Russia, hey, well, that is not about. But the opinion in the second part says that no, he's not going to mean that he's going to, that he should be finding favor, but rather that he's that Pharaoh's a Russia, and actually he's mostly making it to be brave to the Pharaoh. The other thing, because of the scripture teacher will say that Lakish in the second name is the one who says that his Panacha, and therefore he can also be the one who says that Moshe slapped Pharaoh across the face. Okay. Now we continue to talk about Amos Malchus. Some of the Amos Malchus of Malchus. We always have reverence for Malchus. However, Moshe, when he says, all of your servants are going to come and die before me. He doesn't have the gall to say, and you, Pharaoh, yourself are also going to stop him. You see that there's this bit of cover that is full of his mouth. The open on my house, the open says to the place, the Adam Shemaisa, Elo, and you say, so you see that Elio, even though Akko is a male flusher, that Elio, when it comes again to show cover, he covers the mouth. Okay. Moshe actually wanted to be the king, but he's not granted him. It's also to crab halom, because when Moshe was at the nest, says don't come from the first. The word uses the Russian halom. And halom, Ellen Malchus, and halom is a Russian Malchus. And now, the governor said, the Anoki Hashem Elohim, the Shani ad halom again. Halom is they brought to halom, which is the monarchy, the Malchus. Moshe Rabba. So Rabbi asked a question we just had earlier. Rabbi Shmuel Omer Yivama Melech. Right, we're talking about Rabbi Shmuel said a brother is a Melech. Most Rabbeinu, right? Amar Rabbi no Zara Amar Halom is not just Malchus. It's Malchus that is lasting. That goes not only from the person, but also to his entire progeny. But it said Halom is it true that Halom is Malchus Moses Zara for all Doros? Like how they show this is Have at Halom, Have at Halom.
Pull up his fight.
Yeah, Have at Halom Ish. Again, we see the word Halom by Shaul HaMelech, and obviously you know the show is not. The show's monarchy was not lasting. So we'll go back in. Who is Zarolo? We see by Shaul that only he was the king and not his progeny. So Ibai saying, you can't say yes, he didn't have a lasting monarchy. He did have his spoke to the son who reigned shortly, and so he does have some close of Zaro. Ibai saying, then you show that he was the Davai Lokai. And maybe the difference is. Shaul's monarchy was supposed to last. It didn't last because of his own Daiva. He was stripped from him. It wasn't that it wasn't supposed to be lasting. He did something undeserving, and therefore the monarchy was cut off. The shot supposed to do a lot of the post of low Lazaro. So when someone's giving you Dula, it is low Lazaro keeps going for generations.
Still just
however, if they become hardy, it needs that they become hardy. If it's talking about that is the reason why Shaul's monarchy didn't last. It's not that it wasn't meant to last. It was that Shaul had a monarchy that was rebellious, but because of his own diversity, it was shut down. Okay, that was our slight digression of Agatha for our 100 blocks. So, back to quoting our Mishnah. We are about 10 lines down to the bottom. Solomon, let's go back to the Mishnah in the beginning of the fact. The Mishnah said, Solid movement, if Kohanim that are movement, they are movement open, they are movement fluid, whether it's temporary or permanent blemishes. Open, they are fully in touch it as well as they can eat. They can eat and they can be cooked. You don't need it. Where's the source? How do you know? Son of Banan, Kol Zachar. The pasuk, this pasuk is talking about Korban Mincha. It's Kol Zachar. The Rabbi Talmud that comes to include Talmud. Solamai. Once we live, it's just telling us that Talmud can eat right by them. We had right at the beginning of today. Left on the Rochot because they could have seen we already learned that from another pasuk. We already know that Talmud can eat kosher. Must eat, and not only can they eat the kosher, but they actually can go and take their portion in the kosher. They can eat the right there. Kol Zachar, another Kol Zachar, and this one is. Yes, this one is. Talking about Chatos. The Rabbos, Balimon again, to include Balimon, so am I. Same question. If it's for eating Harakar Amar, we already have talked about that. Either Haluka, if it's so they can take their portion Harakar Amar, we just said in the previous price. Tishyafo, Amy, Ella, Tom, and Nasa Balimon. I might have thought that perhaps it only applies if you had a Kohen that did not have a mum, and then became a Balmum later in life. Balmum Meitaro, and how do you know if he had a Balmum from birth? Even that kind of Kohen can eat touching. We call it touching. Balmum Kol Zachar. After having Kol Zachar. And now the third price, and this price is talking about Lemon. This is Chaz Mishom. It's from Terila.
And I first started training.
I'll try that. Next week we'll get that. We'll get that on a day. Kol Zachar, the Rabbi Balmum. Again, coming to the Balmum, Lamai, if it's for eating, we have Balmum, we have Balmum, if it's Bikole, Balmum, we have Balmum as well. These are Balmum and Karo, right? Someone that was a Balmum from birth, Balmum, we already have that possible. Jeffel Amy Ella Balmum Kabu. I may have thought maybe only a permanent Balmum could be in touching, but Balmum over. I had to know that he was temporary Balmum. Kabbalomar calls up the proper line. Why would that seems the opposite logic? Why would you think that a Balmum is more likely? I would think a Balmum over. It's only temporary. That would be more likely to be able to even in touching. Amar Chachas. Switch it. Really is coming to include a Balmum over. Actually, on the right, there's no here's a logic. It's I think that I mean, on the day, days keep coming. That we're comparing a Balmum over like a stomach. They get both temporary statuses. Not Tame, Kamazalo, Tar, Tame, even though they're going to be Tar soon, they cannot use it as they say. I probably not comes to the talking while he's still in the state of Balmum, he's still a coach away, you cannot use much. That's why we use after that is okay, we see from all these three structures to be not all different types of Balmum. Next piece is the Mishnah Coach in Roy. Mishnah told us, Coach Eno Roy Avoda, Eno Foda. So, the Kohen who is not Roy, who is not Roy to do Avoda, does not get to take their portion in the bus. Okay. Right. Hello, is that true? Is that true that somebody's not Roy to do Avoda? It's not used on his own, because we just said Avoda cannot do Avoda. We just said they can use Kohen, and they use Kohen from the Kabbalah. That's the Kohen of Avoda. Another difference here is Kosher Eno Roy. The difference is how Roy, but if someone is Roy Avoda, they are called that. Okay, well now ask them how they come the Karbonos, people like that, yes, in this comment, he said, I think 2 days ago, that you can, is allowed to do Avoda for a public keeper. So the right Avoda, they're called it, but we ask the question whether they are called it, they can't understand the answer. They are not called it in the Kabbalah. We see that even if somebody is Roy doing Avoda, like a Kohen is coming and doing the Avoda in public keeper, they do not, they are not called it. He says, okay, now really Roy Lakula, not Roy Avoda, but Roy Lakula. Okay, so and therefore what's the vote of this? Because the Balmum is Roy Lakula, and therefore Kolek, and somebody who's not Roy Lakula, and therefore is not Kolek. Now we have the Roy Katan. What about a Katan? Katan is Roy Lakula, the Katan can eat from the Katan, they don't Kolek. The Katan is not able to get his own portion. Well, look at that. No. You can't make it. The only thing that's accurate in this is you can't make inferences from the left of the Mishnah. Now we ask. Okay, well now we're saying we can only learn what the split root statement in the Mishnah, and we're not going to make any differences. Well, let's go back to our previous cases. Look at Kala and Mekala. We can go back and say we did before. Right? You should Sunday. Right? It's a great Sunday. Tell me what to tell you. Right? The only problem of saying it doesn't say Sunday because we don't have a problem with Sunday because it doesn't state the inference that we tried to make of Roy Avoda in Kola. You can't make that inference, and therefore it's not problem. It's not problem. Tame is no longer a question. You should Balmum, and especially had Dala Balmum, which you actually could have answered during the beginning, even without the Katan, is Balmum with Monorabe. You say, yes, this is a principle. The general principle is Kosher and Roy and Kola. However, Balmum has a step in this position because we have a Zerkat, we have a drusha from the Pag, and therefore on the Balmum. Okay. Next part of the mission. This is right. Afilu Tame B'Shat Zrika Damin Shabbat Aseka Kalav even if you have a Kohen that is Tame just by the time of the Zrika earlier on. However, he becomes taller by the time of the Hektar Chalavin. Still, he's not Kohen. Right? I might have thought that by the time they are Kohen and Hektar Chalavin, that the Kohen is now Tame. Sorry, he's not taller. He should be able to do this. But the law along with it, said no. Okay, the difference there, Hatzal or B'Shat Zrika Damin, the time is like the Chalavin. The inference from this Mishnah is that the key point of Tumah is at the time of Zrika. So if you have a Kohen that is Tahar at the time of Zrika, and then later becomes Tameh by the Shat Hektar Chalavin, it still can be Kohen. Okay, it's not sneezing, goes on the shell, and therefore our Mishnah cannot be able to get into the shell. The Tanya of the shell, what's the other shell saying? Olam, Einu Okel, Asher, Tar, B'Shat Zrika, Ad Shat Hektar Chalavin. That in order to be productive, a Kohen has to be tahar both at the time of Zrika and the time of Hektar Chalavin, not only the time of Zrika, like the inference is from our Mishnah. How do you learn that? I'm not here as Dam Ashramim. As we see the connection of the Dam and the Eirah together, and therefore we say we need to see that you have a Chalavin on his right. And according to Avishal, even the Kohen cannot be somewhat even at the time of Hektar Chalavin. It's not just a problem at the time of Zrika. Now he asks, within the opinion of Abba Shah, he says, you need to be, a Kohen has to be tried both at the time of Rita and at the time of Rabbi. So Rashi asks, what if he has a period of Tuma in between those two? Right? He says, right? That at the official time of the Zika and at the official time of Hekef Harav, this Kohen is Tahor, and so he's good, he's good to go. And Dilma, actually told you, you have to have it continuous. It's not just okay to be at point A and point B, but you have to be all the way from point A to point B. He has to be in a state of fire. And I think we don't know the answer. We don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each point. Okay.
The second round, I'm like, dude, just whoop my ass. I feel so like.
I Dina, the other Rabbi Shimon. I learned this from the other Rabbi Shimon. All of the basic he it's hard to be in the background. So he said, actually, he said, teach in the background, you thought about it in the basic teaching, and thought afterwards, we're going to the end exactly how that's allowed. But we're going to take this video background, this is background to this book. So we're actually, we're going to have it all progress here. We're going to see if we're going to be talking about a Kohen who is a Kuyom. We said not allowed to be Torah in the Kabbalah. Again, a Kuyom is going to be Tahar at night. So we will see a Kohen going to a Kohen and trying to see if he can get him to give him some of the Kabbalah, see if he can argue his way. Even though the Kohen can't be Kohen in the Kabbalah himself, he wants someone else to give him his portion later on in the night when he can eat. So let's see what these arguments. You can have a few times of arguments. But I would have thought that Kuyom can come and say to another Kohen, hey, lean the mincha. No, give me some. I know I can't get a portion of the mincha myself, so give me a little piece of your mincha, and I'll even be a man. The Kohen, the Torah Kohen says to the Kuyom, you're not in the makom, even in a place where you, the Kuyom, have a stronger case when it comes to what? Your chatas. And Rashi says, what does it mean that it's a strong case for chatas? So, Rashi, there's a few lines down and over. Why is it Kohen on the feet chatas? Any Kohen is high of a chatas, even if it's not a Yisrael, even not a few in the right? So, a Kohen who brings the chatas always has the right to do the Rosa and to keep the part for himself. So you see that a Kohen has extra strength, the upper koach, when it comes to a Kohen bringing a chatas. Right? The chatas is sort of a higher level or a higher cost of the Kohen, right? So first back in the blood. Until it's at the beginning of the response. The Kohen, the Kuyom says, give me for the mincha, the hotel. Somewhere else, the Kuyom says, remind the Malchus, you have a koach of the chatas. Even in the case of a chatas, where you, Kohen Kuyom, have a higher koach because you can bring your chatas at any point to generate yourself. You can see cost the chatas yourself. However, I can kick you off from the chatas yourself, which is going to be in that that a Kohen Kuyom is not allowed to be part of the chatas. And not the real koach of the mincha. So now, in the case of a koach mincha, where you have less of a power. Why? Because the mincha Kohen is kilo kohen, the mincha Kohen is all consumed on the fire. So obviously a Kohen does not have very much koach in his own mincha. It all gets burnt on the fire. So in the case of a mincha, if you have less of a koach, then it is a mincha of mincha yourself. The thing is, I cannot be required to share from this mincha that's brought by Yisrael that I have a felakin. I'm not going to share it with you at night because you have even a lesser koach. When it comes to mincha. Okay, so that's the only answer to that as well. Remind if you son yourself, you are going to push me off from a chatas Yisrael. Why? You're saying Yapa Koach, but if you change Yapa Koach, the same deal, we basically tell you the same as the coin for the same to the other coin. We have the same koach, right? We come from the koach of the coin. So just like I have a higher koach when it comes to chatas, so if you use Kohen, have a higher koach when it comes to a chatas, and therefore, your koach can put you up of a chatas because you have the same extra koach on chatas that I did. But the mincha,
about it.
Sorry, the team she has to go for Kofi.
That is the that's the true
You know, but Kofi is for the thing, but the Milka should be him, but that's by Kofi. However, the Milka should be changed to see Kofi. Just like you said, I have a lower co-op by Milka. Kofi will go for you also have a lower co-op. You don't tell me you can come push me off with the Milka because I have a free car. You also have a free car. We're the same. We're both behind. Whatever car I have by Kofi, you have whatever car I have in Milka. You have. And that's important to understand because that's going to be the continuing argument back and forth. So rather, almost rather the Kohen says that he says, all right, I can't get you a cup of I can't get you some logic. So instead, I gave him a concept. It says when Kohen has mattress Osa, go to that the Milka goes to the Kohen that is mattress it. So you know what? You want to come in? Fall crazy, go. You can come and knock it. Come eat. But since you can't eat. We see the connection. So that's the concern. Okay. That was a Milka. All right, so now he's like, can we talk to the Fulham says, can we talk to this girl? Okay, fine. I lost on the Milka argument. So give me a little bit of your process, and I'll eat with you tonight. On the right, so the Kohen says that same type argument. We might have put Malcolm Shapiro, Kofi, the Milka. In the case of my own Milka, where I do not have a very strong co-op because I cannot, right, there's all, even on the back, I can't eat any of my own Milka. This is running because I was able to push you off. I mean, like the straw, even though I had inferior co-op. So nothing the other Kofi the Kata C, but now Kata, where I have this extra strong co-op. And it is in the car and it has a drop, then I certainly can push you away from Kata's drop because I have this extra strength. And again, it's put up to the back, the same argument on my way. My aim should be to sound in the Kata Yisrael, should do a Kofa bar, Kakura Kofi, Kata Yisrael, should change the other Kofa bar, Kata Kofi, again. We're the same. We have the same co-op. So again, if you have the extra co-op, I have extra co-op. If you have the inferior co-op, I have the inferior co-op. So that logic is not going to hold water. So he says, back on to the comes to the pasuk. Hayomer HaKohen and the Chate Osoyah Lana. He says, okay, the pasuk says it's the Kohen that is Mechate. It goes above, that is the Kohen that gets to eat it. He says, come, you come do the service and you'll be able to eat. And of course, it's Fulham cannot do the service and therefore you can't eat. Okay? So he tries again. He's not giving up yet. Amalek. Kaylin, the Kohen Fulham says, Amalek, Kaylin, Chazir, Shok. All right. Now we're responding that I promised you. So this is responding. So now he's all right. He's responding. He's probably going to get to eat Chazir Shok. So, I'm sorry, the Kohen says, yes, Chazir Shok. And Fulham says, give me some of your portion and I'll be able to eat it tonight when I am taught. Amalek. So, the Kohen says, remember, Malcolm, she has a Kofa Chazir Chazir Shok. In a situation where you had extra co-op by a factor, DCC, 5, you go to shop, make up the shop, because the joke Malcolm will go off the slumming. So now, in a case of a slumming where a Kohen has even greater strength, widened greater strength than the contest, in the Chabahan, the shop, Malcolm will go for something slumming, sorry. When you have lesser cost and slumming, you only get a cousin show, you only get a cousin show, in the Chabahan, in addition, you can cut, certainly I get pushed you away. He says, no, you ask the Kohen to go into that. Mine, because I need this hot dog, you can go through that hot dog, why? She can hear Kofi. I have less of a co-op by hot dog, why? Because I can't feed it, it's on the shut up. I can't give it to my wife and to my servants. So then I think because of the show, you can be up a piece, and not for anybody because of the show. I have to have more co-op because of the show. I can share it with my wife and with my husband. I have extra cost by one. Very well, there. Again, the answer is back to the same concept. The Kohen has Zilek, as a dot, as Dama, Shlomin, Loia. If the Kohen does this research, he gets the dot, he gets the Shlomin. The Bar Zorba, also again, if you can come to the Rosa, you can come eat, and since you cannot see the Rosa, you cannot come eat. And what happens? Finally, the Kohen gives up. Yosef Yom. Kula, the Kabula, the Rocha, he has all of his components he tried to bring are all, all for naught. And he has Onin, Yemino, he has the Onin Tony on his right, who also has no arguments, because of the part of the Snola, because of the part in the end, and essentially, he loses out. And we'll have to get back. I did set it up. I know the Rav promised the Rambam on Anita, so I have it if you have. Right, 2 minutes. Okay, so all the arguments were for nothing. Okay, he could have asked one more. There could have been a fourth argument that this Fulham put forward. Why didn't he say, Veimalei, Kaini before? Why didn't he say, all right, give me a little bit of this before? But okay, why? Shugamalei, he could have said that to Fulham, Mother Muffin, Shurakoki, the Faka. He could have said, right by Fakas, where you cannot give it to your wife and your husband, I pushed you off, and this is the Mechat of Yisrael. I pushed you off from Mechat of Yisrael. Not pushed you off, but Kohen did before. But before, the clear before is fully just the possession of the Kohen. Obviously, extra cost there. Ain't no difference. Coming, certainly I can push you off there because I have this extra strength. And what's going on with the film yesterday? Man, this is only the Chatos. Chicken to Happy to Kofi. And the thing is, of course, it came to Yava Kofi. Right? You're going to say, again, we have the same color. I also have actually cost by before. You don't have a good color over here. I mean, Romer then to the Kohen who is called to the answer back. What about the Pasuk says, as the mom to drop on his back, as the mom to appear. But only, right, I don't only want to go to Zika, and after 11, that is the one who gets the basa, So good, you can do it, then you can receive the basa. Since you cannot do the avoda, you cannot get the basa. So again, why didn't Rabbi bring down this case as well? Rabbi Lazar, why didn't he bring this case at all? What did he say? Ida part of weeks in Yisrael, and Lakon, and Zode, the other took it all said the one who did the avoda or the Kohen, it had specific language. Here it just says the son Lakon. I feel the Kohen after Lakon could be to any Kohen, so he doesn't have his Zerza here, and therefore he cannot make this argument. Okay, now, question we had before, the Atheist, okay, he said that he learned that Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, was thinking about this halacha in the Beis HaKisei. How do you like to do that? You're not allowed to hear Torah in a bathhouse and Beis HaKisei. Say, this was an honor. What does it mean? That Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon was so engrossed in his learning all the time, for him to not think about learning was an honor. So impossibility. So for him, he's allowed to think inside the Beis HaKisei about learning, and then we're teaching it out. Let's go very quickly. In 2 minutes, we'll go to the Rambam. I mean, that's what I was from a couple of days ago, but we're done. We got it up here. The Rambam brings down, we got a question of what does Anina say? Is it Delaisa, is it Rabbanan? Okay, so Rambam says in Hilchos Dias Amigas, Perek Beis, Halacha, Tes, and Yod. What is the definition of Onen? And it is the Yom HaNisa Bilvad, only on the actual day of the death. That's what they call the Onen, Din Torah, Midoraisa. Laila, but that following night, so the night of the Yom HaNisa, who Onen is yourself, and you are only from Midar Rabbanan and still cannot eat and touch it. Okay? And now what about the other cases in Halacha Yod? Let's say the Kula is not on the same day as the Misa. So from the period of Misa and Kula, the person is in Onen and Midar Rabbanan, and then similarly on the Yom HaKula itself. And we know Sophie's Lila. In both of the cases, the Lila, right, the Lila is not included. So, on Yom HaKula, you are owning a Midar Rabbanan, but it does not drag in that night of Anina. So, when we talk about more about Kachin, an owning on the day of, on the Yom HaKula, you cannot eat Kachin on that day, but you can eat Kachin on that night. Right, the total right here. The total roll better. You actually can feel it and eat Kachin at night. Yom HaMisa. However, on the day of Misa itself, you change out the lack of Kachin Mimin HaTorah, just like you guys can Kachin during the day of Yom HaMisa, also lack of the Leilim the rabbis of Shem Rabbanan, you can only touch him on night because you have Aninus Rabbanan. However, last piece, puts Pesach Rabbi, like we saw in our case, other than the Karban Pesach, you also have the Eretz, which is called the Karban Pesach, because it has to be eaten only that night. Karban Pesach and Onain is allowed to eat because it's only Aninus Rabbanan, so you can't eat it at night.
Because now that you're in the heavyweight division, some of the knockouts are brutal, and you're going to get 3 or 4 more in the next couple of years, and then you're not going to recover from those.
So many people, I hope they take a page out of that, because it's so non-manly, I feel, to just not say anything.
Right.
All right.
Somebody
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Go down the road. I mean, that might be detrimental for them.
Well, it was also Shab had another path. He was really good at podcasting.
Yeah.
He's fun. He's a funny dude. Right?
Common Torah sponsorship for
he's like got a great personality. He's
month
hilarious,
of
silly.
pay this.
He's a big
Let's
giant
see, Mindy
Cindy
Schreiber.
kid, and like we would have so
In the
much fun
Sugar
if he was
Food
talking
Raymond
about
or
so much
Eliyahu
fun
Rafael,
to
and
do that,
Miriam,
but his
Marky
identity
Power, and
was so
Marty, and
wrapped
memory
up
of
in
Marty's
being
father,
a top 10
Yosef,
UFC
Shlomo,
heavyweight,
Moshe, Shmuel,
he had beat world-class
and
guys
Kuki
at
Yehuda, and Yosef is Puff Valley
shit,
Payday.
man.
Not
But
the only
that
sponsor for
time
today,
had passed,
Florence
and
Davidson, in
I
memory
saw
of
that he
Buffer
was one
Timber,
foot in and 1 foot out.
and
As soon as the guy's
a
1 foot in, 1 foot out,
late-breaking
run
sponsorship,
into some guy
Mark
who
and
has
Alpha
both feet
Lusson,
in and he's a fucking
who are
samurai,
sponsoring
and you're gonna wake up on a
yesterday's
stretcher.
doc, Cook
You're
Olive,
on the way to the hospital.
101,
What happened?
in honor of Elsa's
Remember the
mother,
fight?
Goldie Campus,
Nothing.
101st birthday, which was also yesterday,
So
December 24th.
you got people's names. You tell the same
We'll
story.
give her the extra doc. We'll sponsor, we'll give her 102 as well. For next, in advance for next year. Okay. Today's doc, Cook Base 102. We are picking up on Cook Olive on the base. It is the
You can't sacrifice
second wide line. Second wide line. So, quick reorientation.
Because you're not on
Rav brought down a name, and Rav told us that Moshe Rabbeinu was a coin gadol. And we're now going to go through a series of questions on whether that is a that. So, basically, last one on one. Basically, the pasuk is talking is teaching us about a balmum, coin balmum, that he's allowed to eat kosher. Those words of the pasuk. So we ask, in nomru, kosher kadashim, lama nomar, kosher kal. If the pasuk is going to tell me kosher kosher, why does it also need to say kosher kal? In reverse, nomru kosher kalin, lama nomar, kosher kosher. Why does the pasuk have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one, and we'll know that a balmum is allowed to eat in all kosher? Let's say the pasuk did not reference kosher kal, and it only had told us about kosher kosher. Hayisiyomer, kosher kosher is also that a balmum can only eat from kosher kosher. Why? Because kosher kosher are permitted for consumption for a zar and for kohanim. And we're going to get into that stuff with the questions. Now, we'll take it for granted that by kosher kosher, they can be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by a zar as well as the kohanim. We're going to get that's the question brought down. But kosher kosher, however, kosher kosher, they wouldn't say, oh, balmum, I wouldn't know from the pasuk otherwise that a balmum can eat, a balmum kohen can eat kosher kosher. Now let's say the opposite. Let's say the pasuk did not specifically reference kosher kosher and only said kosher kalin. Hayisiyomer, the kosher kalin ye'ochel. I would thought that a kohen balmum can eat from kosher kalin. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more kal of the kosher kosher. But I would not know that a kohen balmum can eat from kosher kosher as well. L'kafnomu kosher kosher, l'kafnomar kosher kal. Therefore, the pasuk said both kosher kosher and kosher kal. Okay, now here's another question. Tanamia, shari hutu l'zar v'lahen. However, right, we saw when we were bringing our proof for why we need both sets of kosher to be mentioned in the pasuk. We said it's because the kosher kosher can be eaten both by a zar and non-kohen as well as the kohanim. So, isn't that last Moshe? Isn't the zar that we talked about Moshe? And we'll see in Rashi, it's actually, bring up in Rashi Sharichu Lazar Vilahem, because not that either, we would have thought, Hutu Lazar is Moshe Kamar. It must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and where we know that from, Sha'af HaChaz B'Shok, right? Because we know specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the Chaz B'Shok in the El HaMiluim, which is Kosher Kachim, so we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen eating from Kosher Kachim, and therefore we would not have been able to make the same inference. From Rashi, no. Well, when we're talking about Hutu Lazar, it's not about Moshe Rabbeinu, because right where we're trying to defend Rav, the Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. Yeah, we're talking about the Bama, we're talking about Bama, the Zar, if the Zar is eating at a Bama, the Bama is Mincha, and only according to the opinion, that is Yesh Mincha. And again, let's look at Rashi, Robert Bama Ka'amar, it's about 5 lines up in Rashi. The Rufi is out, Gibri Amar Zar Akro, Yesh Mincha Bama Kano, Mincha Kachi Kachi, Mincha is a Kachi Kachi. The Oku Shiyah, and you're allowed to eat this Shirai Mincha. What the Zar? The Zar, like you hear one. Now you always do the Bama Kano, because you know that you don't need a Kohen, you have Rosa, I Bama, you know that a Zar is doing it, and therefore eating Shirai Ma'ar of the Mincha. And so we have an instant where Zar is eating kachim. We skipped down a few lines from last week. I did a mincha shedivri omer yesh mincha lebam. Why only 40 days a few weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago? If you don't hold it as a mincha, in the whole country kachim. We don't have any other instances where a country kachim are eaten by Bama. Why? You don't bring the kachim in Asham. It's not in the you can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary offering from at a Bama. And there's no nether in the double kachim. There's no only Ola and mincha, which again, Ola obviously none is eaten. And so that's why we have to hold the opinion that it is a mincha. Okay, so either way, we deflect the question against that. So let's bring another one. It's the bottom line on our word. Miriam, Miriam, I remember the episode when in Midbar when Miriam is inflicted with Saras. So we know that in order for somebody to be inflicted with Saras, so to officially have to go outside the camp, there has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras. He says, yes, this is Saras. So that's to by words, they have to vocally say you have Saras, and it has to come from a Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performed this? Then Tomer Moshe is here. If you want to say it's Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Zari. Well, Moshe is a God. It can't be. I mean, obviously, that would be our question. We'll get to it in a minute. So let's go through. Say Zara and a God. And his God can't be Ron and God. Only a Kohen can be Ron and God. Then Tomer Aaron is here. So, okay, well, that Aaron a Kohen. He could have done it. Aaron Korov. Aaron is her relative. And Korov Ron and a God. And a Korov, her relative cannot look at the God. So actually, it's interesting. So, obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship. They're both close. So the question, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why don't we say Moshe can't be cut up? So at Moshe brings down, yes, that would have also been a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? He's not even a Kohen. He already needs to get to a Toro. He is not even the Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar answer, because it's just the easier one. Another answer is that whether a Karo can be going to dime, I believe it's really there. So based on, I think, some of the results in the Sifri, it's clear that our held that a Karo is not able to be Mount Negai. But it's possible that Moshe Rabbeinu, I'm not focused, maybe Moshe Rabbeinu did not hold the Mishita. Maybe Moshe Rabbeinu holds that a Karo can be Orion, and therefore we have to go to the Shul Zar. And the final answer that I saw, which was very interesting, I thought it was interesting, is that what exactly happened? Let's take a step back. What's actually happening here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam were out in Midbar. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Karo, why you think you could not be married to God from Elton? I think you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might maybe not intentionally lie, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. So, I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu underneath all of them, but still, even just the Havamina is that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu at this instance is in the situation because Miriam spoke Lashon Hara about it. And so maybe there's some type of diminishment in the Ava that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment. And maybe, so you might say again, I don't think they bring down that we actually thought that, but there could be a Havamina to say that maybe the Psul of Korah doesn't apply in this moment because it's literally Moshe is the person that she just spoke Lashon Hara about. He said, even if you want to say that, you still have Psul Zar. It was interesting to even think that would be Havamina and Moshe. But again, we have the Psul Zar, so might as well go with that one. Anyway, sorry. Tangent, I guess the holiday schedule. So, little tangent. Alright, back to the Gemara. Third line in. Oh, covered Gozo, followed by covered Gozo. Rather, okay, so we said, who was one who looked at in the Goyim of Miriam? Moshe is Zar. Said that Aaron, he is a Kodo. Rather, covered Gozo, followed by covered Gozo. Rather, it was a great honor that covered Gozo gave to Miriam at that point. Miriam, said, I'm just going, so the covered Gozo says, I'm going to be Amakoy. Vani Maskira, Ani Kolta, Vani Kosha. So Hashem is the one who's going to be Marnagon for Miriam. Fine. So he's like, funny me, we had a question from you right from the beginning. Moshe Zar. Is Zar on the run? We said specifically Moshe Zar. So obviously, that is repeating the opinion of Rav that Moshe was going to. Not by you, so no, Shani Martin is different. It doesn't just mean the coin. What it means, Aaron Ivana says that Martin specifically by Aaron Ivana, not just the coin. And obviously Moshe is not part of Aaron Ivana. Okay, we deflect that question. Another question on issues of wrath. Five great accolades that Arisheva was Aaron's wife. Was Yvama Melech. Her brother-in-law, Moshe Rabbeinu, was a Melech. He saw her husband, Kohen Gadol. Aaron upon his Kohen Gadol. Dinah, her son, Eliezer, he was the Stan Kohen Gadol. Then Dinah, what about her grandson, Pinchas, the Shepher Chomer? He was the Kohen Shepher Chomer. And her brother, Nachshon, Nasi Shed. He was a Nasi of Shed. Those were five things. On the flip side, obviously, she's all dealing with Upnip, but she's also been Availeth, however, at the end of the room on her two sons. Nothing like you. Even I can tell you, you see here, Yvama Melech. It says it calls Moshe Rabbeinu a king. The Melech means, I don't know, obviously he's a king and not a Kohen Gadol. This is an extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove Rob. Instead, we're going to say that actually it is a machlokas tanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Prophet says, when Moshe is at the sneh, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem he doesn't want to go, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, but he cut off Hashem and Moshe. Anytime we see the Lashon, it means there has to be a Roshan. It's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical act, there's something. Calling off is not simply a state of being, there's some active component to it. However, resembling a Roshan, but in this case, we don't see any Roshan, just see that Hashem got angry at Moshe, but no ramifications, no repercussions. You should bring a fire on there. I've been up a Roshan, no, there is a Roshan here. Shenamar, sitting on in that dialogue, Hashem says, "Hello, Aaron Achicha Halevi," and that he says, "Aaron, your brother's the lazy, he's on his way." Hello, Kohen, Aaron's not a lazy, Aaron's a Kohen. So I'm going to say, I think Hashem says initially, I'm going to say, "Ata Kohen, you Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to be, he's going to have the Levium." After now, because of this Paranah, now who's going to operate? I'm switching around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohanim, and his son is Kohanim, and you're going to only be a lady. The Kohanim say, Moshe Ella Shidduch Me'amim, but Moshe Rabbeinu is actually only a Kohen, and he only served him. He says only during the Shidduch Me'amim, it was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. The children, finally, you see, Pasukuna elements like a Moshe, that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, but we're going to see this tonight. However, his children were not Kohen. That's where it's actually. Moshe Yisrael, one of Yisrael came in a lady. The Moshe, like his sons, will only be Yisrael. He's not Kohen, but Omer, and we also say, Moshe Aaron, the Kohen, which will see Moshe and Aaron used together as Kohanim according to the Yisrael, that Moshe and Moshe was a Kohen. That's but his children were not Kohanim. In my home, I'm going to ask, why do we both one just to say that Moshe's kids were Levium, and he was a Kohen? If you tell him other those, you might have thought there's other two true. I would have thought that's only talking about Moshe not being a Kohen for those, but Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. It says, we have to say Moshe are a Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must be a Kohen because we see Moshe together as Kohen. Okay, now we are going to go on a little digression on Torah. The whole Torah of the Torah. Never go. Is it true that really, we asked the question on the episode of Moshe and Hashem, so now we're going to ask it another episode. Is it true that all Torah does not have a Roshan, doesn't have some type of active component? But Moshe is powered by Chariah, and Moshe left powered palace for Chariah. But all we don't see the Roshan, right? He just Moshe's angry, we walk out. Now, Sisro the Yakta. He says, no, Moshe is not only angry, he actually slapped Chariah across the face. The Yomer is talking really famous that Moshe would do this about it, but it's after the process, that's how you are. And because it says that Moshe went to meet Paro on the other side of the Nile. Israel abundant. As long as it what does it mean when he talks to the Pasuk, that you should give him favor. Like Paro's a Melech, and even though he's a Melech Russia, you should give him some sort of favor. So you see that, how can we then say that the fucking Moses slap Paro across the face? Yochanan Amar, Rashi was right. In the same passage, Yochanan actually says, Rashi, hey, son of Panecha, but Yochanan is the opinion in this second passage that no, he's not really mean that he's going to, that he should be finding favor, but rather say he's a Russia, that Paro's a Russia, and actually he's looking at it to be brave. That's just a context specific because we'll say Rish Lakish in the second name is the one who said that, hey, it's Panecha, and therefore he can also be the one who says that Moses slap Paro across the face. Okay. Now we continue to talk about Amos Malchus. So over to Amos Malchus Alacha. You should always have reverence for Malchus. Here's the call of that by Eli. Moshe, when he says all of his servants are going to come and that he did look over, but he doesn't have the he didn't have the gall to say, and you Paro yourself are also going to come from you. You see that there's this bit of cover that is full of food and all. The open armor house, the open system different place. The Adasham Isa Elio, Isa Elias by
How many did you guys do? Just one. There was nothing else? Wasn't there something else like a series?
Eliasham Isa Elio, by John and Masna, but that's what they Achad Adbachai. So you see that Elio, even though Achad is another pressure, that Elio went in front of him again to show cover, he covers in the mouth. Okay. Amar Ula says, Moshe Moshe actually wanted to be the king, but it was not granted to him. Halom, because when Moshe was at the snare, says don't come from the first. The word uses the Russian halom. Halom elam malchus, and halom is a Russian malchus. Shenamar, when David Melech says, Yanoki Hashem Elohim, Kibistani ad halom again. Halom is that he brought me to halom, which is the monarchy, the malchus. Most of Rabbi.
Whenever I drive by the comic book stores,
so Rabbi asked a question we just had earlier. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, you Rama Melech, but we're talking about Elisheva instead of Rabbi the Melech, Moshe Rabbeinu, no Zarok Omer. Halom is not just Malchus, it's Malchus that is lasting, that goes not only from this person, but also through his entire project. Halom is true that Halom is Malchus Lo Lazaro for all Doros. I got to show this is Have they ad Halom Have they ad Halom Have they ad Halom
like the comic book.
No, he's
not
not
a director.
It's just like Stan Lee hasn't directed a Marvel movie.
Yeah, have they ad Halom
Again,
we see the Russian Halom by Shaul HaMelech, and obviously we know the show show's monarchy was not lasting.
That I know of.
Hold on, go back in.
He talks about he's going to do, and he had this concept.
Who is Zarolo? We see by Shaul that only he is the king and not his progeny. So Ibai saying, you can say, yes, he didn't have a lasting monarchy, he did have his first, the son who reigned shortly, and so he does have some sort of Zaro. Ibai saying, can you show that he moved to Davai Lokai? And maybe the difference is, Shaul's monarchy was supposed to last. It didn't last because of his own Daiva. It was stripped from him. The one thing that it wasn't supposed to last. He did something that was undeserving, and therefore, monarchy was cut off. Here we are, the shot supposed to do a lot of post and low Lazaro, so because when someone's giving you dula, it is low Lazaro keeps going for generations. Shenamar, the Rabbi Tzaddik Einot, from Rachel Lekisek. However, if they become hardy, they become hardy. You see, that is the reason why Shaul's monarchy didn't last. It's not that it wasn't meant to last. It was that Shaul had a monarchy that was Ladonis, but because of his own daiva, it was cut down. Okay, that was our slight digression of Agatha for our 100 blocks. So back to our quoting our Mishnah. We are about 8 to 10 lines down the bottom. Follow moment, they about this. Let's go back to this. This is the beginning of the fact. The Mishnah said, follow movement, get Kohanim that are about movement, they about movement over, and they about movement through, whether it's temporary or permanent blemishes. Hopefully, when they are fully, they are fully infection as well as they can eat. They can eat and they can eat whole.
There's only a few guys that can get away with
Right. You know, anyway, where's the source? How do we know?
a few Tarantinos out
Son of
there.
Banan, Kol Zachar. The pasuk in this pasuk is talking about Korban Mincha. It's Kol Zachar. The Rabbi Valley moment that comes to include Valley moment. So am I. What's the inclusion? In the Rabbi is just telling us that Valley moment can eat right by now. We had right at the beginning of today. Last time I looked up, because we already learned that from another pasuk. We already know that Valley moment can eat custom. So it must be, and not only can they eat the custom, but they actually can go and take their portion in the custom. Take on you, right there. Kol Zachar, another Kol Zachar, and this one is. This one is it's talking about Katos. The Rabbos, Balimon again, to include Balimon, so am I. Last same question. If it's for eating Harakvar Armor, we already got talking about that. Use a Haluka, if it's so that they can take their portion Harakvar Armor, we just said in the previous Raisa. I might have thought that perhaps it only applies if you have a Kohen that was whole, that did not have a mum, and then became a Balmum later in life. Balmum Meikaro, I how do you know if you had a Balmum from the birth, even that kind of Kohen can eat Kosher, we call it infection. After we have him Kozachar. And now we have third Brisa, and this Brisa is talking about Laman. This is Chaz B'Shom. It's called Terida. We'll get to that. We'll get to that on number 8. Tizasha, correct. Tanida, Kozachar, the Rabbi's Balmum. Again, it comes to include a Balmum. It is for eating, or the Arek Farm, or we have Pasuk. You live Hanukkah. If it's to call a Arek Farm, we have talking about it as well. You live Balmum, the Karo, right? Someone that was a Balmum from birth. Arek Farm, we already have that Pasuk. If you have in the Ella Balmum Kavu, I might have thought maybe only a permanent Balmum can eat in Kashim, but Balmum over, I haven't known either temporary Balmum. Balmum calls up our why would that seems to be the opposite logic? Why would you think that a Balmum Kavu is more likely? I would think a Balmum over, it's only temporary. That would be more likely to be able to eat in Kashim. Trisha, switch it. It really is coming to include Balmum over. Actually, on the right side, no, here's the logic. Here's on the base, keep coming. That we're comparing a Balmum over like a stomach. And again, both temporary statuses. Not Tame, Kamadalo, or Tame, even though it's going to be soon, they cannot eat in the state. How do they stop it? While it's still in the state of Balmum, you don't go to where you cannot eat Kamashla. That's why we need after that is the big one. Okay, we see from all these Russia to the Marva all different types of Balmums.
He's a bad motherfucker.
Next is in Mishnah Kosin, right? The Mishnah told us, Kosin Eino Roy La Avoda, Eino Kosin. So, the Kohen who is not Roy to do Avoda does not get to take their portion in the bucket. Okay. Right. Hello, is that true? It's just true that somebody's not Roy to do Avoda. It's not Mutare Balmum, because we just said Balmum cannot do Avoda. We just said they can be Kohen, they can eat and they can be Kohen from the Kabbalah. I don't know about the Kohen. And another thing, the difference is, Kohen Eino Roy, the difference is how Roy, but if somebody is Roy Avoda, they are Kohen. Okay, but now after that, how they come in the Kabbalah, people like that, you have to be coming. He said that 2 days ago that you can, that is allowed to do Avoda for a Kohen Shiva. So but we asked the question whether they are Kohen, and the answer, they are not Kohen in the Kabbalah. You see that even if somebody is Roy to do Avoda, like a Kohen who is coming, doing the Avoda in Kohen Shiva, they are not Kohen. We say this is okay. Now we're with Roy Lakila, not Roy. Roy Lakila. Okay, so and therefore it works for both of these, right? Because the Balmum is Roy Lakila, and therefore it's and then somebody who's not Roy Lakila, and therefore it's not Kohen. Now we ask for Hari Katan. What about a Katan? Katan is Roy Lakila. The Katan can eat from the Katan, and therefore the Katan is not able to get his own portion. So I'll look at Tani and say, no, you can't make inferences. You only take what's actually written in the Mishnah. You can't make inferences from the left of the Mishnah. Okay, so now we ask, But actually, that's okay. Well, now we're saying we can only learn what's explicitly stated in the Mishnah, and we're not going to make any differences. Well, let's go back to our previous statements. Oh, look at the Kama and the Kara. We can go back and say it before. Right? Yishim Tame. Right? It's a Tame. Tame about the Tame. Right? We don't have a problem of saying it doesn't say Tame because we don't have a problem with Tame because it doesn't state the inference that we try to make of. What you is correct. You can't make that inference, and therefore it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Tama is no longer a question. Yishim Balmum, the question you had about Balmum, which you actually could have answered from the beginning, even without the katan, is Balmum Akmanarabis. You say, yes, this is a principle. The general principle is culture and a right and a fully. However, Balmum has a special dispensation because we have our Zerich. We learned we have a drasha from the and therefore on Marva the Balmum. Okay. Part of this, which is that Afilu Tame besides the Rika is done, even if you have a coin that is Tame just by the time of Zerika earlier on. However, he becomes taller by the time of the Hektar Chalavim. Still, he's not taller. I might have thought that by the time they're Cholek and Hektar Chalavim, that the coin is now Tame. Sorry, he's not taller. He should be able to be taller. But the Mishnah said no. Okay? So the inference there, HaTohar, B'Shav Rika's Damim, the time of Hektar Chalavim, the inference from the Mishnah is that the key point of Tumah is at the time of Rika. So if you have a coin that is taller at the time of Rika, and then later becomes Tame by the Shas Hektar Chalavim, it's still to be Cholek. Okay, so now this is what Abishal, and therefore our Mishnah cannot be able to do Abishal. The time of Abishal, what's Abishal's opinion? So Inu Okel, Ashi, Torah, Shas Rika, Ad Shas Hektar Chalavim. That in order to eat the custom, a coin has to be tahor both at the Shas, both at the time of the Rika and at the time of Hektar Chalavim, not only at the time of Rika, like the inference is from our Mishnah. Damakar, how do you learn that? I'm not sure that as Dam that's actually that we see the connection of the Dam and the Filas together, and therefore we say we see that Filas the Chalavim on the right. And according to Abishal, even the coin cannot be similar even at the time of Hektar Chalavim. It's not just a problem at the time of Rika. Now he asked, within the opinion of Abishal, who says you need to be a coin has to be taller both at the time of Rika and at the time of Hektar Chalavim. So Rashi asked, this will be time. What if he has a series of Tumah in between those two? Right? Do we say the Shas Rika, the Shas Hektar, the Nina, and Laika, right? That's at the official time of Rika and at the official time of Hektar Chalavim, this coin is taller, and so he's good to go. In Dilma, actually told me Shas Rika, the Shas Hektar, you actually have it continuous. It's not just okay to be at point A and point B, but you have to be all the way from point A through point B. You have to be in the state of power. And we don't know that. We don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each point.
I was in going to set.
So there's a Haidina, the other Rabbi Shimon. I learned this from the other Rabbi Shimon. The other Rabbi Kisei. It's hard to get in the background. So we say, teaching in the background, we thought about it in the Rabbi Kisei, and thought afterwards we're going to have to the end exactly how that's allowed. But the other thing is giving a little background. This is background to this thing. So we're actually, we're gonna have a progression. We're gonna see we're gonna be talking about a Kohen who is a Kudom. We said it's not allowed to be Kohen in the Kabbalah. Again, a Kudom is going to be Tahar at night. Now we're going to see a Kohen who's Kudom going to a Kohen and trying to see if he can get him to give him some of the Kabbalah. See if he can argue his way. And even though this Kudom can't be Kohen in the Kabbalah himself, he wants someone else to give him a portion later on the night when he needs. So let's see these arguments. You can have two kinds of arguments. What's school, I would have thought that Kudom can come and say to another Kohen, hey, you need an income. Well, so give me the like, I know I can't get a portion of the income myself, but give me a little piece of your income, and I'll even do a night. The Kohen, the Torah Kohen says to the Kudom, I'm not in the Makom, even in a place where you the Kudom have a stronger case when it comes to what? Your kata. And Rashi says, what does it mean that it was shorted for kata? So Rashi, it was 2 lines down over. Why the Kohen have a food kata? Any Kohen who's high of a kata, even if it's not a Mishmar Review, not a Review, the Mishmar She'en Shalom. Right, so a Kohen who brings a Chatas always has the right to be a Rosa and to keep the part for himself. So we see that a Kohen has extra strength. The Yaffa Koach when it comes to a Kohen bringing a Chatas. Right, the Chatas is sort of a higher level or a higher Koach carbon for the Kohen, right? So let's go back in the Gemara. Let's go to the beginning of the response. Continuing the Kohen, the Tzion says, "Even the Mekar V'Okal." Somewhere else, the Tzion says, "Umar the Malchus Sheva Kokal B'Chatas." Even in the case of a Chatas, where you Kohen Tzion have a higher Koach because you can bring your Chatas at any point and do the load yourself. However, I can pick you off from the Chatas, which you see in the next week that a Kohen is not allowed to be called in a Chatas. The Malchus will talk about the Minchas, and now in the case of a Kohen Minchas, where you have less of a power. Why? Because the Minchas Kohen is pure Kohen. The Minchas Kohen is all consumed on the fire. So obviously a Kohen does not have very much Koach in his own Minchas. It all gets burnt up in the fire. So in the case of a Minchas, when you have less of a Koach, certainly I cannot be required to share from this Minchas that's brought by Yisrael that I have a Pelek in. I'm not going to share with you at night because you have even a lesser Koach when it comes to Minchas. Okay, so that's where Yom answers that as well. You mind if you send me in Yisrael, you are going to put me off from a Chatas Yisrael. Why? Because you say Yafa Koach, but Shekishin Yafa Kochi, Kaf Yafa Kochachah. You're saying we basically saying the Kohen Tzion is saying to the other Kohen, we have the same Koach, right? We come from the Koach of the Kohen. So just like I have a higher Koach when it comes to Chatas, because I can remember Chatas, so you Kohen have a higher Koach when it comes to a Chatas, and therefore. Therefore, your Koach can push me up on the Chatas because you have the same extra Koach on Chatas that I did. However, it's the sorry. I mean, Mincha, sorry, the Shin, you have to go Kofi. However, but the Mincha, just like you said, I have lower Koach by Mincha, you also have a lower Koach. You don't tell me you're going to push me off to the Mincha because I have inferior Koach. You also have inferior Koach. We're the same. We're both behind. Whatever Koach I have by Chatas, you have whatever Koach I have in Mincha, you have. And that's important to understand. That's going to be the continuing argument back and forth. So rather, the Kohen Shar says that, he says, all right, I can't tell you with the Kalbach. I'm going to take it from logic. So instead, I gave you a pasuk. It says, "What Kohen hamakiv osah lotziyah." That the Mincha goes to the Kohen that is makiv it. So you know what? You want to come eat? You call a Kohen also. If you can come and makiv it, come eat. But since you can't eat. We can see the connection. So that's the first thing. Okay, that was a Mincha. He tried me out. So now he's like, "Hey, Mincha." The Tzion says, "Mincha is Israel." Okay, fine. I lost on the Mincha argument. So give me a little bit of your pasuk, and I'll eat with you at night. Amalei, so the Kohen starts the exact same type argument. In the case of my own Mincha, I do not have a very strong Koach because I cannot write it at all. Even on the back, I can't eat any of my own Mincha. I was able to push you off on Mincha Yisrael even though I had inferior Koach. So the other people but now Chatas, where I have this extra strong Koach. Then I certainly can push you away from Chatas because I have this extra strength. Again, it's back the same argument. I'm late. My should be Kishan in Minchas Yisrael. Should be Jura Kochacha, Kakura Kofi, Tatsini, Chatas Yisrael. Should be Yava Kochacha, Kavyava Kofi. Yeah, again, we're the same. We have the same Koach. So again, if you have extra Koach, I have extra Koach. If you have inferior Koach, I have inferior Koach. So that logic is not going to hold water. So he says back on the comes to the pasuk. Hayomer HaKohen HaMechateh Osoyah Lana. He says, okay, the pasuk says it's the Kohen that is Mechateh. That is the Kohen that gets to eat it. He says, come do the service, and you'll be able to eat. And of course, if Tzion cannot do the service, and therefore he can't eat. Okay? So he tries again. He's not giving up yet. Amalei. According to Tzion says, Amalei, Kain Chazir Shok. All right. Now we're responding that I promised you a fill after. This is the respondent. So now he says, all right, give me the respondent. The respondent I get to eat Chazir Shok. So, I'm sorry, the Kohen, yes, Chazir Shok. And Tzion says, give me from your portion, and I'll be able to eat it tonight when I am tired. Amalek. So, the Kohen says, in Rabbi Malkum, she had a Kochacha B'Chata Spa, in a situation where you had extra koach by a chata, so now in a case of a shlomin, where a kohen has even greater strength, why even greater strength than a chata? Sorry. When you have a lesser koach or something, you can only get a chazal show. It's limited to chazal show. In the chazal show, and again, you can certainly I get push you away. She says no. And the kohen still only get mine because I need a chata. You can push away that chata. Why? She gave you a kochi. I have less of a koach by a chata. Why? Because I can't feed it from the shelter. I can't give it to my wife, and to my servant. So then that thing because of the show, you have a kochi. So that's the everybody comes the show. I actually have more. Because of the joke, I could share it with my wife and with my husband. I had extra cost by fun. Sorry, Omer. Again, he has exactly the same concept. The Kohen has Zorek, as a Dam, Shlomin, Lolia. If the Kohen does the Zrika, he gets the Gon, he gets the Shlomin. So Bar Zorza, again, if you become the Voda, you become me, and since you cannot see your Voda, you cannot come eat. What happens? Finally, the Kohen gives up. Yosef Koyom, Kula, the Kamura, Varosha, he has all of the Kavachomas he tried to bring are all, all for naught. And he has Onen Minino, he has the Onen Kohen on his right, who also has no argument, because of the Kafar, Bismillah, because of the Kafar at the end, and essentially, he loses out. And we'll have to get back. I did get the luck. I know the Rav promised the Rambam on. So I have it. Oh, it's okay. All the arguments were for no. The asked, okay, he could have asked, no more, there could have been a fourth argument that this Twill put forth. Why did he say, Lemalay, pay me before? Why did he say, all right, give me a little bit of this before, but okay, why? He should have Malay. He should have said back to Twill, Yom, Mother, Mucky, should have called the Kach. He should have said, right by Chathos, where you cannot give it to your wife and your husband. I picked you up, and if you come to Chathos, I picked you up from Chathos. Not that the other Kohen did before, but the Torah, he did it before. It's totally just the possession of the Kohen. Obviously, extra cost there. Ain't no difference. I mean, certainly I can push you off there because I have less expense. And what's the significance of that? The Imam just telling the Chathos, ship to the Kochacha, half of the Kochi, at the beginning of the course, you can see the other Kochacha, the other Kochi, right? You can say again, we have the same Koch. I also have actually Koch by before. You don't have a good Kochachomer yet. I mean, Romer, then the Kohen who is Saul could have answered back. What about the pastor says, as the mom to go out on his back, that's the mom takir. So the Rabbi we have a cough. Right, only right, I only one who does the zrika, and that's the Chaladim, that is the one who gets the basar, bazar taco. So good, you can do it, then you can receive the basar. Since you cannot do the avoda, you cannot get the basar. So again, why didn't Rabbi bring down this case as well? Sorry, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shem, why did he bring this case? Oh, Ida, what did he say? Ida, part of the Iksi, who was Saram, Lakon, Hazore, who was Saram, Lakon. The other stuff, they all said the one who did the avoda or the kohen, it has specific language. Here it says the son of the chok. I see the kohen out there. The chok could be to any kohen, so he doesn't have his as a concept here, and therefore he cannot make this argument. Okay, now question we had before, the okay, we said that he learned that Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon was thinking about this halacha in the Beis HaKisei. How do you like to do that? Talking about the Amar. You're not allowed to have an Torah in a bathhouse setting. You say, also shiny, this wasn't honest. What does it mean? That Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon was so engrossed in his learning all the time, for him to not think about learning wasn't honest. It's impossibility. So for him, he was allowed to think inside the Beis HaKisei about learning, and then we'll teach it after. So we'll go there, because we'll go to the Rambam. From a couple of days ago. Here. The Rambam brings down, we got a question of what exactly, where does Amina say it's Yorai, says it's Rabbanan.
This is crazy. Yeah, he's a very...
Okay, so Rambam says in Hilchos, Dias Amigos, Perek Beis, Halacha, Tes, and Yod. Rambam says, Either owning, what is the definition of owning? Just to make donations in a fully society. And it is the Yom HaMisa Bilvad, only on the actual day of the death.
Arsenal, then
Kunik or Onen, that's what it's called. Onen, Din Torah, Midoraisa.
but like he's
And
like
Laila,
something
but
else.
that
Like,
following night, so the
one of
night
those
of the Yom
melodies
HaMisa, who Onen is yourself. And you are an Onen from Midorabanan and still cannot eat and touch it. Okay? And now what about the other cases in Halacha Yod? Let's say the Kula is not on the same day as the Misa. So also Yom Misa, we only need it right. So from the period of Misa until Kula, you are the person who's in Onen Midrabanan, the pain, and then similarly on the Yom Kula itself. And you don't tell this later. In both of those cases, the Lila, right, the Lila is not included. So on the Yom Kula, you are an Onen and Midrabanan, but it does not drag in that night on Yom. So when we talk about more about custom, an Onen on the day of on the Yom HaKula, you can't even touch him on that day, but you can even touch him on that night. The total right here. The total all better. You actually can Kula and eat touch him at night. Aval, Yom HaMisa. However, on the day of Misa itself, you change the Arthur Lacha Bokachim Mimin HaTorah, just like the Midaraisa came Kachim during the day of Yom HaMisa, Arthur Lacha, the Leila Midibrahim, the Rabbi descended the Rabbanan, you cannot eat Kachim on night of Yavaninus Midrabanan. However, Lachis put Min HaPesach Shabbat, like you saw in our case, other than the Karban Pesach, you also the Eretz was the covered of the Karban Pesach, because it has to be eaten only that night. Karban Pesach and Onen is allowed to eat because it's only Aninus Midrabanan, so you can't eat it at night.
If you get past him, he's got his fucking dog Dutch. Which is, he brings a Belgian melon everywhere he goes.
I know. A good friend, Josh Barnett, he's at turns.
Another scary human being.
Yeah.
And a very analytical, intelligent,
One of the most
very well read.
He is like Jeopardy smart. He's like ridiculous.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
He doesn't know. He's amazing. I can watch you guys on the show. I was very flattered. He mentioned
Combinatorial sponsorship for the month of K-Base. First, she's Mindy Schreiber. In the cousin of Swiss Raymond for Ariel Paul and Miriam Monkey family and Marguerite in memory of Monkey's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel. Then Yukiel Yehuda. The yard site is Chafal K-Base. Not the only sponsor for today. Florence Davidson in memory of Prophet Trimmer. And a late-breaking sponsorship, Mark and Alpha Weston, who are sponsoring yesterday's doc, Cook Olive, 101, in honor of Elsa's mother, Goldie Cantor's 101st birthday, which was also yesterday, December 24th. So we'll give her the extra doc. We'll sponsor. We'll give her 102 as well. So for next year in advance for next year. Okay. Today's doc, Cook Base 102. We are picking up on Cook Olive of the Breeze.
He's like one of the best examples.
Second wide line. So, quick reorientation. Rav brought down a name. Rav told us that Moshe Rabbeinu was the Kohen Gadol. And we're now going to go through a series of questions on whether that is the recap. So, base today. Last one on base today. Last one on Kodashim Kodashim Yocham. The pasuk is teaching us about a Balmon, Kohen Balmon, that is allowed to eat touching. So those are the pasuk. So we ask, in Nomru, Kodesh Kodashim, Lama Nomar, Kachin Kalam. If the pasuk doesn't tell me Kachin, why does it also need to say Kachin Kalam? In reverse, Nomru Kachin Kalam, Lama Nomar, Kachin Kalam. Why does the pasuk have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one, and we'll know that a Balmon is allowed to eat in all Kachin?
I've trained more with him than
let's say the pasuk did not reference Kachin Kalam. It only had told us about Kachin Kachin. Hayisiyomer, Kachin Kachin is also that a Baal Makonis Balmon can only eat from Kachin Kachin. Why? Because Kachin Kachin are permitted for consumption for a Zar and for Kohanim. And we're going to get into that section of the question. Now, we'll take it for granted that by Kachin Kachin, it can be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by a Zar as well as the Kohanim. We're going to get that's the question brought down. The Kachikachin, however, Kachikachin, they wouldn't know from the pasuk otherwise that a Balmum can eat, the Balmum Kohen can eat Kachikachin. Unless say the opposite, let's say the pasuk did not specifically reference Kachikachin and only said Kachikachin, and Yomer, the Kachikachin Yehochel, I would thought that a Kohen Balmum can eat from Kachikachin. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more south of the Kachikachin. But I did not know that a Kohen Balmum can eat from Kachikachin as well. The Kachnomu, Kachikachin, the Kachnomar, Kachikachin. Therefore, the pasuk said both Kachikachin and Kachikachin. Okay, now here comes the question. However, so when we were bringing out our proof for why we need both sets of Kachim to be mentioned in the pasuk, we said it's because the Kachim can be eaten both by a Zara non-Kohen as well as the Kohanim. So, isn't that a lot of Moshe? Isn't the Zara that you talked about Moshe? We'll see in Rashi, it's actually, hurry up in Rashi, Charlichu Lazar that we would have thought, put the Lazar, the Moshe Kamar. It must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and where we know that from, Shafach cause of the Shok, right? We know specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the part of the Shok in the El HaMelurim, which is Kachim. So we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen eating from Kachim, and therefore we would not have been able to make the same instance. I'm not changing this instance, no. Well, when we're talking about Hitler Lazar, it's not about Moshe Rabbeinu, because right where we're trying to defend Rad, the Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. Yeah, we're talking about the Bama. We're talking about on the Bama, the Zar, so it's the Zar is eating at a Bama. Because they all know Yesh Mincha, and only according to the opinion, that is Yesh Mincha. And again, let's look in Rashi. Robert Bama Ka'amar. It's about 5 lines up in Rashi. There's the Zar. They all know Zar Akra, Yesh Mincha, the Bama Katano, Mincha Kachikachin, Mincha is a Kachikachin. The Oku Shiraya, and you're allowed to eat the Shiraya with the Zar. What the Zar? The Zar, like, you hear one. And you pose in the Bama Katana, the Zar of it. Because you know that he's doing his Kohen to do Avoda by a Bama. You know there are Zar doing Avoda, and therefore even Shiraya are the Mincha. And so we have an instance where Zar is eating Kachikachin. If we skip down a few lines in Rashi, V'agilei Mincha, Kedivei Omer, Yesh Mincha the Bama. Why do we write only according to the opinion who says there's a Mincha the Bama, which we had a few weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago? If you don't hold that there's a mincha, ain't hold Kachikachin. Now, we don't have any other instances where Kachikachin are taken by Bama. Why? You don't bring a takas in Asham. It's not in the Megillah. You can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary offering from at a Bama. And there's no nether in the double because there's no only Ola and a Mincha, which again, Ola obviously none of the people. And so we have to hold the opinion that it is a Mincha. Okay, so either way, we deflect the question against Rabbi. So let's bring another one. The bottom line on cooked olive oil base. Miriam sees here. So Miriam, was another episode when in Midbar when Miriam is inflicted with Saras. So we know that in order for somebody to be inflicted with Saras, so to officially have to go outside of the camp, there has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras and says, yes, this is Saras. They have to by words, they have to vocally say, you have Saras, and it has to come from the Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performed it? They tell our Moshe is here. If you want to say it's Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Zar, or Moshe Zar. We can't do it. Obviously, out of our question, we'll get through in a minute. So it's because they Zar was in a gun, and the Zar can't do it on the gun. Only Kohen can do it on the gun. Here's over Aaron is here. I said, okay, was that Aaron a Kohen? He could have done it. Aaron Karo. Aaron is her relative. They Karo was in a gun, and the Karo, her relative cannot look at the gun. So actually, so obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship to Miriam. They're both clothing. So the question is, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why don't we say Moshe can use the Karo? So as Moshe was done, yes, that would have also been a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? He's not even a Karo. If you don't need to get to a Karo, he's not even, he's a Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar answer because it's just an easier one. Another answer is that actually protest whether a Karo can be going to Goyim. I believe it's really there. So based on, I think some of them are dropping in the Sifri, it's clear that our tells that a Karov is not able to be Marnagayim. But it's possible that Moshe Rabbeinu, I'm not going to guess, maybe Moshe Rabbeinu did not hold the Shita, and maybe Moshe Rabbeinu holds that a Karov can be Marnagayim, and therefore he has to go to the Tzulazar. And the final answer that I saw, which was very interesting, I thought it was interesting, is that what exactly happened? Let's take a step back. What exactly happened here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam were out of the mitzvah. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Kara, why you think you should not be married to someone else? Let's say you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might, maybe not intentionally lie, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. So, I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu under Mikal Adam, but still, even just the Havamina is that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu at this instant, he's in the situation because Miriam spoke Lashon Hara about it. And so maybe there's some type of diminishment in the Ava that Moshe has for Miriam at that moment. And maybe, so you might say again, I don't think that it's bring down that we actually thought that, but if you have to say that maybe the Psul of Kara doesn't apply in this moment because it's literally Moshe is the person that she just spoke Lashon Hara about. You say, even if you want to say that, he's sort of Tzulazar. It was just like, so it was interesting to even think that would be happening in Moshe Rabbeinu, but again, we have the Tzulazar, so might as well go with that one. Anyway, sorry. Tangent, I guess it's a holiday schedule, so little tangent. Alright, back to the bar. Third line is. Oh, covered Gogo, followed by covered Gogo. So rather, okay, so he said, who looked at the guy of Moshe, of Miriam? Could be Moshe, Izar, could be Aaron, he is a Kodo. Rather, covered Gogo, followed by covered Gogo, rather, it was a great honor that covered Gogo gave most teacher Miriam at that point, with Miriam. And I'm calling, so covered Gogo says, I'm a calling. I need my Spira, I need Falta, I need Postra. So, Hashem is going to be Marnagon for Miriam. Fine. Like it's funny, we had a question we knew at the beginning. Moshe is ours. Is that Ramadan? We said specifically Moshe is ours. So obviously, that is refuting the Rav that Moshe was a Kohen Gadol. So it says, no, Shani Martin is on. Martin is different. It doesn't just need a Kohen. What it needs, Aaron is gone up to the project. It says that Martin is on, specifically the Aaron is gone up, not just the Kohen. And obviously, Moshe is not part of Aaron's Ibana. Okay, we just left that question. Another question on the sheet of Rav. How many great accolades that Elisheva, who's Aaron's wife, was Zoka to. Yvama, Melech, her brother-in-law, Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. Each of her husband, Kohen Gadol, Aaron, Kohen Gadol. Dinah, her son, Eliezer, Skan, he was the Skan Kohen Gadol. Then Dinah, what about her grandson, Pinchas, Mishop HaChama, he was become Mishop HaChama. Zeachera and her brother, not shown, Nasi Shed, he was a Nasi Shed. So those are the five things. The Avela, now on the flip side, obviously, she's all dealing with Ashnei, but now she's also been an Avela, however, at the room on her two sons, not the Nabi. Even if you see here, Yvama Melech, it says it calls Moshe Rabbeinu a king. The Melech means, obviously he's a king and not a Kohen Gadol. He doesn't know, he's just an extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove. Rabbi said, tonight we're going to say that actually it is a machlokas tanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Father said, when Moshe is at the snap, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem, he doesn't want to go, doesn't want to go, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, but Yifarach said to Moshe, you should have been Harpa Omer, or Thoron Hach Shabbat never go. Anytime we see the luck of Thoron Hach, it means there has to be a rotation. It's not just an emotion. There's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical act, it's just something. A color off is not simply a state of being. There's some active component to it. However, resembling an emotion, but in this case, we don't see the emotion. We just see that Hashem got angry emotion, but no ramifications, no repercussions. We should bring a chai omer. After the emotion, no, there is a emotion there. And Ne'emar, in that dialogue, Hashem says, "Hello, Aaron Achicha, Halei
Because otherwise, you
And
get
then he says, Aaron, your brother's a
just
Levi, he's on his way.
talking
Aaron's
about
not a Levi, Aaron's a Kohen.
because they want to
Well,
scare
this is what it says. I didn't mind
because
Hashem
they don't
says
know.
initially, I was going to say, Ata Kohen Levi. You, Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to be, he's going to have the Levian. But now, because of this Haranah, now, who Kohen Ata Levi? I'm switching it around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohen, and his son will be born, and then you're going to only be a Levi. The Chachamim say, no, the Moshe Ella Shidduch Me'amul B'Vad. No, the Moshe Rabbeinu was actually only a Kohen who can only serve them just only during Shidduch Me'amul. It was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. We show them the final teaching of Pasukuna elements of Moshe that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, so this is where we see this Machlokas tonight. However, his children were not Kohen. That was where that's their fact. And then Moshe Yishel, the kid, one of Yishel Hashem and Levi. And Moshe, right, his son will only be Yishel Levi, not Kohen. The Omer, we also say, Moshe and Aaron, the Kohen, the two of Kohen. So Moshe and Aaron moved together, both as Kohen. We see, according to the New Shomrim, that Moshe and Aaron, that Moshe was a Kohen, but his children were not Kohen. My home, and then we have, why do we both put them on that? Just one, just to say that Moshe's kids were Levian, and he was Kohen. If you came over those, you might have thought for those to be sick. I would have thought that it's only talking about Moshe not being Kohen for those, but Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. So instead of Omer, we have to say Moshe are a Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must be a Kohen because we see Moshe grouped together as Kohen. Okay. Now we are going to go on a little digression on Koronah. The whole Koronah, the Torah, never go. Those is true. Really, we asked this question on the episode of Moshe and Hashem, so now we're going to ask it in other episodes. It's true that all Koronah does not have a Rosh, it doesn't have some type of active component, but it is. And it's Moshe is part of the Koryat. So Moshe left part of Palace to Koryat. But all we don't see Moshe, right? He just Moshe's angry. He walked out. I'm going to talk to him. Now, Shikro, the Yatsa. He says, no, Moshe Rabbeinu not only was he angry, he actually slapped Palace across the face. Then he walked out. The Yomer is talking really stated that Moshe was used to fire about Syria. But it's after the process of Shayar. And it says that Moshe went to meet Paro on the outside of the Nile. Here's the abundance. And God says, what does it mean when he's after the process? Then you should give him favor. That Paro's a melech, and even though he's a melech Russia, you should give him some sort of favor. So we see that how do we then say that really and Moshe slapped Paro across the face? So Yochanan Amar, sorry, in the same passage, Yochanan actually says, Rabbi Yochanan is the opinion in this second passage that no, he's not really mean that he's going to, that he should be finding favor, but rather say he's that Paro is a Russia, and actually he's making the Guinness to be great in the Paro. The answer is will say that Rakish in the second name is the one who says that his Panach, and therefore he can also be the one who says that Moses slapped Paro. Okay. Now we continue to talk about Amos Malchus. The old Amos Malchus Halacha, we should always have reverence for Malchus. Here the Torah Moshe, when he says all of your servants are going to come and dab you. He doesn't have the gall to say, and you, Paro, yourself are also going to dab on you. So we see that there's this big cover that is told to the mouth. You open up my house, and you open it says in different places. You have to write Elio, and you say,
Fights for one FC. Give me a highlight reel of this cat.
So you see that Elio, even though that Elio went in front of her again to show cover, because he covered her mouth. Okay. Moshe actually wanted to be the king, but it was not granted to him. It did. Halom, because when Moshe was at the snap, he said, don't come me close. We use the Lashon Halom. A Halom Elam Malchus, and Halom is a Lashon Malchus. And now, Gabriel says, the Enoki Hashem Elohim, maybe starting at Halom again. Halom, that he brought me to Halom, which is Tamanati, to Malchus. Moshe Rabbi,
Yeah, that was one shot, but it keeps
Yeah,
going.
so
And they give it the next
Rabbi asked a
fight.
question we just had earlier. Rabbi Yishmael Omer,
He
you've
just
Rama
starts
Melech, Rabbi
lighting
talking about
guys on fire.
El Sheva, we said brother is a Melech, Moshe
They
Rabbeinu,
don't know
and
what the fuck is going
Abraham,
on
no, no,
because he
Zarek
fights
Omer,
different than
Halom,
them.
it
I
doesn't
mean,
mean
yes,
it's not
a
just
TIE
Malchus,
fighter.
it's Malchus that is lasting, and so it's not only from this person, but also through his entire
Exactly. A
project.
lot of front
Ah,
kicks up
but
the
it's
middle,
Halom,
especially to
those
the
is it
face.
true
But
that
also
Halom
spinning
is
attacks.
Malchus, Lo
He's got wicked
Zaro, for
spinning
Doros?
attacks, man.
Like how they
It
show, this
also
is
comes off an angle a
Have they
lot.
had
His head's
Halom,
never
have
on
they
the
had
center
Halom,
line. Super fucking
have they had
technical.
Halom,
But just lighting dudes on fire.
have they had Halom Ish, it was a pasuk,
And just an attack.
yeah, have they had
Always
Halom
attack.
Ish,
And it has the benefit of that range,
Halom
that long range.
by Shaul HaMelech, and obviously we know that Shaul's monarchy was not lasting.
22 years old.
So
So he's combining like taekwondo techniques, karate techniques, and
who
precision.
is Zarolo? We see by Shaul, but
I
only he
mean,
is the king and not
the
his
problem
technique.
with this stuff,
So Ibai came,
not this style,
you
but
can say, yes, he didn't have a lasting monarchy, he did have his first, his son reigned ruling shortly, and so he does have some close of Zaro. Ibai came, then he shows that he was the Davai Rokan. And maybe the difference is, Shaul's monarchy was supposed to last. It didn't last because of his own Daiva. He was stripped from him. It wasn't that it wasn't supposed to last. He did something that was undeserving, and therefore he was cut off. The shot supposed to do the other post and roll it out. So for this, because when someone is giving you do loss, it is low Lozano keeps going for generations. And I'm not really decided to
terrible
however, if they become hard, you got to become hard. You have to feel that I was you see, that is the reason why Shaul's not giving him last. It's not that it wasn't meant to last. It was that Shaul had a monarchy that was reserved, but because of his own diva, it was cut down. Okay, that was our slight digression of Agatha for 100 blocks. So, back to quoting on the show. We are about 8 or 10 lines down the bottom. Following movement, let's go back to the mission in the beginning of the time. The mission said, following movement, it's behind that about movement, day by movement, over day by movement, ruling whether it's temporary or permanent ranges, when they are fully, they are fully concussion as well as
those straight shots down the middle.
His right is just like you can't really see it.
You know what I mean? Where's the source? How do you know?
His hooks are coming around the guard. Everything is precise.
Is talking about Mincha. It's Kol Zachar. The Rabbi Valley Movement comes to include Valley Movement. So am I. Once we do this is telling us that Valley Movement can be, as by now we had right at the beginning of today, left on another public, because we already learned that from another person. We already know that Valley Movement can eat touches. Must be, and now when they eat the touch, they actually can go and take their fortune in the touch. Okay, fine, you've done another right there. Kol Zachar, another Kol Zachar, and this one is...
This guy's doing shelling up and getting tight on guys.
Yeah, this one is talking about Katos. The Rabbos, Valley Moon again, to include Valley Moon, so am I. That's the question. He asked you, if it's for eating Harik Barama, we already asked talking for that. You the Chalukah, if it's so they can take their portion Harik Barama, we just said it in the previous price up. Shishapa, Amy, Ella, Ham, and then Nasa Bamam. I might have thought that perhaps the only part that you had a Kohen that was whole, that did not have a mum, and then became a Bamam later in life. Bamam made Karo, how do you know if you had a Bamam from birth? Even that kind of Kohen can eat touches. Kohen touches. How about Kol Zachar? Actually, I have Kol Zachar. I have a good brisa. And this brisa is talking about Laman. This is Chazal the show. This is from Teira. I'll get that. We'll get that on the date. This is also correct. Tanida, Kol Zachar, the Rabbi's Balmum. Again, it comes into the Balmum. If it's for eating the Harik Farm, we have Papa. Chalukah. If it's the Oleg Harik Farm, we have Papa that as well. Either Balmum and Karo, right? Someone that was a Balmum from birth. Harik Farm, we already have that Papa. But you also in the Ella Balmum Kabu, I might have thought maybe only a permanent Balmum can eat in Kashim, the Balmum over I had him in another meeting. I said, I'm Omar, hold up, why would that seems to be the opposite logic? Why would you think that a Balmum is more likely? I would think a Balmum over. It's only temporary. That would be more likely to be able to use it in custom. Omar, I think that, really kind of including Balmum over. Actually, no, look, here's a lot.
See guys like playing it like, are you kidding me? And then after a while, like,
That we're comparing a Balmum over like a Tame, both temporary statuses. Not Tame, Kamadalo, Tar, Tame, they're going to charge. They cannot even assist.
see how he's like chopping,
While he's still
he's
in the
getting
state
tight
Balmum,
always.
you don't go to where you cannot
Okay,
use
how
much.
much
That's why
stabilizing
after that is
all the karate techniques, but
Russia
also being
to
tight
the
just
all different
destroys
types
guys'
of
legs.
volleyball.
They're also spinning back kicks, all that other shit.
Next
Look at his
is the
boxing, he's
Mishnah Coach
excellent
in
too.
Roy. The Mishnah told us, Coach Eino Roy
A lot of
Avoda,
Muay Thai
Eino
stuff,
Coach
bumping
So,
people, but
a
look at
Cohen
him.
who is
He's
not Roy to
constantly
do
kicking the
Avoda,
inside of the
does
leg
not
when they're
get
committing
to
the kicks.
take their portion in
He's
the
taking their legs out.
Whereas,
This dude, one of my favorite guys to
below,
watch
that's
right now.
true. You should
Look,
think
look,
that
that's a
somebody
Thai guy,
not
man.
Roy
He's just destroying
to
their
do
legs,
Avoda.
man.
It's not Avoda, it's just, we just said Avoda.
And
Cannot do Avoda. We just
and
said
he
they can
comes
do
out
Avoda,
of a very high-level gym in Japan that's produced a lot of really Masasaki Mori. Another guy who's like that, who's a very similar guy who Tommy tried recently.
They are so that.
These guys are just destroying people's legs. So even though there's like a lot of the question mark kicks, a lot of the stuff that the ball didn't do for shit, but putting it into kickboxing, also with the toughness that is in a lot of the Kyushin fighters.
That even if somebody is running the Avoda, like a Kohen who's doing the Avoda, but they do not, they are not Kohen. Okay, now we are lucky, we're not lucky. I know that we're lucky. Okay, so and therefore it works for both of these. But the Balmum is lucky, and
people that
not
are
lucky, was not Kohen.
these
Now we have to hurry Katan. What about a Katan? Katan is royalty. A Katan can eat from the country in a Kohen. But a Katan is not able to get his own portion.
they might have 150
Don't look at
fights, so
Katan.
much
No. We can't make
experience.
it. The only thing that's accurate in this that we can't make influences from the left of the Mishnah. Okay, so now we ask. That's the hierarchy. Okay, well now we're saying we can only learn what's explicitly stated in the Mishnah, and we're not going to make any differences. So let's go back to our previous cases. Oh, look at our follow on the Torah. We can go back and say we did before.
Well, one is doing that a lot,
Sunday,
but one unfortunately is not that
right? You don't problem with saying it doesn't say Sunday.
one is they'll have grappling competitions.
You don't have a problem
They'll have
because it doesn't
kickboxing.
fit
They'll have
the influence that we try to make you can't make that difference, and therefore it's not a problem. Come is no longer a question. You should know more. The question had about Balmum, which you actually could have answered from the beginning, even without the Katan. It is Balmum or Kman around it. You say, yes, this is the principle. The general principle is culture and a right and a holy. However, Balmum has a special dispensation because we have a Katan. We have a drasha from the and therefore our Marba is Balmum. Okay, next part of this is that. Afילו Tame the Shabbos Rika Damim, the Shabbos I said, that is Tame, just by the time of the Rika earlier on. However, he becomes taller by the time of the Hektar Chalavim. Still, he's not taller. Right? I might have thought that by the time they're holding an Hektar Chalavim, that the Kohen is now Tame. Sorry, he's not taller. He should be able to be taller. But the following the Mishnah said, no. Okay? So if I say HaTorah, or because he goes Damin, the Torah is like a Chalavim, the inference from this Mishnah is that the key point of Tumah is at the time of Rika. So if you have a Kohen, then it's taller at the time of Rika, and then later becomes Tame by the Shas Hektar Chalavim, they still can be holy. Okay, now since he goes on the shelf, and therefore our Mishnah should not be able to get on the shelf. The time you have the shelf, what's on the shelf's opinion? That before introduction, Kohen has to be taller both at the Shas, both at the time of the Rika and at the time of Hektar Chalavim, not only the time of Rika, like the inference is from our Mishnah. Very much. I'm not sure that's a dam as dam. That's okay. We see the connection of the dam and the Philip together, and therefore we say you see that people like the Chalavim on the and according to other shows, even the Kohen cannot be somewhat even at the time of the Chalavim. It's not just a problem at the time of Rika. Now we ask, so within the opinion of other shows, we said you need to be a Kohen has to be tahor both at the time of Zrika and at the time of Haggadah. So Rashi asks, Mikvah Be'Haima, what if he has a period of Tumah in between those two? Right? We say the Shas Rika, the Shas Haker, the Mina, and Rika, right? That at the official time of the Rika and at the official time of Haggadah, this Kohen is tahor, and so he's good to go. And Dilma, actually told you Shas Rika, you have to have it continuous. It's not just okay to be at point A and point B, but you have to be all the way from point A to point B. You have to be in a state of power. I don't think we don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each point.
Yeah, man. I realized something when I was
I learned this din from the other Rabbi Shimon. The other Rabbi Sakisa. He told me in the background. So he said, we thought about it in the Rabbi Sakisi, and so afterwards we're going to have to be on exactly how that's allowed. But again, just giving a little background. This is background to this. So we're actually, we're going to have a progression here. We're going to see we're going to be talking about a Kohen who is a Kuliyom. We said it's not allowed to be Polish in the Karbanos. Again, a Kuliyom is going to be tahor at night. So we're going to see a Kohen who's Kuliyom going to a Kohen and trying to see if he can get him to give him some of the Karbanos. See if he can argue his way. But even though the Kuliyom cannot be stolen in the Karbanos himself, he wants someone else to give him a portion later on in the night when he can eat. So let's see his argument. So you can have a few kinds of arguments. Okay. What's Kuliyom? I would have thought that Kuliyom can come and say to another Kohen, hey, well, so give me I know I can't get a portion of this for myself, but give me a little piece of your mincha, and I'll even do it at night. The Kohen, the Torah says to the Kuliyom, not in the makom, even in a place where you the Kuliyom, have a stronger case when it comes to what? Your chatas. And Rashi says, what does it mean that it's a strong case for chatas? So Rashi, it is a few lines down over the makom shavakofach the chatas. Why the Kohen hamafli chatas? Any Kohen is chayav chatas, even if it's not a mishmar review, not a review, it is much in shalom. Right? So a Kohen who brings the chatas always has the right to do the avoda and to keep the part for himself. So you see that a Kohen has extra strength. He has the upper koach when it comes to a Kohen bringing the chatas. Right? So chatas is sort of a higher level or a higher koach korban for the Kohen. Right? So let's look back in the Gemara. Let's look at the beginning of the response. The Kohen, the Tuliyom said, the Tuliyom said, even in the case of a chatas, where you, Kohen Tuliyom, have a higher koach because you can bring your chatas at any point to bring it on yourself. Did he see the chatas yourself? However, I can take you off from being chatas to be in that that a Kohen, a Tuliyom, is not allowed to say against a chatas. So now, in the case of a korban mincha, where you have less of a power. Why? Because a mincha's Kohen is Kuyo Kohen, a mincha's Kohen is all consumed on the fire. So obviously a Kohen does not have very much koach in his own mincha, it all gets burnt on the fire. So in the case of a mincha, where you have less of a koach, so certainly I cannot be required to share from this mincha that's brought by Yisrael, but I have a pelach in. I'm not going to share with you at night because you have even a lesser koach when it comes to mincha. Okay, so that's where Yom answers exactly well. You mind if he's on the Chatas Yisrael, you are going to put me off from a Chatas Yisrael. Why? Because you're saying Yafa koach, but Shekeshesh Yafa kochi, Kash Yafa koach. So the same real reason the same with the Kohen Kuliyom, the same to the other Kohen, we have the same koach, right? We come from the koach of the Kohen. So just like I have a higher koach when it comes to the chatas, and I can bring my chatas, so you Kohen have a higher koach when it comes to a chatas, and therefore, your koach is picking up of a chatas because you have the same extra koach of chatas that I do. However, from the mincha, just like you said, I have lower koach on mincha. You also have a lower cost. So don't tell me you can come pick me off to the mincha because I have a inferior cost. You also have an inferior cost. We're the same. We're both behind. Whatever cost I have by chatas, you have whatever cost I have in mincha, you have. And that's important in the next door because that's going to be the continuing argument back and forth. So rather, rather the Kohen Tzar says that, he says, all right, I can't say you with the Kalbach, I'm going to say you from logic, so instead, I'll give you a pasuk. It says, look, Kohen HaMakriv Osah Lo Tziyah. That the mincha goes to the Kohen that is Makrivit. So you know what? You want to come eat? The Paul Craig also. If you can come and be Makrivit, come eat. But since you can't eat. We see the connection. So you select it for the stomach. Okay. That was a mincha. Alright, he's pressing up. So now he's like, Kevin Nikazin. Puyon says, Kevin Nikazin, he said, okay, fine. And I want from the mincha argument. So give me a little bit of your tacos, and I'll eat with you at night. Amalei. So the Kohen says that same argument. Well, now the knuckles, the hula kofi, the mincha, in a case of my own mincha, where I do not have a very strong koach because I cannot, like, it's all eaten on the back. I can't eat any of my own mincha. I was able to put you off on mincha Yisrael, even though I had inferior koach. So nothing to the other kofi is like to sleep right now. Where I have this extra strong koach. In addition to the then I certainly can push you away from because I had this extra strength. And again, we put them to the back, the same argument, I'm right. Umayim should be Kisani, Minchas Yisrael, Shikshetu, Kochacha, Hakura Kofi, Tatei, Chasas Yisrael, Shikshetu, Yabakochacha, Taviyaboki. Again, we're the same. We're the same koach. So again, if you have extra koach, I have extra koach. If you have inferior koach, I have inferior koach. So that logic is not in all water. So he says back on the same comes to the pasuk. Hayomer HaKohen, HaMachate, Osoya, Lena. Okay, the pasuk says it's the Kohen that is Machate. It doesn't go that is the Kohen that gets to eat it. It says you come do the service and you're going to eat. And of course, we cannot do the service and therefore you can't eat. Okay? So he tries it again. He's not giving up yet. Amalei. According to Leon says, Amalei came now it's the that I promised you still have to. Here's the fun. So now he's already even the fun. The problem I get to eat because of
to harness.
I'm sorry, the Kohen gets from the children. And so Leon says, so the Kohen says, remember, Marcus, you have a in a situation when you had extra koach by a chatas, so now in a case of a woman where a Kohen has even greater strength, why even greater strength than a chatas, in the Chazahen, sorry, lesser koach is something you can only get a chazir show, you wouldn't get a chazir show, certainly I guess it's your way. He says, no, and for the Kohen for your exact mind, you can get chatas, you can get a chatas, why should they do a boku? I have less of a koach by a chatas, why? Because I can't feed it from the shed I can't give it to my wife and to my servant. So then I think the chazir show, you can do other boku, unless anybody chazir show, I actually have more koach, because chazir show, I can share it with my wife and with my mother. I had actually caught by Shlomo. Very Omer, Young is exactly the same concept. The Kohen has Zorek as a Dam, Shlomo, Loia. If the Kohen does the Zrika, he gets the Dam, he gets the Shlomo. It's a Bar Zorba, again, if you can come to the Voda, you can come eat, and since you can't do the Voda, you cannot come eat. And what happens? Finally, the Koyam gives up. Yosef Koyam, Kola, Kula, the Chalula, Varosha, he has all of his Kapachomas he tried to bring are all for naught. And he has Onin, he has the Onin going on his right, who also has no arguments. Because of Kabar, he's solo, because of Kabar in the end, and essentially, he loses out. And we'll have to get back. I did get the luck. I know the Rav promised the Rambam on Anita, so I have it up there. Okay. So all the arguments were for nothing. The asked, okay, he could have asked, no more, there could have been a fourth argument that this flew up at court. Why did he say, why did he say, all right, give me a little bit of this before, why? He could have said that this flew up, where you cannot give it to your wife and your avadim. I put you off, and the teacher may have it as well. I put you off from and have it yourself. Not that the other coach did before, but the before is only just the possession of the Kohen. Obviously, extra koach there. In addition, certainly I can put you off there because I did that strength. And what's going to say that? Iman, this is something that Shikshim Jew Tapu Kofi, as being before the case of Yaffa Kofi, right? You say, yes, we have the same color. I also got this off by before. You don't have a good color over here. I mean, Roma, then, so the color who is color could have answered back. What about the pasuk says, as the mom to look on the back, as the mom can hear. Who's already the other cross, right? Only, right, right? I only one who does the Zika, and that's the Cholabin, that is the one who gets the Baka. So good, you can do it, then you can receive the Baka. If you cannot do the Avodah, you cannot get the Baka. So again, why didn't Rabbi bring down this list as well? Rabbi Shimon, why did he bring this list? Also, what did he say? The other psukim, it all said the one who did the avoda or the kohen, it has specific language. Here it just says the from the lechach. I feel the kohen after lechach could be to any kohen, so it doesn't have exactly the here, and therefore he cannot make this argument. Let's finish off. Okay, now, question we had before, but if okay, we said that he learned that Rabbi Shimon was thinking about this halacha in the Beit HaMikdash. How are you allowed to do that? You're not allowed to have a Torah in a bathhouse down next to Kisrei. Say, this was an honest. What does it mean? That the other Rishon was so engrossed in his learning all the time, for him to not think about learning was impossibility. So for him, he was allowed to think inside the Kisei about learning, and then we teach it after. So we'll go very quickly, in 2 minutes, we'll go to the Rambam. I need to look at it from a couple of days ago, but I'm done. I got it up here. The Rambam brings down, we got a question of what exactly, what does that mean? Is it D'oraisa, is it D'Rabbanan? Okay, so Rambam says in Hilchos Yas Hamikdash, Parak Days, Halacha, Tes, and Yod. Halacha says, Ezer Onei, what is the definition of Onei? Zeh Shemei Meis, Shemei Shemei, and it is the Yom HaMisa Bilvad, only on the actual day of the death. That's what we call the Onen, Din Torah, Midoraisa. The Laila, but that following night, so the night of the Yom HaMisa, who Onen Midoraisa. So you are an Onen from Midorabanan and still cannot even touch it, okay? And now, what about the other cases in Halacha Yud? Let's say the food is not on the same day as the Misa. So from the period of the Misa until Kura, the person is in Onen Midrabanan, the pain, and then similarly on the Yom HaKura itself. In both cases, the Lila, right, the Lila is not included. So on the Yom HaKura, you are an Onen Midrabanan, but it is not dragged in that night of Anina. So when we talk more about custom, the Onen on the day of on the Yom HaKura, you cannot even touch him on that day, but you can be touching on that night. The Torah also better. You actually get a tefillah and keep touching at night. Yom HaMisa, however, on the day of Misa itself, the shame to us a lack of touching the Min HaTorah, just like you actually can't touch him during the day of Yom HaMisa, also lack of the later the Rabbi extended the Rabbanan, you cannot be touching on the night of Yom HaMisa, Midrabanan. However, last piece, looks Min HaPesach, like we saw in our case, other than the Karban Pesach, the Ophel Eretz was the Karban Pesach. The Karban Pesach, because it has to be eaten only that night, Karban Pesach, the Onen, is allowed to eat because it's only an Enos in Rabbanan, so you can't eat it at night.
And spend time with the people he grew up with in that house. So I learned a lot. There's a lot that, the public don't know. And that I think he was concerned about, coming out. And, it didn't. And so it was really interesting. I was front and center on how much pressure this guy had to deal with, had to kind of develop with the whole world looking over his shoulder. Yeah, he was torn. It was crazy. Youngest ever champion of the world. He's went from being a 13-year-old kid with no family to
being adopted by this guy who's not just trading, but also hypnotizing them. And then he's got Jim Jacobs, who exposes him to this lie. All the greatest fighters of all time is watching video footage of him extort their story because it's like unlike anyone else. It's like the environment that he was exposed to, and the way he produced this guy who was unlike any other in his prom. I always point to the Marcus Frazier fight. I always tell people he wants to be like the scariest motherfucker ever. He was just that pressure, the kind of pressure that that's like there's no internet back then. So there's not this like who's going to relate to? Who's going to tell him what this is like? These guys that can tell him this is like. But for the most part, he's got no roadmap. He's out there in this world of superstardom. People screaming and cheering, and he's knocking everybody out.
Regarding Caminos, and specifically again, the impact of Aninos on Cavaquinta, the impact of Aninos ultimately again on the following night. Also remember again, the ones of Aninos, really four different stages of Aninos. Aninos of the day of death, burial, and Aninos following the day of burial. So you want, I'm not coming, the Rabbi. So you should come and ready. The fact that we said before that the day of death, right, you remember, there's Aninos on the day of burial, and the night following the burial is also in the state of Aninos Midrabanon, interpreting that statement on the day of death, for everyone it is Aninos Midrabanon. Some of the Aninos I got, already Aninos by law, that means the night following the day of death. Are you saying that thing in the stuff? That wouldn't get that in the but the Rabbi actually holds that Aninos that follows the day of death after the Araisa, not Aninos, in Hayom, Ani Hayom is in this is the passage by another than Abi. Where remember again, the day of the consecration of the sons of one who tries the earth, and Aaron's two sons, another and Abi, are killed. Until again they die as a result of whatever the nature of the particular Avera was. So we're going to get into it just a little bit. That Moshe confronts Aaron about burning certain karbanos and not eating certain karbanos. So Aaron essentially says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "Vayidaber Aaron al Moshe, Hein hayom ekiri yitzchak Hashem es olosam lefnei Hashem v'tifero sika ila." So Aaron essentially says to Moshe, "These events occurred to me today. How could I be able to go ahead and actually partake of the karban?" Now the events that Aaron are referring to the events that Aaron is referring to as the death of another Nabi. So Aaron was in a state of Aninos when he was having this conversation with Moshe Rabbeinu. He says, Hayom. Ani Hayom Asa Balayla Mutter. So Aaron was saying to Moshe today, because right now I'm in a state of Aninos, and therefore there's no best state of Aninos, I am not permitted to partake of these kabbalos. Uledolos, but in future generations, being by local, being Balayla also developed Mitzvah. This is unique to Aaron, but in future generations, ultimately again, the Aninos would extend both by day and by night. Rabbi says, Aninos Laila Inim Divitora El Divisov. Rabbi says, no. Daytime Aninos is the Oraisa. But nighttime Aninos, meaning the night following the day of death, that is only Drabonon. To which the Gemara says, we all know Drabonon. In reality, the night following the day of death is Aninos Drabonon. Half of Kobach, we'll say 101A.
wasn't saying simply a trade request amount. It wasn't saying, yeah, he didn't have a lot of money in the style that he used to have.
The body shot and uppercut, it just like basically you said, so finish him. But he just killed.
It's actually very interesting.
Do you remember
Yeah,
that?
you see this number of
Like,
times how often the first is coming
there's
legislate
a
laws.
moment
They
like that
legislate
where
sometimes
he
not only
heard
that
it,
their law should
it almost
mirror
looked like
biblical law,
it's like
but sometimes it's actually even be stronger than biblical law. Incredible. It's not about us. What's the source? Still not finished. What is the status ultimately of anybody? Now we get into it. Not about us. He
I
came
thought I was
into
about to see
the
the beginning of
kasher
that.
tzivisi,
And I'm like,
kasher
what the
tziva
fuck?
asher.
I
So let's
remember
say,
being able to,
remember, so
why is
all
he
the
jumping on it?
halachos of aminos, as we know, the
You know me,
concept of
and
aminos,
maybe I'm
is
wrong,
built out from the death of
I
another
swear I saw
Rabbi.
that movie.
This episode
And
ultimately
I
conveys to us
remember
all
going,
of these
what's
halachos.
going on? Why is he not
So
jumping?
the Gemara says, when you look at the Lashon, so the
It's
part of the
interesting.
Psukim,
Isn't that the
there are
psychology
three
plays a
different
big
phrases
role
of what we
in
call
how you feel
tziva or
about the
instruction.
opponent?
He came
Essentially,
today,
that's
see,
what
this is
we're
what
as
was
you're looking for
commanded.
and is preparing yourself
Kasher tzivisi, as I was commanded, and kasher tziva asher, as Hashem commanded. Okay, what is
that's
it?
the way I
He
thought
came
about
today,
it.
see,
It was
the aminos
this
yochlu.
is my
So
opinion.
ultimately, the first thing that
That
Moshe
kind of
Rabbeinu says to
character
Aaron
feels
is, I
out
was
at the time.
commanded to
There's a
instruct
scary
the
question
state
if
of
you
aminos.
try to
Remember,
break
the
up
Lord said,
physically
now
off of the tank,
apply to other people, right? Because halacha
how
l'maisa,
many shots can I take?
Aaron is a
No,
kohen
it's
gadol.
different if
So what
somebody
works for
like
Aaron, like I said,
taunted
may
you.
or may not work
Now
for
you can,
others.
manufacture like
Very
you
like
mean,
the Gemara says,
but when
he came today,
police is
see,
like,
the aminos
okay,
yochlu. So number one, Moshe says to Aaron, you want to go ahead and you can about
gotta
keep
start
in the
going,
state of
oh, is it
aminos,
me?
kasher tzivisi,
You
as I
know, it's like,
commanded you, the shas ma'isa amalahem. Moshe
that fatal
Rabbeinu was saying, Moshe Rabbeinu was
somebody
giving
like
this
that
over,
is just
literally
like,
again to shas ma'isa.
this
Shas
is like
ma'isa
you
means
just drown
in the
yourself.
midst of
I say, I
Aaron's
can't
aminos.
drive
Look at
that
Rashi,
for
just a
It's like,
moment. The shas ma'isa,
Fedor was the best.
the last line
Fedor
line.
would be in the
The
middle of the
she'ira
most
lahem
chaotic
aminusa.
war.
When
And
Aaron
look, if we
literally
just sip
again
a cup of
became his
coffee,
own
yeah,
image.
it's
Amar
crazy.
lahem
how long is that?
she'oyim kachip.
One of the most
He was
unique
telling them,
characters.
do
I
not
think with
abstain. Moshe Rabbeinu was telling Aaron, do
one
not
of the
abstain
greatest heavyweight
from
matchups of
eating
all time.
kachip. Shishon
They never
yagvur
figured out how to put Cain Velasquez versus Fedor both in their primes.
Ukishash misrafa
Cain Velasquez
amar
is
lahem
the scariest
aho tohu osa.
person
Hayel lahem
I've
la'okot
ever
kasher
seen.
tzivisi eskem
As
b'shas
far as
ma'isa.
I'm concerned, like,
So
there's
when
one guy
none
that
of them
like,
have been
I
done,
pride myself out
and
there.
Aaron and his sons, Allah just two remains, Allah
That
and
guy,
Tamar
man,
were in a state of aminos. Moshe Rabbeinu said to them,
man,
Chevron,
he's had
you are
cardio.
to
He
eat
had
the
cardio for
kabbanos.
a
Let's offer up the kabbanos
marathon.
and eat the
Dude,
kabbanos.
he
So
said
let's say we're going to get just a little bit
240-pound
later.
guys never got tired.
There's three kabbanos offered up on that.
And I think
Yes. We're going to
fights
see
with
that some of them were
Chili
burnt,
Dos Santos.
totally burnt, some of them were consumed, which we'll
Yes.
discuss. So Moshe Rabbeinu, when he sees that some of the kabbanos were burned,
Especially the second fight.
confronts
First fight,
Aaron and he says, why did you do this? I instructed you
Cain had to take
to
that fight
eat
because it
all
was
of the
the Fox.
kabbanos
It was a
today.
big deal.
Okay,
It was the main event of the Fox, the first Fox
so that was
card.
we're going to go
And
through the
Cain losing.
exchange between
So
Moshe and
if
Aaron.
you look at that fight,
Kasher
Cain's running
Tziva
knee
Hashem.
braces and he was
So first of all, Aaron
fucked
says
up.
that
His
this is
meniscus
Moshe
was
to
too
Aaron.
long. He was all
I'm
fucked up.
instructing you to
Ankle.
go ahead and
He
to
couldn't
go
get
ahead
close
and
on.
consume
And then
your
he couldn't get out of the
kabbanos.
way.
Eat
So
the two
big right
pieces.
hand.
Number one,
Dropped
did
him,
you have all
stopped
done?
him.
Number two, to
And
consume the
then he comes
kabbanos.
back. Here it is.
Even
First
in the
Tyson
state of
versus
aminos. So the first thing that Moshe says to Aaron is, please understand, this is not my opinion. What I'm conveying to you comes to me from the Rebbeinu Shalom. I'm not saying this of my own volition, but rather I get anything that's open to you. But not going to follow it. This is very easy, Kasha. So let's say it's very interesting. So remember, we're going to see that there were a couple of different kabbalas that we will get into. The carbon that Aaron burnt, that
I don't know
he
where I
did
am, but I
not
was there.
consume, was
And
the
something
chatos
about
of
seeing
Rosh
that,
Chodesh.
I
So
felt
the
like,
chatos of Rosh
oh,
Chodesh.
he's
Because
about to
remember
take
again,
him out.
all of this takes place on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. So every Rosh Chodesh there is a carbon chatos, a carbon that Aaron decided not to
As
see why. The carbon that Aaron
it's
did
still
not
doesn't
eat.
change the fact that there was, I
Rather,
feel like there was an opportunity.
was the
And
chatos
that was
of
a
Rosh
very
Chodesh. Why did he do
un-Tyson-like
this? So the Gemara says,
situation.
Just don't think Tyson was Tyson
he burned
anymore
it
by this
because
time.
he felt
And
that
I
he
think
was
he was
not
a one-punch
because he was in
guy
a state
this
of
time.
aminos.
He wasn't
He
cutting
felt it
those
wasn't
crazy
important to
angles
go
to
ahead and
him.
burn
slide off to the side, grab the body, and go standing right in front of us. He lost a lot of what made him special, which was the speed of combinations.
The movement is in reverse error because you get it never got that far if you didn't do that.
Show that marvelous Tyson versus Mark's version, favorite Tyson performance. Because Mark's version looked like a total figure from the beginning of the fight. Look at him. I mean, you feel the energy from his face.
You play the clip right afterwards.
Just all marvelous. This was on ABC Wire for the Sports. I remember watching this at home. It's not just right in front of him, it's angles.
No, it wasn't because of Aminos. Why did he burn the carcass of Rosh Chodesh and not eat it? Because the coven became coming. That's why he went ahead and
that was when he was the champ. He wasn't the champ yet, but he was the champ. He was about to fight Trevor Berman.
Burned the carcass of Rosh Chodesh because of Aminos. How you just rushed her to Shafua. Then what? They should have burned all the Kavanos. They're going to offer up 3 Kavanos. The only one who burned was the carcass of Rosh Chodesh. The other 2 So what's the shot? What's the shot? It makes it in ultimately. It was like put out without 101A that 10 lines up from the top. So again, if Halakha Lamaisa was a demon in Aminos, then at the end of the day, he should have gone ahead and burned all of it. Why didn't he burn the carcass of Rosh Chodesh? It must be that what happened, the carcass of Rosh Chodesh, which was coming. That's why Halakha Lamaisa went ahead and he burned it. Okay, because there's a solid. Other possibilities. How you right the Oklahoma Alex. They could have gone ahead and it was even if you hold that they could have continued because of Aminos. At most Aminos last before death. They could have gone ahead and waited and succeeded that night. Another possibility is
he was a power puncher, man.
they were the only Kohanim. Pinchas was also there. And even if Aaron and Lazar and Tamar could not consume the Kamanos because of Aminos, Pinchas was present, and Pinchas could have gone ahead and consume the Kamanos instead. Now, before we go on, take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. You see Rashi in his Nisrafa. So it's about midway in the short parts. It's important. Rashi, that's שינה דבר תרומה, אחד שעשי ראש חודש. כמה בריון, שקורא נשכם ראש חודש. והוא היש מירים Remember again, let's go through the facts that we know, right? So Rashi, first of all, just give a little bit further Rashi. Rashi says, Moshe seen Kiru Bo Bayom. Kavanos, that's what brought that. Remember again, what's the day we're talking about? The day of the consecration of the Mishnah. Right? Remember again, Bayom HaShmini, 7 days. Day number 8, that day was Rosh Chodesh. Rashi points out there were 3 goats, 3 Sibirim that were offered up that day. Number 1, the Sibir Nachshon. What's Sibir Nachshon? Remember, on the day of consecration, there was a different number, a different tribal prince who offered up his carbon that day. That wasn't their Nachshon ben Hanira. Okay, so number 1 is Sibir Nachshon. Number 2 was Sibir Rosh Chodesh. And number 3 was Sibir Shabbat Shah. Was a special Sibir, special offering to mark the consecration of the Mishnah. So these are the 3 offerings. Again, Sibir of Nachshon ben Hanira, Sibir of Rosh Chodesh, and a special inaugural Sibir. Okay, these are all facts. Everyone agrees on. What else is the fact? Aaron burned the Sibir of Rosh Chodesh to consume the other 2.
Yeah, but he didn't in that fight. In that fight, he was
now, what are we trying to figure out? Aaron, why did he burn the Sibir of Rosh Chodesh and not consume it? Okay? This is in my focus. Rabbi Nefani says he didn't consume the Sibir of Rosh Chodesh. Why? Because he wasn't holding. Why was he holding? Because his son was a Rabbi died. That's Rabbi Nefani's opinion. And Rabbi Nefani says, no, it's not because of Aminos. Because it was because of Aminos, then what? Then he should have burned all of the Kavanos and not consume any of them. So why did he only burn 1 and consume the other 2? It must be because the Sibir of Chodesh became
took 3 years and he didn't train at all. And he came back and now he's 30.
So that's a
No strength and conditioning for 3 years, no running, no boxing. His body looked different. He fight when he came back.
there's no continuation.
No,
And the cut is short, and the cut is hollow. Those in our watch this. Really, both of these affecting the blood in the head. And also, the
see, if you find that fight,
the reason why Aaron burned the seal of
see his body
because of Aninos. And
his
remember in the years,
doesn't look the
because of
same.
Aninos,
His timing is off.
because of Aninos,
He had a
then
ton of
Halakha
ring rust. He just
again.
didn't. What's that, Jim?
It's because of
He just
Aninos.
didn't look
Then
the same.
Halakha
He didn't look the same, and I think
the white
that
people
3 years
all
they
of them.
fucked him.
There was a season very
They
different.
fucked him. They fucked him, and
Doctor
I
says
mean, look, it made him a cultural
what
hero
we
because he
call
wasn't
Kachi
moved
Shah
by Vietnam.
versus Kachi
You know, he
Doros.
famously
Kachi
his
Shah
body.
refers
It's
to those
different, man.
caballos
He's just
which
not the
are
same guy
unique
anymore.
for
He's not
man.
moving as
Versus
fast.
Kachi Doros, which
Jericho was just
are
a really
ongoing
tough guy
sacrifices.
who was
So watch
famous
this.
for
For
being able
example,
to
in
be.
these three, Senior Chodesh is what
While
we
he
call
didn't have
Kachi
endurance
Doros.
anymore,
Because that
like,
carbon will
look
be
at him.
offered in
He's
your
just
session
not the same guy anymore.
for all future generations.
He was
Versus
a shadow
this year,
of what he was
National
before. He still went on
and the
to win
special
titles,
inaugural
still went on,
year,
but
those
I
are
always
Kachi Shah.
wonder
Brother
what
wants
he
to
would
suggest
have
like
been
this.
if those 3
Aninos
years were not
only
stolen from
impacted
him in
Kachi Doros.
his
It doesn't
prime.
impact Kachi Shah. Therefore, again, I did not eat this year those children because that was Kachi Doros. That was ongoing time. But it didn't eat for this time right now, which was this year National and another, and the inaugural year. Very interesting. So we can go. Taking the college the Honeycross. But I want to know you guys about Rule Honeycross. So okay, so now you guys going to ask, how do people come in and the Rabbanon and children, the above mentioned verses? So okay, here we go. Now we're going to actually go through the entire exchange, ultimately again between Moshe and Aaron. So watch this. So we're going to tell you, the guy is too hard. So Nehemiah reads like this. So Moshe Rabbeinu confronts Aaron. So go to him again. What happened over here? They did not eat this year of Chodesh. Aaron burnt the year of Chodesh. The first thing that happens over here is that Moshe Rabbeinu confronts Aaron. Why did you not eat this year of Chodesh? Moshe Aaron. So Moshe says to Aaron, Shema Nitner, Zamar, Nitner, but this means maybe you made a mistake. And maybe you ended up bringing the blood of the Savior inside of the Kodesh. Right now, again, remember again, we've seen it before. What happens when you bring a Kachos HaKitzo inside, the blood of an outer Kachos inside of the base of the Kodesh, or inside of the Mishkan? It disqualifies it. So it says, here's what's happening over here. Aaron burns the Savior of Kodesh instead of eating it. Moshe Rabbeinu confronts and asks him, why did you do this? Why did you do this? And Moshe Rabbeinu says, maybe did you make a mistake and accidentally bring the blood inside? Is that what happened? Amalo, he said, no. Aaron said, no, I didn't bring the blood inside. Okay. Moshe says, Shema puts the Mechitzah, so Yatzasa, did you maybe keep the blood outside of the confines of the base of the Amalo, but Kodesh, I said, no, Aaron said, no, we're good. I did not take the blood outside. The Dilma, Ba'aninos Adibusa, did you maybe offer up in the state of Aninos and thereby disqualify from that? Amalo Moshe, Aaron says to Moshe, if you hate it, do you think my sons offered this up? I need it crafty. Ultimately, again, I offered it up. And also, what does it mean? I offered it up. And Aaron says to me, I offered up. I need crafty. So I offered it up. Meaning, I'm the Kohen Gadol, and I, the Kohen Gadol, offered up in the state of Aninos. Like, I was saying, the point that's really amazing. What is the precedent that the Kohen Gadol offers up? The Kohen Gadol continues his avodah in the state of Aninos. Like, what's the shot with that? Let's think about this in just a moment, right? Kohen Gadol offers up in the state of Aninos. What's the shot? What's the shot? So let's say this tremendous Musar skill. The tremendous Musar skill is that sometimes in life we have things that have to get done, and you can't let anything get in your way. There are certain missions that are so important, so holy, and so sacred that there are no excuses. There are absolutely no excuses. And I will say, this is a tremendous skill because a lot of times in life, we take on certain responsibilities, whether it's with our learning, whether it's with our avodah, whether it's with our family or tzedakah, and then whatever it is, we fill in the blank. I know it gets difficult. I don't know, I get tired. It's inconvenient. And we allow ourselves to make excuses for non-performance. There's no lack of excuses in this world for why you can't accomplish the things that want to accomplish. The challenge just is, are you committed enough to work past the excuses? Are you committed enough to push through? The Kohen represents a model where a person is so dedicated to the actualization of a spiritual goal that nothing gets
because
in the
people
middle.
never forgave
Now,
him for beating
this
up
is, the Kohen represents almost like an exaggeration of this. The Kohen is the standard that we are not held to. Aaron's children died. Aaron's children died. What does Aaron do in the aftermath of the death of his children? What does he do? Push forward. Push forward. There are no excuses. There are no roadblocks. There is nothing that stands in my way from accomplishing the things I need to accomplish in life. Now again, this is a different standard. This is a different standard. And we are not held to the standard of the Kohen Gadol. But we get our own. What are the things in your life, what are the things in our lives that ultimately have to get done? And if I have to get them done and they're important enough that they are goals in my life, then I have to be committed to not making excuses for non-performance. Not everything in life, but what are the couple of things in my life that have to get done? And once I decide those things, gotta pull out the stops. Gotta pull out the excuses. You have to pull out all of the impediments and be singularly devoted to the actualization of those goals. Such a tremendous idea. So I'm gonna let you. So what happens? Now let's bring it to the guys. Let me get this straight. Hey, who runs the Makakodesh, right? Hey, who runs the Makakodesh high stuff? So you have, I understand. The blood was not meant to be taken inside of the flesh. And it wasn't actually taken outside of the flesh. So ultimately, Moshe says to Aaron, so why didn't you eat the seed of the Kodesh? Why did you burn it? So Moshe Rabbeinu was a lesson quite beautiful also. Moshe Rabbeinu sees that his brother did something that is inappropriate. Or in his mind is inappropriate. You notice what does Moshe Rabbeinu do? Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't rush to judgment. Instead, Moshe Rabbeinu has a conversation. Aaron, I don't understand what you did. Because I don't understand why you burned the seed of the Kodesh. You should have eaten it. Did you take the blood inside the mikdash? No, I didn't do that. Did you take the blood outside the mikdash? No, I didn't do that. I made you a mistake about Minos. That's why you didn't eat it. I'm the Kohen Gadol. I could keep eating it on Minos. Which means, okay, so then why did you burn it? Then why did you burn it? Amalo is ותקראנה עושי כאלה, ואכלתי פתס היום הייתם באלה השם. So how is it Moshe? After these events occurred to you today, which events? Ultimately, again, the death of my children. I am in a state of unease. Do you think it would be appropriate for me to eat these tapas in Hashem? So I was back to Moshe. I don't think it's appropriate for me to eat this. Why not? Shema lo shamata, ela b'kadshei shah. Moshe, perhaps when you heard from Hashem that I'm supposed to eat karbanos even in a state of unease, maybe that's only Kadshei Shah. Kadshei Shah will say you're never going to use love. Those Kavanos that are unique for now, not future Kavanos. These are Kodesh, because if you think that I should be eating Kavanos in the state of Aminos, even for future generation Kavanos, or for future Kavanos, or for Kavanos that apply throughout all time, Kava Kodesh is Kava Kodesh from my machine. Uman Mansa, Kava Kodesh, Torah, Kava Kodesh, that's like the Kadshei Shah Kodesh. So let's say, you're not nice and shady in the state of unease. And I'm nice and shady about that out of all like the consecrated items is considered to be the most clean. So if you can't eat nice and shady in a state of unease, then certainly again you can't eat so essentially, I was about to Moshe, is it possible that you heard a little bit differently from Hashem? And is it possible that when you heard that I am supposed to eat in a state of unease, that only applies to Kadshei Shah, unique episodic karbanos for now, but for Kadshei Doros, for karbanos that can be offered up for future generations, you don't eat in a state of Rather, what do? You offer it and you learn it, which is why Aaron heard the Seir of Rosh Chodesh, because the Seir of Rosh Chodesh is supposed to be other to the Seir of Nachshon and Aminadav, and in inaugural Seir, the Seir of Rosh Chodesh is Kadshin Doros, and therefore again I'm not going to eat that. Versus the other one, the Seir of Nachshon and Aminadav, the inaugural Seir, those are Kadshin Shah, and I will eat it. So once again, it's Miyad. Vayishma Moshe Vayikav Be'esh. Moshe heard this. Moshe says to Aaron, right. Hoda v'lo bosh Moshe Loma lo shamati, ela shamati b'shachar. Right, so we'll say what happened. Moshe could have easily said, Aaron, I don't know, I never heard that from God, but that makes a lot of sense. Right, and we'll say no one would have ever known what Moshe heard didn't hear from God. But instead, Moshe was humble and honest, and he said, you're right. Aaron, you're right. That is what I heard, and I forgot. That is what I heard, and I forgot. So listen, so just like a tremendous exchange between the brothers. So listen, first of all, this is something really amazing. This is the recipe for how brothers get along. Right? Part number one, someone does something and you don't understand it, ask. So often in life, I will say, someone does something I don't like, what do I do? I'm out of the gate, and nothing to find something else. You always look out I don't understand what's the wrong way. They go inside, outside. There's a conversation. And that enables Aaron to go ahead and explain why he did the things that he did. And then ultimately, again, Moshe hears the explanation, and Moshe says, Aaron, you're right. Because ultimately, again, with his dialogue, there's also room for humility. And when there's room for humility, there's opportunity for someone to say, I was right, or I was wrong. There's only one thing that can happen. When you attack someone, there's only one thing that happens to your attack. What happens when you attack? Everybody gives in. Just our nature is when I feel attacked, I'm going to get defensive. When I'm going to get defensive, suddenly again, it's not about resolution, it's about being right. Listen, you want to know the secret to all this problems? The secret because we do this to each other all the time. I see something I don't like, I pounce, I attack. Okay, nothing positive in that. The way that brothers spoke to each other, this is the secret to Achdus and Klal Yisrael. We're not going to agree on everything. You see something you don't agree with, ask. But ask for the sake of understanding, not for the sake of shtucking. Yes, that is a verb, shtucking. Right? And not for the sake of shtucking. And suddenly, again, when there's dialogue, there's room. There's a conversation. And how does Moshe come out at the end? I forgot. Because with his dialogue, again, it opens the door for so much understanding and also humility. No one feels attacked. And when no one feels attacked, there's also an opportunity to say, I was wrong. Incredible. And you never should have made any types, So again, remember, this is all according to Rabbi Nehemiah. According to Rabbi Nehemiah, ultimately, again, Aaron does not eat the Seir of Rosh Chodesh because of Avidos. And again, I was saying, so again, in Rabbi Nehemiah's model, so remember, it's the Seir of Rosh Chodesh that he doesn't eat because Seir of Rosh Chodesh is Kadshin Shah. It's Kadshin Doros, is ongoing Kabbalos. And ongoing Kabbalos are not consumed in the state of Avidos. Masha'inkin Kadshin Shah, that's the Sadi Kabbalos, that's the Seir of Nachshon. And the inaugural Seir are consumed. Either you don't make it a time, you don't make mold, but the reason Aaron did not go ahead and consume the carbon was why? The Seir of Chodesh was because it became covenant. The Aaron didn't understand this. He didn't much. I was supposed to watch this. Second, go to our Kodesh. So ultimately, again, it's the same conversation. Moshe says to Aaron, why did you burn the Seir of Chodesh? Why did you not eat it? Same conversation. Moshe says to Aaron, maybe you took the blood inside of the Kodesh? And no, you didn't do that. Maybe you took it outside of the Mishkan.
It's a good time to be an old person with no science behind it. And
Maybe you offered it up in the state of Aninus, that's why it's possible. Honorable Moshe, maybe if you do up the possible to do Aninus, Moshe, who do you think offered up these kabbalas? You think my sons offered it up? My sons, well, maybe they'll go out and if they offered it up in the state of Aninus, it would be now. I need Hikrafti. I am the one who offered it up. I would give up Raifu. Hashakti will be coming. It was a one six. Moshe says to Aaron, maybe as a result of your grief, you were not careful with the kabbalas and they became Amen. Wow. Moshe says to Aaron, maybe you just want to do it your sons. You've got a lot on your mind. Maybe you just weren't attentive to the kabbalos ultimately again, and therefore they became Amen. It was a good place. I love Moshe. This was so amazing. The fact I need to is that interesting because me, Shani Medazek Kache Shamayim, that I am not careful with Kache Shani kabbalos and Shakti. But to God on Sikaela, you think that just because I lost my children, that even Eila Ukaela, Ani Medazek Kache Shamayim. Aaron says, Moshe, is that what you think of me? That because I suffered this loss, I'm not a lapse of awareness? If this were to happen to me again, I still would not take my eye off the ball. I would not allow, listen, just listen to me. This all of Shas is working for a Gemara like this for a second. We're honest with ourselves. 9.9 out of 10 times the reason we don't accomplish the things we want to accomplish in life is because we take our eye off the ball. Because we're not committed enough. Because we're not dedicated enough. Because we allow ourselves to make so many different excuses for non-performance. That's it. There are some things we don't accomplish in life because of extenuating circumstances. But that should mean we're honest with ourselves, right? If we're honest with this season, for honesty, right? Let's say, so again, if we are honest with things, right? If we're honest with ourselves, like if we're honest with ourselves, we'll say, this is so many of us, I can't say many of us, I know I'm not the person I want to be in life, and I know why it is. I can come up with a whole bunch of excuses, but they're not really valid. At the end of the day, I didn't try hard enough. I didn't work hard enough. I haven't been singularly committed to the actualization of my goal. Because the goal is to be honest with Moshe. Moshe, you think that I would take my eye off the ball because I suffered these losses? I could have these losses and more losses. And I would never lose sight of who I am, of what I am, and what I am to accomplish. So it's like, is it not the most overwhelming thing you can make a whole bunch of excuses for yourself? At the end of the day, most of them really don't hold water. You have to be honest with having a singular commitment. Nothing gets in the way of accomplishing what you want to accomplish. I will have. You didn't take the blood inside. You didn't take the blood outside. Ultimately, you had no lack of awareness. Then why did you burn the silver cover? Why did you eat it? So ultimately, again, so Aaron says to Moshe, I cut shade dolos. But in the future, like only I'm supposed to be with hands. Right now, the God of the evidence on my phone, I can even have a home of my Oman might start out on my phone, talking about the manual. Kodesh, again, here's the problem. You're not allowed to be my machine in a state of unease. If you can't be my machine, so in this exchange, Aaron was telling Moshe is, yes, I am supposed to live in the state of Aminos, but maybe not by day. By Yishma Moshe on the days, by Yitav Be'eda. Moshe may have heard what Aaron said, Lo Shamati, Ala Shamati Shachati. Moshe says to Aaron, he could have said to Aaron, you know, he never heard that. Instead, he was humble and he said, you know what, I did hear that. You remember my God. So over again, as well as what happened, according to this version, Aaron was going to eat the Sirish Kodesh. When was he going to eat it? When was he going to eat it? That night. Alright, so what happened? So the Gemara says, Tumah Ba'oni Vasa. What ended up happening was, the most incredible, what ended up happening was, Aaron, so he decided to come on, Aaron was still going to eat now, even in the state of Aminos on that day, but Kachis Dolos, he was going to eat that night. So therefore, they offered and they ate the seer of Nachshon. They offered and they ate the inaugural seer. They offered the seer of Chodesh, and they set aside the meat to eat that night. Meanwhile, what happened in the Interim? The covenant became that's not the name of the covenant, but they just weren't able to eat it. So the Shtam V'Lapana, it's in Hayom. So according to that, it makes sense why the Bible says, then Nathaniel, my Hayom, because of Nathaniel was the name of the Hayom. Focusing is the application of the Hayom. Krishna and Nathaniel Hayom just said, Pain Hayom, and Rabbanon, my Pain Hayom. Sometimes Nathaniel makes sense by the part is Pain Hayom. These events happening today, and Rabbanon, my Pain Hayom. How could come on, you need to say, Pain Hayom, did my sons offer it up? I need it to ask you, did you offer it? I offered. Amramar. How you respond to she is so what's this remember again? Now we're going back. So interestingly enough, we have two different versions about what happened. Now again, actually I take it back. Everyone agrees with what happened. What happened? They offered up three seers. Again, the seer of Chodesh, the seer of Nachshon ben Aminadab, and the inaugural seer. Two out of those three, the seer of Nachshon and the inaugural seer, were what we call Kachei Shah, were unique kabbanos for that day. One of those kabbanos, the seer of Chodesh, is what we call Kachei Dolos. That wasn't unique to that day. That's offered up every single Rosh Chodesh. Here's what we know happened. Aaron offered and ate the Nachshon ben Aminadab and the inaugural seer, and they burned the seer of Rosh Chodesh. That is what occurred. We do not focus now. Why did he burn the seer of Rosh Chodesh? First opinion, Aaron understood that the dispensation for Aminos is only for Kachei Shah, not for Kachei Dolos. And the other opinion says that ultimately, again, for the same type of distinction, that Aaron's plan was to eat the seer of Rosh Chodesh that night. He understood that, again, the dispensation for consumption of Aminos is only for Kachei Shah, not for Kachei Dolos. But before he got to eat the seer, became Tonei, and therefore he burned it. Okay. The Gemara says, in reality, if you look at your dinner naninos, then all three should have really been burned. By the way, we've never done this explicitly, we just started last week. What were the three karbanos that were offered that day? The Sanja, Hazulun, says, Sira Hatos, Zorash Moshe. So let's say, remember again, so the Sira Hatos, Moshe they were inquired about. So when it says seer, what is seer refers to? Seer Nachshon. That refers to seer Nachshon. I mean, not that because again, the offering of the tribal prince of that day. Katos, what is the Katos? Zu Katos, this refers again, it looks like to the unique seer, the unique Katos that was offered up to the inauguration. Darash, what was it inquired about? That seer Shalosh Chodesh. That refers ultimately again to the seer Rosh Chodesh. The occult Rosh Chodesh. You want to plug in all three of them with us. Talmud Omar is doing Sorah. What's in the Sorah? One of them was burned. After Mitzvah, the Lord trusted them. Every one of them was burned, but ultimately again the other two were not. Remember, this was the seer Rosh Chodesh that was fully burned, but the other two were not. Darash.
And there's different deliveries that have different effects. Unfortunately, smoking has a very instantaneous effect.
Why were there two inquiries? So really, because there's two questions over here. I'm going to know if they must have us to do Nisrafa, Ve'ilu Munachas, Ve'ilu Munachos. So what you're going to understand is, Aaron, why did you burn the seer of Rosh Chodesh? But yet you left the other two. What So
I
pretty much the beginning of the easy. Rabbi saying that interesting enough, from the history of Moshe, here's what we know. That Aaron did not burn one of them, and he like the architect, he burned one of them, and the other two were not burned. From the history of Moshe, don't know which two were left and which one was burnt. Maybe as the easy. Issue Omer, also Nasan Lachem Moshe Amar Idach, and then the Moshe says to Aaron, the covering was given to you to atone for the congregation of the Omer Zia Esir Shalosh Kodesh. Ultimately, again, they're understanding that it was Zia Kodesh, Shata Kamen, process again, remember, this was that.
Americans
This is back actually remember again to the beginning of the Sefas Shavuos. Again, we're both remember again, it's three of us for rest, which is a Katas sin offering. What does it atone for? Humas Mikdash Mikdash. Right? Any act to bankrupt and inadvertent transgressions of Tumah in the base of Mikdash. Even again, the Mikdash, the Tumah is some kind of part of the Tumah. So once we're shut in the says, that Aaron is going to this carbon that was given to atone for the cloud, ultimately again that's the Sea of Rosh Chodesh. Okay, so the Gemara says, he says, Kachay Shah, unique episodic carbonos can be consumed
words like all natural and additive free in American Spirit's
remember
labeling,
what
the suit
happened,
says
and everyone
applies
is
the
agreeing with
back
that. Everyone is
Santa
remember
Fe.
again, Aaron
Reynolds
properly
adds
offered up
ammonia
two
to
carbonos.
their cigarettes to maximize the amount of nicotine a smoker receives with the result that American Spirits contain significantly more freebase nicotine than other major cigarette brands.
Again, that was not offered up. How do you know the off
100%.
while the
I get high off
so
because I don't smoke
why
So if I smoke a couple cigarettes a week, it's a lot.
Granted, you can't eat it by day, but why can't you go eat it by night? You must have it coming like supper, aminos by the lights. This opinion must have held in our local lights, the aminos of the nighttime aminos is the lights. Supposed to be circled back to give you city as well. So not only is the aminos of the day of death the lights, but aminos of the night that follows the day of death is also the lights. Therefore, waiting till that night, ultimately doesn't do it. Number after the other possibility is, how you have to mind. They'll say, what about the fact that Pinchas was there? Pinchas was also a poet. So remember, Pinchas was not in a state of aminos. Remember again, Pinchas was the son of Elazar. Pinchas was Aaron's grandson. Pinchas' father was still up. Pinchas was not in a state of aminos. So why not allow Pinchas to eat the carbonos? Incredible bonus time. Pinchas actually hardly was in there. Fascinating. Pinchas wasn't a poet. Remember originally it was actually by Johnson maybe. This Yehuda was given over to Aaron and his son. Interestingly enough, Pinchas actually does not become the Kohen until when? He does not become a Kohen until after he kills Zimri. Zimri was husky. Remember again, also this is after there was this widespread immorality between the Jews, between the Jewish men and the brothers of Midian, and Pinchas goes ahead and engages in an act of religious zealotry, and goes ahead and kills Zimri and Husky. Only after that event did Pinchas become a Kohen. Amazingly enough, behind the death of his uncles, nothing that Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he wasn't a Kohen, therefore Allah already said there was no one else to the Kabbalah but Aaron is in himself. So the Gemara says, this is Bahai Salom Yezaro Aharot, Ris Uhunas Omer. As the Pasuk says again, when the Pinchas become a Kohen, after getting killed Zimri and Husky, then it says he will be to him and to his offspring an everlasting covenant of the Kohen. Rashi says, Shalom Ben Ashvatim. So in fact, interestingly enough, when the Pinchas become a Kohen, only once he made peace between the tribes. But also, when was that? Vayishma Pinchas HaKohen Yisrael Yigav Rashi Alpha Yisrael. So it's actually quite interesting.
Which may increase nicotine's reinforcing addictive effects.
Yoshua, Rabbi Yoshua. To see that quick look at Rashi, what does it mean that he made peace between the Shvatim? If you look at Rashi, this is the first wide line of Rashi. Rashi says, Shalom Ben Ashvatim, Hinei Yoshua, בשבט בני גד ובני Reuben, שבנו את המזבח בעבר הירדן. So this is actually quite fascinating. Remember again, Gad and Reuben and half of the tribe of Manasseh settled on the other side of the Jordan River. So the Nabi records a story where they made some mistake. They made an altar. But interestingly enough, the rest of the tribes fell that way except because they thought it was an altar for Avodah Zarah. So what happened? They massed the army. They were going to go to war against Gad and Bnei Reuben. The verse saying, now what happened? Pinchas goes ahead and dispatches a message to Israel. What are you doing? They say, hold on. It's not an altar for idolatry. It's an altar for idolatry. Pinchas quickly de-escalated the situation and averted war. So the Gemara says it was only after Pinchas made Shalom the king of Shvatim that he was made the color.
That's crazy.
Either way, the point you might make over here is at the time of having the death of another than Abihu, Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he was not a Kohen, therefore the Gemara mentioned before that, hey, even if Aaron was an Aninos, let Pinchas eat the Kabbalas, that is not a valid approach. But what about the fact? So what is so this is an aside. As to when the Pinchas actually received the mantle of the Kahuna. One of the things is actually killed in custody. Other things is actually between so what does that mean? So what about the fact that it says that the Pinchas killed Jimmy in front of you says that it will be for him and his descendants an everlasting covenant with the Kahuna? See the whole thing that actually talking about again that passage is not putting in Kahuna. Rather again that passage is ultimately telling you that it's going to have bracha. As that ultimately when Pinchas gets the Kahuna, ultimately his offspring are going to be behind him be going. What about the other thing that says, ultimately, again, that's to say that he's going to have very much his offspring going to be behind him going. Ultimately, again, it's to give property. Okay, so let's say, so bottom line is that either way, Pinchas was not yet a Kohen at the time of the death of Nadav and Abihu, and therefore there was no one else to go ahead and keep the Kabbalah to set the iron aside. So Rabbi said, just to kind of sort of, I say, here's what happened, right? Day of the inauguration of the Mishnah, Aaron, his son, Nadav and Abihu died. That we know. What happened exactly? So again, so now, what else do we know? Three Kabbalahs offered up that day. Three seers. One, Zero Chodesh. That's what we call Kachei Doros. That wasn't unique to that day. That is always going to be offered up. Cover number two, Sir Nachshon and Aminata, Sir Tribal Prince. Cover number three, the special inaugural Seer. Here's what we know. Two of them, the Sir Nachshon and Sir ultimately again of the inauguration, were offered up normally. Sir Chodesh was fully burnt, not consumed. Moshe confronts Aaron, why did you not eat the Sir Chodesh? Two different versions as to what happened. Version number one is that Aaron said to Moshe, I'm a Kohen, and I can offer and eat in the state of a nus, but only Kachei Shah, not Kachei Doros. Right? Version number two is I can go ahead and eat. I can offer and eat, but ultimately I say I can offer, but I'm only going to eat Kachei Doros at night. So therefore, again, the Seer of Shkofish is Kachei Doros, he's going to say to eat that night. What happened in between the time that he offered it and that night? He became covered. So two different dramatic versions ultimately again about what happened. Alright, let's get ready for this. Moshe Rabbeinu told Rabbi. So Moshe Rabbeinu actually, before the inauguration of Aaron on the 8th day, Moshe Rabbeinu actually operated as the Kohen Gadol. The Chodesh B'Kachei Shemayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu actually again received a Torah. Ultimately, again, in Kabbalos Shene'emar, Ne'er HaNevuim L'Moshe HaYilmano. So let's say it's incredible. So before, remember, on day number 8, when Aaron was officially inaugurated as the Kohen Gadol, for the previous 7 days, Moshe Rabbeinu functioned as the Kohen Gadol.
This
The Gemara says,
as much as
so the Gemara said before, the Gemara asked, why did Aaron have to eat the Kabbalah? That's Pinchas was before he was there. But it is true that Moshe Rabbeinu was really a Kohen Gadol, and he saw Leimer B'Halom Moshe Rabbeinu Hayimai. That is the Gemara said that Moshe Rabbeinu was with the head. Noma, shining Moshe part of the Shekhinah. The Moshe is incredible. Even if Moshe Rabbeinu did function as the Kohen Gadol, at the end of the day, he would not have eaten Kabbalah. Why not? Because he was busy with the Shekhinah.
It's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off. February, it's darker, it's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get yourself right. And it all starts with making small changes to your routine. And one of those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamins D3 plus K2, and other gifts free when you book with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. You need salt to survive. Salt is not the problem. We associate salt with high blood pressure. Salt with this, salt is not true. It's bullshit. Salt's not bad for you. First of all, there's iodized salt, which is actually good for it because it contains iodine. They add iodine to it, which is good for it. But the salt is not a bad thing. I mean, you shouldn't have too much salt. Look, if you eat enough salt, you could die. It's a that's diet. That's the point. If you're getting diabetes, it's usually from sugar. There's been a lot of misinformation that's spread because of the actual scientists that were bribed by the sugar industry. So the sugar industry, they paid a bunch of Harvard scientists who's Harvard, right? They didn't even give them a lot of money. Was it the 1950s, 1960s? So this is all been out now, but what they did was they tried to associate saturated fat and foods with saturated fat with being responsible for heart disease. And they did that to try to get the blame off of sugar. Because sugar is fucking terrible for you. It's terrible in basically every way, especially added sugar.
So why are all of these diseases that we speak of are more happening in the black community than
it's diet. It's diet. It's 100%. It's processed. It's processed food. It's diet. It's sugar. It's sugary drinks. It's the amount of sugar. Like if you drink like a 1 liter Pepsi, the amount of sugar that is in. Okay, let's find that out. How much sugar is in a 1 liter Pepsi? If you drink several of these a day, one of them, I believe, is more sugar than you're ever supposed to have.
Pepsi is the one that's
well, it could be Coca-Cola, it could be Pepsi, Mountain Dew, name it, pick your poison.
I think it's one.
Well, Pepsi's, I don't know, does Pepsi have more sugar than Coca-Cola? I don't know. Coca-Cola is one of the only things that's still flavored with cocaine. Sugar content, 123 grams in a 1 liter bottle. That's a crazy amount of sugar. 25 teaspoons, 35 sugar cubes. That's 130%, 138% of the recommended daily value of sugar. That's where people are getting type 2 diabetes. They're getting it from excess sugar, specifically excess sugar. Like in a liquid form, your body does not know what the fuck to do with that because nowhere in nature do you get sugar in a liquid form. Like even orange juice. Like people like orange juice is good for you. It's not. drinking orange juice. Yeah, you're going to get some vitamin D, but you're also going to get vitamin C, vitamin B. You're also going to get a gigantic dose of sugar that has no fiber in it, but it goes straight to your bloodstream. Fruits and vegetables, you get a low calorie, you get fructose rather than high fructose corn syrup. Sugar for fruit is the best sugar for you because it's attached to fiber. That's a slow release sugar, like if you eat an apple.
Fascinating discussion
It's a
regarding
natural way that
aminos,
your body
and
consumes sugar.
specifically again
But there's no
the impact of aminos on Kava Pesa, the impact of aminos ultimately again on the following night. And also remember again the world of aminos, really 4 different stages of aminos. Aminos of the day of death, aminos of the night following the day of death, aminos of the day of burial, and aminos following the day of burial.
Eve never
So
talked to God. Adam talked to God. Adam told God not to eat the fruit. There's nowhere in the Bible does it say that Adam went and told Eve.
This is why we should start
The fact that
not
you
just
said before
down to
that
listening
the
to
day of death, right? So remember there's aminos on the day of the day of
Genesis
burial,
is not
and the night
specifically
following the
specified
burial
what
is
kind
also
of
in the
fruit
state
Adam
of
ate,
aminos
only that it was a fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, so it's not necessarily an apple. We call it an apple. The text never names the species, apple, fig, etc. The Hebrew word is carry a general term meaning fruit without a botanical detail. Where the apple idea came from over time, Jewish and Christian interpreters proposed many candidates, including fig, grape, pomegranate, citron, and others. Now, common idea is that an apple developed later in European tradition. By wordplay in Latin, Old French, where the words evil and apple or fruit sounded or spelled similar. So it's not necessarily an apple.
I really don't know what to
In
believe.
Hayom, and in Hayom Aser, the light law of Moses. So interesting enough, now
The crazy thing is that,
this is the
I
passage
found
by
something
Nadav
because
and
I've actually
right
read
in
that there's no
where remember
reference whatsoever to Adam telling Eve, you're not supposed to eat the fruit from the
and
plant
Aaron's two
with
sons,
the knowledge of good and
Nadav
evil.
and Abihu, are killed.
Yeah.
Okay, again, they died as a result of whatever the nature of the particular affair was.
What happened was God created Adam. This is what Genesis says. God created Adam and then told Adam,
Moshe
go name all the
confronts
animals.
Aaron
And then,
about
when he was done with
burning
that,
certain
Adam ate
kabbalos
them.
and not eating certain kabbalos.
But he never
So
said,
Aaron essentially says to
it never
Moshe,
says in the Bible, Adam told
Aaron al
Eve
Moshe,
to not
hey,
eat
Hayom
the
Gibis
apple.
Hakasamet, Allah Samet Hashem, Atikero Sika Ela. So Aaron
The
essentially
problem with
says
the
to Moshe,
Bible
these
is,
events
first of
occurred
all,
to
that
me
it was an
today.
oral
How could
tradition
I be able
forever.
to go
So it
ahead
was an
and
oral
actually
tradition
partake
for
of
a
the
long
carbon?
time before it
Now,
was
the
ever written
events
down.
that
And it
Aaron
was written down in a bunch of ancient
the events that
languages.
Aaron is referring
It was
to
written down
are
ancient
events that
Hebrew, it was
Aaron
written down
is referring
Aramaic,
to
Aramaic.
as the
And then
death
when you
of Nadav and
translate
Abihu.
ancient
So
Hebrew
Aaron
to
was in a
first,
state of
they translate
Aminos
it to
when he was
Latin,
having this
and then they translate
conversation
it
with
to
Moshe
Greek,
Rabbeinu.
and all these
So he
other
says,
maybe
"In
Greek first.
Hayom,
I forget which one
Ani
was first.
Hayom
Either way,
Aser Balayla
the
Mutter." So
translations
Aaron was
miss
saying
a
to Moshe,
lot of
today,
the
right
language.
now, I'm
So
in a
they're
state
very
of Aminos,
complicated.
and as
Ancient
a
Hebrew
result
is
of
a
that
very
state of
complicated
Aminos,
language,
I am
and
not
the
permitted to
numbers
partake
double
of
as
these
letters in
kabbalos.
ancient Hebrew. So
Who was
ancient
almost
Hebrew
for the
doesn't
future
have
generations,
numbers.
being
All
by
their
Yom,
words
being
have
by
a
Layla,
numerical
also
value
the
to
Rebbe
them.
Huda. This was unique to Aaron. For the future generations, ultimately, again, the Aminos will extend both by day and by night. Rebbe says, Aminos Layla,
Definitely wanting to believe in something, but then specifically, if you look at like the teachings of Jesus Christ, if you
But
follow
nighttime
them, I
Aminos,
think
meaning the
it'll
night
lead to a better
following
life.
the
I
day
think it
of
makes you a
death,
better person. It
that
makes you a
is
better
only
member of the
Drabana.
community.
To which the Gemara says, we
Reinforces community.
In reality,
It's like a really good way to
the
live
night
your life. So I
following the
think
day of death
people
is
that live that
Aminos
way, that actually live that way,
top of Kobah,
they're better examples of
101A.
human beings.
The
So
Chachamim
that
also
makes it
physically
reinforced. But it's
Yoser
also people. There's a lot of other religions that people believe in that don't have those aspects to them. People want to believe things. People want to believe in things, even if you like Scientology. People deeply believe in Scientology. We know it was written by a science fiction author who was a bad science fiction author, not one of the most terrible books. Like that guy would just bang books out. He never rewrote shit. Everything was a first draft. Just he wrote more fiction than any human being has ever lived. And they also wrote Scientology.
What is the status of the Now we're going to get into it.
Like you said,
He
people
came
want
into
to.
the sea,
And my life is fucked up, and I really want to. So this is my city, but I believe in this. It's going to get me
the
out of
halachos of Aminos, as you know,
versus Paganos, he heard out from the death of another Rabbi. Like this episode, it ultimately conveys to us all of these Kavanos. So the Gemara says, when we look at the Rishonos or Pasha, there are three different phrases of what we'll call Siva or instruction. He came to me, see, this is what I was commanded. Kasher tzivisi, as I was commanded, and kasher tziva Hashem, as Hashem commanded. Okay, what is it? He came to me, see, ba'aninos yochulu. So ultimately, the first thing that Moshe Rabbeinu says to Aaron is, I was commanded to instruct you that Aaron, you are to eat your karbanos even in a state of anim. And then we're going to look at so that which applies to Aaron may or may not apply to other people. Like because halakha l'meisa, Aaron is a kohen gadol. So what works for Aaron, like I said, may or may not work for others.
I think it's a scam.
He came to me, see, ba'aninos yochulu. Society, you want to go ahead and eat karbanos even in a state of animos. Kasher tzivisi, as I commanded you. The Shas Ma'aser Amalek. Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, Moshe Rabbeinu was giving this over literally again the Shas Ma'aser. The Shas Ma'aser means in the midst of Aaron's animals. Look at that for just a moment. The Shas Ma'aser, Barash Yarmoin, Yeshua Lahem Animusa. When Aaron literally again became an old man, Amar Lahem Shloim Noah Yakilas Kachim. He was telling them, do not abstain. Moshe Rabbeinu was telling Aaron, do not abstain from eating kachim. Sh'shar yadmura she'eshvav she'chalu kaninos hayu b'kachim sh'ar yamim. Ukishash nisrafa Amar Lahem Achos Tofu Osa Hayu Lahem La'okla Kasher Tzivisi Eshem B'Shas Ma'aser. So when Nadav and Abihu died, and Aaron and his sons, and lost his two remaining Elazar and Tamar, were in a state of animals, Moshe Rabbeinu said to them, Pedro, you are to eat the karbanos. Let's offer the karbanos and eat the karbanos. So we're going to get this a little bit. We're going to see
So in that, if you win, you don't get all the money.
We're going to see
You get the money over a
that some of them were
long
burned,
period of
totally
time.
burned, some of them
But
were consumed.
if you
We'll
take the
discuss.
second option,
So Moshe
it's a
Rabbeinu, when he sees
significantly,
that some of the
like here's a
karbanos
good
were
example.
burned, he confronts Aaron and he says, why did you do this? I instructed you to eat all of the karbanos today. Okay, Amalahan. So that was going to go through the exchange between Moshe and Aaron. Amalahan. Kasher tziva Hashem. So first of all, Aaron says to Moshe says to Aaron, I'm instructing you to go ahead and consume your karbanos. Eat, there's two pieces. Number one, because you have all done it. Number two, consume your karbanos. Eat in the state of animals. So the first thing that Moshe says to Aaron is, please understand, this is not my opinion.
What I'm saying
What
is,
I'm
Epstein
conveying to
won
you
the
comes
lottery.
to me
His
from
company,
the
Zorro Trust, won an $80 million
I'm not saying this of my own volition, but
and
rather
then
anything
they
that's
took
over
the
to you
payoff, and the payoff was
from that
over
Kaddish
$1
Baruch. The Moses,
his company bought a ticket for the lottery. Yes,
that there were a couple
Zorro
of different
Trust,
kavanos
which is
that
his
we were
company.
getting to.
They
The
won the
carbon
lottery, which
that
is very
Aaron
suspicious. But not only that, he won the lottery right after he was arrested and went to jail
was the
for fucking
pathos
kids
of
or having
Rosh
sex or
Chodesh.
whatever
Right,
was
the pathos of Rosh Chodesh.
sexual
Because remember again,
jobs, whatever it was.
all of this takes
So
place
half
on
the
Rosh
room is
Chodesh
underage.
Yisa.
No, but
So every Rosh Chodesh there is a carbon kanon.
So
The carbon
then
that Aaron
when
decided
he
not decided. Let's see
went
why.
and
The carbon that
got the
Aaron did not
lottery
eat.
money, the company took the
Rather,
payoff. The payoff
burnt
out
in
of
his
an
gap
$80
was the
million
pathos of
payment.
Rosh
The
Chodesh.
$80 million
Why did he
jackpot
do this?
was
So
only
the
$30
Gemara
million.
says,
So if you want the money, you take 30.
He
So not only did they take 50
felt that he
out
was
of the
not
80,
felt because he
but
was
then
in a state
you
of
think about how many
he
people
felt it wasn't
spend
important to
money
go ahead
buying
and burn
lottery
the
tickets.
Katmiyamar.
It's way more than 80 million. So they
Yeah,
make
but the
money
party
off
does
of that,
like
and
this.
then they make
That's
money
what
off the
I
fact
said.
that you want the payoff instead of
These
the
things happen to me. How
So
could I
they have
consume the karma? All right, the story's going to come together in just a little bit. I'm going to quote Locasio, Hot Labido, Hot Labido.
It's
This is not like to
legalized
give Labido.
gambling where the
Whereas
household
ultimately,
is
again,
like let's
we are
find
right
that out.
to
Like
let's
say
Sanyo.
let's find
Amilos Sankulo.
an
Aaron
average
did not go
jackpot
ahead
of
and
$10
or
and
did not
find
eat
out
it, did
how
not
much
go and
money
eat the practice
actually
of Rosh
goes
Chodesh.
into
He burnt
it,
it
how
because
much
of
money
Amilos.
people spend
versus how much money you pay out. So in this,
the reason that Aaron did not keep the purpose of Rosh Chodesh was because he was in a state of anemia.
so
Gemara says that Rabbi Yehuda B'Shimon said,
say
it makes Tuma Yisrafa. No, that wasn't because of anemus. Why did he burn the carcass of Rosh Chodesh and not eat it?
they have to
Because the
tax
covenant
to
became
get
covenant.
for the money.
That's why he went ahead and
No,
burnt
that's
it.
the state.
So the Gemara says, Shema Omer Ve'anemus Yisrafa.
It's a
Because
whatever
if you say that Aaron
not only
burned
that,
the
you pay
carcass of
taxes.
Rosh Chodesh
So
because
say
of
if you get
anemus,
that, yes.
how you
So say if you take that $30 million payout, you don't even get 30 million.
then what
Then
they
you have to
should
pay
have burned
taxes on the
all
30
of the
million, so they
kabbalah.
get
So
money
they're
from
going to
that
see
too.
you offered up
They
three
can't
kabbalos.
fucking
The only
use.
one he
If
burnt
a
was the
person
carcass
has
of
never
Rosh
seen,
Chodesh. The other two
barely seen
he
$1,000
consumed.
in here,
So what's the
and he's
shot?
like $1
What's the
million,
shot?
saying about a
If
$2
it's a
million.
thing, ultimately, we'll say,
Exactly.
Kupa,
And
Vanilla,
over
101,
time,
$8,
most
$10 from the
people
top.
are not
So
going
let's
to
say,
win.
so again,
So
if
most people are
halakha
dumping money
l'maisa,
into it.
if halakha
There was a
l'maisa was a
story
thing
of
in
y'all know
Anilos,
exactly
then
what
at
it was.
the end
I
of
think
the
she
day,
might
he
have
should
had a
have
lot
gone
of it.
ahead
Where
and
they
burned all of
gave
them.
her two
Why
options.
would
She
he
could
just
either
burn
get
the carcass of Rosh Chodesh? It must
a
be
payout of
that what
like
happened, the carcass of Rosh Chodesh became
right up
covered.
front.
That's why halakha
They
l'maisa
gave her,
went
I
ahead
think
and
it was
he
like
burned it.
$20,000
Okay,
every
the
month
Gemara says as
for
follows.
as
So,
long as she lived.
other
Yeah,
possibility,
and
how
she
you
did
write
this
the
for a good
Oklahoma
living. That is kind of
they
crazy.
could have
But if
gone
you
ahead,
consider
and
the
was
fact
even if
that
you
she was
hold,
probably
that
20,
they
21, her
couldn't
life
consume it
expectancy
because
probably
of
she was
Aminos,
right, so she
at
probably lived
most
to
Aminos
132.
last his day of death.
You know what
They
I'm
could
saying?
have
She
gone
looked
ahead
like
and
that was a smart. A lot of people would not understand that. That was
that
smart there.
night.
But I don't think it's for the rest of your life. I think it's until it
They
reaches
weren't the
that
only
number.
Kohanim. Pinchas
I
was
don't think
also
they're
there.
going to give you money
And
for the rest
even
of your
if
life.
Aaron, Elazar, and
Maybe it's a
Tamar
different
could
kind
not
of
consume
lottery
the
that I'm not
Kabbalos
aware of.
because of
I
Aninos,
think it was something
Pinchas
small
was
she
present.
lived.
And
That sounds
Pinchas
right.
could have gone ahead
All right, here it
and
is. Typical Mega Millions jackpot
Pinchas could
run.
have gone
Total
ahead
ticket
and
revenue
consumed
is
the
usually
Kabbalos
several times
instead.
the
Now,
advertised
before we go
jackpot.
on,
But
take
there's
a
no
quick
saying
look
a
at
fixed
Rashi for just a
average
moment.
because
You see
sales
Rashi
vary
in
enormously with the jackpot
Misrafa.
size. Still,
So it's about
you can get
midway
a
down
good
in the short
ballpark. So
part. So
around
this is important
50%
Rashi.
of ticket
Rashi
revenue goes into the
Shenada
overall
Batuma,
prize pool.
the
So
Kata Shafir
government makes
Chodesh, the
50%
Kabbalah
right off the
Bayam,
bat.
Shafar Mishkabar
So
Chodesh,
it's a
Nisan,
$100 million
the Hu
payout.
Hanish
They
Nidiri,
already
the
made
website.
$100
Remember
million.
again,
So
let's
that's
go through
$200
the
million
facts
is what
that
they
we
made.
know over
They
here,
throw in
right?
$100 million
So
for
Rashi
everybody.
Pesach, Shvira Lord
Of that
Before
prize
Rashi,
pool,
Rashi says,
roughly two-thirds to three-quarters is allocated to the
three
jackpot,
kabbalos
with the
that
rest
were brought
funding lower
that
tier
day. So remember
prizes.
again, what's
So
the
that
day we're
means
talking
even if
about?
there's $200
The
million,
day of the
out
consecration
of
of the
$100 million,
Mishkan.
only
Right?
two-thirds
Remember
of
again,
it goes
Bayom
into the
HaShmini,
big jackpot.
on the 8th day, Moshe
And
Rabbeinu
that means the
consecrates for
jackpot
the
is
first 7
typically in the
days.
order of
The
one-third
day
of
number
total
8, which
ticket
is the
sales
primary
that
consecration
run.
day, Aaron
And
and
then
his
out of
sons
that
take over.
one-third, so say
That
if it's
day
100 million,
was
or with the
Rosh
Epstein
Chodesh
case, it was 80
Nisan.
million. He
Rashi
took
points
the
out
payout,
there
which
were
was 30
three
million, so they
goats,
make 50
three
on
that were
top of
offered
that.
up that day.
And then on
Number
top
one,
of that, you
Siyah
pay
Nachshon.
taxes on that
And we'll say,
30.
what's Siyah Nachshon?
It's a crazy
Remember,
scam
what
to
days
me.
of consecration,
What the fuck
there was
they
a
want?
different
I
Nasi,
think they
different
probably tell me
Tabbathins
pay certain
who offered up
I
this
think they
cover
probably
that day.
pump a
That
certain
was the day of
amount
Nachshon
of
ben
activities to
Aminadab.
just to get you addicted
Okay,
to
so number
keep
one is
running
Siyah
this, make
Nachshon.
money.
Number two was Siyah Rosh
How it's
Chodesh.
supposed to
And
be
number three
random.
was the
You
Siyah
know, I
Shabbat
don't know
Shah.
how
Was a
much
special
oversight.
Siyah,
Look, if
special
a guy like
offering
Jeffrey Epstein
to
could
mark
win,
the
I don't know how much
consecration of the
oversight is.
Mishkan.
I know
So these are the three
back in
offerings.
Boston,
Again,
their
Siyah
Whitey
Nachshon ben
Bulger
Aminadab,
won.
Siyah of
See
Rosh
if this is
Chodesh,
true. I think
and a
he won the
special
lotto
inaugural
twice,
Siyah. Okay,
which
these
is
are all
crazy.
facts. Everyone agrees on it.
Whitey
What else
Bulger
is the
was a
fact?
South Boston
Aaron
mob boss
burned the Siyah of Rosh
in the
Chodesh. They consumed
1980s
the
when I
other
lived there.
two.
The
They
1980s
consumed
and
the other
90s.
two. So now what are we trying to figure out?
Yeah, he was a
Aaron, why did
dangerous,
you burn the
dangerous guy.
Siyah of
He was
Rosh
the guy
Chodesh
that
and not
movie that
consume
Leonardo
it?
DiCaprio starred in.
This
Jack
is a
Nicholson.
machlokas. Rabbi Nefemiah
Was that
says
movie, Jamie?
he didn't consume
Remember
the
that
Siyah
movie
of
that
Rosh
was based
Chodesh.
on
Why?
Whitey Bulger?
Because he was in Onan.
The
Why was he
Departed?
in Onan? Because
Yeah,
his son,
okay. That was based on Whitey
died.
Bulger.
That's the mechanism. David Abishai said, no, it's not because of Anilos. Because it was because of Anilos, then what? Then he should have burned all of the carbons and not consumed any of them. So why did he only burn one and consume the other two? It must be because the silver colors became common. That's what happened over here. Looks like, so that's a machlokas. That's a machlokas. So the Gemara says, listen, Rabbi Amar says,
Yeah, he won the fight.
There's no contradiction. And the Kadshe Shah, and the Kadshe Doros. So now watch this. Watch this. Really, both of these reflect the view of Rabbi Yechanan. The most of them are going to go to the hold. And the Kenny hold that the reason why Aaron burned the seal of Kodesh was because of Anilos. Aaron never going to realize that it's because of Anilos. And what? Because of Anilos. Then Halachah Lamaisa again.
It would show that this is where
because of Anilos.
Like, these guys would all own businesses, but the reason why they would own businesses is so they can show why they drive a Cadillac, why they have a mansion, why they have this, because they have legitimate businesses. But really, these businesses were scams.
Versus Kachidolos. Kachishah refers to those Kabbalos which are unique for now, versus Kachidolos which are ongoing sacrifices. So watch this. For example, in these three, Siyar Kodesh is what we call Kachidolos, because that carbon will be offered in your
cash,
all future
50% of
generations.
the winnings. Vulture
The
himself
Siyar
paid Michael
Nachshon and
Lewinsky
Nadab, and the special
$700,000 once he
Anointing
lost
Siyar,
money in the
those
deal.
are
He
Kachishah.
had no choice.
Rabbi wants
It
to
came down
suggest
to
like
selling the
this.
ticket or risking his
Aminos
life.
only
Yeah, so that's how
impacted
it usually works.
Kachidolos. It doesn't impact
Why he was a snitch.
Kachishah.
Yeah.
Therefore,
He was a
again,
snitch and he got caught in Santa
I
Monica.
did not see the Siyar of Kodesh because that's a Kachidolos. That was ongoing carbon. But he did do the unique Kabbalah for this time right now, which was the Siyar Nachshon and Nadab,
Because he was
and the
turning
inaugural
other people
Siyar.
in.
Very
He
interesting.
was a
So we
kingpin.
defend off. Safety is Khalid's the Hanukkah. But I want to make you guys not rule on it. So it's like, not going to ask, how do both parts of the defend and Rabbanah interpret the above mentioned verses? So say, here we go. Here we go. Now we're going to actually go through the entire exchange, ultimate deal between Moshe and Aaron. So watch this. When the defend off, the time is too hard.
Not anymore. But that was the
So
joke of
the
the mafia,
defendant
too.
reads like this.
The mob
But
would never rat out.
so Moshe then confronts Aaron. As well as Emmer again. What happened over here? They did not eat the Siyar Rosh Chodesh. Aaron burned the Siyar Rosh Chodesh. The first thing that happens over here is that Moshe confronts Aaron. Why did you not eat the Siyar Rosh Chodesh? Amar lo Moshe Aaron. So Moshe says to Aaron, Shema Nishna Dama L'Tnai B'Letzin. Maybe you made a mistake. Maybe you ended up bringing the blood of the Siyar inside of the Kodesh. Right now, again, Moshe, remember again, we've seen this before. What happens when you bring a Chatas inside the front of an outer Chatas inside of the Beit HaMikdash or inside of the Mishkan? It disqualifies it. So it's here's what's happening over here. Aaron burned the Siyar Rosh Chodesh instead of
Kept their mouth shut because of
Moshe
that.
Rabbeinu
And so
confronts
guys would go to
and
jail
asks
all
him,
the time and
why
never
did you
open
do
their mouth,
this?
and they
Why
would
did
be
you do this?
rewarded and
And
they would
Moshe
get
says,
out.
maybe
They'd
you
have a
make a
party for him,
mistake
celebrate.
and
That's in
accidentally bring
Goodfellas.
the
You kept
blood
your mouth shut.
inside. Is
You
that
never
what
said
happened?
nothing. That was the
Ramon
whole
said,
thing.
no, Tayin Lofi Ba'asdama.
That changed
Aaron
though,
said, no,
like with
no,
John
I didn't
Gotti.
bring the blood
Like
inside.
the government
Moshe says,
no
Shema
seminals,
Chutzpah
and
Mitzasa Yasasa.
it
You
wasn't
should maybe
just
take
them.
the
Like
blood
they were all
outside of the
snitching on
confines of the
everybody.
Beit
It's
HaMikdash.
like they got these
Amaro,
guys.
Bakodesh Shaisa.
We had
Aaron said, no, we're good. I did not take the blood outside. If your mom, but I knew not how to do so because the whole process was, did you really offer it up in the state of Aninos and thereby disqualify like that? Amar Moshe. So Aaron says to Moshe, if you hate it, you think my sons offered this up? I need it not. Ultimately, again, I offered it up. And what does that mean? I offered it up. And Aaron says to me, I offered it up. So I need grafting. So I offered it up. And Aaron said, I'm the Kohen Gadol, and I, the Kohen Gadol, offered up in a state of Aninos. Right? I just want to point out something amazing. What is the fact that the Kohen Gadol offers up? The Kohen Gadol continues his avodah in a state of Aninos. What's the shot with that? What's the thing about this is the moment, right? Kohen Gadol offers up in a state of Aninos. What's the shot? What's the shot? So look at this. Tremendous Musa Haskell. The tremendous Musa Haskell is that sometimes in life we have things that have to get done, and you can't let anything get in your way. There are certain missions that are so important, so holy, and so sacred that there are no excuses. There are absolutely no excuses. And the most like, this is a tremendous story because a lot of times in life, we take on certain responsibilities, whether it's with our learning, whether it's with our avodah, whether it's with our family, our tzedakah, and then whatever it is, you fill in the blank. I know it gets difficult. I don't know, I get tired. It's inconvenient. And we allow ourselves to make excuses for non-performance. There's no lack of excuses in this world for why you can't accomplish the things that want to accomplish. The challenge just is, are you committed enough to work past the excuses? Are you committed enough to push through? The Kohen represents a model where a person is so dedicated to the actualization of a spiritual goal that nothing gets in the middle. Now, this is the Kohen represents almost like an exaggerated example of this. The Kohen is a standard that we are not held to. Aaron's children died. Aaron's children died. What does Aaron do in the aftermath of the death of his children? What does he do? Sorry.
Motherfuckers don't give a fuck about being funny. Are those days over? No. Those people that do that are almost always not. Almost always. The only exception to that is Cat. And I think what Cat was doing was different, because what Cat was doing was exposing what he thought was snakes and liars. Okay, it's a different thing.
What are the things in your life? What are the things in our lives that ultimately again have to get done? And if I have to get them done and they're important enough that they are goals in my life, then I have to be committed to not making excuses for non-performance. Not everything in life, but one of the core things in my life that have to get done, and once I decide those things, I gotta pull out the stops. Gotta pull out the excuses. You have to pull out all of the impediments and be singularly devoted to the actualization of those goals. Such a tremendous idea. But I'm gonna so what happens? Now let's answer the guys. Let me get this straight. Hey, who runs the Bakodesh, right? Hey, who runs the Bakodesh high school? See how Aaron's day. If the blood was not accidentally taken inside of the Mikdash, and it wasn't accidentally taken outside of the Mikdash, so ultimately Moshe says to Aaron, so why didn't you eat the Seir Bakodesh? Why did you burn it? So Moshe Rabbeinu, okay, that is actually quite beautiful also. Moshe Rabbeinu received that his brother did something that is inappropriate. Well, or in his mind is inappropriate. You notice what does Moshe Rabbeinu do? Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't rush to judgment. Instead, Moshe Rabbeinu has a conversation. Aaron, I don't understand what you did. Because Aaron said, why you burned the Seir Bakodesh, which you should have eaten. Did you take the blood inside the Mikdash? No, I didn't do that. Did you take the blood outside the Mikdash? No, I didn't do that. I gave you a mistake of amigos, that's why you didn't eat it. I'm the one drug one.
They are jealous.
Okay,
They are
so then why did you burn it?
shit.
Then why did you burn
Like
it?
whenever I see someone who's talking shit about me, it's jealous.
Aaron says to Moshe, after these events occurred to me today, which events? Ultimately, again, the death of my children. I am in a state of amigos. You think it would be appropriate for me to eat this effort in the act of Hashem? So Aaron says back to Moshe, I don't think it's appropriate for me to eat this now. Why not? Shema lo shamato. Moshe, perhaps when you heard from Hashem that I'm supposed to eat karbanos even in a state of aminos, maybe that's only kachir shah. Kachir shah will say we're never going to use what? Those karbanos that are unique for now, not future karbanos. Use bakodesh because Kishi's think that I should be eating karbanos in a state of aminos. Even for future generation Kabbalos, for future Kabbalos, so Kabbalos that apply throughout all time. Kavachomer Metzrakah, and Kavachomer from Meister Shadis. Uman Meister, Kavachomer Torah, Law, Kalpi, only Yemenis, that right, the country goes for culture. So what's like, you're not allowed to eat Meister Shadi in the state of Amis. And now Meister Shadi, I will say, out of all like the consecrated items, is considered to be the most religious. So if you can't eat Meister Shadi in a state of Aminos, it's certainly you can't eat Kachir Dora. So what's the fact? So essentially, Aaron's back to Moshe is possible that you heard a little bit differently from Hashem. And it's possible that when you heard that I am supposed to be in a state of aminos, that only applies to Kachir Shah. You eat at the side karbanos for now. But for Kachir Doros, for karbanos that will be offered up for future generations, you don't eat in a state of aminos. Right away you do it, you offer it, and you burn it. Which is why Aaron burned the Seir Kodesh, because the Seir Kodesh is supposed to be obviously the Seir Nachshon and Aminadav, and the inaugural Seir, the Seir Kodesh is Kachir Doros, and therefore again I'm not going to eat that.
I got those shoes for you.
Versus the other ones, the Seir Nachshon and Aminadav, the inaugural Seir, those are Kachir Shah and I will eat. So again, it's Miyad, such a beautiful word. Miyad, Sayishma Moshe Vayitav Be'er. Moshe heard this. Moshe says to Aaron, right. Hold up below the phrase, Moshe Loma Lo Shamati, Ela Shamati Tishaka. That is also what happens. Moshe then could have easily said, Aaron, I don't know, I never heard that from God,
the reason
but that
why
makes a lot
these
of
comedians
sense.
are doing
Right?
it
And
is
we'll say,
because
no
they're
one
never
would ever know
bigger
what
than the
you're
comedians they're shitting on.
God. But it's the words that we knew. It's
1,000%.
humble and honest,
And
and
you
you're
know
right.
what it is, Joe?
And
You're
they're
right.
never good.
You're right.
You
That
know
is
what
what
it
I
is, too,
heard,
Joe?
and I forgot.
Is that
That
deep
is what
down
you, that is what I
inside,
heard,
they
and I
want to
forgot.
be that
The rest is
person.
just like a
100%.
And I tell you,
Or they want to
tremendous
be in the position
exchange
that person's in is a
between the
better way of
brothers.
putting it.
So we'll say, so first of all,
I'll tell you this
you
story.
see
I
something
realize I'm
really
not going to say
funny.
names, but there's so many people that can be
This
guilty
is
of
the
it.
recipe
And this
for
is
how
the part that
brothers
I
get
hear
along.
that understands
Right?
me.
Part number one,
That
someone does
disturbs me
something
is that,
and you don't understand it,
the loudest people that bitch the most,
ask.
they at
Don't
some point in their career,
so often in life, if someone does something I don't like, what do I do?
they
Boom,
had
I'm
these
out
opportunities.
of
Some
the
point in
gate,
their career,
and I
guess what? They had the
nothing
agencies.
positive
They
ever
had the
happens when
agencies.
you
And
attack
something
someone.
happened in their
You don't
career
understand
where
why
they
someone did
fell out of
something.
favor.
Yes.
Whatever you want to call
Yours
it,
is how
whatever
God
you want to call
kept
that.
it. Hey,
For whatever
I
reason,
don't
what they did,
understand what you
they
did, so we
just
talked
like
it out.
too much
Did something
fame. But
happen
now,
with the blood? Did you
everything
make you off first
that
in the
they
wrong
wrote,
way?
whatever
Did
they
it go
wanted to do,
inside,
now it's
outside?
all
It comes
to fuck
into
this
the teaching.
opportunity
And
because
that
it has some
enables
sexual
Aaron to
favors,
go
all that type
ahead
of shit.
and
And when the fuck
explain
you try to laugh,
why
but it's not
he
even
did
sexual.
the
Like,
things
I'll tell you
It's
that
like
this.
they
he did.
criticize the
And
work
then
of the other
ultimately,
person.
again,
That
we're
person
going to
ain't
give the
shit. That person
explanation.
sucks.
And Moshe Rabbeinu says, Aaron,
There's,
you're right.
here's,
Because
there was,
ultimately, again, with this dialogue,
Come on, you get this all the
you
time
wrestle
because
rules
you
with
ride with
humility.
Dave, and Dave's
And
number
with his
one,
room
right?
for
So
humility,
you
it's opportunity for someone to
always get
say,
this
I was
label,
right.
even though you're
I
a great
was wrong.
comic, you get
That's
this
the
label of
eighth
being
thing.
a
We'll say,
coattail
there's
rider.
only one thing that can
and
happen.
guess
When
what?
you attack someone,
Everybody,
there's
this
only one
is what I
thing
try
that
to
happens when you
explain
attack.
to
What
people,
happens
Joe.
when you attack?
Everybody
Everybody gets
does
hit.
not have to
It's
be
just
that
our
bad.
nature is when I feel attacked, I'm going to get
I don't
defensive.
have a
Or I'm going to get
problem
defensive. Some of you are
being
going to find out
Robin.
there's a
You know
weekend
why?
about being
Because
right.
Robin got the same
Listen,
amount of
you
screen
want to know
time
the
as
secret to
Batman.
all the problems,
The reason why I say,
because
this is what I
we
get,
do
and
this
I'm
to each other all
telling
the
you
time.
this, Joe.
I see something I don't like, I pounce. Okay,
This is
nothing
what
happens like that.
fucks
The way
me.
that brothers spoke to each other,
This is what fucks me
this
up.
is
And
the
I can tell
secret
you
to
an example.
half
I'm gonna give you an example.
Don't give
We're
me
not going to
examples.
agree
I'm
on
gonna tell you.
everything. If you see
I'm
something
gonna
you
tell you
don't
why.
agree with,
Because your fucking
ask.
shirt
But
is fucking
ask for the sake
triggering
of
me.
Kill Tony?
understanding, not
I mean,
for
the
the sake of
greatest
stuffing.
comedy show
Yes,
of all
that is a
time.
verb,
Have you
stuffing.
known you?
Right? Not for the
There's a
sake
lot of
of
lies.
stuffing. And suddenly, again, when there is
This is
dialogue,
what they say.
there's room.
This is what they
There's room.
say.
There's
Don't pay
beautiful
attention to what they
teaching.
say.
And how does Moshe Rabbeinu come out at the end?
Yo, you told
What are you playing?
He said, I was wrong. I forgot. I forgot. Because it is dialogue. Again, it opens the door for so much understanding and also humility. No one's going to attack.
You
And when no
gotta
one's
stop
going to
paying
attack, there's
attention
nothing
to
else
it.
to say.
Do you
That
know
was
what
wrong.
it would happen to me
Incredible.
if I paid
Incredible.
attention to all
Now,
the
you
haters
ready
that
to
I
make
have?
the title?
I would go crazy.
That was it. So again, remember, this is all going to be the Kenya. Going to be the Kenya. Ultimately, again, Aaron does not eat the seer of Kodesh because of Adinos. And again, about sex. So again, in Rabbi Kenya's model. So
Well,
remember, it's the
I
seer of
engaged
Kodesh that he doesn't
online
eat
with a
because
lot
seer
of
of
people in the
Kodesh
early
is
days
Kadshe
because I didn't
Shah.
understand
Sorry, it's Kadshe
what you're
Doros.
doing is you're
Is ongoing
engaging with
Kabbalah.
people
So
that
ongoing
don't
Kabbalahs
have
are not
happy
consumed in a
lives
state of
and
Adinos.
they're negative.
Masha'im
And
King
there's
Kadshe
some
Shah.
criticisms that are
Episodic
good for
Kabbalah,
you
like the seer
because
of
some
Nachshon,
criticisms
and
make
the
you
inaugural
evaluate
seer
what you're doing and
are
say, okay, well,
consumed.
what I need to do is
I
be
really don't show
undeniable. So
that
these
was
critics
even
mean
should
nothing
have
to
made
me
hope
because you
that
can't.
the reason
I'm
Aaron did not
killing.
go
The
ahead and
audience
consume the
loves me.
carbon
I'm
was
selling
why
out everywhere.
the
I'm
seer of
doing great on
Kodesh was
stage.
because it
That
became
you can't pay attention to.
the how did they understand it? Maybe it's because also watch this. Check me out too. But do know something as a cut, it's not more Kodesh. So ultimately again, it's the same conversation. Once you say to Aaron, why did you burn the seer of Kodesh? Why did you not eat it?
Did you walk off the show?
Someone Nicholas Dama Lieutenant, same competition. Most of the time, maybe he took the blood inside of the Kodesh. On the land, well, hey, Mahulas Dama,
Please don't do this.
and I told you, no, don't do that. Dama, what's the exactly that was up? Maybe you took it outside in the sun. On the low, hey, Mahulas Dama, no, I kept it in the Mikdash itself. The Dilma, but I knew it was Akirusa Pasua. Maybe you opened it up in a state of Arinos, that's why it's possible. Although Moshe, hey, Mickey, you are the possible Arinos. Moshe, what do you want to be covered? If my son offered it up, my son, well, maybe not Kohanim, in a Pinami, if they offered it up in a state of Arinos, it would be invalid. I need Hikra Tiva. I am
going to want to offer it up. Dilma Agam
Didn't have a great show, right?
achar que vou ver também.
When you walk on, it's not good.
Hoje você está Aaron, maybe as a result of your beliefs, you were not careful with the carbonos and made the change coming.
I feel like Carrie, they're all gonna laugh at me. They're gonna laugh at me.
Maybe you don't two of your sons.
You've got a lot on your mind. Maybe you just weren't attentive to the carbonos ultimately again and therefore they became Kamei. They will say, yeah, look at this. I'm gonna love Moshe. This is so amazing. Is that what you think of me? Shani Medase Kache Shamai, that I am not careful with Kache Shamai Kabbalas contracting Tuma?
Change my shirt. No more
But
triggers.
Shout out
to Ben
you
and
think
Jeff.
that just because I lost my children, but Eila Ukaila, Ein Ani Medase Kache Shamai. Aaron says, Moshe, is that what you think of me? That because I suffered this loss, I had a lapse of awareness. If this was to happen to me again, I still would not take my eyes off the ball. I would not allow, listen, just this to me, this all of Shas is what the Torah and Gemara is. We're honest with ourselves. 9.9 out of 10 times the reason we don't accomplish the things we want to accomplish in life is because we take our eye off the ball. Because we are not committed enough. Because we're not dedicated enough. Because we allow ourselves to get so many different excuses for not important. That's it. There's some things we don't accomplish in life because of extenuating circumstances. But that's the weird shit. We're honest with ourselves. Right? If we're honest with it, this season for honesty, right? Okay, so again, if we are honest with, I think, right? If we're honest with ourselves, right? If we're honest with ourselves, we'll say, this is what, so many of us, I guess many of us, I know I'm not the person I want to be in life, and I know why it is. I can come up with a bunch of excuses, but they're not really valid. At the end of the day, I didn't try hard enough. I didn't work hard enough. I haven't been singularly committed to the actualization of my goals. Because the goal is to be Aaron says to Moshe,
Companies that stand for something from day one, not because it's trendy or because it calendar flipped. Black Rifle Coffee is one of those companies. America is turning 250, and Black Rifle Coffee Company is headed into 2026, making great coffee for people who get up early, work hard, and still care about this country. Roasts like Cactus Watch, Waking the Neighbors, and Spirit of 76 are strong, straightforward, and not trying to be clever. Also, they have like really cool art on the bags that I love. And if you want something quick in the morning, they have cold brew cans in just black and vanilla, clean, strong, and easy to grab on the way out the door. If you like energy drinks, check out Great X, their new grape flavored energy drink, 0 sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine, and no nonsense. This isn't about hype, it's just a solid American company making good products and backing the people who serve. Go to blackriflecoffee.com/Rogan and use the code Rogan for 30% off. You also find it at Walmart, Target, Kroger, or you look at Black Rifle Coffee Shop. Veteran-founded, American-roasted, Black Rifle Coffee is America's coffee.
Like the future, like future Kavanos, during the day of Aninos, maybe you heard that only you're supposed to eat it at night. Right? In other words, not on the day, and it's by night, by night, by yo, was that the teaching I'm supposed to eat it by day, how the Holy Mike starts out, I think it is not over my Shishini, Oman Mike starts out, I'm going to talk about your rail, call this fucking cross, guys, on this cover of culture game. Again, here's the problem. You're not allowed to eat Mike Shishini in the state of Aninos. If you think Mike Shishini in the state of Aninos have to eat Kavanos, so I said in this exchange, what I was telling Moshe is yes, I am supposed to eat in the state of Aninos, but maybe not by day, maybe only in the night part of this. So what happened? Moshe in the Yad, Yishma Moshe on the days, Vayita Ve'inat. Moshe will heard what Aaron said, and he said, yeah, you know what, you're right. Lo Moshe lo Shamati, ala Shamati Shachachti. Moshe says to Aaron, he couldn't say to Aaron, you know, all that thing, he never heard that. Instead, he was humble and he said, you know what, I did hear that, but I forgot. So he must be vital, the shame and the mislabel art. The ultimate again is also what happened. And according to this version, Aaron was going to eat this Yavash Chodesh. When was he going to eat it? When was he going to eat it? that night. Alright, so what happened? So the Gemara says, Tumah ba'oli basa. What ended up happening was, what ended up happening was, Aaron, so here's what Aaron touched on. Kachei Shah, unique episodic Kabbalah, Aaron is still that he was going to eat now, even in the state of Aninos, on that day, but Kachei Dolos, he was going to eat that night. So therefore, they offered and they ate the seer of Nachshon. They offered and they ate the inaugural seer. They offered the seer of Chodesh, and they set aside the meat that night. Meanwhile, what happened in the interim? The carbon didn't come. That's happening. The carbon didn't come in, and they just weren't able to eat it. So the Gemara says, "Rabbanan and the sit hayom." So going to Rabbanan, and they say, "By the pasuk says hayom." And then Netanyahu, my hayom, because of Netanyahu, what's the meaning of hayom? Chobasim is the obligation of it. So Netanyahu has it sit pain hayom. Rabbanan, my pain hayom. Sometimes Netanyahu makes sense by the pasuk is pain hayom. Like these events happen to me today. Rabbanan, my pain hayom. Okay, come on, you need to say. Hey, did my son offer it up? I mean, it's not. He didn't offer it, I offered it. I use the first place to use it. So let's just remember the analogy that so if there are interesting enough, we have two different versions about what happened. Now, again, after I think about it, I know this is what happened. What happened? They offered up, unoffered up, three seer. Again, the seer of Chodesh, the seer of Nachshon and another, and the inaugural seer. Two out of those three, the seer of Nachshon and the inaugural seer, was what we call Kachei Shah. We need Kabbalos for that gift. One of those Kabbalos, the seer of Chodesh, is what we call Kachei Dolos. That was unique to us. That's offered up every single road Chodesh. Here's what we saw happen. Aaron offered and ate the Nachshon and the seer of Nachshon and another, and the inaugural seer, and they burned the seer of road Chodesh. That is what occurred. We do not hold it now. Why did he burn the seer of Chodesh? According to the first opinion, Aaron understood that the dispensation for Aminos is only for Kachei Shah, not for Kachei Dolos. The other opinion says that ultimately, again, for the same type of distinction, that Aaron's plan was to eat the seer of Chodesh that night. He understood that, again, the dispensation for consumption of Aminos is only for Kachei Shah, not for Kachei Dolos. But before he got to eat the seer, it came terminates, and therefore he burnt it. Okay. So the Gemara says, Amanar, so this is not even like quoting the verse before Amanar. How do you structure and treat it? In reality, if you know that it's a din in Aninos, then all two should have really been burned. Now, by the way, we've never done this before, so we just started announcing what were the three Kabbalos that were offered that day? The Sandra, arguing that Sira Katos, Yorash Moshe. Yorash says, remember again, so the Sira Katos, Moshe they will inquire about. So you want to see what a seer is, but the Jew seer Nachshon. There refers to seer Nachshon and another, which was again the offering of the tribal prince of that day. Katos, what was the Katos? The Jew Katos Shmini. This refers to the unique Katos that was offered up to the day of inauguration. Dorash, Moshe will inquire about that seer Shorosh Chodesh. That refers ultimately again to the seer Rosh Chodesh. Yaakov lost on the Mitzvah. You want to plug that all three of them were burned. And the Gemara, you need Sorah. Which was so that one of them was burned. After Mitzvah, below Shlosh Mitzvah. Only one of them was burned, but ultimately again the other two were not. Remember this was the seer Rosh Chodesh that was fully burned, but the other two were not. Dorash, or Dorosh Darash. So literally again it was the inquired and inquired. They showed Lama. Why were there two inquiries? So this is your two questions that we have. Aminos, that they not contact the Jew Nisrafah, Ye'eva Munachas, or Eva Munachos. So it says, so Moshe didn't understand was Aaron, why did you burn the seer of Chodesh? But yet you left the other two. What's the shot? So the Gemara says, the Indian there, now let's say that interesting enough, from the inquiry of Moshe, here's what we know. That Aaron did not burn one of them, and he might be asked that he burned one of them, and the other two were not burned. From the inquiry of Moshe, we don't know which two were less and which one was burnt.
passion. I see somebody that's going into a different realm later in life, which is always the I believe those points, like when I was a trap, yes, I got
carbon was given to you to atone for the congregation of the Omer Zeh Shalosh Chodesh. Ultimately, again, you're going to understand that it was Shalosh Chodesh. Shabbat Hamilek. So now remember again. Remember, listen, this goes back. Actually, remember again to the beginning of the Sefas Shavuos. You're going to remember again Shalosh Chodesh, which is the Chatas Sin offering. What is it atone for? Tumas Misash V'Kadasha. Right? Any accidental or inadvertent transgression is someone who is either again someone with some kind of carbon. So once Moshe Rabbeinu says that Aaron burnt this carbon that was given to atone for the congregation, which is the carbon that is given to atone for the cloud, ultimately again that's the Siyah Chodesh. Okay? So the Gemara says, and the Chemia Tamei Amar Kad Shesha Lo Pastu Boaninos. And I'll say ultimately when the Chemia Tamei he says Kad Shesha, unique episodic carbonos can be consumed even in the state of animals. Don't forget about that. So again, remember what's happened, and everyone is agreeing with that. Everyone is, remember again, Adam properly offered up two carbonos, seer of natural and amino, and the inaugural seer will normally offer. Even though Aaron was in a state of animals, it was only the seer of Chodesh ultimately again that was not offered up. How do you want the offer of the Arab? So as you said before, why didn't they just eat the seer of Chodesh at night? Granted, you can't eat it by day, but why can't you go and eat it by night? Shabbat Kamilai, Kasava, Aninos, Lagadolaisa. This opinion must have held that Halakha Laisa, the Aninos of the nighttime Aninos is Dolaisa. It's supposed to be circled back to the previous video as well. But not only is the Aninos of the day of death Dolaisa, but Aninos of the night that follows the day of death is also Dolaisa. Therefore, waiting till that night ultimately doesn't do anything. What about the fact that Pinchas was there? But Pinchas was also a Kohen. So remember, Pinchas was not in a state of animus. Remember again, Pinchas was the son of Allah. Pinchas was Aaron's grandson. Pinchas' father was Soach, and Pinchas was not in a state of animus. So why not allow Pinchas to eat the Kabbalos? We got about bonus kind Pinchas Hashahar was Zimri. Fascinating. Pinchas wasn't a Kohen yet. Now you remember originally, and it's actually quite fascinating, the Israel was given over to Aaron as his son. Right? Interestingly enough, Pinchas actually would not become the Kohen until when? He does not become a Kohen until after he kills Zimri, right? Zimri and Cosby. Remember, this is after there was this widespread immorality between the Jews, between the Jewish men and the daughters of Midian. And Pinchas goes ahead and engages in an act of religious zealotry and goes ahead and kills Zimri and Cosby. Only after that event will Pinchas become a Kohen. Amazingly enough, the time of the death of his uncles, nothing that happened, Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he wasn't a Kohen, therefore Allah Kohen said there was no one else to see the Kabbalah but Aaron and his remaining sons. So you must have been said, as the Pasuk says again, when does Pinchas become a Kohen? After getting killed Zimri and Cosby, then it says he will be to him and to his offspring an everlasting covenant of the order. Rashi says, So in fact, interestingly enough, when does Pinchas become a Kohen? Only once he made peace between the tribes. Now look at when it was actually Yishma Pinchas a Kohen Yisrael, Ida Rashi Alpha Yisrael. So look, it's actually quite interesting. And this is an episode in Yoshua, Rabbi Yoshua. If you take a quick look at Rashi, what does it mean that he made peace between the Shloshim? If you take a look at Rashi, this is the first line of the Rashi says, Shesham Shalom Shloshim, he made Yoshua, he shaded in a God and a Reuben, Shabbalos on his death, Eva Hayardim. So he's actually quite fascinating. So remember again, God and Reuben and half of the tribe of Manasseh settled on the other side of the Jordan River. So the Rabbi records a story where they made an altar. that he disagreed enough to let the promise go that night, so because they thought it was also for Sarah. So what happened? They massed the army, and they were going to go to war against God and Bnei Yehuda. The Bible saying, now what happened? Pinchas goes ahead and dispatches a message to the Hebron. What are you doing? They say, hold on. It's not an altar for idolatry. It's an altar for idolatry. Pinchas quickly de-escalated the situation and averted war. The Gemara says it was only after Pinchas made Shalom between the Shvatim that he was made the Kohen. So either way, the point the Gemara is making over here is at the time of Hashem's time of the death of Nadav and Abihu, Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he was not a Kohen, therefore the Gemara mentioned before that, hey, even Aaron is an Anilus. Let Pinchas keep the Kabbalas. That is not a valid approach. Incredible. The Gemara says, now you have to say, I saw no Bizarre Harav. The Gemara says, but what about the fact? So what do you so this as an aside, interesting is as to when Pinchas actually received the mantle of Yehuda. One of the things is actually killed Yehuda. Other things is actually made peace between the Shvatim. So what does that mean? So what about the fact that it says that after Pinchas kills Yehuda, it says that it will be for him and his descendants an everlasting covenant with the Yehuda. That actually is talking about again that passage is actually in Yehuda. Rather again, that passage is ultimately telling you that he's going to have bracha. Right? And ultimately, when Pinchas gets the kahuna, ultimately his offspring are going to be Kohanim Gedolim. Nami Hashim Vayishma Pinchas HaKohen. So the Gemara says, what about the other thing that says? What about the other thing? What is the passage that says Vayishma Pinchas HaKohen? Yachis Zaro Acharav. Ultimately, again, that's the thing that he's going to have very much of his offspring are going to be Kohanim Gedolim. Ultimately, again, it's to give property. Okay, so bottom line is that Halacha L'Maisa, either way, Pinchas was not yet a Kohen at the time of the death of Nadav and Abihu, and therefore Halacha L'Maisa, there was no one else to go ahead and eat the Kabbalah except for Aaron and his sons. So it's almost like, just to kind of solidify, so here's what happened, right? Day of the inauguration of the Mishnah, Aaron, his sons, Nadav and Abihu died. That we know. What happened exactly? So now, here's what else we know. 3 Kabbalahs offered up that day. 3 seeds. 1, the Sirba Kodesh. That's what we call Kachei Dolos. That wasn't unique to that day. And it's always going to be offered up. Carbon number 2. Sir Nachshon ben Aminadab. Sir Tribal Prince. Carbon number 3, the special inaugural seal. Here's what we know. 2 of them, the Sir Nachshon and seal ultimately again of the inauguration, were offered up normally. Sir Kodesh was fully burned, not consumed. Moshe confronts Aaron, why did you not eat the Sir Kodesh? 2 different versions as to what happened. Version number 1 is that Aaron said to Moshe, I'm a Kohen, and I can offer and eat in the state of Aminos, but only Kachei Shah, not Kachei Dolos. Okay? Version number 2 is, I can go ahead and eat. So these are I can offer and eat, but ultimately I said I can offer, but I'm only going to eat Kachei Dolos at night. So therefore, again, the Sir Kodesh was Kachei Dolos, he was going to safely eat that night. What happened in between the time that he offered it and that night? It became coming. So 2 different dramatic versions ultimately again about what happened with Aaron. Most of this a little bit back there and we'll stop. Alright, Moshe, get ready for this. Moshe Rabbeinu, Kohen Gadol. So Moshe Rabbeinu actually, before the inauguration of Aaron on the 8th day, Moshe Rabbeinu actually operated as the Kohen Gadol. The Chodesh the Kachei Shemayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu actually again received a Chelek, ultimately again in Kavanos Shnei Ne'er HaNeru'im LeMoshe Hayu L'Mano. So what's incredible? So before, remember on day number 8, when Aaron was officially inaugurated as the Kohen Gadol, for the previous 7 days, Moshe Rabbeinu functioned as the Kohen Gadol. Next day, the Gemara says, So the Gemara said before, the Gemara asked, why did Aaron have to eat the Kabbalah? So that's Pinchas. Pinchas was the point he was there. But if you see that Moshe was really a point God, and he saw, Lema Bahalo Moshe Rabbeinu Hayimai. Let it be Gemara say that Moshe Rabbeinu was with them. Doma, shiny Moshe B'Par B'Shchina. The Moshe, this is incredible. Even if Moshe Rabbeinu did function as the Kohen Gadol, at the end of the day, he would not have eaten Kabbalas. Why not? Because he was busy with the Shechina. He was busy with the Shechina. What does this mean? The Gemara says, Moshe B'Hashkama Olav U'B'Hashkama Yara. If you look at that, he's actually referring ultimately to Har Sinai. Like Moshe Rabbeinu went up on the mountain very early in the morning, and he came down from the mountain very early in the morning. Which means that Moshe Rabbeinu's preoccupation with the Shekhinah was ultimately again from early in the morning until late at night. And so even if Moshe Rabbeinu was functioning as the Kohen Gadol, at the end of the day, that was not his primary level. His primary level ultimately again was with Shekhinah, which I will say is something so incredibly profound as well. What does it show you? Why was from this house doing this? That even in the world of spirituality, there has to be a hierarchy to the things that you're holding in hand. No person has time for everything. And even in our spirituality, there are many important things. Moshe Rabbeinu might have been functioning as the Kohen Gadol, but yet with all of that, consumption of kavanos was not something that he was going to spend his time with. Why? Because he was primarily occupied ultimately with speaking with the Shekhinah. And I will say, Hashem is supposed to ask for us also. There's a limited amount of time, there's a limited amount of koach. There's many beautiful spiritual things to do. But a person needs a spiritual plan. And a person needs a spiritual direction. What am I going to spend my time on in order to get me where I need to get to in life? See the Moshe Rabbeinu, he's a Kohen Gadol. Eat the Kabbalas. Good, that's important, that's beautiful, that's holy. But I have a different mission. My mission ultimately is to speak with the Shekhinah. Even Moshe Rabbeinu can't do everything, and therefore prioritize the speaking with the Shekhinah over operating with the Kabbalas. Again, he eats that hierarchy, he eats that plan. Shukamos, Minutruba. So I will say, one step over here for today. Again, there's more about tomorrow, so is much more about Moshe Rabbeinu and his functioning as a Kohen Gadol. Again, what I still owe you, what I still owe you is how Aninos ultimately again works, how Aninos is going to work ultimately again with Kabbalas. Because you know what I Shkoyach.
Misunderstood.
Thank you,
I know he would never do that because the base didn't really like some support, supports him like oh he's soft. Point I'm making, even though with Tony, with the situation, I consider Tony a good friend of mine for different reasons, right? That's why I wanted to have that moment to say that. But Rob Schneider, as much as they say I took away from moments on that show, he took away from that moment. I wasn't trying to be a bitch. I wasn't trying to be soft. But I wanted to say I apologize because sometimes friendships got to be stronger than that. That's where I was with that. And as much as I don't need the Kill Tony show, and this is what I always say about that show. I said, there's nothing that reminds me. Kill Tony reminds me of the Def Jam era, right? And when I say that, there was
I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shift. We thank our sponsor responses for the month of Pages, Haval River, Tova, Pushy and Mindy, Schreiber, in the switch for Pushing with Uriel, File, Ben and Miriam. Martin Callahan, Martin Janamir, Martin Father, Yossi, Shlomo, Moshe, Shmuel, Ben Yossi, Judah, Yarko, and Kaftar Pages, Bethlehem today, sponsored by David and Elizabeth Green, in memory of David Green's grandmother, Bertha Kashyap, Sikhon Rabba, the hope and marriage life from all those in the Shem Stop now, we are families in the Torah, all those in the Bush having together, with cold in the soul, have as we look at the Shem School, continue to serve double supply yourself. Special welcome back by House Christian Esterson. He's back after getting up and stood up for his father, Sikhon Rabba. We of course dedicate our learning in the source of one of the morning Esterson to have. Look good, it should be a made with your shut and each baka, and don't some should blanket the entire family with power and strength in the time ahead. We'll say that, let us begin. Today's dot is dot
when I was in New York,
100.
I
We
would
are
go,
picking
I
up
would
really
go
great
get
doctor. We are picking up
comics
on
up,
Sadiq Tesma
and
days
because I wanted to sell the comic,
99b,
I had enough
where
money
the
to get
Gemara
a
says,
bag
Rabbi
full of
Ashi
just
Amarot
like
Kasha
just
Tantra
sitting there
Meslami.
thinking,
So it is pretty much right
I was like,
in the middle of
this
the
is gonna be
page.
the
In
best
fact, the
comic
easiest way to
ever.
find it is
I want
if
to be
you
a
see
part of it.
Tosis,
I
which
want
is
to
on
be
the right
past
hand
it. Because
column,
when I got
Tosis
past
Onin,
in the comic
and
side,
you
the
move your
rest of my
finger to
black
the
people
left in
before
the
it,
Gemara,
they said
and
it was
then you
real
move your
hard.
finger 4 lines
It was
up,
Key
you will
Prophecy,
see it right there. To be
R.I.P. It
exact.
was Will
To be exact,
Stevenson,
right?
Patrice,
So remember again, just to
Dave
orient
Chappelle.
ourselves a bit, the Gemara is dealing
Very
with an
cats
interesting
era.
case. The
The
Mishnah said
Boston Comic
that
Club.
halacha
And it
l'maisa,
was Black Metal Sundays.
an owning,
Black community like
cannot
music people.
receive
I
a
was like,
portion in a
I got
carbon
somebody
treated
to sell it.
capacity.
Why the
Now,
fuck
let's
did you
remember
keep
again, the
selling it?
logic
What I
behind
got
that was
into
as
was
follows. From yesterday's
people
class,
working
we
out.
created
Now
a
we
rule
got to
to it. Well, being
reparations
big.
when it's time for
The
these
Gemara
shows at
created
the
a rule.
movie.
And the
For
rule
them to
was
have
that
that fast and
essentially,
sell it, I
if
don't
you
really
can
care about
eat
breaking
above
laws. I just
42
want it to be
hundred,
validated.
if you
It's
can
like,
serve,
this is
then
fine.
you get
Sounds
a
good.
portion. And
Same
if you
thing
get a
with the comedy
portion,
store said,
you can
yeah,
eat,
I'm here.
which by
Is that part
extension
of it?
means
So
that
I
if you
get it.
can't serve,
Great
like if
Barnes
you can't
probably
serve,
knows
you
an
don't get a
unappreciated
portion. If you
concept
don't
in
get a
country.
portion, you
But you know,
can't
I've
eat.
known that
And if
dude
you
for
can't
30
eat, it means
years.
you can't
He's a
even
funny
eat that
motherfucker.
night.
He's
For
been funny
example,
forever.
owning,
You know, it's so
who
funny
can't
that you said
serve, right?
that. You
Remember again,
appreciate
the
it
only
because,
owning who can serve in relation to
you
Mikdash
know
is
comedians that
when the
people break
owning,
that up. It's
Kohen
a phrase
Gadol.
people use
But aside from
underrated. You
him,
gotta
no one
actually
else
break. You
is
gotta use
allowed
those
to
words.
serve.
You
So
said
therefore, an owning
underappreciated.
who can't serve
But he
can't
is.
get a portion. Because he can't get a portion, he
Almost
can't eat.
sometimes
The
we gotta
Gemara
ask
made an
yourself.
interesting
He's not
inference.
underrated by
The Gemara
comics.
said, yeah, well,
He's
we can infer from this
underappreciated
as
by
it's
audience
true.
members for
He
whatever
can't get
reason.
a
I
portion.
think it's a
But
social
that
media thing.
night, if his
I just think he
friends
doesn't have a
want
big
him to
presence on
join
social
them,
media for
ultimately
whatever reason.
again,
He's
he
a
could join them.
solid
The
fucking
problem the
comic
Gemara
though.
said is that
Always has
halacha
been.
l'maisa,
And
we
a
quoted
solid
the
guy and a
brisa,
good dude.
and the
But that's
brisa said
another thing.
at
This is
most
the
maybe
era
that
that
makes
we're
it
in
work
right
to
now.
cover
It's like,
Pesach,
you
but it will
notice
not
this,
work for
people
other
are so
customs.
now
Whereas Rashi,
the most
Rashi,
talented
Rashi,
people
Rashi,
like Dennis
kan
Johnson.
shemis lomis
If
ba'ar
you
basar,
don't know how to
v'kavlu ba'ar
evolve,
basar,
well,
kan
it's not
shemis
even
lomis
just
b'shlosha
that.
asar,
Because like,
v'kavlu
look at
ba'ar
Dave,
basar. So
not
this
Dave
is very
Chappelle, excuse me,
interesting.
Dave
Rashi
Attell.
has two different
Dave
cases
Attell, I
here.
think, is one of the
So let's say,
funniest dudes who's
remember,
ever lived.
we're going to speak more
Ever.
about this
Ever.
today.
One of the
So
best
do us
comics
let's
ever
do
in the
two
history of
pieces.
comedy.
One is,
And
let's say,
mostly
Ruben, we
does
call him
clubs.
Ruben, right?
He does
So
like
Ruben's
theaters
father
and stuff like
Yaakov
that.
died.
He's sold
So
out
what's the case?
arenas all across the country.
One
He
is where
does
Ruben's
not
father
promote
died on
himself.
the 14th,
He's not into
and they
social
buried
media.
him on the
He doesn't
14th.
get good
So what's
television
this?
and
Interestingly
specials.
enough,
I
remember,
could
Aninos,
tell
and we're going to talk about this more
petrified.
explicitly,
My day
Aninos
couldn't
is
do
the
it.
day of
It was
death.
probably,
Now,
remember with
Mitra
the show
Rabbanon,
where
what
it
we're
was like
going
the
to
late
see
night
is
shit?
that
That's funny.
Chazal
I used to do it.
extended
Yeah. The late
Aninos
night show,
into
you
the
go and
night
stuff like that.
following the loss.
So yeah.
But that is
So
the
all this
Rabbanon.
stuff where everybody's
So
doing
Basi
it.
wants to
I
make the
would
following
think
distinction.
some
When we
people
say
think
that
that
an
like
onion can't be
he
Kabbalah speaking at
takes
night,
movies when they make
that's
millions of dollars to
when
perform. And
death,
I think his comfort zone is
that's
that
when
he's
death
not
and
a
burial
club
occurred
act. He's a
ultimately
club
again on
comic. I
that
think
day on
the
the
best
14th.
thing for him he ever wants
Ultimately
to be
again, and therefore
is for the
Aninos still
250,000
extends
to
into
be.
the night.
Well, he's
In
awesome,
that
Jeff,
case,
but
you
he
can eat
does
Kabbalah
like
Pesach,
one
but
per
it can't
does
be other
arenas. He does
Kabbalahs. Remember
arenas
again,
and
Kabbalah
arenas and
Pesach is going
arenas.
to be different
I think
because
the
failure to
real
eat
thing
Kabbalah
with
Pesach
him
is a
is that
courage to
he's
bury a
just
flesh.
focused on his
Kan
craft.
shemis lomis
And
b'shlosha
the
asar
props
v'chaver
that he
ba'ar
gets from
basar.
other
As
comedians
opposed to
on
the let's
podcasts
say
and things along
Yaakov, the
those lines
father,
is what really
died on the
fuels his
13th.
popularity.
So he's
And
not
then
on
when
the
people go to
13th,
see
and
him,
what does
it's
that
word
mean?
of mouth. Do
The
you think some
Aninos day
people
is really
might
ran
make you
on the
fake of a
13th,
certain
right? And now that is on the
there's that?
14th.
Because I
That
don't
is
think
what
he's
Gemara is
that. I just
suggesting.
don't think
Everyone
he thinks
agrees.
about it. I mean, he doesn't even have
Most
a phone.
Aninos
Like
of
he
their
carries a flip
death
phone with him all the
extends
time.
into
He
the
has an
following
iPhone
night.
that like stores away.
Aninos
And
of the day
sometimes
of
he uses it.
burial
When you text
does
him,
not
he
extend
texts
into
you
the It's the following. So therefore, again, if Yaakov died on the 13th, right, and he wasn't buried to the 14th, in that case, Reuben would be free and clear from Rabbanos and other from Pesach and Rabbanos only on the night of Pesach itself. The Gemara spells it out. The Gemara says, Yom Kivura, Lo Mechapes Leilo Midrabanon. Ultimately, because the day of burial does not go ahead and include the following night for Nina's purposes. So let me just highlight to you what's just happened earlier, because according to the strong on this, then the Gemara has. Remember, Midarais, and also understand we use the word only in very different contemporarily than we use the Gemara conversation. And the lesson said, Aninos, not very different, a little bit. Aninos means day of death. Right? So Yaakov dies on Tuesday, so Reuben isn't owning that day. And now also the halachas other than the assumption of generally death and burial will occur on the same day, which then means that Nabi D'Rabbanan would say that the following night, something that we call Wednesday night, like the night following Tuesday, ultimately there's also Aninos, but that Aninos is D'Rabbanan. What the Gemara is suggesting is like this: if Yaakov dies on Tuesday, right? And he's buried on Wednesday. The only thing that Chazal extended Aninos into the night following the day of death, ultimately again, actually the only time that Aninos is extended into the night is when it's the night on the day of the night following the day of death. But if burial was delayed until the next day, everyone would agree that Aninos does not extend into the following year. That's the model that the Gemara is espousing right now. The Gemara says, okay, man kana Aninos laila midrabanan. Versus peace, they got Aninos that extends into the night following the day of death. It's Rabbanon, which the Gemara says, that the Shemini is the Aninos laila midrabanan is Rabbi Yehuda. The Yehuda holds that Midaraisa, Aninos, from where do we know that Aninos is the Midaraisa? We haven't covered that. We haven't covered that. That means we'll cover it. Wednesday, Shachmarza. So the Gemara says as follows. Where do we know that Aninos, the nighttime Aninos, is Midaraisa? Where do we know that Aninos is the Aninos laila midrabanan? I'm assuming the Aninos laila midrabanan. You the whole that the Aninos, right? The Aninos of the night following the day of death is actually Midaraisa. And Shimon says, no. Shimon only Shimon says not true. Shimon says the concept of nighttime Aninos, meaning the night following death, is only Midarabanan. There you go. How do we know this? Because again, and only in the table people to he's coming to chop that man, but he doesn't eat other cuts. Some of the shit that means like that, I'm not that true, but it's actually the night coming is again about the Lord. You got Aninos by law that refers to Aninos the night following the day of death. Is that true that Mishun goes to that one of that time? Mishun says, only in Mishalach's Kabbalah, and only cannot send his Kabbalah to the Beis my love about the Bekesa, doesn't that include even Kabbalah? No, it means everything except Pesa. I got him children running. Kids to the showing me the innovative issue of it. But the word is actually very interesting. You learn of a pair of words over here. First, these are coverage slumming. When do you mean you're coverage slumming? When you're shoving. When you're shoving, what is when you complete? What does that come to exclude? The Gemara says the innovative issue owning. Ultimately, again, he does not bring it when he is an owner. Which I must say, by the way, I should point out, it's such a fascinating window into the profundity of loss. What happens when a person loses a loved one? What happens? They're not shoving. That's why loss is such a fascinating idea. That's why loss is not simply adversity, but loss is the literally feeling a person loses himself. Whenever you lose a loved one, there's a piece of I've lost a piece of myself. So the word says, I'm not shoving. I'm not sure it's incredible. None of that was I told them. How do I know? But ultimately, again, it's also I can't bring it over. That I only can bring it over. But my body, as I told you, Shekhin Yachtalas Pasim Party Shlamim. We told you it's like a Shlamim that again, you must be eating the Simcha, the state of Simcha, like Shlamim. None of that was a Saolah. I don't know if they include Ola in this also. I mean, it's only Shekhin Ba'a, the Nedja, when it's not because Shlamim. Ola is like Shlamim. Because in the same way that Shlamim comes ultimately in with a Nedja or Nedjala, so too does an Ola. None of that was Bachar Meister Pesach. I don't know if you Bachar Meister Pesach, what do we say include? And including the prohibition that the only is here to do it. Rather than Bachar Meister Pesach, I include the Bachar Meister Pesach, Shekhin Inon Ba'im Al Pei. Because ultimately, again, these Kabbalos do not come as sin offerings. Minayin Rabos, Katos, Asham. How do I know to include Katos and Asham? Kamaluman, Deva. Good. Minayin Rabos, Saopos, Bahamanahos, Vahayayin, Ba'itz, Balabona. How do I know to include all of these other sacrifice items? Birds, Menachos, wine, even wood offerings. The vote of frankincense, Shalomar, Shlamim, Karbanos, Kol Karbanos, maybe to showing, maybe the maybe to show. What's the Bible saying? All Karbanos, Mamish, all Karbanos. You can bring when you are showing, you are complete, but you cannot bring them when you are in own. There was an amazing enough of including this list, but this Katani Miha, Pesach. Pesach is included in this list. So you see from there that you cannot go ahead and bring Karban Pesach in the state of Aninos. Those words, I'm not pissed off. Pesach today Naske. Today Naske. What's the interesting answer? The Gemara says, yeah, take that Pesach. But in other words, the Gemara says, it's in the holidays when you start talking about Kabbalah, you just get really excited. Right? And you just start talking about all Kabbalah. So the nice, again, so Pesach is kind of just roughed off what we call like today Naske. The Gemara just means in passing. But it's not actually part of the list. So could have had a lot of time. Pesach is actually the exception to this rule. And that's really the rule. When Shisha says, my Pesach, what does it mean when it says Pesach? Shana Pesach. That's an onen can bring Kava Pesach. Can bring Kava Pesach. The Gemara says, ultimately again, but what does Pesach refer to? Shana Pesach. Ultimately again means the shlomim that come along with Kava Pesach. Kainu shlomim. If that's the case, then ultimately again we should call that shlomim. Which the Gemara says, the Gemara says you're right. Rather, it's what we're teaching two things. We're teaching that the only can't bring shlomis that come together with Pesach, and also can't bring standalone shlomis. Why need to teach both? Because ultimately, again, if you would not touch shlomis that comes as a result of covered Pesach, I would have thought, Pesach, I would have thought the same that only can bring shlamim, can bring Pesach, it also brings shlamim, which comes as a result of Pesach. Therefore, the Gemara teaches both shlamim that come with Pesach and standalone shlamim that it can't bring. So again, halacha l'maisa, the way the Gemara is kind of standing at this moment right now, is that halacha l'maisa, an onion can't bring any carbon. I can't only bring any carbon. In fact, you can drasha. What's the drasha? Shlomim. You can only bring a carbon when you are shut, when you are the exception to this rule is going to be, this is going to be covered in time. Right? And the reason for that is why? Because remember, since Aminos of the night following the day of death, the rabbis suspended their halacha in a situation ultimately again of a current fraction. Okay, good. Rabbi says, Rabbi Amar, what's the top of cup? 100. Rabbi Amar. Okay, we're getting down there. We're nearing the finish line here. Rabbi says, Rabbi Amar, no kasha. Kasha means no means you doubt it. Cover you doubt it. Kasha means no means you know the cover of you doubt. So this Rabbi comes along. And also reiterate his previous description. Perhaps the way that are owning if you actually cover Pesach is fundamentally depending on when the death occurred. So we could actually just know Kasha, in the short version, how did Pani Kaka owning Lomaisi Pesach, Kishahu, Kishanis to cover the Yidam? Your Mr. I something that was listening to this. When do we say that owning? When do we say that owning? Doesn't bring cover Pesach? That's when death and burial occurred on the 14th. That's when burial occurred on the 14th. Because in that case, then perhaps it's still in Aminos on the night following the day of the primary Aminos. So the Gemara says, maybe, in other words, obviously, this opinion is going with the idea that Aminos of the night that follows the day of death is the Olaisa. If Aminos of the night that follows the day of death is the Olaisa, then we can't bring cover Pesach. Masha Inke, if death occurred on the 13th, burial occurred on the 14th, everyone will agree that there is no Aminos on the night following the day of death. Right, when it's not the same day of death. So we should just do it more simply. But you might know something Rabbi is suggesting is, right, that Aminos the Olaisa has two parts. The day of death itself and the night following the day of death. That is true whether burial occurred on the day of death or not. However, everyone is agreeing that on the day of burial, no Aminos except into the night following the day of burial. Therefore, they want to suggest like this. If Reuben's father dies on the 13th, right on the 13th of Nisan, right? So the burial is on the 14th. Everyone agrees that comes the night of the 15th, which is the night of Pesach, he can declare Pesach. He's good to go. Master in if burial, if death occurs on the 14th of Pesach, even if burial occurs that day, that night, i.e. the 15th, is still Aninus Doraisa. And because that's Aninus Doraisa, therefore Allah he can't go ahead and eat covered pizza. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is not going to go through it. Makes for makes your dad will say, I'm on 100 a cook, I'm a dollar, third line down. Makes for makes your dad will cover be a dollar. So if Yaakov, remember again, you've got Reuben the son, Yaakov the father. If Yaakov died on the 14th and he's buried on the 14th, Yom Yisa Tofes Bigel Midaraisa. The day of death, always goes ahead and brings with it the following night as part of Aninus. That's the way that it works. If on the other hand, Yaakov died on the 13th of Nisan, the cover of the Yadalit, and then he was buried on the Yadalit, Gulam the Drabanon, Inotopis Midlo Aaron the Drabanon. This is very interesting. So remember, the day of burial is also considered to be a day of Aninus. It does bring along with it the following night as well, but only the Drabanon. And therefore, again, perhaps you won't be able to be Kabbalas, but the night they also do cover this. Incredible. I'm going to actually have Mari. The Allah Harbi Tani Amr Bishim and Teda, Amr owning Tova Ochel as Piscal, have a lot of questions. For one second, what about the following idea? What about the Rabbi Shimon said? Notice find that an owning to go to the mikvah and eat his covered mitzvah, but cannot eat other kosher. Nemalei, so why does it say Nemalei? Katim Ana Yom Yisa Doraisa. The Amish Yom Kura Drabanan. So why doesn't he answer? I'm talking about the Yom Yisa, which is Doraisa. What remember again? We say Yom Yisa Doraisa, that Halakha Lamaisa, the Yom Yisa carries it to the following Doraisa, whereas the Yom Kura ultimately again will only carry it to the following evening the Drabanan. Why not go ahead and mention that? Well, it says Kasha. Okay, question. Rabbi says, what Kasha? Also a contradiction. Also trying to resolve the contradiction. Kan Shamis Kodin Katsos? Conscious laughter. So we'll see. So we want to point out, right? The overarching issue that we should be on a clarity on is this concept of Aninus. How long does it apply for? The one thing that everyone agrees with, sounds like everybody agrees with, is that on the day of death, Aninus is the Oraisa. That's what everybody agrees with. What's a little bit unclear? Does Aninus extend into the night following the day of death? If so, is it the Oraisa or the Rabbanon? And if failure takes place the next day, does Aninus status extend into that day of burial? And furthermore, does Aninus status extend into the following night after that? Those are open-ended questions. Okay, now both the Rabbi is going to come along and which is fast. Rabbi to look at sure, I got to get very good. Kan Shamis Kodin Katsos, Kan Shamis La'achar Katsos. Ooh. Watch this. The Rabbi wants to suggest that the only ability to consume carbon Pesach on the night of Pesach all depends on when death occurs. If Reuben lost his father, right? If Yaakov died before Katzos versus Yaakov died after Katzos, what's the situation? Remember again. When does the obligation for carbon Pesach begin? When does it begin? After Katzos. So watch this. If Yaakov died before Katzos, that means before this month of covered Pesach, Reuben was an Aninus. This being of Aninus precludes him from participating in covered Pesach. Whereas if the death occurs after Katzos, already again by Katzos, the obligation for covered Pesach devolves upon Reuben. If that's the case, then Aninus will not set aside that obligation. Incredible. That's incredible. One second. That's Kodin Katzos below it. See the Pesach. Before Katzos, where it was not yet this month of covered Pesach, highly Aninus. Then Aninus could devolve upon Reuben. After Katzos, the Pesach was highly Aninus. But after Katzos already, where there is the obligation ultimately again of covered Pesach, so Aninus will not devolve upon Reuben. So fascinating. So fascinating. So essentially the thing is like this, in other words, before Katzos, the status of Aninus is a primary status, and therefore again, if he becomes an Orein, that precludes him from eating Korban Pesach that night. After Katzos, the obligation of a Korban Pesach has already devolved upon him. That obligation prevents the halachic status of Anus from devolving upon me, and therefore is able to come Pesach that way. Fascinating. This verse is hold on. Umunat Tenor is shining in according to the Achakatos. How do you not make that distinction between the Achakatos and Achakatos? The sign your book says this is an incredible dilemma. This is an incredible dilemma. The sign, we're going to write something. There and there is no sign. Okay, so also, we're going to have a couple of different psukim over here. This is talking about by a Kohen. Stam a Kohen. Right? This is Stam a Kohen. Right? Yeah, this one is incredible. Right? You know, it's like this. So, why the Pasuk is Ulah, I'll stop this Ulah, Rabbi, Rabbi, Shalom, HaSalim, Rabbi, talking about who a Kohen is obligated to become coming for. So one of the people that a Kohen is obligated to become coming for is for his sister. For his sister, his unmarried sister. And he must like Tama, mitzvah. So it says, interesting. The Torah says, like Tama means, he shall become coming for. Which the Gemara understands, it's obligatory. It's obligatory. Now what does this mean? Lo Raza, meaning what? Isn't that Lo Raza? Let's say the Kohen says, you know, I love my sister, but I love Hashem more. I want to do the Avodah. I want to do the Avodah basically. I don't want to become coming. I want to become coming. So I'm not interested in getting this idea. So I want to become coming. But when you do, it's coming also about Karachol. We force them to become coming. This is the obligation of the family. We force them to become coming. So Gemara says, Maisa Yosef HaKohen, Shemeise Ishta Be'erev Pesach. Listen to this. There was a story of Yosef HaKohen, and his wife unfortunately passed away at Erev Pesach. But Lo Ratza L'Tamei. He did not want to become coming for him. I must say, like, before you rush anything, now we are like that. First of all, we don't know the story. Right? Who knows? Who knows what the backdrop is? I'm sorry?
Because he was getting validation. Because he had the number one podcast with friends. Like, I did his podcast, he did mine. We had a good time. Like, hugging my seat. Like, we had gone back and forth many times and never leave each other. His problem, if it was his problem, was when everybody else started to get really good and he started dropping off.
Look, there's no question. Definitely sounds a little bit strange, but again, who knows what the tremendous book of Hashgadah in general, even when stories sound strange, who knows what the backstory is. So, again, we don't know what the backstory is. One point over here is, he did not want to become coming, because if he became coming at the Messiah, the more was going to happen, no carbon Pesach. He just, whatever the question was, he didn't want to become coming. But luckily, coming, they listened to this, they knew Akabaka'an, they knew about Kachal, and ultimately, again, it's fellow Kohanim, like, look, literally, the Indian is like, they gathered together, like, they put it to a vote, and they were Mekhamim him. They were Mekhamim. Now, what do you know that? Or they forced him to go to the Rabbi, and ultimately, they can become coming. Also, let's point out how incredible this is. Well, actually, let's finish up a little bit. Well, I was going to say now, listen, you shouldn't have tremendous responsibility. Because at the end of the day, your obligation to your family come before everything and everything else. That even the Rebbeinu Shel Olam himself says, I love you, I appreciate you, and I see how committed you are to me. You have a mishpacha. Those are the people in this world who rely on you more than others. And those are the people who you must exhibit your primary responsibility. The point that the Baruch says, I'm actually okay if you put your obligations towards me on the side in order to go ahead and care for your family. Not only is that okay, but ultimately, again, that's what I demand. Such a tremendous responsibility. At the end of the day, our family, our loved ones, really have no one but us. The Rebbeinu Shel Olam has all of humanity. And where there is a tension between taking care of my loved ones and ultimately attending to my needs, such as birth, will unfortunately give me the license to be there for my mishpacha. It's incredible. 1 minute, the Gemara says, there is a cancer. Also, and what the Apostle says to his sister. Now again, this is talking about over here in Nazir. Now remember, the Apostle over here, remember, a Nazir also has restrictions. Interestingly enough, a Nazir's Tumah status resembles a Kohen Gadol, not a regular Kohen. Right? So the Nazir really doesn't become coming for anyone, even if a close relative is Shulach also. So the Apostle says, so by a Nazir, literally again, he does not become coming for anyone. Not coming for anyone. So what is now? What's interesting is the Apostle goes out of the say by Nazir to enumerate all of the different relatives. Why do you have to say all the relatives? Not
not that talented.
First
That's
was going
why
to
they're
check
doing this, because that's
to
their
give
only
a Christmas to his son.
method of getting
The
attention.
Shamash and Mace Lomace,
If
and he
they were
heard that one of his
entertaining
relatives
and
passed
interesting
away.
and fascinating,
Yahoo!
then their podcast would be about that.
Ultimately, again, you would have thought that maybe you should
That's
become
all
Tommy.
what you're trying to focus on. What I try to focus on in my podcast is
become Tommy.
who I
Yahoo!
want to
Continue
talk
to
to.
become a laugh,
I
also
never
can
have
become
someone
an
on and
instant.
go,
So
oh,
listen,
this
you
would be
might have
great,
thought
it'd be very
that Allah nice in
controversial,
the same way
fucking
that
hate
let's say
him,
the nugget
crazy.
does not
It's like,
become
wow, shit,
Tommy
I
for
never
one
do
of these
that.
individuals
My
who also
podcast is
become Tommy for
only
this as
about
well.
who I
I'm a
want
little
to
laugh
talk to.
also.
That's why I
Take
have
a positive
people
first
on
sister.
that I
La
know
Jose
famous,
in the Canada
because they're interesting. I find
He
them
does not
interesting. I
become
find
Tommy
the
for
book
a
of really
relative,
interesting.
but
The
he does
documentary they
become
made
Tommy
interesting.
ultimately
I want to
again
know
for
something about him.
uniqueness.
It
But remember
stimulates
again,
my
definition of a
curiosity.
mitzvah is someone like no one else to die with. I will say, I do want to point out, let's say the Nazir's sister died and there's no one else to bury her. Obviously, she then becomes the mitzvah. The Nazir uses the example of a relative, because the Mark presupposes that if the Nazir doesn't do it, there's someone else to do it. But obviously, if there's no one else to do it, then that relative obviously becomes a mitzvah. Lakshmana,
There's other things to think about. This
no,
is, I've said this too many times when people are
and
I'm sorry.
kind of
Think of your focus and your attention like
ultimately
a
again
number.
regarding cover base
Think of you have like
must be that
100
everything is
points in a
dependent
day
on when
to
the
spend
loss
on
occurs.
things.
If
If
the
you
death
spend
occurs
30
before
of
Chatzos,
those points
then the
thinking about
obligation for
haters,
Aminos,
or
the
30%
Baal,
of
is
those
upon
thinking
him,
about bitter people,
ultimately again before the
30%
obligation for
thinking
Pesach,
about other people that are
that
doing better than
inclusive
you.
of the
That's
Pesach.
30% that you
Now,
can drop.
if the death
From
occurs
the 100%
after
that you have to
Chatzos,
focus on
the
your life.
obligation of the cover
I have
Pesach
things to do.
precedes
I have a
Aminos, and
family,
therefore
I
that
have
even though the
friends,
cover
I have
Pesach,
loved ones, I have
which was
interests, I have hobbies.
You'll know the
I
older
have
men
comedy and podcasts and
maybe
UFC and all these different things that I like to do. And I think about those things. I don't think about negative, stupid things with people that have bitter, angry minds that are concentrating on other people's success and trying to tear them down all the time. Because they're trying to tear them down all the time because they compare themselves to them and they don't like how they stand out. They don't like the fact that person's doing better. They don't like the fact that person's more successful. So they try to take things either out of context and try to misrepresent what that person is. They try to change public perception of that person. They try to drag that person down. And it's transparent. The reason why it doesn't work is because people inherently know what you're trying to do. You might get people that will always be for people. Those are simple-minded people. They're always going to attract. But you're not going to change them. It's a trick. It's a trap that you play on
This
yourself.
is talking about the game.
It's a waste of your precious resources.
All the
You
things
only
that
have
he
so
is in
much time
Nazir,
in the day.
Nefesh
My time
means
I spend on things that I think are
each
interesting,
person you shall not
beneficial,
expose. You shall not
things that
expose
excite
yourself
my
to trouble.
curiosity.
So the
And
Imam
I
says,
think that
Nefesh
is
is
the way I like to live my life. Now, if you like to live your life constantly engaged in being filled with anxiety and stress, and you want to do that, okay, don't say bitter fucking people. I don't want to get bitter people. I don't like good people.
but it does become coming for a Mason. So that's the first while
I
learning
majored
about
in
it.
psychology for the
What does
brief
it mean
amount
for
of
his
time that I
mother?
was in college. That was when I was interested. But I was doing that because I was fighting
On
at the
one
time.
hand, the
I was
prophet
trying to
says,
figure out
Kol
how to
Yimei
manage
Izilo
my mind.
Lashem
So I was
Nefesh
trying to
means
figure out the
Loyamo.
inner workings
All
of
the things
the human
that the Nazir
psyche.
is a Nazir, he should not become Tameh. Right? He does not come in contact with the corpse. That pasuk is a catch-all. Then the next pasuk goes on and says, La'adif u'le'imo, la'akif u'la'achoso, la'yitamo. Then it says, again, for his father, for his mother, for his brother, for his sister, he should not become Tameh. It's a petty.
So you're always constantly in a state of anxiety.
That my question is, why
That helps.
those
But it's also,
specifically
it's like,
enumerated
there's other
individuals?
things in life.
So which thing
I
was I'll tell you
concentrate on
why.
my loved ones. I
La'adif
concentrate on my
teaches me, it
friends.
doesn't
I
become
concentrate
coming
on
for his
things I
father,
enjoy doing.
but
Have
it does
fun.
become coming for his
This life is short.
what does it
You and I
teach
are
me?
58
How
years
you
old.
going to
We're
the
more than
Nazir
halfway
to
dead.
this? Let's say he was
Why
both
would
a
you
Cohen
spend
and the
time
Nazir.
concentrating on
Emo
people you
with
don't
the
like? Because one thing if someone's
It
wrong
doesn't
with you,
become coming
it's
for
one
his
thing
mother,
if you find
but
out
it does become
you
coming
have a
for
business
him.
partner who's been stealing money,
They
or you have someone who's
Again,
lying about you.
what's the let's just talking about the additional elevated stages of Shigisa. If he was a Kohen Gadol and the Nazir, he doesn't become coming for his brother, but he does become coming for a Mason stuff. So what's the achos? So not Hammer, what is going to teach me? Let's say he's on his way to check the countries and he's on his way to circumcise his son. The Shama Shemes Lamei, saying that a relative died. You might have thought he should become Tameh. Amrit, Therefore, the passage says, no, he does not become coming. Yaakov Kishin She'in Mikame Lachoso, Kakin Mikame Mitzvah. You might have thought that in the same way he doesn't become coming for his sister, he also doesn't become coming for his sister. Amavomar, Ulachoso. Therefore, the passage Lachoso, Lachoso Lo Yitama, Avamutat Abayitami Mitzvah. He does not become coming ultimately again for his sister, but he does become coming for him. Rabbi says, it's possible that both cases ultimately are talking about after Chatzos. This is this below Kashio. Kan Kodem Shishakos to this. Kan Kodem Shishakos. The Zarko Allah. Kan La'achar Shishakos the Zarko Allah. Oh, okay, watch this. So you might want to just before the maybe the whole relationship of the Oni with Chaver Pesach is fundamentally dependent on what? When did you get occur? That occurred before Chatzos. Therefore, what? I mean, before the application of Pesach, and therefore the Oni is completely from Pesach. But if the death occurred after Chatzos, then the obligation ultimately against the Pesach preceded Aninos, and therefore he Pesach that way. Comes on Rabbi says, no, that's not the distinction. What's the distinction? Did they already do Shita and Shita? Let's remember again. How does it work for Kar Pesach? And you have to find out this year. How does it Kar Pesach? Before you cover the Shefted, you have to be part of a Kabula. Like, you have to be part of a group. Remember, so Kar Pesach is Shefted on Erev Pesach afternoon, sometime after Chatzos. In order to partake of Kar Pesach and Erev Pesach, you must be part of a Kabula already before. This is it. Gemara says, maybe, Kan Kodesh Shishakhu Zakwa Allah, Kan La'achar Shatzos, which it is. That's the situation like this. When did the death occur? If the death occurred before Shkita and Zrika of the carbon, then Aninos preceded your official membership in a Kabbalah, and therefore you can't eat that night. Whereas first they Shkita and did Zrika, and then the death occurred, you're already vested as part of the Kabbalah. If you're already vested as part of the Kabbalah, then you can go ahead and eat Kabbalah that night. So fascinating. So the Gemara says, as follows. Good. And also, and this is, by the way, according to this approach, it makes no difference whether the death was before or after Chatzos. Right? Even if death was after Chatzos, if they didn't do Shrika and Zrika with your Karpesa, Aninos, the food you can eat that night. Right? But if already Shrika and Zrika occurred, you're vested, and if death occurs after, you can go ahead and eat that night. That's one of our master of the law. After Shishak, the result was Tamo, was that it is Maita Hava. Oh, that's crazy, all the shots. That's what she looks like. I understand. Halakha Maisa, the origin Shika and Zrika, the Gemara says, watch this. Maita Hava means, essentially, who cares about what happens after? Or what's done is done. Now, what is this? This is different. Take a look at Rashi. Maita Hava. That's the first, second short line in Rashi. Maita Hava. Hari Nishar, the Amai Daki Akilosa, Amino Style, the Rabban Pay, Nishar Hutch. That was like, get ready for this. You might suggest, it was like, Carbonos 101. What's the think of any carbon? Think of any carbon?
I had so much fun.
It's better to take more than one person. Let's say so nice again. Rika is everybody doing every time you do it. Rika is that's like company sex as well. And everybody wants to sex like this. Once Rika was done, like first Rika was done, essentially, fix cares about eating the carbon that night. That doesn't matter. In other words, why would you say like this? Once Rika was done before Aminos, that's what they get, right? Because Erev Pesach, Ruvain, it's fine. It's part of a Kabbalah. They do Rika. After Rika, now, Yaakov, Ruvain's father dies. So one says, now we didn't allow to eat carbon Pesach that night. The Gemara says, why? Just say no, you can't eat Kevin Pesach. You can't eat Kevin Pesach because of Aninos. But here's the good news. You're good anyway. Why you good anyway? Because again, Halakha L'Maisa, you were part of a Kabbalah Zrika. And since you're part of a Kabbalah Zrika, you're good to go. You're good to go. Which also is fascinating because never did we get to apply the Zrika metric to Kevin Pesach. because we always focus on Korban Pesach. For our purposes, what's the Iker of Korban Pesach? So what's the Iker? What's the Iker? Eating. That's what the Gemara says. No. As long as you are part of the Kabura at the time of Zriga, you're golden. You could actually have full. In other words, say no, you can't eat it that night because of Aninos. It doesn't matter because you're part of the Kabura ultimately again by Zriga. But the Maida Hava Hava, I'm going to here's the problem. Here's the stuff and the Akram in the other Barak. No, you're right. Even though they stand Kavanas, Zriga is the Iker, I come and make something to the substance. You have to eat it. You have to eat it. Whereas in the Barakuna, Simar says, Later, we'll see what I want to say. All right, science might become a collapse, but we still have to say. Might Rabbi, or what does Rabbi say? The sign young, no Shua, you never did it, a little bit of the halachas about Yom Shua, Yom Kippur, the mitzvah Shiva U'Shloshim, but it's what they say. Yom Shua, the day that you hear, this is what we call a Shua Krova. Shua Krova means that let's say a person is not present at the death of a loved one, but they heard about the death within 30 days of it. Let's say that are ahead around these concepts, because the person is like in an age of instant communication. But just know that for a very long time it was quite possible that a person would lose a loved one and they would not hear about it until sometime later on. So there's what's called halacha shmua krova. Shmua krova literally means I heard about the death of a loved one. When I say loved one, someone I'm obligated to shiva for within 30 days of the loss. If that's the case, then the day that you hear Yom Kippur, and it's a shiva shloshim. So if you're within 30 days, you have to sit shiva and observe shloshim just like it was the actual day of the day. But I will say in terms of eating Korban Pesach, the day that you hear about the death, even if it's within 30 days, is treated like the day ultimately again that you gathered the bones. So the halacha is like this. The halacha is like this. Maybe that's on the same day. The day that, let's say, just to give you an insight, we actually had this in more talk about it. Common burial practices were like this. What people would do is they would go ahead and they would essentially bury people like in caves. Okay, they had like hollow areas. They place the body like a shelf in a cave. The body would decompose. Once the body decomposed, they then take the bones. And bones will often be used for family plots. So the day that you gather the bones, that's called liquid asams. There's a quasi-avelos on that day. But again, it's only limited to that same exact night you already touched. Watch this. So let's say again, Ruben lost his father. Ruben was not there to hear death. Ruben hears that Yaakov's father died. He hears about it within 30 days. The day that he hears about it, that triggers an obligation of Shiva and Shloshim. However, for Korban Pesach purposes, you would be permitted to keep Korban Pesach that day. Because the day that you hear is correct, the day that you collect the bones, where there's only a limited amount of avelos on that day. And in either case, you go to the mikveh and you can eat kavanos that night. Once a year, the you just can't do it for yourself. On the one hand, you said, Yom Shmuel, Yom Kippur, mitzvah, you just said that when you hear about the death, within 30 days of the death, the day that you hear is like the day of death, and you have to observe Shiva and Shloshim. And then you said, then you just said that for Korban Pesach purposes, the day that you hear about the death, even if it's within 30 days, is not like the day of death itself, but rather it's like the day that you collect the bones, which is a much more limited form of avelos. Miklau was the first white line. Miklau, the Yom Kippur, the Arab law. Listen, now what I can infer from that is that on the actual day of death of burial, you're not able to eat Korban Pesach that night. The Hargitani, and then you said, then you said, actually, if you eat a piece, you can go to the mikvah and eat kachin that night. So which one is it? Can you eat kachin on the night following death,
That was because of a Nashville show that we had to cancel. That's what that was. Yeah, we were supposed to do a show that weekend, and I got COVID the previous week, and I was doing an arena with Tony in Florida, and I got COVID in Florida, and then I made that video on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday, like the third day after I got COVID, where I got over it, and I was like, I feel fine, but we have to cancel shows this weekend, and that's when all the shit went down, because I took COVID weekend. That was those reactions.
And ultimately, again, what is talking about the case of
Whether or not I had the answer, crazy
and the most like,
better.
and what is
I was already better.
look in Rashi. In Rashi, it's the
Turn
wide
my face
lines,
and see
four
that.
lines into the
When we
wide
got to see
lines.
how
Rabbi,
crazy the media really is, they didn't want to take away nothing, but you have to take this vaccine. If you didn't take this vaccine, you're a part of the problem. It sucked. I just
the Abilay Ered Leil Yom Kvulah, the Leil Yom Shmuah, the Leil Tzachim Yom Mizrachatzot, the Tzachim Yom Kvulah, the Pachas Leil Akiva Midrabanan, the Koshkin Yom Shmuah, the Mikos Batzamos, the Adi Tairisha Akiva Tzachim Yom Midrachatzot, Yom Kvulah. That's more emphasis like this. Really gave distinctions as follows.
That's how viruses generally
So aminos strike the beginning only applies that day. Restricting in hold that aminos does not draw in the following method. Versus ultimately, again, halach l'maisa, halach l'maisa, if it occurred after Shkia, then obviously, again, the person will be precluded from conquering the second or other covenants. Whereas in the after Shkia, the Hamanite, the halach, understand, after Shkia, what is there to discuss? Halashmania, Achila, Sutton, Ma'aseh. That was like, so again, the Gemara says, I don't understand. After Shkia Sahama, then that means what? You already checked the Karavesach. You already checked the Karavesach.